Chapter 1. The Barton family in London experiences the strangest day ever. On a delightful weekend, blessed with gentle breezes and bright sunshine, Cosmo Barton luxuriated in a rare opportunity to sleep in, finally rousing himself from slumber at 9 o'clock in the morning. After tenderly kissing his still sleeping wife, Sherry, he ambled off to the bathroom to freshen up, prepare breakfast, peruse the newspaper, and engage in light banter with the neighbors about recent mundane happenings. This leisurely lifestyle had persisted for nearly a decade. As he hummed along to a popular rock tune from the 80s, a sudden, jarring noise interrupted Hema, loud thumping against the window of the living room, as though something was rudely battering it. Curious, Cosmo approached the source of the sound, only to be taken aback by the sight that greeted him. An owl, in broad daylight. A grayish-white owl was frantically colliding with the glass pane. Indeed, it was an owl, and Cosmo had never before witnessed such a lively nocturnal creature in the daylight. As he pondered whether to contact the zoo for assistance, he was astonished to discover that the owl had something resembling a letter tied to its leg. Upon opening the window, the owl, with an almost sentient grace, fluttered into the living room, landing atop the coffee table with its feet raised, seemingly awaiting Cosmo to liberate it from the uncomfortable object affixed to its talon. What on earth? Cosmo, somewhat perplexed, untied the string, allowing the extraordinary creature to hop about his coffee table, indulging in dried fruits from a nearby bowl. The envelope bore the following inscription: London, George Street, 78, Hui Jean Road, 2nd floor, left bedroom, from a still drowsy Brandy Barton. This was indeed a hefty letter, crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in emerald green ink. There was no postage stamp. Turning the envelope over, he noticed a wax seal emblazoned with a crest, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, all surrounding a capital H. What? Cosmo's mind was a swirling fog. When had his son begun communicating via owl? Brandy was a diligent student, and, quite sensible, he seemed unlikely to associate with any peculiar individuals. Nevertheless, he decided to summon his son without further delay. Brandy! Cosmo's baritone echoed throughout the house, startling the messenger, who was so engrossed in munching on dried fruits that it nearly choked on a whole piece, flapping about the coffee table in distress. After a flurry of commotion, the owl shot Cosmo a piercing glare. Indeed, it was a glare. This was the first time Cosmo had witnessed such an expressive look from an owl. Oh my, I've been scorned by a bird. Cosmo awkwardly rubbed his nose. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from afar. It was a young boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, his face bearing an unusual maturity and determination for one so young. His short, brown hair stood upright like a mane, and his complexion was slightly pale, reminiscent of someone recovering from an illness. However, the light blue of his eyes radiated vitality. The boy's stature was unexpectedly tall for his age, standing approximately 5 feet tall, with a slender yet athletic build, suggesting he had engaged in serious physical activity. Hey Dad, what's up? Your letter. It seems to be from a friend of yours. I must say, the method of communication is rather unconventional. Cosmo handed the letter to his son. My friend? Brandy inquired, glancing curiously at the lively owl on the table, before breaking the seal and revealing the unknown letter. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Brandy Barton, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Huh? Brandy uttered, bewildered. Hogwarts? An owl? What on earth? Yet, amidst the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, he seized upon a key phrase: a school of magic. Could magic truly exist? If so, did that mean he had been accepted into a magical school? But he had never taken any sort of examination for magical aptitude. Await my owl? Brandy murmured to himself after reading the letter, glancing at the animated owl on the coffee table. Is it you? The owl bobbed its head in a manner akin to a chick pecking at grains, as if it understood human speech. My goodness. Brandy was a loss for words, feeling a complex mix of emotions, akin to being stopped on the street by an old man in a cloak who declared that donning wizard robes would enable him to save the world. In truth, he had never considered himself to be anything special. Throughout his 11 years of life, nothing particularly bizarre had ever occurred to him, no levitating paper cups or conversing with insects. If one were to insist on an oddity, it might be that his father claimed he had spoken in a peculiar language at the age of 1 or 2. How ridiculous! Who could understand 2 languages at that age? Of course, if baby talk counted as a foreign language. But now, gazing at his visibly anxious father, Brandy pondered. Perhaps I should discuss this with Mom. Agreed. The situation unfolded with surprising swiftness almost as soon as he had spoken with his mother. She promptly responded with her signature 1-second decision-making style. Brandy found himself internally questioning, "Are you really my mother?" Despite having lived with her for over a decade and anticipating her somewhat unreliable nature, Sherry's response had truly altered her image in Brandy's eyes. "Sweetheart, I've never heard of such a thing as magic before. It might be quite fun. Sherry, we don't yet know if magic is real. What if it's a scam? That could put our son in danger." Cosmo firmly opposed the notion, reasoning that it was rather reckless to decide his son's future based solely on an enigmatic letter. Oh, I suppose that's true." Sherry tilted her head, adopting an endearing expression. "But the envelope is stamped, and it even contains a list of materials to purchase. It looks incredibly official, doesn't it? Hey, dear, why aren't you speaking? Why don't you just fly away?" Brandy felt as though he was witnessing a comedic skit unfold before him. Had the family meeting concluded there, it would have been clear that Brandy would dutifully attend secondary school. However, unbeknownst to the 3 present, another living creature was afoot. Sensing that its mission was in jeopardy, the grayish-white owl flapped its wings and flew into Sherry's embrace, cooing softly while nuzzling against her chest. "Goodness, you dare to flirt with my wife!" Cosmo exploded in indignation, only to be met with an unapologetic glare from the owl nestled in Sherry's arms. At that moment, Cosmo's authority had dissipated. Sherry was utterly enchanted by the adorable creature. "Oh, darling," she gazed at her husband with starry eyes. "Fine, you win, feathered fiend. Brandy will attend this so-called magic school. Just keep that creature away from my wife." Brandy gasped in surprise, caught between shock and delight. "No way, Dad. While I'm thrilled at the prospect of attending a magic academy, isn't it a bit much to sell me out like that?" Goo the remarkable owl emitted a sound akin to a human chuckling with satisfaction. It turned and hopped onto the coffee table, extending its leg toward Brandy with a clear intent. "You want me to respond, don't you?" Contemplating his phrasing, Brandy took pen and paper and wrote, "Dear Mr. Dumbledore, I am honored to receive your acceptance letter and will certainly arrive on time. However, I am somewhat unclear about the matters of the magical world and would appreciate your guidance. Yours sincerely, Brandy Barton." Having penned the note, he tied it to the owl's leg. The owl, giving Brandy a gentle nuzzle, took flight with elegance, soaring out the window and into the sky. A world of magic indeed. In the days that followed, Brandy anxiously awaited a response, yet no owl graced his doorstep again. Could that letter have been a hoax? Carrying this unease in his heart, he persevered until July 31st. Around 11 o'clock that evening, having just finished watching a soap opera with his parents and yawning as he ascended the stairs to retire for the night, Brandy was startled by a heavy thud at the door, reminiscent of a battering ram. Bang! The door burst open, revealing a giant disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, and clad in a tattered coat bending low as he squeezed through the entrance, appearing before the Barton family. "Ahem, I apologize, I may have knocked a bit too forcefully," the giant said, his cheeks flushed, sincerely offering an apology for the recent incident. However, this was evidently in vain, as the Barton family was already rendered speechless by shock. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. I am Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid." The giant paused momentarily, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "So, who is Brandy Barton?" A diminutive figure timidly emerged from the shadows at the corridor's corner. "That would be me, I suppose," Brandy replied, swallowing hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. It took considerable effort for Hagrid to elucidate to the Batten family the intricacies of the magical world, including wands and broomsticks. This was indeed a formidable task, as during this time, Cosmo contemplated several times using the telephone to seek assistance from the London authorities. After all, encountering a species so utterly alien to the known world would be disconcerting for anyone, having lived for decades. Nonetheless, this minor issue was swiftly resolved after Hagrid demonstrated the use of a pink umbrella, which he claimed was a wand, to magically tidy the living room with a broomstick. Brandy's mother almost instantaneously consented to Brandy's enrollment and privately urged him to study diligently. "My dear son, you must excel in your magical studies. When you return, I shall never have to do housework again. It seems my future is destined to be that of a housekeeper." With the consent of Cosmo and Shirley, Hagrid decided to take Brandy the following day to a wondrous place called Diagon Alley. The reason his parents did not accompany them was primarily due to the need to repair the broken front door. Early the next morning, Hagrid arrived punctually at the Batten residence. Thus, Brandy was led away by a creature dressed like a giant mole. Walking down the street, Hagrid, towering at twice the height of an average person, undeniably attracted a great deal of attention. Yet, he remained blissfully oblivious, fixated instead on gesturing disdainfully towards commonplace electrical items. "I'll look at these. Muggles always waste their cleverness on such nonsense," he exclaimed, his voice booming. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, he failed to lower his voice, causing Brandy to feel as though he were enduring a mortifying ordeal, wishing to disappear beneath Hagrid's coat. However, amidst the embarrassment, Brandy gleaned some knowledge about the magical realm from Hagrid's words, learning about muggles unaware of magic and squibs born into wizarding families without magical abilities. "Hagrid, will I truly have any connection to magic? What if I lack the talent?" You need not worry about such matters. Although I am not entirely certain what criteria Hogwarts uses to assess magical aptitude, the very fact that Hogwarts has chosen you is evidence of your magical potential. Rest assured, you will not be sent back due to insufficient talent. By the way, the letter sent to you should contain a list of materials required by the school. Did you bring it? Hagrid inquired, stroking his disheveled beard. Brandy patted the pocket of his shirt. "By the way, Hagrid, do wizards use pounds like us?" No, Hagrid replied, rummaging through his coat pocket. "We have our own currency system, and of course, there are no paper notes. Would you like me to show you some?" He began to pull out a handful of assorted items. Brandy could only identify a key, a filthy handkerchief, and a clump that resembled a pile of several cockroaches haphazardly stacked together. Goodness! Overwhelmed, Brandy felt an urge to sprint away at breakneck speed. However, Hagrid, quick on his feet, caught him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Hagrid, I had no idea you folks use cockroach clumps as currency," he lamented, his face a picture of despair, dangling in midair. "I believe you may have misunderstood something." "Brandy, do not be so astonished," Hagrid explained, disregarding the bewildered and alarmed gazes of passers-by. "This is actually a new candy from Honeydukes, although it may appear somewhat, flawed. Professor Dumbledore quite enjoys it. He gifted it to me the last time we met." He hurriedly spoke, and to validate his words, he publicly tossed the sticky, unpleasant lump into his mouth. Brandy, nearly in sync with the bystanders, promptly retched all over the pavement. Chew nevertheless, it is rather delightful, with a pleasing texture. Chew. To be honest, I prefer the chicken flavor over chocolate, Hagrid remarked. "Hagrid, let us eat, but refrain from commentary," Brandy urged, suppressing the rising wave of nausea, immediately equating the wizarding world's Honeydukes with a shop catering to the peculiar tastes of eccentric gentlemen. After a comical debacle amidst a flurry of searching, Hagrid finally unearthed a clue from the third inner pocket of his coat, retrieving several oddly shaped coins, galleons, sickles, and nuts. 17 sickles equal 1 galleon, and 29 nuts equal 1 sickle. Quite simple, isn't it? If you gather everything on the list, along with a few miscellaneous items, 50 galleons should suffice. Damn it, what convoluted units, not even integers, truly simple. Brandy grumbled inwardly. But Hagrid, I have no wizarding currency. How am I to procure the materials required by the school? Just follow me, Hagrid exclaimed, tugging Brandy through the bustling crowd as they passed by bookstores, music shops, hamburger joints, and cinemas, traversing a street that seemed entirely devoid of magic. Finally, as Brandy began to doubt the existence of magic, they arrived at their destination. "Here it is," Hagrid announced, striding across to a drab storefront nestled between a brightly lit barber shop and a quaint inn. The entrance was exceedingly narrow, giving the impression of an exceedingly cramped interior. The Leaky Cauldron, a place of considerable renown. In fact, having spent ample time in London, Brandy was familiar with every shop on the street, at least the barber shop, yet this tavern seemed entirely new to him. Curiously, amidst the throng of passers-by, not a single gaze lingered on the tavern, as if it were non-existent. Hagrid seemed to sense Brandy's thoughts and chuckled. "The tavern has been enchanted. If you are unaware of its existence, you cannot see it." With that, he gently patted Brandy's shoulder and led the way inside. Inside the tavern, despite its fame, it was rather dim and dilapidated. A few elderly women sat in a corner, sipping from small glasses of sherry, one of whom was puffing on a long pipe. Purple smoke wafting through the air without any acrid scent. What exactly was in that pipe? One could only wonder. A young man wearing a tall hat engaged in conversation with the old bartender, whose bald head resembled a swollen walnut. Brandy also noticed a middle-aged woman, donned in what appeared to be a wizarding hat, fiddling with a cracked crystal ball. 3 indistinguishable figures cloaked in robes gathered around a table, playing a peculiar card game. And as Brandy passed, the cards on the table leapt and danced on their own. "Wow, how cool!" Brandy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he leaned closer. The robed figures appeared quite welcoming, eager to involve Brandy in their game known as Gwent, but Hagrid quickly intervened. "Ah, Hagrid. Same old, same old?" The bartender, evidently familiar with Hagrid, greeted him with a smile as he raised a glass. "Not now, Tom. I'll be back after I escort this young lad to Diagon Alley." "This must be this year's new student?" The old bartender approached with a friendly demeanor, his walnut-like face adding an amusing quality to his efforts. "Hello, Mr. Tom." "I'm Brandy Barton," Brandy replied politely, attempting to mask the twitching at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, a very polite young man. For that, I shall offer you a discount of 20% on your stay at my establishment." Tom beamed, handing Brandy a card akin to a membership card, promising that with its presentation, he could enjoy a 20% discount at any Leaky Cauldron across Britain. "Huh? Oh, okay, thank you." Luckily, Hagrid promptly curtailed Tom's desire to continue the conversation as Brandy struggled to suppress his laughter, feeling a slight cramp in his stomach. "We must continue. There's much more to purchase, Brandy. Follow me." Outside the tavern, Hagrid produced his wand, or rather, that pink umbrella, which left Brandy feeling somewhat uneasy. Was the shape of wands truly so varied? "My wand must not look like that," he muttered under his breath. "Now, 3 up and 3 across," he instructed. "Step back, Brandy." He tapped the wall 3 times with the umbrella's tip. The brick he touched began to vibrate, its center writhing violently until a small hole appeared, expanding rapidly until a grand archway, large enough for Hagrid to pass through, stood before them. This archway led to a cobblestone street, winding into the distance until it disappeared from sight. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Wow. One could hardly fathom the excitement a child from the mundane world would experience upon encountering such a fantastical street. Brandy could hardly control his eyes as he scanned the shop windows filled with curious trinkets, listening to the chirps emanating from a dimly lit pet shop, and stood transfixed before a shop specializing in broomsticks. Had he not calculated that he could easily outrun Hagrid, who was attempting to pull him away, Brandy would have taken off in sheer exhilaration. "Wait a moment. You can look around later. For now, we must retrieve some money," Hagrid declared with a sense of gravitas. Though the flicker in his eyes and the bob of his Adam's apple made it clear he was merely eager to complete the transaction to return to the tavern for a drink. Their first stop was the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. While Hagrid assisted him in exchanging pounds for wizarding currency, Brandy focused intently on the rather unearthly goblin beside him, as Hagrid had described, who was clumsily weighing a diamond the size of a fist. The magical world was indeed otherworldly. Brandy swallowed hard, hesitant to let his imagination wander further. 10 minutes later. "Here is your money, nearly perfect, as long as you don't squander it," Hagrid said, tossing Brandy a cloth bag. Brandy peered inside to find roughly 50 galleons and some change. "Now you can purchase what you need. I'll head back to the tavern for a couple of drinks. Find me there once you're finished." Hagrid gave Brandy's shoulder a hearty pat and winked. After acquiring most of the necessary supplies, Brandy realized nearly 3 hours had elapsed. He could only blame himself for lingering too long in Flourish and Blots. captivated by the wealth of magical knowledge therein. Incidentally, Brandy also purchased a cat from the pet shop, a small silver tabby, approximately 3 months old, whom he named Yale. Yale seemed to adore his name, as he would eagerly scamper onto Brandy's shoulder, meowing in delight. One could not help but marvel at the magical world. Even the cats possessed remarkable intelligence. Next up was the wand. Yes, this was what Brandy had been eagerly anticipating. The final shop was exceedingly narrow and dilapidated, as though a small store had been wedged between two larger establishments. The peeling golden letters on the door proclaimed, Ollivander, established in 382 B.C., renowned for exquisite wand craftsmanship. Within the dust-laden window, a single wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. The interior was cramped, save for a solitary chair. Behind the counter towered thousands of long rectangular boxes piled nearly to the ceiling. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the space, as if some mysterious essence lingered within this confined area, rendering Brandy hesitant to speak above a whisper. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice greeted. An elderly man emerged seemingly from nowhere, his gaze fixed intently upon Brandy, emanating an aura of reverence from his pale, white pupils. Brandy was taken aback, stumbling several steps backward in a flurry, only to promptly realize her rudeness. Fortunately, the elderly gentleman appeared to be quite accustomed to such reactions. "A new student at Hogwarts this year? How splendid." His unblinking, silver moon-like eyes sent shivers down one's spine. "Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand? Presumably the right hand?" Brandy was not entirely certain, but being right-handed, she decided it would be best to use her right hand. "Extend your arm, like this." He meticulously measured from Brandy's shoulder to the tips of her fingers, then from her wrist to her elbow, from her shoulder to the ground, from her knee to her armpit, and even the entirety of her head, including her nostrils. After what felt like an eternity of over 20 minutes, he sighed as if a monumental task had been accomplished. "Ah, what a bother." "Pardon, sir. What did you just say?" "Oh, do not mind me, do not mind me. I frequently deal with discerning clients." He stepped away from Brandy, moving toward a shelf brimming with wands, deep in contemplation. Willow and unicorn hair? Perhaps a tad too gentle? Brandy stood in astonishment as Mr. Ollivander meandered among the towering shelves of wands. In a short while, he returned with an impressive collection of wand boxes cradled in his arms. The first wand, crafted from pine and infused with the heartstring of a dragon, felt rigid in her grasp. She gave it a tentative swish. However, before she could truly test its potential, Mr. Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand from her hands. The next wand, made of yew and also containing a dragon heartstring, measured 12 inches in length and exuded remarkable resilience. Brandy waved her hand, as if nothing had transpired. It was entirely different from the narrative she had envisioned. An hour and a half later, Brandy felt she had nearly established a connection with every type of wood capable of becoming a wand in nature. Was it possible that her innate talent was insufficient for these wands to acknowledge her? A hint of frustration began to seep into Brandy's thoughts. Let me ponder this for a moment. Ollivander, however, seemed unfazed by his customer's fastidiousness. In fact, it appeared to invigorate him further. He dismissed the pile of wands that had already been tested. "Ah, perhaps you are akin to them," he mused as he approached the back shelf, where boxes lay covered in dust, clearly untouched by human hands. "These wands are my experimental specimens, of course, for the sake of experimentation. I did not employ commonly used materials. Well, perhaps they should not be deemed failures. I have always believed that there are no useless wands. Only those who lack the ability to wield them," he explained. "Let me think." Ollivander cautiously extracted a box from the top shelf, gently brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. Olive wood, a symbol of protection and wisdom, with a core that, I apologize, in a moment of inspiration, I chose to forego the use of magical materials for the core. I believe that a true master of magic should not require even the slightest enhancement from such materials to amplify their spells. The core of this wand is a small piece of what they call chalcedony, which I brought back from a mysterious eastern land. It is, quite smooth. That is how the eastern man described it to me, claiming it harbors immense vitality and inclusiveness, while it may present a few, shall we say, minor inconveniences in use. I can assure you that the stability of this wand is unparalleled among those I have crafted. To give it a try. Brandy grasped the wand in his hand, feeling as though it were subtly trembling, as if it were calling to him. A faint sensation, akin to a delicate electric current, coursed through his fingertips. Startled, he instinctively waved the wand. In an instant, a cascade of golden mist erupted from the tip, swirling upwards and enveloping the wand, gradually transforming into an adorable golden creature. It was plump, with round, large eyes that burned with a glassy flame, and atop its head were two little, chubby tufts, perhaps still too young to have grown horns. Brandy had never encountered such a charming being. It frolicked before him, the shimmering gold illuminating the dim shop, until the phenomenon finally faded away. Merlin above. How wondrous. Truly wondrous. When Mr. Ollivander carefully wrapped the wand and handed it to Brandy, he appeared exceptionally exhilarated, muttering incessantly. So it is, I knew it. Ollivander could never produce a defective item. Sir, what is so remarkable? Brandy inquired. I previously mentioned that this wand is considered a failure. However, this does not imply that one cannot cast spells with it. Rather, during our tests, we regrettably discovered that utilizing a core made of jadeite does not provide any convenience or enhancement for spellcasting. In fact, it extracts a significant amount of magical energy from the wizard during the casting process. The drawbacks are far too considerable compared to its slight increase in success rate. At the time, we estimated that a wizard worthy of this wand's acknowledgement would need to possess nearly double the magical capacity of an adult wizard. Yet, you, a mere child, have gained its recognition. How astonishing. Even as Brandy departed the shop, he pondered Mr. Ollivander's earlier words. Perhaps you are indeed a special individual. Coupled with his moon-like eyes, Brandy could not help but shiver. The sun had begun its descent, and Brandy, along with Hagrid, hurried back, having satiated his curiosity and indulged in the wonders of the magical world. Brandy hardly noticed the strange gazes of passers-by on the street. He bore an array of oddly shaped packages, with a small cat nestled at his collar. When the moment of parting arrived, Hagrid produced an envelope. Here is your ticket to Hogwarts, he said, platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station on September 1st. All the details are written on your train ticket. So, see you at school, Brandy. Of course, Brandy was no fool. He had at least clarified how to access platform 9 3/4. On September 1st, he bid farewell to his parents, who outwardly appeared reluctant to part, yet inwardly wished to hastily return to their private world, and entered King's Cross Station alone. As he jogged towards the stone wall between platforms 9 and 10, following Hagrid's directions, Brandy braced himself, fearing he might collide violently. Even Yalu, perched on his shoulder, emitted a frightened squeak. Yet, as it turned out, magic was indeed a clever force. He traversed a dark corridor, encountering nothing, and upon slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a vibrant red steam locomotive poised on a bustling platform, ready to embark. At the front, a sign boldly proclaimed, Hogwarts Express departs at 11 o'clock. Brandy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, noticing that the ticket booth had transformed into an iron gate marked with platform 9 3/4. He had succeeded. The steam locomotive exhaled puffs of vapor above the heads of the chatting crowd, while various cats meandered at the feet of the people. Owls squawked in an unpleasant manner, their cries drowning out the noise of heavy suitcases being dragged, pulled, and thumped. He had thought that arriving 10 minutes early would afford him a good seat. But to his surprise, the first few carriages were already packed with students. Some leaned out of windows chatting with their families, while others squabbled over seating. Brandy dragged his luggage towards the rear carriages when suddenly a dark object leapt onto his bag, a toad. Meow. Yalu immediately bristled, baring her tiny teeth at the creature, though her diminutive size rendered her threat rather adorable. Sorry, said the round-faced boy, it's just so energetic, it keeps trying to escape. That's all right. But do keep an eye on it. With so many people around, losing it would be unfortunate. A boy with tied-back hair was surrounded by a small group. Brandy, intrigued, edged closer. Come on, Lee, show us. The boy lifted the lid of a box, revealing a furry long leg protruding from within. The onlookers gasped. Yalu, resting on Brandy's shoulder, let out a disgruntled huff, giving a disdainful look. Unlike the round-faced boy's toad, Yalu preferred to doze on Brandy's shoulder or expose her white belly for scratches, leading Brandy to feel that she was not just a pet, but rather a pampered princess. By the way, Yalu was a little female cat, and Brandy had endured quite the ordeal to confirm her gender, too many tears to recount. After a challenging trek, Brandy finally located an empty compartment near the back of the train. Inside were already two individuals. Is there still space here? Everything else is full, Brandy inquired. None left, but you can sit here, one boy with black hair and glasses replied eagerly, seemingly keen for conversation, as he helped lift Brandy's luggage. However, he appeared somewhat malnourished, lacking strength, and together they struggled to hoist Brandy's oversized bag onto the rack. My goodness, you've been a great help. The items required by the school are quite heavy, Brandy exclaimed, settling comfortably beside the bespectacled boy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Brandy Barton. Harry Potter. He responded, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. This is Ron Weasley. He has quite the roster of wizarding brothers. Huh. That is fantastic. My family are all muggles. I've never encountered magic before. It was only after purchasing books at Flourish and Blotts that I began to understand the magical world. Brandy expressed with admiration. Yet, for some unknown reason, Ron appeared somewhat melancholic. 5. I'm the sixth in my family to attend Hogwarts. You might say I have plenty of role models and aspirations with a stable life. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was the head boy. And Charlie was the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy is a prefect, and even though Fred and George are pranksters, they excel academically and are genuinely talented comedians. Everyone expects me to perform just as well as my brothers, and even if I manage to do so, people regard it as a given since my brothers have already achieved it. If you have 5 older brothers, you seldom receive new things. Bill S. Old ropes. Charlie S. broken wand, and Percy S. foolish red have all become mine. Ron cast a wary glance at Brandy S. Yalu, who was soundly asleep. He confidently retrieved a plump, slumbering gray mouse from the inner pocket of his jacket. Its name was Scabbers, and it spent its days in a perpetual state of rest. Truly a useless creature. Percy, having been appointed as the prefect, received an owl as a reward from his father. Alas, I could not afford such a luxury. For I only had Scabbers. Ron's ears turned a shade of crimson, perhaps feeling he had spoken too much, as he gazed vacantly out the window. Brandy believed that being unable to afford an owl was hardly a sin. In truth, his family was not particularly affluent. Just as he intended to console Ron, Harry began recounting past sorrows, such as being forced to wear his brother's tattered clothes and never having received a decent birthday gift. This seemed to lighten Ron's spirits somewhat. As the trio engaged in cheerful conversation, time swiftly passed, and before long, the clock struck 12:30. Outside the compartment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a smiling vendor, whose dimples appeared when he grinned, entered, addressing them. Children, would you like to purchase some delightful snacks? Harry, who had yet to have breakfast, leaped with joy, while Ron's ears turned crimson as he stammered that he had brought sandwiches. Brandy, too, was short on funds for snacks, especially since his mother had tearfully warned him before his departure that he would perish if he did not finish his lunch. Harry, however, paid little heed to such matters. He pulled out a handful of coins and purchased a plethora of treats, eagerly biting into a pumpkin pasty. Ron opened a bulging little bag to reveal 4 sandwiches, tearing into one as he lamented, "She always forgets that I dislike corned beef." Brandy, with a hint of grievance, unveiled his own lunch, a pizza topped with black pepper and chicken. His mother had a peculiar penchant for adding black pepper to everything. Harry, holding up a pumpkin pasty, suggested, "Why don't we swap?" According to him, he had never had anything to share, or rather, no one to share with, for him. Dining together was a joy in itself. Wow, Brandy, your mom's pizza is delicious. Then eat more. I've had my fill of black pepper. Ah, so dry. Water. The magical world was indeed peculiar, even its food. Brandy curiously sampled Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which Ron claimed offered an array of fantastical flavors. While Harry battled with a mischievous chocolate frog, and Ron chewed gum that produced colorful bubbles. Be careful while eating, Ron cautioned Brandy, these are truly every flavor beans. You might encounter common flavors like chocolate, peppermint, or lemon, but you could also end up with bizarre tastes such as spinach, liver, or innards. George once had a particularly dreadful flavor. Ron spat out his chewing gum, picked up a green bean, inspected it carefully, and took a small bite. See, like this, pea flavor. The two of them were thoroughly enjoying the beans, while Brandy tasted varieties such as toasted bread, coconut, baked bean, strawberry, curry, grass, coffee, and sardine. Even summoning enough courage to try some oddly colored beans. With Ron's encouragement, he boldly consumed a pink bean. Ugh. Brandy's face instantly turned purple. Damn. It tastes like paint. Haha. Harry laughed uncontrollably beside him, prompting Brandy to toss a yellow bean into Harry's mouth, which immediately extinguished his laughter. Ugh. What is this? The Brandy conjecture. Observing Harry's repulsive demeanor, one might speculate he is akin to a character from a peculiar tale. Outside the window, the pastoral landscape swiftly transformed into a desolate expanse, with the once flat fields giving way to dense woods, meandering rivers, and deep green hills. Brandy felt a twinge of curiosity. The British Isles, though not vast, seemed to conceal a sprawling magical academy amidst a population nearing 40 million. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and in walked a round-faced boy, whom Brandy had encountered at platform 9 3/4. tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "Have you seen a toad?" Upon seeing Brandy and the others shake their heads, the boy wailed, "It always tries to escape from me. It will come back." Harry comforted him. "Perhaps," the boy replied mournfully. "If you see it, please let me know." With that, he exited. "Why is he so upset?" "It's just a toad," Ron exclaimed. "If it were mine, I'd be glad to part with it. Look at my scabbers. All it does is sleep. I can't even get rid of it." The lazy rat continued to snore at Ron's feet. Brandy suddenly grew curious as to why her cat, Yale, showed no interest in scabbers, nor why it seemed oblivious to the presence of a mouse. "Hey, Yale." Brandy nudged the cat resting on her shoulder. "Look, there's a mouse." With a yawn, the cat opened its eyes for a moment, glanced at Scabbers, then promptly fell back asleep. "Your Yale probably thinks Scabbers is dead. If you didn't know it better, you might think so too." Ron hesitated. "I tried to turn it yellow yesterday to make it more interesting, but the spell didn't work." He rummaged through his trunk for a while before producing a worn wand, its tip still flickering with light. "The unicorn hair has already shown," Ron muttered as he recited the incantation, lifting the wand, just as the door swung open again. The boy who had lost the toad returned, this time accompanied by a little girl clad in a new Hogwarts robe. "Has anyone seen a toad? Neville S. is missing," she stated imperiously, her tone commanding. Yet, her willingness to assist others suggested a kind heart. With her messy brown hair and prominent front teeth, Brandy thought she resembled a flamboyant long-haired rabbit, or perhaps a beaver. "We said we haven't seen it," Ron replied, but the girl seemed not to hear him, fixated instead on the wand in Ron's hand. "Oh, are you casting a spell? Let us see it." She plopped down beside him, startling Ron. All right." Ron cleared his throat, gently tapping the wand against Scabbers. "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunlight. Turn this silly fat rat yellow." What a naive incantation, Brandy thought, rolling her eyes. Ron waved the wand, yet nothing happened. Scabbers remained gray and blissfully asleep. "Are you sure that's a spell?" the girl inquired. "It doesn't seem very effective. I've tried several spells at home, and they all worked quite well. My family isn't magical, so I was very surprised when I received my acceptance letter. Of course, I was thrilled, as it is the best school for learning magic. I've memorized all the textbooks. I hope that will suffice. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. What about you?" Her words spilled forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Even more astonishing was the fact that she had actually memorized the material. "I'm Ron Weasley," Ron muttered. "Brandy Barton, pleased to meet you," Brandy interjected, eager to connect with someone who appeared to be a diligent scholar, an ally for future magical inquiries. "I'm Harry Potter." "Wow, is it really you?" Hermione exclaimed. "I know all about you. Naturally, I bought extra reference books, Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and 20 important magical events of the 20th century all mention you. I can't say I'm particularly pleased. Do you know which house you'll be sorted into?" "I've inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it's said to be the best. I heard Dumbledore himself graduated from there. However, Ravenclaw wouldn't be too shabby either. But we should find Neville S. Toad first. You'd better change quickly. We'll be arriving soon." She tugged Neville away. "I don't care where I end up, as long as it's not with her. She talks too much." Ron sighed heavily, tossing his wand back into the trunk. "I knew the spell was a dud. George must have known it wouldn't work." However, turning back, he found Harry and Brandy watching him with knowing glances. "Ron, what's wrong? It seems you've lost the unicorn hair from your wand." To lighten his mood, Brandy and Harry shifted the topic to a game called Quidditch. Although they were entirely unfamiliar with it, Ron seemed to be in his element. He enthusiastically described the 4 balls, the positions of the 7 players, recounting his experiences watching famous matches with his brothers, and expressed his desire to buy a favorite broomstick when he could afford it. Just as he reached the most thrilling part of his tale, the compartment door swung open once more. This time, it was not Neville, nor Hermione, but 3 boys. The middle one pale and eagerly staring at Harry, which made Brandy suspect his inclinations might be somewhat peculiar. "Oh, is this true?" he asked, excitement buzzing in the air. "Everyone on the train is talking about the legendary Harry Potter being in this compartment. So, that's you, right?" "Yes," Harry replied. Brandy frowned at the other 2 boys, who, though of similar age as Harry, were tall and burly, with particularly unappealing looks, standing like bodyguards flanking the pale boy. "If I had such bodyguards, I would surely leap from the train." "Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," the pale boy casually introduced. "I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy of noble lineage." Ron coughed lightly, stifling a laugh. Draco Malfoy shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you find my name amusing? No need to ask who you are." My father told me that all Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and far too many children to support. Malfoy then turned to Brandy. And you? Who are you? Which wizarding family do you hail from? Brandy shrugged, introducing herself as Brandy Barton, adding that her entire family was devoid of wizardry. Malfoy let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Oh, a muggle indeed." He then turned to Harry, remarking, "You shall soon discover that certain wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. I trust you would not wish to associate with those of a peculiar sort. I can assist you with that." He extended his hand, seemingly seeking a handshake from Harry, who chose to ignore him. "I believe I can discern what is peculiar on my own. Thank you very much," he replied coldly. Draco Malfoy's face did not flush. Rather, a faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks. "If I were you, Potter, I would exercise caution," he said slowly. "You ought to be more courteous, lest you follow the same path as your parents. They were equally misguided. If you associate with individuals like the Weasley family, you will undoubtedly be influenced." At this, Brandy sensed the tension escalating as the two boys bristled for confrontation. Ron, his face matching the hue of his fiery hair, stood up abruptly. "Say that again," he growled, his voice low and threatening. The atmosphere was palpable on the brink of conflict. Brandy awkwardly touched her nose, feigning nonchalance as she subtly turned aside, retrieving her wand from her pocket and discreetly concealing it behind her back, her thoughts drifting to the tragic experiences she had endured while practicing magic at home. Brandy had never witnessed a conflict among wizards, yet it seemed only natural that they would resort to their magical means to settle disputes. Much like the cowboys of the West who would suddenly draw their wands to unleash powerful spells upon one another, engaging in a dazzling display of agility and formidable defenses to secure victory. The mere thought of it fills one with excitement. Alas, her so-called wizarding abilities were quite lacking. "Oh, you wish to fight, do you?" Malfoy sneered, eyeing Crabbe and Goyle. "Unless you intend to leave at once." Harry clenched his fists, for internally he did not possess the bravery he appeared to exude. Crabbe and Goyle's imposing stature overshadowed both him and Ron. Brandy, though seemingly capable, recognized the unfavorable odds. "But we have no intention of departing, do we, lads? We have consumed all the provisions, yet it appears you have some left." Goyle reached for the chocolate frog beside Ron, prompting a startled shout from Ron as he lunged forward. However, before he could touch Goyle's hand, a sound akin to a balloon bursting resonated nearby. Bang! A transparent object whizzed past him, striking the chocolate frog firmly clutched in Goyle's grasp. The chocolate frog writhed violently before coming to a standstill, its brown surface rapidly crystallizing into a pale gray hue. Goyle's hand went rigid as he let out a shriek and withdrew in haste. The now completely gray chocolate frog plummeted to the wooden floor of the compartment with a sharp crack, shattering into several pieces. An immediate silence enveloped the room. "Why you? What have you done?" Malfoy exclaimed, his finger accusatorily pointing at Brandy, his voice a blend of astonishment and fury. Brandy's wand unwaveringly pointed at the three individuals by the door of the compartment, her pallid face betraying no emotion. "Oh, well done, Brandy." Initially, Ron and Harry were taken aback by Brandy's magic, but they quickly regained their composure and erupted in excitement. "You better hurry and leave. Be careful, or Brandy might turn you all to stone." Malfoy attempted to assert his courage, but when he glanced anxiously at Crabbe and Goyle, he found that the latter had quietly shrunk behind him. Thus, he cleared his throat with forced bravado. "Just wait. You'll regret this once school starts." With that, he dragged Crabbe and Goyle away as if fleeing from danger. "Haha, look at him, what a coward." Ron laughed heartily, as if he himself had been the one to scare Malfoy and his companions away. "Just wait. If you have the guts, come back now, you coward." "Brandy, there's no need to be so tense. They've left." "Quickly put down your wand," Harry urged, excitedly patting Brandy on the shoulder. "How did you manage to do that? Turning a chocolate frog to stone. It must be some profound magic." Brandy mumbled something incoherent, seemingly in agreement with Harry's assessment, yet her hands remained unresponsive. Hermione arrived shortly after, momentarily stunned by the sight of Brandy's wand and her contorted face. "What happened?" "Brandy, what are you doing? Casting a spell?" she asked, glancing at the scattered snacks on the floor. Harry, filled with admiration, recounted the events to Hermione. "Brandy, you actually cast a dark curse. And you haven't even arrived at school yet, planning to stir up trouble. Aren't you afraid of getting expelled? Quickly put away your wand. The train conductor will be here any minute. If she sees you pointing your wand at her, who knows what she'll say?" Completely oblivious to Brandy's peculiar expression, Hermione bypassed her and approached Harry. With a gentle flick of her wand, The candies scattered on the floor leapt back to their rightful places. Huh, that's truly remarkable, Harry exclaimed in awe. We're all just beginning to explore magic. Yet how is it that you learned so quickly compared to Brandy? 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 He looked at Brandy, still striking a pose at the door, and began to sense something was amiss. He reached out to pull Brandy, but to his surprise, she toppled toward him as if she had lost consciousness, her rigid posture causing the back of her head to collide sharply with Hermione's knee. With a faint groan, she fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Hermione cried out, quickly rubbing her leg. What happened to her? Could it be that she also fell victim to Malfoy's dark curse? Harry and Ron hurriedly lifted Brandy from the floor and seated her beside Ron, a challenging task given that her right hand remained stiffly clutching the wand. Don't be ridiculous. No one can cast spells without a wand, at least not a first-year student, Hermione huffed, decisively dispelling Ron's wild conjecture. Though it does seem like she might have been subjected to an incomplete petrification curse. Petrification curse? What is that? That, Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she pointed to the shattered chocolate frog on the floor. However, she crouched down to examine the fragments more closely. The outer layer of the chocolate frog had completely turned to stone, a result achievable only by the most potent petrification spell. Yet, as she picked up a piece, turning the inner side toward Harry and the others, she furrowed her brow in puzzlement. The spell affected only the surface, while the inside remained chocolate. What kind of spell could accomplish such a feat? Can we please set aside the chocolate frog for now? What about Brandy? Harry awkwardly interrupted Hermione's contemplation. According to you, she's been cursed, and if someone discovers it, it would be disastrous. To break the curse. Hermione paused, then suddenly transformed, exuding a formidable aura as she confidently drew her wand, her eyes gleaming with an intensity that Brandy could not comprehend. I know a bit, but this is my first time using it. After all, I've never had a test subject before. But it should be fine, right? Find my foot. You're clearly planning to do something to me. Brandy blinked innocently, gazing at the malevolent Hermione and the suspicious red light at the tip of her wand. Suddenly, he realized he was about to endure various forms of suffering. With all his might, he struggled desperately and managed to utter a complete sentence before Hermione's terrifying incantation escaped her lips. Don't shoot. We're on the same side. After a considerable time, once he had regained his composure, Brandy exhaled deeply. With the assistance of Harry and Ron, he liberated his arm from its cramping state. Oh, it hurts so much, he lamented, rubbing his arm and grimacing in discomfort. Being a wizard truly was a perilous profession. Every spell cast left him feeling utterly drained. The first time it happened, the cramp was so intense that he almost believed he was on the brink of death. Hermione huffed in indignation, and Brandy could almost visualize the irritation of a diligent student whose research had been interrupted. Fool, your cramp has nothing to do with wizards. It's rather amusing, actually. This is the first time I've seen someone exhaust themselves just to cast a spell. Wait, you all don't experience that? While attempting to consume a large piece of chocolate, Brandy's eyes widened in astonishment. You don't feel like a powerful pump has drained all your strength? He received synchronized head shakes from the three. If one were to consider not being able to cast any more spells after rapidly casting 7 or 8 in succession as a feeling, that might be one thing. But merely from an incomplete spell, Hermione sighed, her gaze subtly tinged with pity. You should inquire about such matters with your professors once you're in school. Right now, it's best to change into your robes. I just asked the driver at the front, and he mentioned we'll be arriving shortly. Seemingly unable to bear seeing Brandy disheartened by Hermione's remarks, Ron glared at her, saying, We need to change clothes. Could you please step outside? Fine. I came here because those people outside are too rowdy, running about in the aisle, Hermione scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ron's pitiful stature. Oh, by the way, Ron, you have something dirty on your nose. Did you know that? No, I didn't. Hurry up and go. As she exited, Ron shot her a fierce glare from behind. This woman is far too nosy. Don't mind her, Brandy. You should eat something more. You look pale as a ghost. The three quickly donned their robes as the train gradually decelerated. Brandy peered out the window. The sky had turned completely dark. All he could see were the silhouettes of mountains and forests beneath the inky sky. In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will see to its delivery to the school, the voice echoed through the carriage. Harry trembled with anxiety, and Brandy noticed Ron's freckled face had also turned pale. They stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets and surged forward with the throng in the aisle. The train slowed to a halt, and young passengers pushed and shoved, eagerly crowding towards the doors to disembark onto a small, dark platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver down Brandy's spine. Suddenly, a lamp swung above the students' heads, and bewildered first years let out squeals of embarrassment. Amidst the cacophony, Brandy heard a familiar voice calling, "First years. First years, come this way. Harry, over here. How are you?" Hagrid knows Harry too. Harry grasped Brandy and Ron, quickly maneuvering through the crowd towards Hagrid. He was unmistakable, towering like the Eiffel Tower amidst a sea of low buildings. In the throng of people, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile. "Oh, Brandy, you're here too." "Yes, Harry, Brandy is also one of my first years. Come along." "Are there any more first years?" "Watch your step." "All right. First years, follow me." They followed Hagrid, slipping and stumbling down a steep, narrow path. No one spoke along the way, except for the boy who had lost his toad, who occasionally sniffled. At the end of the path lay a dark lake. Indeed, it was dark, as the gloomy weather obscured even a sliver of moonlight. Across the lake, a towering castle loomed on a steep hillside, its turrets piercing the sky, and windows flickered with a warm glow beneath the stars. "All aboard. No more than 4 per boat." Hagrid's booming voice startled them. The 3 climbed into a small boat, and Hermione joined them. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called, taking a boat by himself. "Then we shall set off." As soon as he spoke, the boats began to glide across the mirror-like surface of the lake amidst the gasps of the crowd. Eventually, they docked at a small pier. "Hey, look, is this your toad?" As students disembarked, Hagrid checked the empty boats. He pinched a rather disoriented, dark blob with 2 fingers. His hands were too large. "Oh, thank goodness," Neville exclaimed, stretching his arms in joyful exclamation. They then followed Hagrid, illuminated by his lamp, through a dark tunnel in the rock where they encountered lizards, scorpions, and bats. Exhausted, they finally emerged onto a damp, flat patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. They climbed a flight of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here? Check if your toad is still with you," Hagrid said. After receiving confirmations, he raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. It swung open immediately, revealing a tall witch in a flowing emerald robe with black hair. She appeared to be at least in her 40s or 50s, her expression markedly stern. Brandy maliciously speculated that this witch must be suffering from severe menopausal syndrome. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," she replied, opening the door wide. The entrance hall was spacious enough to accommodate Brandy's entire house, reminiscent of Gringotts, with stone walls adorned with flickering torches. The ceiling soared high, nearly obscured from view. A lavish marble staircase ascended directly to the upper levels. They followed Professor McGonagall across the stone floor. Brandy heard a buzzing sound from the right, where hundreds of voices echoed. The students from other years must have already arrived. However, Professor McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the other end of the hall. They all spilled in, jostling together, nervously observing their surroundings. Brandy felt a surge of anxiety rising in his stomach. He was utterly unfamiliar with the magical realm, and now he was about to face the first pivotal moment of his life. Indeed, he was not alone in such trepidation. As a striking girl with black hair beside him seemed so nervous that she could barely stand, her hands tightly grasping Brandy's robe. "Don't be anxious. I'm Brandy Barton." He attempted to offer a smile, yet it was clear that humor eluded him in that moment. Instead, he patted his slightly chilled face and contorted his cheeks into what resembled a grimace. "Your face is pale enough to attend a masquerade," she chuckled, seemingly amused by Brandy's unfortunate expression. "I'm Pavati Patil," she whispered cautiously. Just as they were about to engage in conversation, Professor McGonagall's stern voice interrupted them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced. "The sorting feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside in the dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the common room with your housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own distinguished history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. During your studies at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are placed in, you will strive to bring glory to it." In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear more spirited. Her gaze flickered over Neville's cloak, which was fastened awkwardly, and the smudge on Ron's nose. Brandy chuckled as he observed Harry smoothing down his unruly hair while attempting to eliminate the wrinkles from his robe. "Once they are ready, I will come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Please remain quiet while you wait." After she departed, Brandy heard a collective sigh of relief from the crowd behind him. The professor's imposing presence was indeed formidable. Harry curiously asked Ron, "How does the school decide which house we belong to?" "God knows," Ron replied, his face paling as he spoke. "According to George and Fred, it's to pit us against a troll." A low gasp escaped the nearby girl upon hearing this. "A troll? That's something we are definitely not equipped to handle right now." Brandy desperately endeavored to recall the spells she had once learned, only to find herself in despair. Not only was her meager magical power insufficient to conjure even a simple petrification spell, but even if she succeeded, the descriptions of Troll's magical resistance in her text suggested that it would serve little purpose beyond piquing the Troll's interest in wielding their wooden clubs against her. He rambled on. "And though I had not encountered it in the annals of Hogwarts history, it was certain that no examination posed a threat to students." Hermione timely appeared beside Brandy and her companions, offering solace. Excluding the rapid incantations that flowed from her lips, Gryffindor or Ravenclaw would suffice. Anything but Hufflepuff, which was said to attract only those devoid of any notable virtues. And certainly not Slytherin, a house comprised solely of pure-blood wizards who prioritized lineage. As if the Dark Lord himself had emerged from their ranks. Brandy stared expressionlessly at the small door leading to the hall, his hands unconsciously clutching his robe. Upon hearing Hermione's remark, he was suddenly struck by clarity. Indeed, he thought, he bore no disdain for Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, aside from Slytherin. It mattered little where he ended up. It seemed Slytherin would not accept a muggle like him, which meant he was quite safe after all. At that moment, a peculiar incident occurred, startling him into a near leap as Parvati, who had been chatting animatedly beside him, let out a high-pitched scream. He gasped, struggling for breath, as did those around him. Suddenly, from the wall behind them, emerged a throng of 20 or so ghosts. These pearlescent, translucent specters glided across the room, whispering to one another, seemingly oblivious to the first-year students. They appeared to be engaged in a debate. A plump, monk-like ghost proclaimed, "We ought to forgive and forget. I say, we should grant him another chance. My good monk, have we not already given Peeves enough opportunities? Yet, he has bestowed upon us most unflattering nicknames. You know, he doesn't even qualify as a proper ghost." Another voice chimed in. "Dinner is imminent. What are you all doing here?" A ghost clad in a ruffled collar and tight-fitting attire suddenly noticed the first-year students. No one answered. "Ah, first years," the plump monk exclaimed with a smile. "I suppose you are preparing for the sorting?" Some students nodded cautiously. "I hope you were sorted into Hufflepuff." The monk continued, "I once attended that house myself." "Now, move along, please," a sharp voice urged. "The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Professor McGonagall had returned. The ghosts drifted away, gliding through the opposite wall. Now, in single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the first years to follow her. A wave of newcomers filed in. Brandy had never before beheld such a magnificent dining hall. Even in his imagination, the ceiling was adorned with stars, leading one to question whether it was indeed an open sky. He heard Hermione explaining to someone behind him that the ceiling was enchanted to resemble the outside sky, a fact he recalled reading in a passage of the school's history. Thousands of candles floated mysteriously in midair, illuminating the hall as if it were daylight. The older students were already seated at 4 long tables, presumably arranged by their respective houses, and they observed the newcomers with great interest, which added considerable pressure on Brandy. Fortunately, he felt assured of his safety, for such a place would surely be devoid of trolls. At the far end of the hall stood a row of lavish dining tables designated for the faculty. Brandy noticed a teacher with long, white hair and a lengthy beard smiling at each new student, dressed in a deep purple robe, with his beard inexplicably tied in a knot. Noticing Brandy's gaze, the white-bearded teacher winked at him, and the peculiar attire combined with his comical expression nearly provoked Brandy into laughter. Professor McGonagall brought the first years to the front, positioning them before the assembled upperclassmen. With the teachers standing behind them, she gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years and set upon it a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was patched, worn, and exceedingly filthy. "Our aim is to restore the hat to its former glory, or perhaps to make it anew. If I were to attempt this, might I request to be lifted down afterward? I wonder if casting a single spell would be sufficient to pass." Brandy was overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts as he noticed everyone in the restaurant fixated on the peculiar hat, compelling him to do the same. The atmosphere was hushed. Unexpectedly, the tattered hat began to wriggle. A wide seam split open along its brim, resembling a mouth, and the hat commenced to sing. You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself. Goodness, coach. Its pronunciation is more precise than mine. Brandy was left speechless. You may have your sleek top hats, polished and pristine, but I am the enchanted hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your headwear. Any hidden thoughts in your mind cannot escape my discerning gaze. Don me, and I shall reveal to you your rightful house. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage resides within. Their bravery and fortitude set them apart. Or you may be suited for Hufflepuff, where loyalty and honesty reign. Their students resilient and unafraid of hard work. If you possess keen intellect, you might find your place in wise Ravenclaw, where learned minds gather. Alternatively, you could be sorted into Slytherin, where genuine friendships may bloom, yet cunning individuals will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come, wear me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, despite my lack of hands, you are utterly safe, for I am a thinking hat. As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, perhaps a mere dip of its tip, before falling still. The new students beside Brandy sighed in relief, marveling at how the hat had managed to rhyme. So, we merely need to don this hat, he mused. I shall deal with Fred later. His bravado suggests he is ready to battle giants. Indeed, wearing a hat sounded far simpler than grappling with a troll, and Brandy felt a weight lift from his chest. Though the notion of wearing a talking hat in public was slightly embarrassing, who knows what it might say? Your hair is excessively greasy. What brand of shampoo do you use? Merlin forbid. If it uttered such a thing, he might very well consider ending it all. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. I shall call forth names. Upon hearing yours, approach, don the hat, and await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, placed the hat atop her head, which barely covered her eyes, and sat down. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. Applause erupted from the table on the right, welcoming her warmly. Harry noticed the fat friar ghost waving cheerfully in her direction. As the waiting crowd gradually diminished, Brandy observed the hat's varied response times. Sometimes it declared a house immediately, while at other moments, it seemed to deliberate longer. For instance, the boy with light brown hair, sitting next to Harry, named Seamus Finnegan, remained on the stool for nearly a full minute before the hat announced him as a Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Hermione rushed to the stool, hastily placing the hat on her head. Gryffindor, it declared, and Ron nearby seemed to huff quietly, clearly not thrilled at the prospect of sharing a house with her. But do you really believe you're worthy of Gryffindor? Brandy thought, feeling a twinge of discontent. Following her, a boy named Neville was also sorted into Gryffindor, and upon hearing the result, he joyfully dashed away, forgetting to remove the hat, which led to laughter as he hurried back to Professor McGonagall. Parvati, who stood beside him, appeared extremely anxious, gripping her robe tightly. However, the outcome was favorable, as she was smoothly sorted into Gryffindor. As she settled on the bench, Brandy noticed her whispering something to him, likely a word of encouragement. To his astonishment, Brandy discovered that Parvati had an identical twin sister, Padma. When she stepped forward, Brandy nearly dropped his jaw in surprise. The outcome was equally unexpected, as she was sorted into a different house, Ravenclaw. When the name Malfoy was called, he strutted forward, and, almost immediately, the hat shouted, Slytherin. Malfoy joined his friends Crabbe and Goyle, wearing a smug expression, and he shot Brandy an obscene gesture. At this point, only a few remained. Harry Potter. The hall fell silent. Although aware of Harry's fame, Brandy had not anticipated the weight of attention upon him. After a prolonged pause, the hat finally designated him to Gryffindor, which was met with enthusiastic applause from the table. One of Ron's brothers, Brandy was certain, due to the red hair and freckles, stood up and shook Harry's hand firmly. The apparent comedic duo of the Weasley twins nearby exclaimed loudly, We have Potter. We have Potter. And now, the next name, Professor McGonagall stated, glancing at the list. Brandy Barton. Brandy was suddenly struck by a blankness in his mind. He hurried over and placed the sorting hat atop his head. The hat was so large that it almost completely obscured his vision. He could only see his trembling calves and the muddy shoes he wore from trekking through the terrain. Mr. Button, do not be anxious, simply remain still. A faint voice resonated in his mind, startling Brandy to the point of nearly jumping. Are you, Mr. Sorting Hat? Brandy struggled to find the appropriate term for the hat. It has been quite some time since I encountered such a polite young man. The recent newcomers have been increasingly lacking in the decorum of a true English gentleman, the hat chuckled. Just a jest. Do not take it to heart. Now, relax. And let me see. Fascinating. A kind-hearted and simple soul, are we? What is this? The sorting hat seemed to discover something peculiar. Suddenly addressing him not in whispers but aloud in front of the entire student body. Wait, what exactly? It abruptly fell silent, as if contemplating something. And the atmosphere grew tense. The audience seemed equally taken aback by the hat's unusual behavior, leading to a flurry of whispers that filled the hall. Silence. Silence. Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice cut through the noise, and she conjured a spark from her wand to restore order. Sit quietly and await the outcome. The sorting hat will never err. After what felt like an eternity, during which Brandy fidgeted uncomfortably, the hat finally spoke again. My goodness, if my understanding is correct. How could this be? But wait, is it perhaps unconscious? Listening to the hat's incoherent mumblings sent a wave of nausea through Brandy. What did unconscious mean? Would he even be sorted? He dreaded the possibility of being sent back, a notion that would be quite the spectacle. The hat's voice took on an odd tone, as if it were coming from a distant place, muffled by layers of fabric. It pondered for a moment before posing a strange question to Brandy. Do you have a headache? Huh? Brandy blinked, utterly bewildered, before he could even process how to respond. The hat seemed to have reached a conclusion. Indeed, quite the perceptive one you are. Since you have come this far, how about Ravenclaw? You would surely be well received there. What do you mean I've come this far? How am I supposed to know? Although he could not grasp the hat's meaning. Brandy heard Harry and Petter's shouts from the Gryffindor table. He gritted his teeth, concentrating hard. Please, Gryffindor. Still pretending with me, are you? The hat scoffed. I am the wisest hat in nearly 3 centuries. All right, truthfully, I have not quite discerned your essence, but I can confidently say that if you choose Ravenclaw, you would indeed have a promising future. Perhaps you might become a wizard as great as Dumbledore, or even more legendary. What say you? Care to reconsider? The voice was notably persuasive. Please, dear hat, let's just go with Gryffindor. Brandy attempted to feign a charming expression. Hey, the choice lies with me. The hat retorted. Though I lack hands. Wait, you can even mention that you lack hands. I can perceive your thoughts. It exclaimed. I was wrong. Clearly. The prolonged silence was not characteristic of the hat, and although the students, cowed by Professor McGonagall's authority, dared not laugh too loudly, whispers naturally ensued. And even a few professors Brandy was momentarily taken aback as he lowered his gaze. He was astonished to discover that the empty plate before him had inexplicably filled with an abundance of delectable dishes. He had never encountered such a lavish spread of his favorite foods: roasted beef, succulent roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, savory sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, crispy chips, broccoli, pea shoots, carrots, rich gravy, and tangy ketchup. At that moment, his stomach let out a deep growl, and he realized just how ravenous he truly was. Brandy piled her plate high with barbecued meats and potatoes, indulging in a hearty feast. Despite the exquisite flavors that danced upon her palate in the absence of black pepper, a peculiar sense of emptiness lingered, as if something essential was missing from the calm expanse of her life. Am I becoming a weirdo? She pondered. Surely. Sherry had cultivated within her an insatiable craving for black pepper. After satisfying her initial hunger, she watched Nick's spine-chilling performance, which left the audience in high spirits, leading them to shift the conversation toward their respective families. From the very beginning, I had anticipated that my sister and I would not share the same college. Sitting diagonally across from Brandy was Parvati, who casually speared a small piece of potato while engaging in light-hearted banter with Lavender. Though we were twins, our personalities diverged significantly indeed. Our talents did as well. My sister had exhibited a profound fascination with various magical tomes at the tender age of 6, and by 8, she had begun to manifest signs of magic. In contrast, I had never experienced any peculiar occurrences, had it not been for the letter from Hogwarts. I might have believed I lacked the opportunity to become a wizard. There was, however, one peculiar incident when I found myself levitating in the attic during the dead of night. Ecstatic, I let out a few shouts of joy, only to later learn that a muggle neighbor had been awakened while attending to a midnight call of nature. Clad in my white nightgown, he had mistaken me for a ghost, leaving him utterly bewildered. In a commendable gesture, this kind neighbor even arranged for several priests to visit our home and perform a mass. How strange it was that I had never displayed any extraordinary abilities prior to arriving at this magical school. The criteria for student selection remained a mystery to me. Once everyone had filled their bellies, the remaining food vanished from the platters as if by enchantment, leaving the dishes impeccably clean. Shortly thereafter, An array of puddings made their entrance, featuring an assortment of ice cream flavors, apple pie, syrup pancakes, chocolate soufflés, fried jam-filled donuts, wine-soaked fruit puddings, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, and a plethora of other delightful novelties whose names eluded me. Brandy took a bite of pudding and remarked, "My entire family consists of muggles, I mean. The kind that has never dabbled in magic. If it weren't for the owl delivering a letter, I would certainly be attending the local junior high school." The only possible connection to magic, she mused, was her father's claim that she often babbled nonsensically as a child. "Oh, you are also a muggle wizard?" Hermione suddenly interjected. Upon learning that Brandy shared her status, Hermione appeared quite pleased. The two began conversing about the weather, their families, and their gardens, and gradually, the topic shifted to their studies. "I am fascinated by transfiguration. The ability to transform inanimate objects into animals is simply enchanting. However, all my attempts at home have ended in failure. It seems rather challenging," Brandy admitted. Hermione, displaying her characteristic intellect, suggested, "From your earlier demeanor, it seems your magical aptitude may not be particularly high. Transfiguration requires stringent control and output of magical energy, but perhaps you could start with something simple, like turning pebbles into buttons." Brandy had to concede that Hermione was indeed exceptionally clever, especially when discussing the intricacies of transfiguration spells. Yet, the surrounding company appeared somewhat discontented. "You have a full 7 years to study. Let us not delve into specialized topics before the term even begins." Eventually, the pudding vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose once more. The dining hall fell silent. "Ah, now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I have a few words to share," he announced. Brandy perked up her ears attentively. "First, your students. Please note that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our older students should also take heed of this." Dumbledore cast a glittering glance towards the Weasley twins, who exchanged a knowing look. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The auditions for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unpleasant surprises and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the 4th floor to the right." Harry suddenly burst into laughter, while Brandy found little humor in Dumbledore's words. After all, a magical school would hardly be credible without some elements of danger and taboo. However, it struck her as peculiar why that particular corridor warranted such emphasis. For the curious Gryffindors, this could only serve to pique their interest even further. Observing the Weasley twins, whose faces had turned a shade of crimson, Brandy pondered thoughtfully. "Now, before we retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore declared aloud. Brandy noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to stiffen. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that danced through the air above the dining table, forming lines of text like a serpent in motion. "Each of you may choose your preferred melody," he instructed. "Ready, sing." The cacophony that ensued was, without a doubt, the most dreadful chorus Brandy had ever encountered in her life. Off-key notes were tolerable, but the sheer lack of pitch was bewildering. An assortment of joyful, somber, elegant, and metallic tunes clashed together in a most chaotic symphony. Brandon fainted at that moment, when he awoke from the strange melody. He had unintentionally followed the main group into the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular chamber, adorned with plush armchairs, and neatly stacked firewood crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow. Clearly, the magical world lacked electric lights. Percy guided the young ladies through a door to their dormitory before leading the young men through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they evidently found themselves in a tower, finally discovering their sleeping quarters, 6 beds with 4 posts, draped in deep red flannel curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered, and Yale lay sprawled on Brandon's suitcase, his sleeping posture wild and untamed, a testament to some bad habit he had acquired. So tired. Harry fumbled with the bedding, casually tossing his eyes to the side. "Good night, Ron." "Good night, Brandon. What is the first class tomorrow?" "Ah." It was Transfiguration with Hufflepuff at 8 in the morning, taught by that old hag McGonagall. I should set an alarm and then take a shower." Brandon dragged his weary body to his suitcase, carelessly tossing Yale onto the bed, who emitted a disgruntled snore. He had been jostled around on the train all day and had just experienced a magical drain, leaving him utterly exhausted in every sense. Speaking of which, does anyone know where the bathroom is? He rummaged through his belongings to retrieve his alarm clock, setting it with care but receiving no response. When he turned around, he was taken aback to find his roommates had already collapsed onto their soft beds, unconsciously writhing in their dreams. "Wait, is it just me? Or shouldn't we all at least take a shower after a long day of trekking through sweat and toil? Brandy rubbed his forehead, beginning to feel a vague sense of apprehension about his future. His concerns were not without merit. On merely the first day of school, he had already fallen victim to a cunning trap set by the two friends he had just met. Although Brandy had learned from Miss Granger that Harry was a celebrity, he had not anticipated the extent of Harry's prominence in the wizarding world. Thanks to Brandy's clever decision to set an alarm the previous night, the trio managed to barely make it in time for breakfast. However, as they exited the Gryffindor common room, they found themselves engulfed by a myriad of curious gazes. Upperclassmen from various houses paused to observe, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones, with the focus squarely on the legendary Harry who, as the tales proclaimed, had vanquished the most malevolent dark wizard of the century upon his birth. This was undeniably awkward. He and Ron felt as though they were mere background actors, overshadowed by the main character's aura. Harry, the savior himself, was equally discomfited by the attention, prompting the trio to instinctively flee, escaping the onslaught of prying eyes. Inevitably, their frantic retreat led them astray, and they soon found themselves hopelessly lost. At this juncture, one must commend the ingenuity of Hogwarts architects. Whether it was to devise a means of delaying siege or simply for their own amusement, the castle proved to be a veritable labyrinth of traps, lures, and pranks. Moving statues, wandering suits of armor, stairs that changed position based on one's mood, and doors that refused to remain in a fixed location, all contributed to the enchantingly chaotic nature of Hogwarts. Brandy was naturally reluctant to take the risk of randomly choosing a door, so he proposed selling Harry's charm to find a gentle and lovely young lady to guide the three of them. However, Harry was unwilling, and Ron, pointing confidently at a door adorned with a raven, insisted that it would lead them to the cafeteria for warm milk, his expression earnest and persuasive. Consequently, the two, misled by his dubious claims, accompanied him through the eerily similar corridors for nearly 10 minutes, and then they ascended a lengthy spiral staircase until their legs ached. At last, a benevolent portrait on the wall informed them that just beyond lay the observatory, where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and the sun. After enduring numerous trials and with the assistance of countless good Samaritans, the trio finally burst into the classroom, only to find themselves apologizing dejectedly to the already engaged Professor McGonagall. Of course, an apology could resolve nothing. Fortunately, even with half a lesson gone, there remained ample space in the classroom. Perhaps half the students were still lost on the winding paths of life. Brandy's assessment of Professor McGonagall proved to be astutely accurate. She is indeed a serious, neurotic, menopausal woman. As soon as they settled down for their first lesson, she gave them a stern warning. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell in your Hogwarts curriculum, she declared. Any mischief in my classroom will result in immediate expulsion, and you shall never return. Consider this your warning. With a flick of her wand, she transformed her lectern into a pig, only to revert it back moments later. The first-year students, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were wide-eyed with excitement, eager to begin their studies. However, they soon realized that transforming furniture into animals is no simple task, even for fifth years. After diligently jotting down a plethora of intricate notes, McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. By the end of the class, only one student had succeeded. Hermione Granger lived up to Brandy's academic reputation, managing to make her matchstick slightly thinner, despite not achieving the full transformation. McGonagall appeared pleasantly surprised by this initial progress, promptly awarding Gryffindor 2 points. Observing the dismal success rate, Brandy, to ensure she did not overexert her magical abilities, merely waved her wand without genuine effort, thereby coasting through the first lesson. The Professor of Charms, a remarkably diminutive wizard named Flitwick, had to stand on a stack of books just to reach the lectern. Although he claimed to have a 16th of goblin blood, Brandy stubbornly believed he was a failed product of an experimental shrinking potion. Flitwick, seemingly the head of Ravenclaw, lacked the self-awareness typically expected of a headmaster. When he called the roll and reached Harry's name, he squealed in excitement and vanished from sight. On Wednesday evenings, they were to join all first-year students from various houses to ascend the astronomy tower, where they would observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of different stars and the orbits of planets. This was fascinating, as the definitions of planets in the Muggle world differed entirely from those in the magical realm. Wizards and certain sentient beings in the magical world believed that the movements of planets were mysteriously intertwined with the cycles of fate. Naively, Brandy was utterly convinced of this, striving to accurately predict the next lottery draw to impress his family during the holidays. However, After receiving a dismal D on his first astronomy assignment, he resigned himself to reality. Harry, the only one among the trio to receive a satisfactory grade, remarked on Brandy's predictions, suggesting that a wizard who mistook the moon for Mars might still hold some merit. He jested that if he discarded all of Brandy's chosen lottery numbers and selected a new, victory might be within reach. Of course, just 2 hours after making this remark, Harry found himself earnestly repenting beneath a small tree by the lake for his sardonic comment. 3 times a week, they were escorted by a scout which named Professor Sprout to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, learning how to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi and understand their uses. Professor Sprout was perhaps the most fitting head of the house that Brandy had encountered, gentle and unpretentious. She could calmly observe students fooling around in her class until they eventually bore their own shameful silence. Herbology proved to be an engaging subject. With plants like the luminescent lumos grass, the fire-resistant Scottish firevine, and the potent pain-relieving Mimbulus Mimbletonia thriving unchecked within the greenhouse, completely enveloping the ceiling. Defense Against the Dark Arts, a course that ignited fervor among the boys, was tragically transformed into a tedious shopping infomercial by the new Professor Quirrell. As a class that seemed directly related to practical combat, Quirrell extinguished their enthusiasm with his very first words. "Put away your wands, students. I don't believe you will need them." He then awkwardly adjusted his scent-laden scarf and read aloud, stammering through the introduction and first chapter of a guide to self-defense against dark forces, even reciting the table of contents and page numbers. During the question-and-answer session, when inquired about the peculiar turban on his head, he clumsily explained that it was a mystical artifact bestowed upon him by an African chieftain as a token of gratitude for vanquishing a zombie. However, when pressed for details, he would deflect with incoherent ramblings about fate and luck, leaving his audience in a state of skepticism regarding his tales. Perhaps the most irksome class for Brandy was History of Magic, the only subject taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had once dozed off in the staff room, only to forget his own body when he returned to teach the next day, setting a record for the most serene passing in history. In class, Professor Binns would drone on monotonously, while students scribbled notes in a frenzy, akin to being subjected to a magical sound loop. However, Brandy's true grievance was not the monotony, at least he could sleep through that, but rather the assignments. Consider the impact of the Argentine Goblin Civil War on the European magical community. 2 sheets of parchment. Brandy lamented. 2 sheets. Am I to write 2 pages on this triviality? The Argentine goblin squabbles are of no concern to us. He pleaded with Hermione for a chance to copy her work, yet despite his desperate cries, he was met with nothing but a roll of her eyes. Hermione, being a diligent rule-abiding student, spent an entire evening in the library, tears streaming down her face. Through these past few days of lessons, Brandy realized that he was not so far behind his peers, which brought him immense relief. He had previously assumed that children from wizarding families must have received magical education from an early age, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. To his surprise, many students, like him, hailed from Muggle families. Furthermore, the amount of material they needed to learn was overwhelming. Even those from wizarding backgrounds, such as Ron, or those with inherent advantages like Harry, were not necessarily ahead of him. At the very least, Brandy could confidently assert that he was certainly superior to Ron. However, when Thursday arrived and the second Charms class transitioned into practical application, the most pressing issue revealed itself. He found he could not keep pace with Professor Flitwick's teaching speed, especially when Flitwick instructed them to repetitively practice basic spells such as moving, bouncing, and rotating a small ball, and then to present their results. Brandy was utterly bewildered. He could manage to cast a spell only once every few minutes. The classroom was eerily quiet, filled with the sounds of encouragement, envy, or amusement as students watched Flitwick offer personal guidance to their classmates. "Mr. Bandon, relax. Do not be so tense. Your wand movement is perfectly fine. Try again. You performed splendidly just moments ago. If you can execute that motion with equal finesse, I shall award 5 points to Gryffindor." Professor Frilliv evidently possesses a remarkable degree of patience. Even as Brandy took nearly 5 minutes to complete the bouncing action after maneuvering the small ball, he exhibited no signs of impatience. "I understand, Professor Frilliv," Brandy replied, enunciating each word with determination. The professor's observations were indeed accurate. Her previous 2 attempts had been executed flawlessly, particularly the first, where the distance the small ball traveled seemed meticulously measured with a caliper. Yet, at this moment, I feel utterly drained. Brandy, in a state of inner turmoil, lamented his predicament. He had already surpassed his previous limits by casting magic twice in succession, and could feel the essence of his magical power completely drained, yet an insatiable force continued to ravage within him. Despite this, he endured the fatigue and the jarring pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth in an attempt to extract the last remnants of potential from within. He could have easily waved his wand carelessly, as he had during the transformation class, but he recognized that practical lessons like spellcasting would require consistent practice. It would be unwise to continue coasting through, as it would tarnish the professor's impression of him. Furthermore, he felt a sense of reluctance. Although he understood that he might not possess the same innate talent as his peers, he aspired to become a competent wizard. Even if he excelled in subjects like herbology and history of magic, failing to perform spells would likely hinder his standing in the magical community. Moreover, he recalled Professor Flitwick discussing the principles behind spellcasting, emphasizing that magical talent, incantations, pronunciation, and specific gestures were essential components for successfully wielding magic, provided one had an appropriate wand. While the concept of magical power had been mentioned in class, he learned that it was an imperceptible force embedded within oneself, directly linked to age and innate ability. Hermione had also noted on the train that young wizards might experience failures in spellcasting after repeated attempts, but without any peculiar sensations in their bodies. Yet, for Brandy, the promised imperceptibility felt as if it were being seared upon him. Regardless, he was resolute in his refusal to concede defeat. He decided to exert his utmost effort in every practice session, believing that even if it did not enhance his spellcasting, it might bolster his endurance against pain. It would be utterly humiliating to falter again as he had before. After struggling for a while, Brandy managed to regain a modicum of strength and lifted his hand, gingerly waving his wand. The stationary ball on the table reluctantly twisted its body and slowly rotated halfway. Alas, it was so close. The watching Gryffindors sighed in unison. Brandy had a significant chance of earning 5 points for his house. This was no small feat, especially since the first week had seen only Hermione Granger earning 2 points for their house among the first years. Observing the other house's newcomers gradually accumulating points, the competitive Gryffindors could hardly suppress their frustration. What a pity. Professor Flitwick sighed with mild regret. Concentrating his nerves and focusing his attention indeed aided in spellcasting, as evidenced by your initial performances. Unfortunately, it seems you may have been too tense just now. A bit of relaxation might yield better results. Classmates, I reiterate, it is crucial to maintain a calm demeanor while casting spells. Overexcitement can significantly diminish the efficacy of magic, much like what happened to Mr. Barty. He hopped down from his stack of books, which were nearly as tall as his upper body. Until next class then. Aha, it's nothing, Brandy. These are minor setbacks. Demonstrating in class is not the same as dueling dark wizards. Don't be so anxious. Look at you. Your legs are still trembling. You don't seem like a Gryffindor at all. After class, the students bustlingly traversed the corridors, forming clusters as they made their way to the dining hall. Harry and Ron flanked Brandy, gently guiding him forward. Hermione, hand in hand with her dorm mates Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, passed by, laughter ringing like silver bells. Nervous, Brandy stifled a sigh of frustration. I am utterly drained of magic. How could a mere demonstration in class render me so anxious? Drained of magic? Spare me the nonsense. Brandy, Harry exclaimed, throwing an arm around Brandy's shoulders. It was a challenging feat, as he was significantly shorter than Brandy due to his previous malnutrition, making the gesture feel rather awkward. Yet, he relished the moment, having been bullied at his aunt and uncle's home and shunned during elementary school because of Dudley. He had longed for friends with whom he could share camaraderie. Fortunately, upon arriving at Hogwarts, he had found not one, but two. Professor Flitwick had stated that the charm was the simplest within the entire spellcasting repertoire, requiring no incantation, merely a wave of the wand. If necessary, I could perform it 12 or 20 times without pause. You previously managed to execute the Petrificus Totalis. Who knows how many charms you could unleash if you translated that to this charm. It's a spell that many upperclassmen have yet to master. Well, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Nonsense. It still boils down to magical exhaustion. Brandy wearily rolled his eyes, acknowledging that the situation felt rather peculiar. Indeed. From the perspective of spell consumption, magical tricks theoretically required minimal magical energy. They paled in comparison to the petrification curse he had cast on the train that day. Yet, he had once effortlessly unleashed an incomplete petrification spell, while now he struggled to perform even 3 simple magical gestures in succession. This simply defied logic. It was as though his ability to cast spells was not dictated by his magical reserves, but rather by the frequency of casting. Wait, frequency of casting? He stared blankly at his wand, suddenly recalling what Ollivander had once told him. Using a core made of jasper would not only fail to enhance spellcasting, but would actually siphon a considerable amount of a wizard's magical energy during the casting process. Oh dear. Could it be that his magical power was not being depleted by the spells, but rather drained by this wand? The realization startled Brandy. Harry, sensing Brandy's earnest gaze, turned away, feeling that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. So you mean to say, you want me to try your wand and experience the sensation of being emptied out? Harry contorted his face, clutching Brandy's wand. After Brandy recounted his experiences while selecting the wand, both of them found themselves at a crossroads. Ordinary wands would certainly not present such issues. But who could ascertain the effects of this experimental wand made from unknown materials? Yes, after all, you probably wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. So why not try it for yourselves? After all, using a wand that isn't yours should pose little risk. At worst, the difficulty of casting might increase slightly. Fine then. Harry hesitated, casting a glance at Brandy, then raised his hand and recited the spell he had mastered from the standard incantation. Incendio. Nothing happened. Incendio. 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 Huh? Huh? Harry gripped the wand, utterly bewildered. And thus, the situation unfolded, having been attempted several times already. The midday dining hall buzzed with chatter, as students sat at long tables, animatedly conversing with their companions. After several fruitless attempts in the courtyard, Brandy resolved to shamelessly consult the most influential first-year Gryffindor, Hermione. Just as she finished her meal and was about to return to the tower for a nap, she was intercepted in the hall. You mean to say that Brandy can only use his own wand, and that his wand cannot be used by anyone else? You and Ron have tried it? Hermione's face was etched with curiosity as she took Brandy's wand and began to chant. Indeed, after several attempts with various spells, the wand remained unresponsive. After Brandy detailed his wand's peculiar behavior and his conversation with Ollivander, Hermione's expression turned grave. She glanced at Brandy's wand, abruptly stood up, and commanded, "Stay right there," before dashing out of the hall, leaving Brandy in a state of confusion. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a person. Professor McGonagall approached Brandy, casting a stern glance at him. "Mr. Barton, please hand over your wand. I shall conduct a thorough examination." "What are you doing?" Once McGonagall had departed, Harry snapped out of his stupor. If the wand was confiscated, Brandy would be unable to perform any spells. Hermione picked up her bag and fixed her gaze on Brandy. "Professor McGonagall believes my theory holds merit. Brandy's wand may very well be an artifact of dark magic." On Friday morning, Brandy and the others were having breakfast in the dining hall, a feat in itself, as they had spent the previous 4 days attending classes on empty stomachs. "Don't look so glum, Brandy. Think of something cheerful." Harry observed Brandy, who was poking at the cheese on his plate absent-mindedly, instinctively wanting to console him. The wand being confiscated was not necessarily a bad thing. At least Professor McGonagall had exempted him from his transfiguration assignment, which was a daunting 4 feet of parchment. Yes, a full 4 feet. Brandy waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether he had a wand, practical magic was not a course that brought him joy. Yet, despite his attempts at rationalization, the word dejected was clearly etched on his face. The confiscation of his wand was evidently not good news for Brandy. He had indeed been troubled by his magical deficiencies, but knowing that his wand might be the source of his woes did not lead him to despise it. After all, it was the only wand in Ollivander's shop that acknowledged him as a wizard. From the moment he first touched it, he felt a bond of mutual recognition and choice. Even if it had its minor flaws, it was far from being detestable enough to warrant being sent for examination. Especially given that Professor McGonagall hinted at potentially dismantling the wand to test its core for dark magic and curses. Thus, even though Hermione thoroughly explained that a wand could establish a mysterious connection with its user, often causing negative physical and mental effects, and could also hinder its owner from casting spells with other tools, Brandy remained skeptical. He shot Hermione a cold glare, saying nothing, and simply grabbed his bag and left. After some time to reflect, Brandy reluctantly acknowledged that Hermione's actions were indeed for his benefit. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to approach her for reconciliation. Consequently, during the following evening, neither of them spoke, creating a palpable tension. "All right," Ron interrupted with a look of exasperation, preventing Harry from continuing to poke at Brandy's sore spot. "Instead, I think you two should focus on the significant trouble we face today." He presented his schedule to them, where Friday's classes were circled in red. accompanied by a note. High energy ahead. Brandy temporarily set aside his minor frustrations, reading the note aloud with deliberation and asking, "ISNT at just 2 potions classes with Slytherin?" "Just?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "You have no idea about Professor Snape's reputation. I tell you, he is the head of Slytherin. Do you not understand the nature of Slytherin? Just look at Malfoy. If the heads of the 4 houses tend to favor their own students, Snape is practically stop." Harry interrupted, utterly baffled. "Favor? I don't recall any days when Professor McGonagall favored us." "Right, just hours ago she kindly assigned you a 4-foot transfiguration assignment, didn't she? Let us not digress. I admit that our head may be somewhat different." Ron shook his head impatiently, finishing off his sausage in a few bites. "You two are missing the point. I merely wish to express that while Professors Flitwick and Sprout may exhibit their biases, they nonetheless extend respect towards students from other houses. However, Professor Snape is markedly different. His actions are rather malevolent. Is it conceivable that he would indiscriminately criticize students from other houses without cause?" Brandy, spreading butter and sugar on her toast, remarked dismissively. "You would believe it." Ron, invigorated, leaned in conspiratorially, revealing that just the other day, during potions class attended by first-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Snape reprimanded every single student without exception, even reducing 2 Ravenclaw girls to tears. "Uft, is that true?" Brandy's toast plummeted into her bowl of porridge with a splash. "Are you jesting? Do you dare question the veracity of my intelligence network?" According to Fred and George, Professor Snape has become increasingly disturbed due to being perpetually denied the position of defense against the dark arts professor, which has led to his disdain for everyone outside of his own house. "This is disastrous," Harry thought, stirring his bowl of oatmeal with a concerned expression. "It seems that Professor Snape harbors a particular aversion towards me. During the opening ceremony, he fixed me with a gaze filled with loathing, reminiscent of a vendetta born from deep-seated grievances. How have I managed to provoke his ire?" Brandy meaningfully patted Harry on the shoulder, suggesting that perhaps his resemblance to a certain defense against the dark arts professor had successfully evoked Snape's bittersweet memories. "Oh, don't be like that." Just then, an influx of owls swooped into the dining hall during breakfast, startling Brandy. The owls flitted around the dining table until they found their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. However, he had grown accustomed to such spectacles. No, he did not envy them at all. After all, he owned a cat. Though it couldn't yet manage such complex tasks as delivering messages, Yo would faithfully wait at the staircase after each class, approaching Brandy with its front paws resting on his calves, where it would roll on the floor, exposing its fluffy belly in a display of affection, which was more than enough for Brandy. At least Hedwig could never manage to roll around on the floor. Thus far, Brandy had yet to witness Hedwig delivering anything to Harry. Occasionally, it would flit in, peck at Harry's ear for a morsel of toast, and then return to the owlery to slumber with the other owls on campus. However, this morning, it suddenly fluttered down between the jam dish and the sugar bowl, placing a note on Harry's plate. Harry immediately opened the note with curiosity. "What does it say?" Brandy inquired, absent-mindedly stroking Hedwig's feathers, who chirped contentedly. Brandy attempted to offer it some potatoes from the table, but it seemed that the treat did not appeal to Hedwig, as she gently pushed Brandy's fork away with her wing, delicately pecking at his fingers instead. "Hagrid invited me over for tea this afternoon," Harry announced. "Are you two interested?" "Oh, absolutely. It's Hagrid. I wanted to greet him the moment I got off the train." Ron nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and admiration. "That giant. He is really something. I can't fathom what he eats to grow so tall." "Growing to 3 meters probably has little to do with food," Brandy remarked, raising an eyebrow in concern for Ron's intellect. "Oh, we all agree. Excellent. Then we'll go together." He borrowed a quill from Ron and hastily scribbled on the back of the note. "All right. I would be delighted. Brandy and Ron will join as well. See you soon." He then reluctantly let Hedwig take flight from his palm. "Hey, wait a moment," Brandy exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gestured animatedly at Harry. "What about my opinion? I seem to have been represented without my consent." In truth, it was only after they experienced a potions class firsthand that the trio fully grasped just how biased George and Fred's evaluations of Snape had been. It was far more terrifying than they had described. Potions class was conducted in a subterranean classroom that epitomized Slytherin's serpentine essence, damp and cold. The dark, lengthy corridor was lined with torches emitting an eerie blue flame every few meters, while glass jars filled with preserved animal specimens lined the walls, creating a chilling atmosphere. Like Flitwick, Snape began class by calling the roll, pausing when he reached Harry's name, but with a distinctly different demeanor, one not marked by reverence. Indeed, things are unfolding as Brandy suggested, he whispered, clearly sensing that Harry was being systematically targeted by Snape. Oh, yes, he murmured, Harry Potter, our newly arrived celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, snickered behind their hands, their laughter echoing audibly despite the distance. Yet Snape appeared indifferent. Finishing the roll call and then surveying the classroom with eyes as dark as Hagrid's, but devoid of Hagrid's warmth. His gaze was cold, hollow, more akin to two pitch-black tunnels. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet every word was crystal clear. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order within the classroom. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of the simmering cauldron, wafting delightful aromas, nor understand the mystical power of the liquid coursing through people as veins. Intoxicating and beguiling. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbecile I frequently encounter. Upon hearing this, Brandy knew trouble was imminent. And sure enough, Snape wasted no time in flipping over Harry's card. Potter, Snape suddenly called. What would I obtain by adding daffodil root powder to an infusion of wormwood? Daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? A powerful sleeping potion? Brandy was uncertain, but thought he had seen it somewhere. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, who appeared equally bewildered, leading to an exceedingly awkward silence. I don't know, sir, Harry replied. Snape scoffed dismissively. TSK, TSK. It seems fame does not equate to knowledge. Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you find it? Harry seemed utterly clueless about what a bezoar was. Great. This question-and-answer game was futile. Could Snape genuinely expect him to memorize the properties of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Brandy observed as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle trembled with laughter. I don't know, sir. But, silence, Potter. Snape seemed resolute in denying Harry any opportunity to explain himself. As soon as Harry attempted to utter anything beyond I don't know, Snape would swiftly interrupt him with another obscure question, until Harry stood there in utter silence. Thoroughly defeated. I suppose you haven't cracked open a single book since the school year began, have you, Potter? Snape sneered, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Gryffindor loses a point for your foolishness. This is unfair, Brandy thought, wanting to stand up and protest, but felt a sharp kick in his calf from his desk mate. Now, you two will pair up and, following the steps on the board, prepare the finished product of the Scabbers potion in a flask before class ends. Remember, strictly adhere to the steps. With a wave of his wand, a detailed list of instructions appeared on the board. The materials are in the cupboard at the corner. Go fetch them. With another lazy flick of his wand, several cupboards in the corner swung open on their own. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. At that moment, two more awkward souls joined the fray. Observing the scattered crowd moving past Brandy's desk and the quiet figure of Hermione, who seemed resolute in not speaking first, Brandy felt a complex mix of emotions. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally spoke up. I'll go get the materials, then I'll come back to prepare, okay? All right. Hermione remarked that Snape was currently engulfed in profound inner turmoil, perhaps experiencing the most intense conflict he had encountered in over a decade of teaching potions. The exhilaration of revenge intertwined with a deep-seated remorse, tormenting his soul like a chronic poison. This turmoil rendered him exceptionally restless and anxious. The emotions he had tirelessly suppressed were rapidly expanding, if he did not take action soon. Is your mind filled with excrement, Mr. Thomas? Snape bellowed. Standing beside Dean, his features twisted in an expression of fury. Dean appeared utterly petrified. I just reminded you 10 minutes ago. Do not mix dried nettles with alfalfa. Look at that mess in your cauldron. I dare say if you continue down this path for even half a minute, your cauldron will explode. Laughter erupted from the Slytherins. While Dean lowered his head, his face a deep shade of crimson, Snape continued to roar, his spittle almost visible in the air. With a flick of his wand, the grayish, rubber-like substance in Dean's cauldron vanished into thin air. Potions is a meticulous discipline. It is not a realm to be ventured into by empty-headed muscle-bound fools. Start over. If you do not present a satisfactory sample before class ends, you are fully aware of the consequences. He huffed, dragging his long black cloak towards another table. And, as anticipated, within minutes, Snape's irate voice echoed from the Ravenclaw table as well. What has come over the professor today? Brandy could faintly hear the incredulous murmurs of Slytherin behind him. Initially, the little snakes delighted in the misfortunes that befell Gryffindor. For it was said by the upperclassmen that the potions classes had always been biased, with Snape consistently making life difficult for students from other houses, while turning a blind eye to the minor mistakes of his own Slytherins. However, after a few minutes, the little snakes began to panic, realizing that the mood of the head of house seemed particularly foul today. It was not just Gryffindor. All the students had faced his ire thus far. Next, Snape strode over from the long table on the left, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Here we have Mr. Brandy Barton and Miss Hermione Granger," he drawled, already having gathered some information about Harry beforehand, at least knowing that Brandy was a close friend of Harry's, which painted an unflattering picture in Snape's mind akin to a wretched boot trampling on a sharp-tined fork. Hermione was at least a familiar face to Harry. According to the principle of hatred, Snape had resolved to make their lives difficult, perhaps even reducing the girl to tears. A splendid idea, indeed. With this delightful thought, he turned his gaze to their cauldron. To his dismay, the contents bore no resemblance to the expected pale blue of Scabbers' potion. Instead, the liquid was completely transparent. As if nothing had been added, Snape stared in confusion, only to find that the required ingredients were neatly categorized on Brandy's side, having undergone meticulous preparation. The powdered snake fangs had been ground to perfection. The liquid in the cauldron had clearly been boiling for some time, yet the two had yet to take any action. "What are you two doing?" he barked. "Miss Granger, are you responsible for the brewing? The ingredients are prepared, yet you remain idle? A silent protest, perhaps? Are you expressing discontent with me?" At that moment, he stood beside Hermione, his furious voice making her flinch in evident fright. Given her ongoing quarrel with Brandy, she had no intention of collaborating with him. After all, the mere thought of extending an olive branch felt shameful. As a girl, she believed she had certain privileges. So, while Brandy occupied the table measuring and grinding the ingredients, Hermione sulked, hoping to witness Brandy stumble, thus granting her the opportunity to critique him from a position of advantage. Brandy was known for his fairness and would undoubtedly apologize, allowing her to feign magnanimity and forgiving him, all while casually mentioning the previous day's events under the guise of concern for a classmate's safety. Ah, how perfect the plan seemed. Contemplating her scheme brought her a measure of joy, and at that moment, Hermione was blissfully unaware of how her own nature, characterized by excessive meddling and a touch of arrogance, had led to her limited circle of friends. She cherished each and every one of them, and Brandy certainly counted among them, as he was one of the few who could patiently tolerate her lectures. However, it was solely her impression that he always addressed her with an air of politeness that felt distant. Well, had it not been for her somewhat intrusive decision to summon Professor McGonagall to confiscate his wand, an essential tool for any wizard, she might have avoided the turmoil. Last night, she had nearly succumbed to the urge to apologize several times. No, absolutely not. To speak first would mean surrendering. Little did she know that the seemingly lackadaisical Brandy possessed quite the aptitude for potions. Within 40 minutes, he had impeccably organized the materials, even taking the time to seal the vial containing the powdered snake fangs with a layer of tin foil, aware that exposure to air would diminish its potency. He appeared utterly unfazed. Seeing Brandy's expression of nonchalance, Hermione clenched her fists in frustration. Who does he think he is, not yielding an inch? Yet, when Brandy glanced her way, Hermione strove to maintain her composure. She puffed out her chest and feigned indifference, turning her attention earnestly to the densely packed instructions on the blackboard. Once the brewing commenced, precise timing would be essential, working haphazardly while glancing at the steps, as other groups did, could easily lead to disaster. She resolved to memorize the steps first. However, inexplicably, the situation had devolved into this. She simply wished to memorize the instructions. How had it transformed into a protest? Listening to Professor Snape's relentless sarcasm and mockery, Hermione felt a swell of indignation but dared not voice her grievances. Lowering her head in silence, she fought back tears that shimmered in her reddened eyes. "Very well. Miss Granger, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points for your behavior," Snape declared, twirling his wand with a malevolent smile. "The reason being your disrespect towards a teacher. Additionally, if you do not intend to apologize, it seems you may drag Mr. Barton into detention with you. I recall there is a cauldron of swamp lizards in need of skinning. I would be quite pleased to have assistance." The classroom fell silent, Gryffindor students glaring at Snape. Yet none dared to speak. Hermione trembled, and after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke. "Professor Snape, I believe you may have misunderstood something." At that moment, a familiar voice broke through, and as a chair scraped against the floor, a figure blocked her right side. He stood up. "We are simply astonished to discover, Professor, That your expertise in potions is truly profound, Brandy stated, fearlessly meeting Snape's furious gaze. I have noticed that the steps in the textbook are more intricate than those outlined on your blackboard. As a novice potion, the Scabbers potion's formula and process are well established. Yet you still manage to implement minor optimizations. This has earned both Miss Granger and myself considerable admiration. Casting a glance at Hermione's reddened eyes and her astonished expression, Brandy let out a conflicted sigh. Thus, Miss Granger intends to memorize your procedural steps, striving for a flawless brewing process. If there has been any misunderstanding, we ask for your understanding. He bent slightly, sincerely bowing to Professor Snape. The classroom remained silent. Even the sound of breathing was absent. Harry and Ron stared in disbelief at Brandy's apology, their mouths forming silent O's of shock. Goodness, the ever-competitive Brandy is actually apologizing to Snape for Hermione. They were just in a Cold War yesterday. We thought they would never reconcile. Snape, however, showed no signs of being pleased by Brandy's flattery. He glared at him with incredulity, seemingly astonished that a first-year dared to speak back to him. After a long pause, he suddenly laughed in rage. Very well, Mr. Barton. I must concede that you possess a silver tongue. Since you believe Miss Granger can successfully brew a flawless Scabbers potion, I suggest you both demonstrate it right here. Allow me to clarify one point. If there is anything in your potion that I find objectionable, I sincerely apologize. Snape bellowed at Hermione, whose face was a portrait of panic. Detention. Trust me, I will ensure that the sight of lizards will make you retch. As you wish, Professor Snape. Brandy replied with admirable composure. Snape snorted in irritation and turned to the next table, mercilessly berating the two small snakes behind them. Is he really speaking on my behalf? Hermione stared, bewildered, at Brandy, who was taking her time to sit down, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Why? Her voice was barely a whisper, so faint it could hardly be heard, especially considering that just yesterday, Brandy had lost her ability to cast spells because of her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there had been deep-seated resentment, yet she would naturally rise to defend her. Brandy, who was so fiercely determined that she would endure pain rather than appear weak, was now swallowing her pride and apologizing to Snape without cause. A sudden curiosity enveloped Hermione, compelling her to understand what thoughts lay within this person's heart. And then she listened intently. Brandy slumped in his chair, gasping for breath, struggling to control his trembling calves. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, "Merlin above, that fellow's presence truly terrified me." As he reflected on his lingering anxiety, he suddenly remembered that Hermione was watching him, and a wave of shame flushed across his face. He hastily turned his head away, stammering, "Don't think too much of it. I just can't stand it, that's right. I simply cannot tolerate that old man brazenly bullying us Gryffindors. It has nothing to do with you. Don't get the wrong idea. Hurry up and brew the potion. I certainly do not wish to come over tonight to skin lizards. That would be utterly revolting." His strange feelings were almost immediately dispelled by his harsh tone. "Idiot. If it weren't for your presence affecting my mood, I would have finished the potion long ago. To put it plainly, had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been scolded by Snape at all. Hey, little lady, if it weren't for me stepping in, you'd be crying like a little kitten by now. Truly. You have no sense of gratitude. Who asked you to step in? I don't find it disgusting. I can handle it myself. Fine. Then you go ahead and make the scabbiest potion yourself. Bring it on. Am I afraid of you? You're driving me mad, you clueless fool." Hermione, fuming, attempted to remove the cauldron from the fire according to the first step, but she did not anticipate its weight, and the cauldron began to tilt dangerously. A gloved hand swiftly steadied the cauldron. Brandy awkwardly met Hermione's gaze, saying, "Don't think too much of it. I just don't want to be left behind for detention tonight." Suddenly, Hermione's tightly drawn face could no longer contain her amusement, and she broke into a delightful smile. "Hey, what are you laughing at so maliciously?" Brandy felt a chill creep down his back. Evidently, the girl before him was pondering his foolishness. "Mind your business. Quickly help me move it aside. I need to add dried nettle." "Oh," Hermione sighed, watching Brandy's flustered figure, feeling a warmth in her heart akin to basking in the gentle sunlight of winter. The first-year students in potions class were enduring a torment. Snape seemed to be growing increasingly exasperated, frequently circling each young wizard, his robes trailing ominously on the floor. The cacophony and his terrifying presence only heightened their anxiety, causing several students to knock over vials or misstep in their procedures due to nerves. Yet, amidst this tempest, some remained unscathed. The reason was simple: the storm did not affect them at all. "Look, this is precisely what I desire," Snape's voice echoed from a distance. Nearly everyone was astonished that, given Snape's furious temper today, someone could still earn his praise. Logically, this was an improbable occurrence. Hence, even in the midst of their tense brewing, they all raised their heads, curious to locate the source of the sound. Snape stood by a table near the window, holding up a flask filled with a thick, transparent liquid that emanated a swirling mist. Yes. This is perfect. Slytherin gets 10 points. Snape raised the flask higher for all to see, declaring, "Observe this. Simmer for 13 minutes before turning up the heat. When the slug slime begins to mist, remove the flask. This is the most effective way to brew slug slime." Truly, the most outstanding Slytherin, Malfoy. Malfoy held his head high, basking in the malicious gazes directed at him from all corners. How dare he? Brandy thought, recalling that his potion had yielded an identical result. Yet Snape had seemingly overlooked it. Harry stirred the suspiciously green concoction in his cauldron, grumbling to Ron. Ron, with a forlorn expression, stared at the liquid, the green glow reflecting on his crumpled face, creating a bizarre sight. "Do you think you have time to be saying that?" "I bet, Harry. You were just staring at Malfoy's stupid face instead of focusing on your potion, which should be a deep blue by now." "What?" Harry exclaimed, turning his head in surprise to look at the instructions on the blackboard, his face turning pale. "Oh, damn. I forgot to stir 3 times clockwise and 4 times counterclockwise." At that moment, a loud crash startled everyone, followed by a familiar voice wailing. Green smoke billowed from the table and floor, sizzling ominously. Somehow, Neville had burned Seamus's cauldron into a twisted shape, spilling a kaleidoscope of potions onto the floor, corroding the stone tiles and burning holes into the shoes of those closest. In mere seconds, students within a 2-table radius of Neville leapt onto their chairs like startled rabbits. Neville, splattered with potion, cried out in pain as his arms and legs erupted in red, swollen welts. "Fool!" Snape strode over swiftly, waving his wand, and the spilled potion vanished in an instant. "A brain is a valuable thing. Too bad you seem to lack one. I suspect you didn't remove the pot from the fire before adding the porcupine quills." "Did you?" Neville was unable to respond, racked with pain, welts appearing on his face, neck, and even his nose. "Professor, he needs to go to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Can I take him to the infirmary?" Seamus timidly inquired from a distance. Snape was about to agree when he suddenly recalled something, a cold smirk spreading across his face. "I think not. Haven't the 2 brilliant scholars from Gryffindor just completed the perfect potion for scabies? No need to waste it. It can be administered directly to him." "What?" But Professor Seamus looked worryingly at Brandy, who was diligently stirring his cauldron, with Hermione adjusting the heat, both too preoccupied to notice the chaos unfolding in the classroom. A mist wafted from their cauldron, obscuring the color within. "If their potion proves ineffective, that is not my concern, Mr. Finnegan," Snape replied, feigning innocence. "Since Mr. Patton is so confident in his potion's efficacy as a professor, I must extend some necessary trust. If their concoction causes any issues, that is a matter for you Gryffindors alone." He turned, approaching Brandy and Hermione, who were in the final stages of their potion. Following Hermione's guidance, Brandy added the required snake fang powder to the cauldron, which erupted in a vigorous boil. After a flurry of bubbles, the potion finally settled into a soft blue hue. As Brandy collected the potion into a glass vial, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the strain of anxiety. His hands trembled as he poured, at least half of the potion spilling onto the floor. "Task completed," he thought, as Professor Snape regarded him with a look of mild surprise. Based on its color and clarity, the potion appeared to be flawless. With a scowl, Snape remained silent as he took the vial, pouring a spoonful of potion into the mouth of the sobbing Neville under the watchful gaze of the anxious onlookers. Miraculously, the inflamed sores on Neville's body began to recede rapidly. In that fleeting moment of joy, Brandy's calm demeanor crumbled, and he turned excitedly to share a celebratory clap with the equally exhilarated Hermione, their faces flushed with excitement. "Oh, long live Hermione, long live Brandy." The long-repressed Gryffindors erupted into cheers, many secretly reveling in the sight of Snape's face turning an ominous shade of green, as if he had swallowed a juicy fly. "Enough. Silence." With a thunderous roar, the classroom fell into an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Snape inhaled deeply, casting a loathsome glare at Brandy and Hermione, as if they were the embodiment of his deepest enmity. "For the unwarranted commotion in class, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor," he stated coldly, his abyss-like eyes filled with resentment directed at Brandy. In that instant, Brandy felt a chilling sensation, as if being stalked by a venomous serpent. The feeble effects of the potion, the overconfident Mr. Barton, If it weren't for the ever-observant Miss Know-It-All suddenly recalling to lower the flame while adding the snake fang powder at the final step, you would already be sprawled on the cold floor, wailing like that little sobbing lump. Longbottom. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Snape. I merely placed unwavering trust in my companion, who was able to assist me in rectifying my blunder. Brandy bowed slightly, adding, moreover, I believe Neville's tears do not signify inner cowardice. Had I endured his pain, I might have wept even more profusely. As the class bell rang, the remaining potions practice concluded in disarray, allowing Harry and Ron to breathe a sigh of relief, for the furious Snape stormed out after dismissing the class, neglecting to collect their work. Although Neville's sores had healed, Brandy suspected that the potion they concocted might not suffice. So he had Seamus escort the tearful Neville to the hospital wing for further examination. Even as Seamus led Neville away, he clung tightly to Brandy and Hermione's hands, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, leaving Hermione blushing with embarrassment, shrinking subtly behind Brandy. I think I miscalculated, Brandy lamented, gazing helplessly at his tear-streaked hands with a sigh. In a way, Neville truly is a bit of a crybaby. Did we perhaps go too far? Gryffindor lost 10 points for a single lesson. We haven't even earned that many points this year. He recalled the events of the class and suddenly gasped in astonishment. Let us not even mention it, that's 11 points. Harry exclaimed, covering his forehead, his face a picture of indignation. I just walked in and handed over a bloodbath. You're not wrong, Brandy. I might need to take a look at the photos of those who have held the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts these past years. He lamented, patting down his hair. I truly begin to wonder if my appearance incites such animosity. Don't be like that, Harry, Ron said, giving Harry's back a reassuring pat. Snape is unreasonable by nature. Cheer up. If he ever teaches a class without deducting points from Gryffindor, that would be a sign he has lost his mind. Speaking of which, we should go meet Hagrid. Come on, Brandy. Harry and Ron made their way down the staircase, casting a glance back at Brandy to signal him to follow. Brandy pondered for a moment and turned to Hermione. Well, what I mean is, why on earth would I traipse through the forbidden forest under the blazing sun just to catch a glimpse of a giant? Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically, not even affording Brandy the courtesy of finishing his sentence. Besides, we aren't exactly well acquainted, are we? A hint of melancholy crept into Brandy's demeanor as he sighed softly. He waved his hand dismissively and began to stroll away. Perhaps when the next overcast day arrives, and you genuinely invite me, we can discuss it then. Before Brandy could fully process his thoughts, Hermione let out a theatrical huff, turned her back, and briskly departed, clutching her books tightly against her chest. At 3:05, they exited the castle's courtyard and traversed the fields beyond. Hagrid, as the keeper of keys and grounds, resided in a quaint wooden cottage nestled at the edge of the forbidden forest. In front of the imposing door, which stood several feet tall, lay a massive stone crossbow alongside a pair of rubber boots. Wow, how impressive. In truth, nearly every boy harbored a fascination, however slight, for such formidable implements. Brandy stepped closer to take a measure of the crossbow, noting that the bowstring was crafted from some unknown creature's sinew, robust enough to rival the girth of his little finger. Rather than a weapon for archery, it seemed more suited for launching formidable projectiles. He fancied himself executing a stylish maneuver, reminiscent of drawing a bow as full as the moon, but to his chagrin, the bowstring remained utterly unyielding. He even felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing that lifting the crossbow would require all his strength. Don't strain yourself, Brandy, Harry chuckled from the side, observing him with amusement. Do you really think Hagrid's belongings are meant for your easy handling? Remember the last time I mentioned that Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley? That day, when we journeyed to London by boat, he was so concerned I might catch a chill that he attempted to drape his coat over me. That coat nearly crushed me. Upon hearing this, Brandy set down the bow. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose not to disclose to Harry the presence of the chocolate-scented cockroaches concealed within his coat. Shall I proceed to knock? As Brandy knocked on the door, they heard a flurry of anxious struggles and muffled dog barks emanating from within. Subsequently, Hagrid's voice resonated. Back off, Fong, back off. When the door swung open, the three stepped back in unison, for the first thing to emerge through the gap was a slobbering canine maw. A colossal dog was straining to leap out towards them, while Hagrid firmly grasped the beast's collar from behind. Fong, no fuss, they're with us, Hagrid assured as he ushered them inside. The little wooden cabin contained but a single room. Dried hams and chickens hung from the ceiling, and a copper kettle, nearly the size of a child's bath, bubbled with boiling water in the hearth, emitting soft hissing sounds. In one corner stood a large bed adorned with patchwork quilts. Brandy felt a twinge of sympathy for Hagrid. After all, in some respects, his size left little room for acquiring proper bedding. Perhaps a set of custom quilts would serve as a fitting Christmas gift for him. Brandy mused this thought while silently admiring her own cleverness. "You can make yourselves at home. No need for formality," Hagrid said, whispering a few words into Fong's ear before releasing him. Fong immediately bounded towards the startled Ron, licking his ears enthusiastically. "Oh, help. No, don't lick me. Goodness. I washed my face this morning." Brandy and Harry exchanged a glance, both shrugging in unison, much like Hagrid. It appeared that Fong was not as fearsome as his appearance suggested. "This is Ron Weasley," Harry introduced to Hagrid, who was preoccupied pouring boiling water into a teapot the size of a large fan while placing some objects that resembled stones onto a plate. Brown chunks were tossed onto the plate, producing a clinking sound. "Oh, another little brother from the Weasley family, is it?" Hagrid remarked, casting a glance at Ron's freckled face. "Do take care not to emulate your brothers. I have nearly exhausted my life's energy trying to evict them from the Forbidden Forest, and my hair is almost turned gray from worry." "Oh, no need for an introduction for Brandy. I am quite familiar with him." He winked at Brandy as he handed him the plate. "Oh, no thanks, Hagrid. I'm not hungry at the moment." Brandy cradled the large teacup, feeling as though he were holding a basin of wash water. He was somewhat distressed, pondering how to politely excuse himself without forcing himself to finish this seemingly enormous cup of tea, which looked to hold at least a liter. Then he noticed Harry and Ron reaching for the plate of chaotic stone-like pastries. "No," he thought, closing his eyes in anguish. "These are my homemade rock cakes. They are, in fact, my pride and joy." Hagrid watched with delight as Harry and Ron hesitantly took some pastries, as if his cherished creation was finally receiving the recognition it deserved. "To be honest, they are a tad hard. You might try dipping them in tea. But if you have confidence in your teeth, you could attempt them as they are," he added, popping a stone-sized rock cake into his mouth and crunching down, the sound reminiscent of steel being fed into a large shredder. Harry and Ron exchanged desperate glances, clearly beginning to regret their decision. Yet, under Hagrid's expectant, twinkling gaze, they felt compelled to persist. Trembling, they dipped the rock cakes into the teapot, observing them seemingly absorb the liquid, and then, with resolute determination, took a bite. Crunch. It was undoubtedly a reckless choice, judging by their grim expressions, even soaked. The hardness of these concoctions matched their ominous name. Nevertheless, Harry and Ron had to feign enjoyment while recounting the events of their classes to Hagrid. Fong rested his head on Harry's lap, drool soaking a large patch of his robes. Engaging in conversation with Hagrid was always pleasurable. He possessed a wealth of peculiar knowledge, particularly about the more dangerous aspects of the magical world. He regaled Brandy, Harry, and Ron with tales of what seemed to be extinct griffins, a sea monster the size of a building, and vividly narrated his youthful adventures battling a scorpion the size of a car in the Sahara Desert. "If you ever get the chance, do try scorpion meat." Hagrid licked his lips, evidently reminiscing about the delicacy. "Oh, truly. The scorpion meat was marvelous, especially the claws. I recall consuming an entire one in one go, though it had a somewhat unfriendly toxicity that left me with a mild fever for the afternoon. Eventually, I gifted the remainder to an African wizarding tribe. The chieftain even presented me with a necklace made of snake fangs, though I seem to have misplaced it." As they discussed the Gringotts break-in, Harry's expression suddenly darkened. He recollected that the day of the break-in coincided with his birthday, pondering if they had been there during the theft. Brandy noticed that Hagrid was now unable to meet Harry's gaze. He merely hummed nonchalantly and handed Harry another rock cake, which caused Harry's face to turn a shade of green. As Brandy, Harry, and Ron ambled back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were weighed down by the heavy stones known as rock cakes, which they accepted out of politeness. During their return, Harry, unusually solemn, addressed Brandy and Ron, stating that the underground vault, previously searched by intruders, had indeed been emptied earlier that day by himself and Hagrid. Moreover, within Vault 713, there was merely a small, filthy bag. If taking that soiled little pouch signified the complete extraction of its contents, then Hagrid had effectively emptied Vault 713. Could that unclean little bag be the very object the intruders were seeking? Brandy appeared utterly languid, indifferent to the tempestuous concerns of Harry, who fretted unnecessarily about the Vault 713. After all, what valuable items could possibly be contained within a mere small bag? He ought to focus on his transfiguration essay instead. "Oh, cursed be it, let me forget about it." Harry recalled the daunting 4 feet of written work still ahead, promptly dismissing the goblin heist from his mind. For over a week, Brandy found himself ensnared in a quagmire of distress. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was well aware of the confiscation of Brandy's wand, thus bestowing upon him the privilege of not having to perform practical exercises during the 2 lessons of the week. He was left to flip through books amid the envious gazes of his peers, preparing for his post-class assignments. However, this arrangement led to his inadvertent isolation. While others engaged in fervent discussions about turning stones into stamps, Brandy sat alone at a corner table, leafing through pages with palpable ennui. Hermione did approach him, offering her benevolence to include him in their group, while Harry and Ron were more than willing to pull Brandy into their small circles. Yet, given his previous lack of contribution and the potential for further emotional distress, he chose to ignore their offers, brusquely declining Hermione's well-meaning invitation. This infuriated Hermione, who was ready to roll up her sleeves and confront Brandy. Fortunately, the Transfiguration class progressed slowly, but the Charms class presented a significant challenge. Professor Flitwick, oblivious to Brandy's inability to wield another's wand, enthusiastically provided him with a plethora of various wands, some dating back a century or two. One wand, adorned with a crimson tassel, resembled a ceremonial sword held by a foremost soldier in a parade. Flitwick humorously remarked about a particular wand embedded with a crystal the size of a ping-pong ball, claiming it might dazzle an opponent in battle, though it could also serve as a mocking target. As they commenced spell practice, complications arose. No matter how Brandy endeavored to connect with the wand, his magic failed to resonate within it, as if expressly repelled from its core. In such circumstances, he could only feign wielding a mere stick, silently practicing incantations and gestures, while directing his absolute disdain towards Professor Flitwick, who cheerfully announced that a practical test would be scheduled for the following week, with results contributing to their midterm grades. After enduring a week of this torment, Brandy, unable to withstand it any longer, ventured to Professor McGonagall's office during a brief recess after astronomy class. She was comfortably sipping a cup of tea, leisurely grading the Transfiguration essays of the first years. "Do not fret," she said, slightly lifting her gaze, her spectacles glinting sharply in the flickering firelight. "We have conducted an initial examination of your wand, including assessments for triggering curses, lethal spells, medical hexes, corrosive and sonic traps. And thus far, no issues have been detected." "Excellent, Professor." Brandy's eyes sparkled with hope. But that is not the case, Mr. Barton." The light in his eyes dimmed quickly. "We still do not understand why this wand attempts to drain a person's magic. I even collaborated with Professor Flitwick in an attempt. Yet the wand seems singularly attuned to your magic. Despite our efforts with various countercharms and confusion spells, we have been unable to channel any magic into it. We have submitted a request to Professor Dumbledore this evening." Professor McGonagall took a sip of her tea, a rare flicker of regret crossing her typically stoic features. "We are seeking permission to dismantle your wand. The headmaster is likely currently dispelling the protective enchantments placed upon it by the Ollivander family. However, do not worry. Once we ascertain its safety, it will be reassembled and returned to you. I cannot guarantee its functionality, but I assure you that you will not be able to discern that it has been taken apart. Should you be dissatisfied, we are willing to replace the core." "No need for that," Brandy interrupted her, leaving Professor McGonagall somewhat taken aback. Taking a deep breath, Brandy fought back the mist of tears threatening to spill from his eyes. He rose from his seat and resolutely stated, "It acknowledged me, Professor. At Ollivander's shop, I tried nearly every wand for sale, yet not a single one deigned to accept me. I nearly lost hope of ever becoming a wizard. Then Ollivander handed me this wand, declaring it a failure. Perhaps he was right. It does possess certain flaws. However, that is inconsequential, as I might also be a failure. Thus, we were destined to be partners from the very beginning." His gaze locked onto Professor McGonagall's, and he continued, "It is now time for me to assume the responsibility of protecting my partner. Please, Professor, direct me to the headmaster's office. I wish to explain this matter to Professor Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall looked into Brandy's eyes and suddenly laughed. "Since you insist, it is on the 8th floor, Mr. Barton. Behind the 2 stone beasts, the password is barley tea. Good luck." The headmaster's office was, in truth, merely 1 floor above the Gryffindor common room. But the entrance was concealed by magic, and Brandy had never noticed it before. He hurried up the stairs, fervently praying that Dumbledore, with his busy schedule, would be momentarily detained by some pressing issue. Navigating through scattered students and an unusually barren corridor devoid of doors, adorned instead with paintings and tapestries, he finally stood breathlessly before the wall guarded by the 2 stone beasts. Not only did the grotesque appearance of the beasts deter passers-by, But even first-year students were well aware that this was the headmaster's office. "The password is barley tea," he announced, hoping to take the initiative. Upon hearing the password, the left stone beast opened its eyes and regarded him lazily, its heavy voice startling him. Brandy instinctively stepped back, staring into the beast's yellow topaz eyes. Had he imagined it, or did it just blink at him? "Indeed, I quite enjoy barley tea. Good evening, little lion who has yet to be weaned." Such an odd opening remark. Brandy hesitated, wondering if this creature was merely seeking to provoke him. Nonetheless, he had no time to engage in quarrels. Steadying his breath, he replied, "I seek Professor Dumbledore." "Oh, looking for the headmaster, are we?" The left beast grinned, its lizard-like head gently swaying. "What a pity. Professor Dumbledore is likely outside contemplating the meaning of life, a rather significant daily endeavor for him. He may require 30 minutes to clear his mind and body." "Contemplating life?" Brandy inquired, perplexed. Though he did not grasp the situation, at least he felt reassured that his wand remained intact. "Indeed, contemplating life. How I envy humans for their ability to do so." The beast's tone remained unperturbed, yet a hint of regret seemed to flicker across its face. "At present, I have yet to find anything suitable for my posterior to rest comfortably upon. Alas, I fear the contents of my stomach may soon turn to stone." "Oh, be quiet. You fool. Our bellies are already made of stone." At that moment, the right stone beast sprang to life, extending its left claw and delivering a resounding slap that sent its companion crashing onto the stone pedestal with a loud thud, sending dust flying everywhere. Brandy stood there, utterly astounded, even forgetting to close her gaping mouth to prevent dust from settling in her throat. "Pay no mind to it, dear first year from Gryffindor." To her right, a creature idly rubbed its claws against its stony mane, exhaling with a sense of satisfaction. It had taken a tumble from its pedestal a couple of days prior, sustaining a bump on its head, and its behavior had been rather peculiar since. Professor Dumbledore had already contacted the Siberian Magical Statue Repair Center for assistance, though it would likely be 3 more days before help arrived. "Alas, my days of unrestrained mischief with it are numbered." Professor Dumbledore has stepped away to the restroom. Given his advanced age, this process may take him a bit longer, so you might need to wait a while. Allow me to assist you in opening the door. At this late hour, you might find it more agreeable to wait for him in his office. By the way, the delectable treats are hidden in the 3rd drawer of his desk, a fact he personally divulged to me. It leapt from its pedestal, flicking its lion's tail as it playfully dragged its bifurcated tongue, mimicking a comical husky. "Down with it." Suddenly, the wall behind Brandy rippled as if a stone had been cast into a lake, creating expanding waves, and slowly, a 2-meter-wide opening materialized before her. "Thank you ever so much." Brandy wiped the meaningful cold sweat from his forehead, stammering his thanks as he stepped inside. Behind the walls stood an escalator reminiscent of those found in department stores, the only distinction being that this staircase spiraled downward, functioning automatically as one stepped onto it. At the end, there gleamed a door of oak, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Knowing that the professor was absent, Brandy boldly pushed the door open and entered. What a spacious and exquisite circular room it was. Flanking the entrance were curved bookshelves brimming with peculiar tomes, while the walls were adorned with an array of portraits. As Brandy approached, he could discern the inscriptions beneath each painting, seemingly depicting the heads of the institution throughout the years. In the center of the room stood an enormous table, its legs resembling the claws of some monstrous creature, firmly anchored to the ground. Behind the table was a shelf, upon which lay a tattered sorting hat. It suddenly dawned on him that he still needed to engage in a delightful conversation with the hat. On either side of the shelf were staircases leading to the upper level, presumably Dumbledore's private quarters. Adjacent to the staircase was a heavy cabinet crafted from teak, most of its drawers enchanted, flickering intermittently with a faint blue luminescence under the candlelight. However, Brandy had little inclination to notice that. His focus was fixated on the table, which was adorned with an array of bizarre silverware. Beside it was a resplendent bird, cloaked in brilliant red feathers, dozing with its head nestled within its plumage. Most importantly, his wand lay quietly in the center of the table. Seeing no one around, and with the grand bird seemingly oblivious to his presence, he swallowed hard and reached for his wand. "If I were you, Mr. Burton," a soft voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Startled, Brandy jerked his hand back, accidentally knocking against the magnificent bird. The creature raised its head, casting a reproachful glance at him, its fiery eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. "Why, yes. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. I didn't mean to disturb your bird," he hurriedly apologized. I am well aware you did not intend any offense, Mr. Burton, but please refrain from phrasing it that way. It carries a hint of ambiguity. Dumbledore cheerfully walked past him, extending a long finger to gently touch the bird, which emitted a joyous trill. And please, do not refer to it as merely a bird. Its name is Fox, and it is a phoenix. A phoenix? The sudden presence of such a legendary creature in his world left Brandy somewhat disoriented. He gazed at Fox, who unfurled its wings and gracefully alighted on Brandy's shoulder. Pecking at his head. Ouch! He exclaimed. Ha ha! Fear not. It does not harbor any ill will towards you. It seems Fox merely wished to exact a playful revenge. Dumbledore remarked, observing Brandy rub his forehead. I have been pondering since this afternoon when you would finally lose patience and come to see me. However, I misjudged somewhat. You indeed seem well suited to remain in Gryffindor, at least in terms of your character. Brandy awkwardly scratched her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. I sincerely apologize, Professor Dumbledore. But I must. Dumbledore gently waved his hand, sitting up straight, his crescent-shaped glasses glinting with an intensity that seemed almost tangible. The disassembly of the wand. That was my directive to Professor McGonagall. I deeply regret deceiving you, yet this was also a means to test your character. I am pleased with your approach to the matter of the wand. A wizard's wand is an indispensable companion, not merely an instrument to be dismissed. In time, you shall come to understand this truth. Furthermore, regarding the issues surrounding the wand, I had examined it on the very day Professor McGonagall took it from you. I happen to possess some knowledge regarding agate, so there is no need for concern. It is, in fact, a perfectly ordinary wand. Brandy was momentarily taken aback. But Professor, you said there was nothing wrong with the wand. So why? That is precisely the part one wished to elucidate, Brandy. It is also the reason I summoned you here. After all, inviting you directly to the headmaster's office might adversely affect your reputation among your peers. Dumbledore remained motionless, his gaze penetrating and laden with meaning, making Brandy feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as if he were exposed and vulnerable beneath the intensity of his scrutiny. Although he harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Dumbledore's rationale, he dismissed it, for he believed there was nothing about himself that warranted the headmaster's concern. The Sorting Hat mentioned you on the day of the opening ceremony. It remarked that you were quite an intriguing individual. Initially, I found it perplexing. But with your presence today, I believe I have come to understand. He lightly tapped his long fingers upon the table. Did you come here alone? Brandy was unable to decipher the meaning behind Dumbledore's words. He pondered for a moment. I suppose so. I did mention to Harry and Ron this evening that I would seek out Professor McGonagall, and they likely did not follow me. With this, Dumbledore relaxed his brow, saying, Ah, this is indeed a rarity. He bent down, rummaging through his desk drawer, and produced 2 bags of red tea. With a gentle flick of his fingers, 2 steaming cups of hot water appeared on the table, and soon after, the red tea floated in midair, tearing open its packet and pouring the leaves into the cups. This tea was brought back from the Indian Aryan Magical Academy by the headmaster during his visit to England last month. It was indeed distinct, with a flavor far richer than that of our own. However, there seemed to be only a few bags left. Would you care for a taste? He inquired, though the tea had already steeped, leaving no room for Brandy to decline. He lifted the teacup, blowing gently on the steam rising from its surface. Remarkably, what had just been boiling water had transformed into a perfectly suitable temperature after steeping the tea. One must admit, magic is truly an extraordinary force. I have always felt my magical aptitude was lacking, Professor. Even at home, there were signs of this. After each spell I cast, I would invariably enter a state of fatigue. Sometimes I wonder if you mistakenly address the owl. Perhaps I am merely an exceedingly ordinary muggle. Nonsense, Brandy. Your performance is commendable, Dumbledore remarked with approval. In truth, this is not a matter of your magical talent. On the contrary, I believe that being acknowledged by your peculiar one may suggest your magical potential is quite substantial. It is simply a historical issue that presently hinders you from fully harnessing the wand's capabilities. He raised the hand holding the teacup, adding, So, why don't we finish our tea? I have a few inquiries that may assist in resolving the unusual matters surrounding you. Brandy gazed into Dumbledore's sincere and fervent eyes, her mood oddly shifting as she downed the tea in her hand. Observing Brandy consume the tea in one swift motion, Dumbledore leaned back contentedly, allowing himself to sink further into the soft embrace of the chair. Have you ever, during your childhood, encountered any peculiar occurrences around you? You should be well aware, Brandy. Essentially, every wizard, in their formative years, experiences a semblance of uncontrollable magic manifesting in their surroundings, particularly when emotions run high. Brandy scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had initially been reluctant to recount his past awkward moments, yet for some inexplicable reason, he now felt an exhilarating urge to share everything. "I don't recall it vividly, sir," he admitted. However, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows with keen interest, encouraging him to continue. "It is quite possible that my father's memory was somewhat hazy, but he did mention that during my toddler years, I occasionally murmured in a peculiar accent. Yet, I possess no recollection of such episodes." "Oh," Dumbledore paused, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. "Then it is indeed likely. Remarkable, indeed, Mr. Barton. No wonder such a discerning wand has chosen you, an otherwise unremarkable young wizard." Brandy tilted her head, perplexed. This did indeed answer a question that lingered in my mind. "Mr. Barton, however, there are still a few matters I need to verify with you. Rest assured, they are merely trivialities." "Oh, I have heard that you enjoy the company of girls from your cohort, particularly a Ravenclaw senior named Autumn Jean?" What?" Brandy gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Brandy held his wand in hand, feeling dazed as he collapsed onto his bed, utterly unaware of how he had returned. The only thought lingering in his mind was Dumbledore's cryptic farewell. "Remember your prior promise, Mr. Barton, it may aid you." Had he, in a stupor, made some sort of commitment to Dumbledore? The mere act of recollection made his head throb painfully. The tea he had just consumed must have been tainted, he thought bitterly. He had never been so loquacious. Indeed, he would never divulge even the minutiae of assisting young Brandy in the restroom, not even to Dumbledore. Fortunately, he had managed to restrain himself from answering, for that would have been too humiliating. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Dumbledore's gaze had seemed so fervent, nor could he shake off the image of the old wizard scribbling on a piece of parchment, where he thought he glimpsed his name alongside the phrase "will to resist." He had also been bombarded with peculiar questions, many of which were grammatically odd or incomprehensible. Queries like what country is playing Mud in the Northeast a song from, and what kind of spell is a queer pulls my pants, or in what year was the Dre League founded, baffled him completely. It was absurd. How could any rational person possibly know such things? The phrase "a queer pulls my pants," was it even a noun? He wondered where Dumbledore unearthed such obscure terminology. And who was Autumn Jean? He had never heard of such a girl. Brandy blinked in confusion, inundated by a barrage of nonsensical inquiries and the elusive hints from Dumbledore's speech that left him utterly perplexed. His already muddled mind grew increasingly irritated, prompting him to snatch up Yale, lifting him high. Moreover, surely he couldn't have any fondness for that insufferable, haughty Hermione. Yale, seemingly understanding, licked Brandy's face, emitting a soft, fluffy sound. Upon reclaiming his wand, life abruptly seemed to revert to normalcy. In fact, it appeared to be progressing in a more favorable direction. Perhaps it was due to Brandy's desperate attempts to keep pace with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, relentlessly exhausting his magical energy both in and out of class to practice transfiguration and spells. He was pleasantly surprised to find that, although his total magical capacity felt unchanged, still capable of being drained completely by a single incantation, his magical recovery rate had noticeably accelerated. Previously, it took 5 minutes to recharge after a 1-second spell. Now, he could manage to cast another spell after merely 2 minutes of rest. While the effectiveness of his magic had yet to reach its initial perfection, at least he could execute spells completely. Recently, in a charms class, he successfully performed an impressive magical trick, guiding 3 marbles on the table into a small bag at the edge with precision within 5 minutes. Professor Flitwick awarded 2 points to Gryffindor, the only score aside from Hermione's. This series of developments was undoubtedly a positive sign for Brandy. He began to entertain the thought that if he maintained this pattern of depleting his magic instantly, perhaps after 3 to 5 years of continued exertion, he might reach a point where his magic would replenish instantaneously after a spell was completed. Naturally, Harry and Ron mocked him for this notion. After all, the replenishment of magical energy is a gradual process of accumulation and adaptation. The idea of instant recovery was questionable at best. Such rapid generation and consumption of magic within one's body could undoubtedly lead to unpredictable changes. By the time he achieved that feat, he might not be entirely human anymore. Nevertheless, regardless of what the future held, Brandy felt an immense swell of confidence within him, as though nothing could hinder his progress. At least, that was how he felt initially. Until one fateful day, the 3 of them discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which prompted collective sighs of despair. Flying lessons were set to commence on Thursday, and to make matters worse, Gryffindor students would be sharing classes with Slytherin students. How unfortunate, Harry lamented, just as I suspected. Riding a broomstick and making a fool of myself in front of Malfoy. Exactly. I've always thought I had a fear of heights. Brandy mused, vividly picturing himself soaring through the air, a chill running down his spine. I might just die. Flying. In essence, Brandy yearned to fly. Upon learning that flying lessons were imminent, he had eagerly rushed to the library to borrow a plethora of books on the subject. Who knows if you'll be the one to make a fool of yourself? Ron replied rationally. But I know Malfoy always brags about his flying skills. Though I bet he is just boasting. Indeed, it was clear that Malfoy had long anticipated the onset of flying lessons. He had been incessantly touting his exceptional flying prowess, lamenting that first-year students were unworthy of joining the Quidditch team, thus tarnishing his illustrious talent. He often concluded his rants with an anecdote about narrowly escaping a Muggle helicopter. However, he was not alone in his bravado. The entire first-year class seemed restless at the thought of flying broomsticks. According to Seamus Finnegan, it appeared that much of his childhood was spent soaring on broomsticks across open fields. Even Ron, whenever someone would listen, would recount a tale of nearly colliding with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broomstick. You should have seen it. The situation was incredibly perilous. The wings of that glider were coming right at me, and had I not executed a flawless Thomas twist to avoid it, I might have ended up in St. Mungo S in 2 pieces. Ron, Brandy could not help but interject, the Thomas twist is a gymnastic move. What you meant to say is a serpentine maneuver. Clearly, compared to these dubious flying acrobats, Brandy and Harry were of a different ilk. They had never ridden a broomstick. As a side note, Neville refrained from flying because his grandmother forbade it. In truth, Brandy and Harry privately believed his grandmother was quite wise, as Neville managed to create countless comical mishaps even while on solid ground. In terms of flying, Hermione Granger shared Neville's trepidation. However, mastering such a skill was not something one could merely glean from books, a lesson Brandy had learned long ago. On Thursday morning, during breakfast, Hermione incessantly recounted flying instructions she had gleaned from a library tome titled Quidditch Through the Ages, exasperating her companions to no end without providing any tangible benefit. Even Brandy, typically patient with Hermione, discreetly retreated to the Ravenclaw table to converse with 2 lovely girls from Padma's dormitory, while only Neville remained raptly focused, hoping to glean some useful knowledge that might help him stay securely on his broomstick. However, when the post arrived and interrupted Hermione's lecture, everyone else felt an immense sense of relief. An owl delivered a small package from Neville's grandmother. Excitedly, Neville opened it to reveal a large glass ball filled with what appeared to be white smoke. This is a memory ball. He explained that Grandma was aware of my perpetual forgetfulness and would remind me if I had neglected any tasks. Look, you must grasp it firmly like this. If it turns crimson, oh, his expression suddenly darkened, for the memory orb was glowing a vivid red, indicating that he had forgotten something. Neville struggled to recollect what it was he had overlooked when, at that moment, Draco Malfoy sauntered past the Gryffindor table and abruptly snatched the memory orb from his grasp. Harry and Ron immediately sprang to their feet, seemingly prepared to confront him, while Brandy, feeling out of place amidst the tension in Ravenclaw, bid farewell to the lovely girls and squeezed through the crowd. However, Professor McGonagall always seemed to appear at the most unexpected moments, thus averting the impending trouble. Here, take it back. I hope this object serves to remind you of how foolish your mind truly is. As McGonagall's gaze turned menacing, Malfoy dared not retaliate. Instead, he sheepishly tossed the memory orb back in this direction, muttering a few insipid threats before scurrying away with his 2 hulking bodyguards. Brandy hastily grasped the memory orb suspended in midair, only to be astonished when it transformed into a vivid crimson hue upon contact, as if he had forgotten something of monumental significance. Is this memory orb exclusively for your use, Navi? I don't believe I've overlooked anything of great importance. Brandy anxiously inquired of Navi, who provided an ambiguous response. Perhaps, but I cannot claim to know for certain. At 3:30 that afternoon, Brandy, Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindor students hurried down the stairs to the courtyard, eager to embark on their inaugural flying lesson. It was a bright day with a gentle breeze. As they swiftly descended the sloping grass, the blades danced lightly beneath their feet, creating ripples. Beyond the grassy expanse lay the forest, where dark trees swayed ominously in the wind. What's your mother's surname? Surely, are you inquiring about her original surname, Scott, or the surname, Barton? And what about your father? Is that even a question? What is your birthday? February 23rd, Ron replied. Dare you ask something more sensible? How could I possibly forget such trivial details? Since lunch, Harry and Ron had been fervently attempting to jog Brandy's memory regarding what he had forgotten. Ron was convinced that the orb's transformation to red indicated an issue of great significance, likely pertaining to Brandy's family. Consequently, Brandy had nearly memorized every detail from his family's genealogy and household registry. Alas, he still could not recall what it was that eluded him. Upon their arrival at the field, they discovered that Slytherin had already assembled, with dozens of brooms meticulously arranged on the ground, creating a peculiar atmosphere as if they were expected to tidy the front yard. Ron turned to Brandy, saying, "Before we started school, I overheard George and Fred complaining about the school's practice brooms being rather bizarre. Some tremble in the air, while others will unceremoniously drop you if they sense you lack proficiency." The thought terrified Brandy, who turned pale at the mention. Meanwhile, Parvati and Hermione walked past him hand in hand, casting an exasperated glare at Ron. They then began animatedly discussing how they might rescue themselves in the event of plummeting from the sky. At that moment, their instructor, Madame Hooch, arrived. Her short gray hair framed her face, and her yellow eyes resembled those of an eagle. It was evident she was yet another one of those formidable, middle-aged women akin to Professor McGonagall. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked, skipping any pleasantries. "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Quickly, time is of the essence." Brandy cast a furtive glance at his tattered and worn broomstick, its branches protruding haphazardly. He stole a look at Hermione and Parvati, separated by several individuals, and pondered whether this broom would potentially lead to their demise. A consensus reached amongst them filled their hearts with trepidation. Extending his right hand above the broomstick, Madame Hooch called out, "Up! Up!" Everyone echoed her command. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, earning him Madame Hooch's commendation. Yet, the varying tones of "up," the authoritative command, the pleading request, and the playful whine, yielded no response from Brandy's obstinate broom. Observing that no one was paying attention, Brandy discreetly drew his wand from his pocket, and with a gentle flick, the broom sprang to life. He grasped it firmly, accustomed to the effects of magical fatigue, a clever grin spreading across his weary face. "You think you can outsmart me?" Initially disheartened by his lack of flying prowess, Brandy felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing Hermione's broom lying motionless on the ground. The sight of his contented expression ignited Hermione's ire, prompting her to shoot him an exasperated glare. Parvati seemed to possess a modicum of talent, albeit not in flying, as she spoke. Her broom leapt and playfully swatted her backside. Observing Parvati, who was now teary-eyed and nursing her rear, Brandy endeavored to maintain a facade of innocence. Despite the uncontrollable twitching of his lips, his inner laughter bubbling forth. Ron fared better than the three flying ineptitudes, at least when commanded to up. His broom responded with a slight jump. He quickly bent down to retrieve it, casting a triumphant glance at the others. Madame Hooch then demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. As she moved among the students, she corrected their grip. Brandy and Harry exchanged a discreetly jubilant look upon hearing her critique of Malfoy's consistent errors. "All right, when I whistle, you kick off the ground with your legs. Make sure to apply force," Madame Hooch instructed. "Hold your broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically. On my whistle, 3, 2, however, Neville, excessively anxious about being left behind, propelled himself upward before the whistle reached Madame Hooch's lips, shooting into the air like a cork from a bottle, ascending 12, then 20 feet. His pale, terrified face gazed down at the rapidly receding ground, his mouth agape in panic as he began to slide off the broom. "I must do something." Brandy instinctively yanked his wand from his pocket and dashed toward Neville's descent point. "Brandy, come back. What are you doing? You could get hurt." Hermione and Madame Hooch shouted from behind. Aqua recto. A thick column of water shot forth from Brandy's wand, soaring upward like a fountain. He maneuvered swiftly to align himself with Neville. Then the water stream met Neville's falling form. He felt Neville's body shudder, the impact surely painful. Yet the water cushioned his descent. Just as Neville was about to touch the ground, Brandy, predictably, experienced another bout of magical fatigue, causing the spell to falter. And Neville plummeted face-first into Brandy, sending him sprawling. Cocooned and trembling, Neville's broom continued its ascent, drifting slowly toward the forbidden forest, ultimately vanishing from sight. Madame Hooch leaned down to assess the drenched Neville, her expression mirroring his pallor. "You may have sustained some minor injuries, but more importantly, it seems you are in shock," she murmured softly. "All right, dear, you're fine. Get up." Turning to the rest of the class, she declared, "I will escort this child to the hospital wing. None of you are to move. Return the brooms to their places. Otherwise, before you can utter Quidditch, You'll find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Come along, dear. As she turned, Brandy, with Parvati's assistance, managed to rise, panting heavily, his face ashen. And Mr. Batten, while technically Aqua Eructo is not intended for rescue, you have nonetheless taken the most appropriate action for a newcomer, minimizing the damage. That was the finest use of Aqua Eructo I have ever seen. 10 points to Gryffindor. Tears streamed down Neville's face as he clutched his abdomen, unsteadily departing with Madame Hooch, who wrapped her arm around him. That was quite impressive. How did you think to use that spell? Parvati inquired, her curiosity piqued as she assisted Brandy, leaning closer than necessary, her warm breath brushing against him. The gentle breeze coaxed her dark hair toward Brandy's neck, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Perhaps due to my limited repertoire of spells, I can only employ a few. I prioritize those that might yield unexpected results, he replied, straightening up and declining Parvati's assistance. In truth, I merely acted with quick wit. Given a moment's pause, anyone present could have successfully rescued Neville. While conversing with Parvati, they were abruptly interrupted by Harry's furious shout, "Hand it over, Malfoy." Curiously, they turned to see Malfoy standing apart from the group, having just risen with something clutched in his hand. Look, Malfoy opened his palm, revealing a glass orb. A gift from that foolish Longbottom's grandmother. What if we were to hide it? Let Neville search for it, wailing like the toad he is. Oh, be quiet, Malfoy. Hiding someone else's belongings and relishing their distress is a child's play, Parvati retorted coldly, her brow furrowed. Brandy cast a surprised glance at her, taken aback by the courage displayed by this seemingly demure girl. Protecting Longbottom, are we? Pansy Parkinson chimed in, her unattractive features and flamboyant style evident. Though her hair resembled Hermione's in its frizz, Hermione appeared endearing like a beaver, while Pansy resembled a disheveled lion, perfectly embodying the adage that appearance reflects the heart. I never imagined you'd fancy that pudgy little tear-soaked boy, Petty. By the way, you just got swatted by a broom, didn't he you? How amusing. So, by your logic, protecting someone means you have feelings for them? Poor Malfoy, indeed. Being pursued by a lion would likely leave him nothing but bones. Who are you calling a lion? Pansy retorted, her eyes wide as saucers, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her muscular arms. Malfoy, perhaps influenced by Parvati's words, appeared somewhat flustered upon witnessing Pansy's handsome demeanor. I must extend my apologies to the lion that represents Gryffindor. You, at best, can only be deemed a golden retriever. Still far from the majesty of the Lion King. You foul-mouthed little vixen. As the verbal jabs escalated, the animosity between the two factions intensified, with Slytherins drawing closer. Eager for confrontation, Parvati, being the most enchanting first year of Gryffindor, truly deserved the title of the house's flower, and her peers were unwilling to let her suffer any indignity. Wands were drawn, and a skirmish loomed on the horizon. Amidst the turmoil, Malfoy noticed Brandy's wand pointed at him, whether intentionally or not. He harbored a certain apprehension towards Brandy's curses, as Slytherin had not attended Charms class with Gryffindor, leaving him somewhat in the dark regarding Brandy's capabilities. However, he vividly remembered the incident with the chocolate frog in Goyle's possession, which prompted him to take what he deemed a prudent course of action. He mounted his broom and ascended into the air. His previous claims were not mere boasts. He indeed possessed considerable flying skills. Hovering at the height of an oak tree's canopy, he called out, "Come and get it, Harry Potter." In moments of tension and excitement, individuals become acutely sensitive, and even the slightest disturbance can provoke an extreme reaction. Malfoy's unilateral action shattered the stalemate, and the Na'vi Gryffindors perceived it as a blatant provocation or a premeditated aerial assault by Slytherin. In a surge of excitement, someone among them, unable to contain their emotions, waved their wand, initiating the first spell that struck Pansy, still hurling insults, causing her to double over in pain, her nose sprouting green onions. This was akin to dousing a boiling pot of oil with cold water. Both sides were momentarily stunned, but fury quickly took hold, and amidst a flurry of incantations, spells of various hues streaked through the sky, crashing down upon the gathered crowd like hail. Screams and curses intertwined as individuals rolled on the lawn, contorting in various ungraceful positions to evade counterattacks. Seizing the chaos, a wrathful Harry disregarded Ron and Hermione's attempts to restrain him, mounted his broom, and with a swift kick, soared into the air, becoming a small black dot alongside Malfoy. Clearly, no one anticipated his remarkable flying prowess. It seemed instinctual, as if his body were attuned to the skies. Brandy swiftly pulled Parvati close and dashed backward, aware that they were perilously close to the Slytherin stronghold, rendering them prime targets for imminent attack. Parvati appeared bewildered by the unfolding chaos, offering no resistance as she dazedly followed Brandy in their frantic flight. In truth, the onlookers seemed almost petrified. Brandy witnessed Seymour charging towards Slytherin, his wand emitting sparks as he bellowed. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by a barrage of spells, soaring into the air before crashing onto the grass, rendered unconscious, his face erupting in a multitude of festering boils. Gripping Parvati's arm, Brandy sprinted towards a thicket several dozen meters away, where a few astute Gryffindors had already gathered, intermittently firing shots. He could discern a familiar tuft of disheveled chestnut hair peeking from behind a small tree. Spells zipped past him, creating small craters in the ground. Brandy felt a sudden chill run down his spine, momentarily believing he was amidst a gunfight in a mafia brawl. Each curse cast seemed formidable in its own right. When had the Slytherins become such formidable adversaries? It appeared that upon entering school, everyone had developed a heightened interest in dark spells. Sensing a flicker of regained magical energy, he seized an opportunity to turn around, though he had no time to identify a specific target. He merely waved his wand towards the group clad in green, unleashing a loud bang as a flock of birds appeared, hurtling towards them like projectiles. A cacophony of screams erupted behind him, suggesting someone had been pecked in the head. Yet he had no time to validate his success. After sprinting a few more steps, just shy of reaching cover, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Instinctively, he grabbed Parvati beside him and dove into the bushes. A silvery beam grazed Parvati's robes and struck Brandy's shoulder, numbing his left arm instantly as frost spread rapidly from the point of impact, encasing half his arm in ice. "Oh my!" Parvati gasped, biting her lip. Had Brandy not reacted in time, he would have likely found himself frozen in place. Cheers erupted from the Slytherins nearby, reveling in Brandy's plight. However, in the next breath, two spells, one gray, one red, simultaneously struck him. He let out a cry as he soared into the air, performing 2 somersaults before crashing heavily to the ground. Writhing in agony, his legs ensnared by a binding curse, he found himself utterly incapacitated. Yet, even in his incapacitation, the hidden assailant seemed unwilling to relent, with wayward curses narrowly missing the trembling Slytherins and inadvertently striking him instead. Before long, he lay motionless on the ground, transformed into a vibrant mosaic of colors. Bizarre plants and fur sprouting from his body. Silence fell over the thicket as the Gryffindors momentarily forgot to retaliate, their eyes glued to the 2 charming instigators. Sweat trickling down their backs. These 2 girls, so adorable, why did they fight with such ferocity? Watching the despicable Slytherin fool seemingly expire, the duo reluctantly lowered their wands. They dashed towards Brandy, who stood bewildered, clutching his ice cream while surveying the battlefield. Their movements synchronized as they caught sight of one another. Suddenly, they froze in place. Hermione gently bit her lip, and upon seeing Hermione's hesitant expression, Parvati's eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing a cunning smile. She leisurely adjusted her clothes, stealthily approaching Brandy from behind. When she was a meter away, she glanced back at Hermione, grinning broadly. With a sudden leap, she sprang onto Brandy's back. "Yeah!" Brandy and Hermione simultaneously emitted terrifying screams. Their cries captured the attention of the Slytherins, who swiftly turned their heads as an onslaught of spells rained down upon them. Startled, Brandy maintained her position of shielding Parvati, pulling Hermione along as they scrambled backward through the underbrush. The authorities and prefects always seem to arrive only after the chaos has ensued. This adage applies equally to the Muggle world as it does to the Wizarding realm. For reasons unknown, it was not until both sides had exhausted themselves, littered with casualties, that Professor McGonagall emerged from the castle, her face ashen and her presence commanding. By this time, there were hardly any standing figures left on either side. The Slytherins, being members of pure-blood wizarding families, naturally possessed exceptional magical talents, further enhanced by a solid magical education from a young age. Their spellcasting abilities far surpassed those of Gryffindor. Had it not been for the cunning leadership of Hermione, who led a portion of the young lions to infiltrate the bushes and flank the Slytherins, the outcome would have likely been disastrous. At least, at this juncture, the surviving Gryffindors appeared to outnumber their Slytherin counterparts. "How dare you!" she exclaimed, nearly speechless with rage, her chest heaving with indignation. 2 houses, an entire year of students. To think that barely 2 months into the term, you would engage in such brawling. "Professor," it was initiated by the other side. The few young wizards still able to speak hurriedly chimed in, attempting to absolve their house of responsibility. However, this incident was evidently severe, one that had not occurred in Hogwarts for nearly a decade. "Silence!" All of you shall be suspended from classes until further notice. First, escort your injured classmates to the hospital wing. Then, return to your common rooms and await further instructions. Without the headmaster's orders, you shall remain in your common rooms for reflection. She trembled as she pointed at the students before her, unleashing a torrent of fury from behind her spectacles. I will inform Dumbledore of this, and you shall face appropriate consequences. Just as everyone thought the punishment might not be too severe. Still clinging to the hope that the law does not punish the multitude, Professor McGonagall added, Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 100 points. Additionally, Gryffindor will lose 10 more for the actions of Harry Potter. It was then that everyone noticed Harry, huddled in the corner, clutching the school's battered broomstick and Neville's remembrall. Had he truly retrieved it from Malfoy's possession? You dare engage in such perilous actions during your first flying lesson. You could have broken your neck. It wasn't Harry's fault, Professor. Malfoy was the one, though the chaos had rendered everyone oblivious to the duel occurring above. The sequence of events was clear. Gryffindors rushed forward, clamoring to explain themselves beside Professor McGonagall, but she seemed disinclined to listen. No need for explanation. Miss Patil, McGonagall interrupted sharply. Potter, follow me. I shall take you somewhere. The news of the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years engaging in a brawl during their inaugural flying lesson spread like wildfire. By dinner time, the entire student body of Hogwarts was aware. It was impossible for them to remain uninformed, as the long tables for both houses were conspicuously empty. And Gryffindor students despaired to find the once glimmering gems in their hourglass had vanished, leaving them with a deficit of 17 points. Clearly, barring unforeseen circumstances, the House Cup was unlikely to be theirs this year. Many young lions and snakes sat at the table with pale faces, their expressions akin to mourning a death, while others eagerly shared tales of their discoveries and insights around the long table. Madame Pomfrey's infirmary was overflowing with patients, each one bearing an unusual appearance as though they had undergone bizarre experiments. Among them was one particularly unfortunate individual, bearing a pig's tail, bat-like ears, and lizard-like scales, with sprouts of bean sprouts and chives emerging from every possible growth site. The few uninjured students were confined to their common room, with instructions given to the keeper not to release them without explicit orders. Fred and George wandered the long table, avoiding Slytherin, seemingly unconcerned about the points deducted from Gryffindor. Instead, they reveled in the notion that the first years had finally brought a breath of fresh air to their house. They delighted in recounting how the newcomers bravely managed to hold the Slytherin prodigies at bay. Did you know? The most severely injured Slytherin was on the receiving end of 10 spells from Hermione and Parvati. Not one missed its mark, including those difficult curses like the Leglocker curse and the Bat Bogey hex. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that had the girls possessed higher magical prowess, she would have had to summon healers from St. Mungo's. Now, the Slytherin first years viewed the two young ladies with trepidation, bestowing upon them the moniker Gryffindor's Azura. Of course, the Slytherins had never actually dubbed them this. Fred and George merely concocted it for amusement. However, in their pursuit of vanity, they neglected to consider one thing. When the first years were allowed to resume classes, they would likely face the consequences of their actions. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, the hospital wing remained crowded. Madame Pomfrey had to request an additional classroom from the headmaster to serve as a makeshift ward. With several beds hastily arranged and separated by curtains, exuding an unpleasant musty odor, adorned with the Hufflepuff crest, indicating their age. Brandy, Ron, and Neville were placed together, and it wasn't long before Ron was defeated and exited the battlefield, seemingly succumbing to a rather intricate compound curse. His nose resembled that of a clown from a circus, swollen and glowing red, and he had to lie sideways, positioning his ear over a chamber pot beneath the bed, as wine was continuously flowing from his right ear. Exasperation washed over him as an influx of individuals surged in, their distorted fangs and horns everywhere. Were they displeased with my previously leisurely existence? Madame Pomfrey grumbled, lamenting that she had never encountered so many patients at once as she brusquely thrust a glowing vial into Ron's hand. Drink this, Mr. Weasley. Good heavens. Why are there so many Weasleys in Gryffindor? Your brothers are as mischievous as you, and I see them nearly every few weeks. By the way, your nose may feel a bit uncomfortable after consuming the potion, but do not touch it. Otherwise, you may find it crooked once healed, and you shall bear the responsibility. If you truly cannot bear it, call for me, and I can cast a sleeping charm for you. Turning with slight impatience to Brandy, she remarked, You appear to have suffered a frostbite curse. It is nothing serious. Quickly drink your potion and return to your Gryffindor common room. Extend your hands toward the fireplace to warm them. Once they feel hot, you may retire for the night. What, do you intend to stay here overnight? I lack the energy to find you a fireplace. That knot next door is retching incessantly. His constitution is truly feeble. With that, she turned and lifted the curtain, which had evidently been enchanted, causing the sounds from the outside world to vanish instantly. So, did we ultimately win or lose? Ron pondered, holding the potion bottle at an odd angle, reclining against the side of the bed. It matters little. I merely needed to vent my frustrations. And now I feel utterly refreshed and exuberant. Indeed, magical duels are the epitome of male romance, especially with Nott, who was felled by my vomiting curse, right next door. Alas, the curtain is soundproof. He cannot hear my triumph. However, when I rise later, I must ensure that the scoundrel Zabini is not in our ward, for I would not be able to restrain myself from wreaking havoc upon him. Neville, half reclining at the head of the bed, gazed enviously at Ron's self-congratulatory demeanor. Due to his earlier arrival, he had not participated in the newcomers' duel between the two houses. How remarkable! If only I possessed half the courage of you and Brandy, he mused. Lavender, visiting to check on them, recounted, Brandy was particularly dashing, executing a heroic rescue by pulling Parvati out of the fray. Many girls in our house were excitedly squealing. Isn't that right, Brandy? Brandy cradled the bottle with one hand, his left arm having lost its chill, now rendered somewhat stiff and lacking strength. He gazed intently at the potion within, which continued to bubble like a fiery essence, his eyes fixated ahead, clearly lost in thought. Although his injuries were not severe, the emotional toll of the skirmish weighed heavily upon him. He heard Neville's praise, yet it brought him no joy. Don't mention it. Do you think I am utterly useless? He pondered. Why would you think that? I cannot fight like you all. I yearn to unleash splendid spells and teach those Slytherin scoundrels a lesson, but I am incapable. All I can do is flee in fear. I managed to cast a single bird-conjuring spell to obscure the Slytherin's view and helped Parvati by deflecting a freezing curse, regaining a fragment of combat effectiveness. Neville, perhaps I am even more cowardly than you. He paused, his tone laden with frustration and discontent. Do you think I was sorted into the wrong house? The Sorting Hat suggested I should join Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, perhaps believing I possessed some cleverness. Yet, I am so mediocre, devoid of any magical talent. It was my own foolishness that led to my placement here. If only I had been different back then. Brandy turned her head in surprise, gazing at Neville, who had long been regarded as the most reticent and timid member of Gryffindor. It was not as he wished to explain, but ultimately he echoed, "You are braver than you realize." Did not the Sorting Hat ultimately agree to place you in Gryffindor? The Sorting Hat does not err in its judgments. Neville held Brandy's gaze, a feat he had never dared attempt before. The Sorting Hat must have perceived qualities from several houses within you, allowing you to choose. When I first donned it, it declared me suited for Hufflepuff. Yet it sensed a hidden courage in my heart, which is why I found myself here. However, Neville suddenly retreated into his former timidity, as if the boldness he had just displayed was not his true self. But you have yet to discover your courage, correct? It ultimately fell to Brandy and Ron to offer him comfort. It's all right. Neville, are you not already quite brave? Please, believe me wholeheartedly. In my eyes, even if you could not perform a single spell, you surpass Malfoy and his ilk by far. Neville's face flushed red as he endeavored to shout with all his might. Brandy gazed into his sincere eyes, and a smile gradually returned to her previously despondent face. Indeed, I am far more exceptional than Malfoy. I recall the Sorting Hat even suggested that I might become greater than Dumbledore. Wait, what? Just as she was indulging in her own self-praise, Brandy suddenly let out a piercing scream. Startled, Ron, who was in the midst of drinking a potion with an already peculiar taste, spluttered it all over the place. What on earth, Brandy? What's wrong with you? Brandy paid him no mind, as he sat there, staring blankly at the bottle in his hand, murmuring to himself. I understand now. Good heavens, this is what the principal meant. Everything is finally clear. Suddenly, he leapt from the bed, gulping down the potion in the bottle with fervor, and placed the bottle heavily on the nightstand, producing a resounding thud. The astonishing display left the two witnesses momentarily stunned. I have matters to attend to, he declared, nonchalantly draping his wizard-esque robe over his shoulders before swiftly pulling back the curtain and exiting. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Is he all right? After a prolonged silence, Neville finally regained his composure and hesitantly inquired of Ron. Probably. Brandy raced down the corridor towards the staircase, his mind filled with frustration at his own incompetence. I should have anticipated this. Dumbledore instructed me to remember the previous commitment, yet I never made any promise to him. How could he possibly know what agreements I had made with others? Was it only the sorting hat? The sorting hat had mentioned during the sorting ceremony that it was indeed the hat of Godric Gryffindor, the wisest hat of the past 3 centuries. He darted through a moving door, dodging paper balls thrown at him by the fat friar, and swiftly ascended the stairs. Who could possibly analyze my current condition better than the sorting hat? It is a legendary magical artifact imbued with the wisdom of Gryffindor. Oh, how foolish I am. No wonder my memory orb turned red. I completely forgot to consult the sorting hat about this matter. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he sprinted past the statue of the gaunt Clarence, racing down the lengthy corridor where portraits whisked by him. Finally, he halted at a place he had visited not long ago. Breathless, he struggled to utter the password. Incorrect password. My friend, the password was changed just a couple of days ago. It is now the one associated with the stone beast to the right of cranberry cookies, which solemnly bowed to him. However, Dumbledore had mentioned that if it were the same young man from last time, entry would be permitted. Yet, I did not expect it would take you this long to return. Look, even my fish-lipped brother has been repaired. The stone beast on the left wore a stern expression and glared at its sibling, before leaping down from its pedestal to reveal the passage behind. It seemed to have departed from its previous role of being foolishly entertaining. Thank you, gentlemen, Brandy said excitedly, hardly in the mood to chat with the 2 stone beasts as he hastily entered. The headmaster's office was empty. Evidently, the busy Mr. Dumbledore had wandered off to ponder the meaning of life elsewhere. Nevertheless, Brandy had a clear objective this time and strode purposefully towards the desk supported by 3 claws. There, behind it, the sorting hat lay quietly, a note affixed atop it. Brandy lifted the note and glanced at it. You have arrived. A month later, you will return to the principal's office, and the stone beast will grant you entry. Clean it thoroughly, and under no circumstances should you discuss the sorting hat's song. Addressed to Brandy Barton. Brandy blinked, clearly perplexed by the mental process involved in discussing lyrics with the sorting hat. However, at least he received some good news. He had initially thought he could only borrow it momentarily, yet it turned out he could keep it for an entire month. The sorting hat certainly had a leisurely existence. With a heart full of trepidation, he picked up the hat and exited the headmaster's office. Sneaking down from the 8th floor, he traversed the long tables of the Great Hall and arrived at the entrance of the foyer. Having previously explored the entire castle, he had a rough idea of areas typically devoid of foot traffic. The corridor directly opposite the foyer was just such a place, as it led to a few rarely used classrooms that were both dirty and dilapidated, cluttered with an abundance of junk. Even if some upperclassmen, unable to contain their boredom, were to sneak out for a clandestine escapade, they would likely avoid such a stifling environment. Pushing open the door to classroom 11, a musty odor assaulted Brandy's nostrils, prompting him to cough violently. In one corner of the classroom, the desks and chairs were arranged in an orderly fashion. Strangely, despite the overpowering mildew, the room was impeccably clean. He extended his hand to wipe the lectern, only to find it completely free of dust. It appeared that someone frequently tidied up this unused classroom. He couldn't fathom who would take the time to clean such an unoccupied space and hoped fervently that no one would disturb him. With this thought in mind, he moved to an empty corner of the classroom, took a deep breath, and placed the hat atop his head. Ah, he had to admit, this wretched hat was indeed quite filthy. You dare call me dirty? Ah, discovered. Your abilities are somewhat unfair, aren't they? Of course, I am the hat of one of the 4 founders. I can sense any thought you willingly entertain. Yet, I must say I didn't expect you to remember that. I had nearly forgotten I promised to have a chat with the little brat. Ah, didn't Dumbledore mention it to you? Brandy pondered anxiously. Was it possible that Dumbledore's intentions were entirely different? He was uncertain whether the sorting hat could indeed assist him, or if it was merely a matter of fulfilling a promise. Although he struggled to grasp the essence of the situation, he seemed to discern that perhaps he was being called upon for some form of assistance. In a flurry of thought, Brandy meticulously reviewed his current predicament, striving to ensure that the sorting hat comprehended his plight. In a moment of frantic energy, he conjured a Lumos charm, allowing himself to enter a state of magical depletion, thus transmitting the sensations of weakness and bodily discomfort to the hat. After a considerable pause, the sorting hat finally stirred. Its voice resonated within Brandy's mind, tinged with a solemnity and confusion. I see. I believe I grasp the situation to some extent. However, it has been peculiar from the outset. Setting aside the sheer extravagance of a crystal wand, the fact that such an object could be successfully contracted by an 11-year-old child is indeed alarming. This world seems to be increasingly devoid of magic. The current circumstances certainly present a challenge for a swift resolution. Brandy, somewhat despondent, let his hands fall, and stared vacantly ahead. Yet after a few moments, he appeared to regain his focus. Wait, are you suggesting that a complete resolution is somewhat complicated? But that can't be right. Didn't Dumbledore mention that this is merely a historical issue? He indicated that after using the wand for a while, it would cease to be a problem, though the duration would depend on one's magical reserves. Why the fuss? Brandy's agitation grew palpable as he exclaimed. What is the meaning of this? Why are you all keeping secrets? I expect a thorough explanation. The victim is still at the scene awaiting rescue. While you seem preoccupied with discussing the intricacies of the crime, the Sorting Hat chuckled mockingly within Brandy's mind. If you wish for my assistance, you must plead for it. For a moment, Brandy found himself taken aback by the audacity of the Hat. Very well. Through fire and peril, your word shall reign supreme. Oh, I'll keep my demands reasonable, the Sorting Hat boasted, revealing its requests, leaving Brandy utterly astonished. What? Are you implying you have objections? Not at all. Not at all. The school hall's bell tolled, resonating 10 clear chimes, melodious and resounding. The moon peeked from above the forbidden forest, its milky glow playfully spilling into classroom 11. The figure standing at the center of the room was distinctly visible, straining to tense his muscles, beads of sweat cascading down his neck, soaking his robe through and through. Relax. I told you to relax, you fool. I meant for you to control the flow of magic, not to stiffen your muscles like a wooden puppet. If you maintain this for a month, the only transformation you'll undergo is becoming a muscle-bound brute. Oh, just give me a moment. I'm trying my best. Brandy gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He paid no heed to the incessant gestures of the Sorting Hat beside him, entirely consumed by the key points it had shared with him an hour prior. An hour ago, the Sorting Hat had solemnly conveyed, if you wish to resolve your current issue of magical depletion, you must first ascertain the reason behind the abrupt disappearance of your magic following a single spell. I am uncertain how modern wizards comprehend the procedure of spellcasting. At least in my era, the execution of a spell primarily depended on the establishment of a magical link. Magical link? Brandy pondered the term, contemplating its significance. Indeed, the act of spellcasting predominantly relies on the flow of magic. When magic surpasses the threshold of the wand and is drawn into it, the magical link is essentially formed. At this juncture, the wand autonomously assumes control of the magical link, transforming the received magic into a fully realized spell through the wizard's incantations, gestures, and other actions, which is then released from the tip of the wand. Any surplus magic subsequently returns to the wizard via the wand, which deliberately severs the link, thereby completing the spell. But am I not performing this very action? Or is it not the method by which all wizards cast spells? No, no, no. It is different, Brandy. You are not like them, the Sorting Hat remarked. This leads us to another matter, your wand. Brandy, you may be unaware of the nature of chalcedony in the ancient magical realm, yet it is understandable, as the lineage of ancient wizards seems to have been utterly severed long before my time. Ah, seeing your eagerness, I shall refrain from reminiscing about those bygone days. Just remember, your wand is not an ordinary artifact. Its core consists of a remarkably potent magical material. However, due to its extensive duration of existence, it has traversed the ages from the high magic era, rich in abundant magic, to the present low magic era, where spellcasting relies solely on one's own abilities. You might comprehend that after such a prolonged existence, it has finally undergone a transformation. Of course, I am unaware of the exact nature of this metamorphosis. In any case, it has nobly exhausted its magical energy. Aha! Brandy blinked in confusion. It was the first time he had heard of magical materials that could alter themselves to adapt to trends, subsequently exhausting their own magical energy. Was it merely a whim that led them to cease being magical materials? No, Sorting Hat. What does its depletion of magical energy have to do with me? It seems that today's young wizards are utterly foolish. Now that it has exhausted its magical energy and is potentially a magical object with a degree of self-awareness, its primary objective would undoubtedly be to restore its own functionality. Yet, in this era, the external environment hardly provides any magical energy for it to absorb. At this juncture, you come forth and create a stir, and it fixates on you. Since it acknowledges you, it naturally disregards the magical energy of others. Who else would you expect it to draw from if not you? But why does it not draw energy at other times? Only when I intend to use magic. This pertains to the issue of magical links. If it were merely a piece of agate, perhaps it could be reckless, but it has been crafted into a wand. Wands possess their own means of energy supply. Only when a wizard's magical link actively connects with the wand can energy be directed into it. This is precisely why you differ from other wizards. Throughout history, the authority of all wizards' magical links has been entrusted to the wands, which mechanically convert a fixed amount of magical energy into spells before severing the link. This is a matter of course. However, yours is slightly different. Once this wand establishes a link, it will not willingly sever it without thoroughly draining you first. Moreover, it is likely that 99 of this energy is utilized to restore the wand itself, leaving the minuscule amount that is transformed into spells utterly negligible. Thus, you find yourself swiftly entering a state of magical exhaustion with each incantation, and many of the more costly curses remain incomplete. Logically speaking, your magical prowess should surpass that of the average wizard, otherwise, it would not have chosen you. Yet, despite your assertions of its rarity and potency, its existence seems to serve no purpose other than to siphon off my energy. When will it fully recover? I can't shake the feeling of caring for a child. Well, that depends on luck. In fact, I have 3 potential solutions to your magical exhaustion dilemma. One of which involves doing nothing but maintaining the magical link for it to siphon energy. Who knows, perhaps after 10 or 8 years, it might be replenished. And this has its advantages. Just look at how formidable your magical recovery ability is. You can regain a substantial portion of your energy in just a minute. If you persist for 10 or 8 years, you could ascend to greatness. Indeed, by then, I would have long been expelled from school, due to a fish-lipped Gryffindor blundering about and wasting the Academy's educational resources. Brandy scoffed, disdain evident on his face. If you put it that way, it does seem plausible. Not to mention, Professor McGonagall's patience is evidently limited. Therefore, there exists a straightforward and rather crude method, albeit with obvious side effects. All you need to do is break the wand completely. After all, your magical talent should be considerable, and during this time, you've honed a commendable ability to regain energy. Once you acquire another wand that recognizes you, it won't be long before you are back in fighting form. Alright, on to the next. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist, huh? Now, you must obediently follow my guidance. Upon realizing that your recovery ability would improve with practice, a bold idea suddenly struck me. Of course, you may choose to disregard it, for I suspect no one throughout history has ever attempted such a notion. Perhaps no one even considered it. Brandy inexplicably shivered, as if sensing the terrifying fervor and concealed malice in the voice of the Sorting Hat, reminiscent of Hermione in her scholarly fervor. The initial step appeared deceptively simple. The Sorting Hat's tone was casual, as if addressing a trivial matter. All that was required was to slightly break the rules when establishing the magical link, seizing control of the power link from his wand. The Sorting Hat's demeanor was so nonchalant, akin to haggling with a vegetable vendor, confidently asserting that its suggestion was rooted in the principles of magic measurement by Barbu Kovic and the uncertainty principle of Abdul Bari Muhammad, claiming it to be the most scientifically sound method for Brandy to extricate himself from his predicament. Yet, discussing science in the magical realm was inherently unscientific. Moreover, that Muhammad sounded like a peculiar scholar who would emerge from bizarre places brandishing odd magical artifacts, exclaiming, "Art is an explosion." Ultimately, under the Sorting Hat's insidious encouragement, Brandy resolved to take the risk. "Are you certain nothing will go awry?" "Oh, fear not. If you cannot trust me, can you not trust Gryffindor? I am its hat, the embodiment of wisdom." With a renewed sense of determination, Brandy inhaled deeply and waved his wand. A flicker of soft white light shot forth from the tip of the wand, illuminating a space of about 1 to 2 meters. "Now, remain still and let your wand drain your magic," it continued, but before it could finish, the light source at the wand's tip began to waver. How long had it been? 2 seconds? 3? Hurry. I can't hold on. Brandy struggled to maintain the flickering white light amidst the encroaching darkness, desperately channeling the last remnants of magic within him. "Oh, I never expected you to be so feeble. Quickly, repeat after me, Mata Magic." Mata Magic. In that instant, Brandy's wand erupted in a blinding flash of light, dazzling and fierce, akin to the midday sun. The sudden brilliance in the darkness rendered Brandy momentarily blinded, forcing him to stifle a soft groan. "What are you doing? Huh? What is this?" Just as he was about to question the Sorting Hat, he froze. Realizing his luminescence spell had abruptly ceased, his magic entirely depleted. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the magical link between his fingers and wand had weakened immensely, yet still persisted tenaciously. "This is the prefix of super magic," the Sorting Hat's serious voice echoed in his mind. "You've never seen this before, have you? Adding a prefix to a spell creates a unique alteration in its effects. The downside is that it forcibly maintains the magical link between you and your wand, which will drain a tremendous amount of magic. Even ancient wizards, with their immense magical reserves, often shun this technique. You must seize the link quickly, for your wand will soon realize the connection still exists and will eagerly consume the magic. Oh, damn it, it already knows. In that moment, a dreadful tempest stirred within Brandy. He could even sense a faint glimmer of excitement emanating from the tip of his wand. Perhaps it was because, after every spell, the wand would rapidly drain his magic to zero, only to disdainfully sever the link. It was a classic case of biting the hand that feeds. The wand had never anticipated that Brandy, enduring such treatment, would develop a talent for resilience. His magic rekindled swiftly, almost immediately after the wand severed the link. His magical reserves surged. This time, just as the wand had finished its disdainful act, and Brandy intended to retreat for rest, he promptly offered back the fat he had just regained. The wand suddenly realized the truth. Its master's magic was like chives, growing back in abundance after each harvest. In that moment, Brandy found himself ensnared in the most perilous and lethal predicament of his life. He discovered he could no longer control his own body. The wand's relentless siphoning of his magic had reached a brutal extent, extracting energy from every cell within him. Under such strain, Brandy felt as if he had been subjected to a high-voltage shock, every muscle taut and unyielding. He was even unable to loosen his grip on the wand. I implore you, Sorting Hat, must you not devise a solution? If this continues, I shall truly be drained. Calm down, calm down. I never anticipated your wand would be so merciless. Don't panic. Let me think. The Sorting Hat's tone conveyed a sense of urgency that rivaled Brandy's own. It mumbled fragments of thoughts in his mind, seemingly recalling something. Yes. Quickly recite the counterspell with me. It will forcibly terminate the supermagic state. Flitterian, Ovis. Now, Why aren't you repeating after me? Can I even utter a word? Are you truly the embodiment of Gryffindor's wisdom? Have you not noticed that I can scarcely open my mouth? Brandy's face contorted in a grimace, gritting his teeth in a different kind of frustration. The Sorting Hat fell silent, and after a moment, a voice filled with grievance floated back to him. I spoke only the truth. Godric is not as clever as Rowena. In fact, he can be quite foolish. Brandy, struggling to breathe, nearly succumbed to suffocation. Given the dire circumstances, he resolved to adopt a more radical approach. He concentrated fiercely, directing all his attention towards the task at hand. Listening to the Sorting Hat's thunderous roar echoing in his mind, Brandy summoned every ounce of his willpower, attempting to feel the delicate thread of magical energy connecting his fingertips to his wand. Focus. Visualize it. Imagine your spirit as a sharp sword, a mighty axe. Perceive your magical link. Charge forth. Sever it. With this resolve, a torrent of mental energy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, roaring upward. Suddenly, his world was engulfed in darkness. The connection between his consciousness and reality severed in an instant. Awaken. Quickly. Awaken. A faint, delicate voice emerged from the void. Where am I? His body felt languid, exhausted, and unresponsive. Brandy found himself unwilling to even move a finger. Brandy, we have to go? The voice was intermittent, as if it were drifting from afar. Who are you, anyway? The tiny voice seemed to draw nearer, awakening a faint sensation in his rusted body, as he felt something persistently battering against him. Struggling to engage his sluggish mind, he slowly recalled the events that had just transpired. Oh, I see. I fainted. He opened his eyes, only to find his right eye obscured, while his left was shrouded in a haze, rendering him unable to see anything in the dim moonlight. Surely, the dazzling glow of the spell he had cast before losing consciousness had overwhelmed him, and he had yet to recover. A series of sharp, rhythmic sounds echoed nearby, strikingly familiar, though he could not quite place where he had heard them before. Fool. Hurry up. We've got trouble. Big trouble. Just as he began to comprehend the incessant, irritating voice that had been speaking to him, his eyes gradually adjusted to the light within the room, allowing him to discern shapes before him. The moon had risen high, disappearing from the window, leaving only scattered beams of light striving to illuminate the classroom. In the darkness, he heard something scraping, a rustling sound. The Sorting Hat had somehow slipped from his head, now lying askew on the ground, half resting against the floor and half covering the side of his face. Ah, so that is how it is. Brandy gazed at it with a blank expression. My heavens, Merlin above. Brandy, you have finally awakened. I have been tormented for nearly 2 hours beside you. The tip of the Sorting Hat split open with a seam, desperately shouting at Brandy. Perhaps it was a matter of her eyes not yet fully adjusting. Or perhaps it was the lighting, but it seemed that the colors appeared somewhat different than before. Oh, how you truly worry for me. Indeed. The Sorting Hat trembled slightly, likely nodding in a manner reminiscent of a little chick pecking at grains. Then please refrain from slapping my face the next time you call for me. With a sulky tone, the brim of the hat reluctantly shrank back towards the oddly protruding parts facing Brandy. Ah, you scoundrel Sorting Hat, I shall engage in battle with you. Not only did you treat me like a guinea pig, casually suggesting a method that could endanger my life, but you also dared to slap my face while I was unconscious. Brandy sprang up from the ground like a carp, seizing the Sorting Hat and placing it upon her head, internally roaring with indignation. Russell, 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 who told you to be so unresponsive? In such a critical moment. You slept like a dead pig. If I don't slap you, whom shall I slap? I exerted so much effort and am quite exhausted. You should bow down and sincerely thank me. Russell, Russell, Russell. Ah, I truly appreciate that. As a token of gratitude, how about I laboriously paint you from head to toe? Russell, Russell, Russell. Someone has indeed done that before. At that moment, the previously animated Sorting Hat suddenly shouted in despair, its mood evidently plummeting. This left Brandy, who was ready to engage in a fierce argument, momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with you? What else could it be? Didn't I already say we are in trouble? Just look for yourself, you fool. Brandy lifted his head in confusion, at which point he became aware of a suspicious rustling sound a few meters away from him. There was another person in this classroom. He turned his head to see a familiar figure hovering not far away, holding a sketchpad and continuously scribbling something while humming a ghastly rendition of a funeral march with remarkable enthusiasm. Merlin, how did this wretched creature get here? He looked at the poltergeist, who seemed to be painting a portrait of himself in the Sorting Hat, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This was indeed a grave predicament. Upon sensing Brandy's gaze, the poltergeist paused his actions, gleefully tossed aside his paintbrush, and floated in midair, using his infuriatingly tuneful voice to chime in. Oh dear, yet another bothersome first year. Sneaking into the headmaster's office in the dead of night to pilfer items, and then coming to an empty classroom to torture yourself with such exertion. The screams are loud enough to awaken the entire castle. I am quite curious about your experiences. Oh, for heaven's sake, poltergeist, I didn't scream at all. And what on earth are you doing here at this hour? What is that in your hand? Brandy endeavored to maintain a facade of composure while secretly inquiring of the Sorting Hat. Hey, old hat, did I really call out before I fainted? Just a glance will suffice for you to comprehend. And your concern appears to be whether you made a sound, rather than whether you are engaging in self-inflicted torment. I am truly astounded. The Sorting Hat retorted, its mood evidently sour. Make sure to wash up when you return. What? Why such an absurd demand? Was I sweating too much? Aren't you quite filthy yourself? Understand nothing at all. While you were unconscious. The poltergeist spent over half an hour recklessly practicing art on us. The Sorting Hat exclaimed in exasperation. Brandy quickly looked down at his robe. Alas, the light was too dim to discern anything clearly. But perhaps it was precisely the obscurity that was frightening. The poltergeist was merely painting at random based on sensation. What I hold? Oh, it's nothing at all. I simply enjoy giving nicknames to what I see, lest I forget, so I write them down. Just a trivial personal hobby, nothing to be concerned about. The poltergeist waved dismissively, his eyes narrowing into mischievous slits. Indeed, this hobby was hardly commendable. So, when I wait for you to pack your things and leave tomorrow, what shall I call you? There are quite a few names written on this paper. Why don't you choose one? Hat Thief? The Disgrace of Gryffindor? Or perhaps Mr. 3 Seconds? Good heavens! How long had this fellow been watching? Though he did not entirely comprehend the last nickname, he vaguely felt that his dignity had been severely insulted. A surge of indignation ignited within Brandy, his face flushed. Suddenly, he summoned his strength and charged at the poltergeist. He now understood what it felt like to run into a ghost, akin to colliding with a water-filled bag. He knocked the unsuspecting poltergeist against the wall, half of its body embedded within, while he felt a chilling sensation wash over him, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. The good news was that he had gained a few seconds to escape. However, the bad news was even more disheartening. The poltergeist, being semi-corporeal, would suffer no harm even when lodged in the wall. Moreover, they could fly, and quite swiftly at that. Help! Students are awake and stealing from the headmaster's office. The poltergeist shrieked, straining to extricate itself from the wall. Brandy dashed past it, sprinting desperately towards the corridor. After running a considerable distance, he could still hear the poltergeist's clamorous outcry. The portraits in the corridor awoke, staring in astonishment at the figure that flashed past them. He was in the first-floor corridor. Just as he was about to ascend the staircase, the poltergeist relentlessly pursued him from behind, cackling while the sketchpad repeatedly smacked against Brandy's back. Oh, for goodness sake. The ghost might lack strength, and the blows from the sketchpad were not particularly painful. However, as long as the poltergeist continued to generate noise beside him, Brandy felt as exposed as a lit bulb in the dead of night. Brandy could faintly hear footsteps approaching from a distance. Filch was excitedly following the direction indicated by Peeves. Despair washed over him as he remembered that Filch's office was located on the first floor. He was essentially walking into a trap. There was no way he could ascend to the upper levels. Filch was well acquainted with all the shortcuts leading upstairs. He would undoubtedly be caught. But where exactly was he now? Brandy strained to move his legs while attempting to discern his surroundings. The corridors all appeared so similar. He had scarcely ventured down to the first floor at night, and now he seemed to be hopelessly lost. This way, that door leads to the dungeons. Did he wish to be apprehended by Filch right at the entrance to the Slytherin common room? Just as he was about to dart through a door adorned with a curtain in a panic, the voice of the Sorting Hat resounded like a heavenly revelation. He could no longer afford to express his discontent at the hat's lack of decorum. He abruptly halted, then swiftly pivoted to the right, inadvertently striking Peeves, who had been startled by his sudden stop, sending him flying. The sensation was akin to spiking a volleyball. Brandy had long desired to do this, as Peeves had been incessantly buzzing around, annoyingly persistent like a relentless mosquito. "How dare you hit me?" Peeves exclaimed, vowing to make him pay for his insolence. Clutching his now dented face in disbelief as he angrily pursued him, shouting in his ear, "Oh, welcome to the fray. I was just in need of a sparring partner." Brandy hurriedly dashed down a corridor, following the directions of the Sorting Hat and passing through a door that appeared to lead to the staff lounge. The surroundings grew increasingly familiar, yet Brandy's anxiety mounted. "You insufferable little rascal, you've stumbled into a dead end. You cannot escape now. Peeves is here to exact his revenge." The mischievous poltergeist chuckled with ever brighter glee. In the corridor leading to the staff lounge, the cursed first year was destined for expulsion. "Well done, Peeves," he exclaimed. "Indeed, my dear. He is right here. Those delightful little trinkets in my office will finally come into play." Faint voices could be heard from outside the corridor, as Filch conversed with Madame Lorimer, his feline companion. "I cannot fathom why, as a fellow cat enthusiast, this individual harbors such a twisted disposition." Brandy was utterly terrified, sprinting down the corridor and plunging into the staff lounge, with Peeves trailing closely behind. "What should we do next?" "Don't speak. Buy me some time while I gather my thoughts. I recall there is a passage leading to classroom 13. Back in the day, Gryffindor would suddenly emerge from there with a mischievous grin, scaring his most prized student. As the Sorting Hat struggled to recollect, Brandy swiftly turned around, closed the door, and locked it. Yet, he knew this would be futile. Filch undoubtedly possessed the key to that door. He contemplated moving something to barricade it, but the only sufficiently heavy object in the staff lounge appeared to be the large cupboard. However, it was both too cumbersome to shift and clang. The cupboard suddenly quivered, emitting a dreadful noise. Startled, both Brandy and Peeves froze in place, and after a brief moment of shock, Peeves let out a blood-curdling scream. "Help. There's a ghost in here." "Of course, you're a ghost," Brandy thought anxiously as he strained to listen to the sounds of the cupboard and the corridor behind him, mentally berating himself. The footsteps grew louder, interspersed with the occasional meow of a cat. Filch seemed to relish the thrill of the hunt, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet he was likely no more than 20 meters from the door. "Ah, I've remembered." A sudden exclamation erupted from deep within him, startling Brandy. "Quickly. Hide behind those two dark armchairs. Yes, the ones of different shapes." Brandy hurriedly ran to the designated spot and, following the Sorting Hat's guidance, tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling. The ceiling was adorned with an intricate array of patterns, seemingly composed of numerous elliptical paintings of various sizes, appearing utterly chaotic. Quickly locate Jupiter's position at 2 o'clock. Point your wand at it. Enter the super magical state. Then recite the incantation, Moros. What? He paused momentarily, then strained his eyes to scrutinize the ceiling, only to be astonished to find that these patterns bore a striking resemblance to celestial maps, though they were far more intricate than the stars he had studied in astronomy class. "What are you doing, you filthy Gryffindor brat?" Peeves observed Brandy's peculiar behavior, momentarily forgetting his irritation, and curiously inquired from the side. "Shut up." Brandy snapped fiercely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the complex designs above. Footsteps halted at the doorway, and the door was pushed several times but remained immovable. He heard a curse followed by a series of metallic clinks. Filch was fumbling for his keys. If I were you, insufferable first year, Peeves flitted around Brandy, I would adopt a more courteous demeanor, at least that way. I might spare you a clump of hair from your head. How about I leave you just 3 strands? The key was inserted into the lock and began to turn. Brandy clenched his teeth. He had never concentrated so intensely before. His eyes scanned through the clusters of celestial bodies until they settled upon a black resembling an accidental ink stain. He had found the wretched Jupiter. Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang. Filch, clutching Mrs. Norris, wore a grotesque grin contorting his ugly face. Surprised? Unexpected? That damned little imp has kept me chasing for ages. To his astonishment, the imp seemed entirely indifferent to him, facing away with his wand raised high. Pointing directly at the ceiling, Peeves shouted beside him, his already pale face devoid of any color. Stop him. Although uncertain of what was transpiring, it was evident that the other party had no intention of surrendering and was even contemplating blasting the ceiling. Filch, furious, released Mrs. Norris and rushed towards Brandy. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Brandy turned his head, feeling a sense of relief as he gazed at the approaching Furchie, who appeared rather endearing at that moment. Despite his angry gaping mouth revealing a few gleaming yellow teeth, seemingly gilded by the eternal candlelight of the staff lounge. Ah, Mr. Furchie, how delightful your nightlife must be. The magical link was established. Brandy had never felt the sensation of magical exhaustion so liberating. He let out a triumphant roar. Super magic spell, Dolos. A beam of radiant light cascaded down. Both Pippi and Furchie halted in their tracks, shielding their eyes with their hands. Once the blinding light faded, the spot was empty. That wretched Gryffindor freshman had vanished. After a moment, the corridor on the first floor erupted with a hysterical scream, echoing in a synchrony of anguished cries from another realm. It felt as though he had been brutally shoved into a pipe, propelled violently in one direction, and Brandy could only sense his insides being compressed. Breathing became a challenge. Seconds, or perhaps minutes later, the pipe finally reached its terminus. Ouch! Brandy was unceremoniously ejected, tumbling from the void to the ground. Ouch, my ribs. This method is rather brutal, isn't it? Apparently, casting magic in Gryffindor's era was quite arduous, having learned from his previous painful experience. Brandy adeptly severed the magical link with his mental prowess. Fortuitously, he did not succumb to unconsciousness this time due to the timely disconnection. He lay on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath, then rose, rubbing his aching shoulders as he surveyed his surroundings. It was an ordinary classroom with old desks and chairs, and a cabinet neatly arranged in the corner, just like any other classroom. He glanced out the window. The sky remained dim, suggesting that sunrise was still a couple of hours away. He withdrew his gaze and headed toward the door, but after a few steps, he suddenly froze. Huh? A peculiar sensation washed over him. He pondered for a moment, then a shiver coursed through him, prompting him to quickly return to the window. Although he had not explored the legendary hidden passages spoken of by generations of Hogwarts students, nor did he know how many magical secret chambers lay concealed within this grand castle, he was certain that throughout the past 2 months of classes and exploration, he had traversed all the visible classrooms at Hogwarts. Yet, this particular room, with its view of the dim fields and dark woods, must be facing the Forbidden Forest. Why was that? Brandy was utterly perplexed. If his memory served him correctly, from below, he should be located. At that moment, the Sorting Hat spoke. Its voice was peculiar, as if relishing the opportunity to introduce itself while reminiscing about times gone by. Welcome to Classroom 13, Brandy. The place of my origin. Ah, how swiftly time passes. The last time I was here was over 40 years ago. Now, if you would kindly shift your gaze to the right a little, I can only see through your eyes. Yes, do you see that candelabrum by the wall? Go ahead and twist the base half a turn. It has been enchanted with eternal flame, and if all goes well, it should light up. Brandy stepped forward and gently rotated the candlestick half a turn. Indeed, a burst of flame suddenly erupted from the candlestick, yet surprisingly, he felt no warmth. The surroundings illuminated instantly, allowing Brandy to clearly perceive the exquisite carvings and patterns etched upon the wooden walls, as well as the tables and chairs behind him, which bore little difference from contemporary designs. The polished mahogany floor gleamed, and there stood a singularly ornate lectern, seemingly gilded. Yes, that table, I remember it well. It was upon this very surface that I was bestowed with consciousness. The Sorting Hat sighed with a sense of nostalgia, setting aside its previous whimsical demeanor. It now exuded the aura of a venerable elder weathered by the passage of time. Reflecting on how this tattered hat had idled for centuries within the confines of Hogwarts, a profound respect welled up within Brandy. Rarely did he refrain from offering his opinions, but he dutifully approached as the Sorting Hat desired. The lectern was steeped in medieval charm, its body adorned with an abundance of symbols, patterns, and lines. The surface, somewhat uneven, was coated with a layer of varnish, though time had dulled its once vibrant sheen. Yet, it was comforting to note that, perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of this classroom, the table remained steadfast upon the ground despite nearly a millennium of existence. Is there often someone here to clean? Brandy reached out to touch it, finding the surface as pristine as new, devoid of even a speck of dust. I mean, why didn't you mention this to Dumbledore? If you truly came to check, it shouldn't have been difficult, right? Oh, this is how it is, the Sorting Hat replied softly. Cleaning is unnecessary. This space is unlike the outside. You must have noticed that this classroom, if observed from the outside, does not exist at all. But I can see outside. That surely cannot be an illusion. Ah. Now we delve into the ancient knowledge of one-way spatial bridging magic. Ah, go on, don't be curious. With your current level of understanding, you likely wouldn't grasp the meaning of such terms. Yet, it is true that this knowledge has been lost to the outside world, and don't expect me to teach you. I ought to remember such knowledge, though I cannot fathom why it eludes me. TCH. To call oneself foolish while sounding so grandiose. Engaging in a verbal spar with the Sorting Hat, Brandy circled the classroom. He reluctantly acknowledged that, aside from the furniture, there was not a single item of clutter. The cabinets were utterly empty. It seemed previous visitors had stripped the place bare. As for why it was not frequently visited, the Sorting Hat pondered that, aside from the furnishings, there was little of significance to recall, and the number of wizards capable of accessing this place was exceedingly limited. Personally, I do not wish to trouble Dumbledore. He is indeed very busy, and in recent years, during our exchanges of consciousness, I have sensed his magical power steadily waning. He is quite advanced in age. What does age have to do with it? Does this place have age requirements? So, bringing you to Gryffindor was indeed the right choice? You certainly do not possess the wisdom of a Ravenclaw. How did you manage to enter? The Sorting Hat's tone dripped with disdain. Only those endowed with extraordinary magical capability can enter this classroom. Moreover, wielding such magic comes at a cost. The expenditure of magical energy is not worth it. And Dumbledore's power has already begun to decline. In this context, employing extraordinary magic could inflict irreparable harm upon his magical essence. As for the other inhabitants of the Academy, they likely lack the requisite magical reserves. Oh, are you praising my magical capacity? I recall you merely saying my talent was decent back in classroom 11. Brandy blushed, feeling quite pleased. Oh, stop dreaming. A mere compliment, and you think you're on cloud 9? As if you could manifest that power. The Sorting Hat retorted sharply. You merely possess a few times the magical energy of an ordinary individual, just enough to barely complete one extraordinary spell before your wand drains you dry. In truth, if tasked to perform any significant magic, you would falter immediately. Is it truly appropriate to be so blunt? A little deception would suffice. It has been a long night without a single joyous moment, and even discovering this secret chamber turned out to be a disappointment. Brandy rolled his eyes. He navigated through the scattered desks and chairs, returning to the podium, where he began to scrutinize the faint, indecipherable chalk inscriptions that lingered on the blackboard. It seemed that remnants of several words still clung to the surface, as if they were part of an incantation. Oh, indeed, if we follow your reasoning. Then the person who last brought you in was not Dumbledore. Certainly not. Goodness, do you truly believe that in this world, apart from yourself and Dumbledore, no one else possesses knowledge of ancient magic? Brandy touched the back of his head, grinning foolishly with pride. I recall vividly that it was a Hufflepuff boy who had stirred the Sorting Hat's memories. It seemed to be a balmy summer day when he, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, brazenly barged into the headmaster's office. He implored Dumbledore to lend me to him, claiming he had discovered a notebook filled with trivialities about the school from a millennium ago. He sought my verification of these findings, and did Dumbledore acquiesce? Naturally, he would. As I was rather idle at the time, engaged in a discussion with him about the lyrics for the incoming first years. He appeared to have grown weary of this delightful task. The Sorting Hat huffed in discontent, and thus, with great delight, I was handed over to him, with the promise that he would return me in a month, adding that if he had no intention of returning me, it would matter little, as he could simply draw lots for his house next year. How audacious! How dare he? I am the Hat of Gryffindor. Indeed, the very embodiment of Gryffindor's folly. Brandy curled his lip in disdain. Later, he took me to the corridor, where he straightforwardly inquired how to enter classroom 13. I was utterly astonished. That place had been sealed off since the departure of Gryffindor's apprentice. How on earth did he know of its existence? Eventually, I led him there. And to my shock, I realized I had assigned such a prodigious talent, capable of mastering ancient magic, to Hufflepuff. This was simply unforgivable. Oh, so, you threatened me with Hufflepuff previously, and at that time, it did not seem unforgivable? Does your conscience not ache? Ahem. Do not interrupt. Let me finish. When he arrived, the room had been largely emptied, cleared out by the students who had attended classes there upon their departure. I told him not to waste his efforts, as there was likely nothing of interest left. Yet, he remained unconvinced, adamantly asserting that one of them must be in this classroom. Thus, he rummaged through the place for several days. I thought he might scrape the floor bare, taking every remaining trinket, yet still, he found nothing. Until one day, he returned me with a jubilant air, and I surmised he must have uncovered some clue among the remnants. I wished to employ my mind-reading abilities, but I sensed he had cast a mental block on himself, an enchantment that obstructs others from probing one's thoughts. Let me think. What was that boy's name? Ah, yes, Light Manson. Brandy slowly pronounced the name. Yes, indeed. That is the name. How do you know, Brandy? The Sorting Hat, immersed in reminiscence, suddenly paused, exclaiming in astonishment. Brandy's gaze traversed a corner of the blackboard, where a few lines of minuscule text were inscribed in chalk, intermingled with chaotic doodles that would be difficult to discern without a keen eye. We both had misjudged. This was not the conclusion, merely a fragment. Yet the door had swung open, and we resolved to tempt our fortune. The signature read, Wright Manson, 1942. Brandy, a curious little rascal, and the Sorting Hat, a mischievous old trickster, found themselves engrossed in a delightful reverie sparked by a few phrases from Wright. Together, they spun an elaborate tale of a monumental treasure and a thrilling journey filled with adventure. As dawn began to break, Brandy, stifling yawns, finally realized, prompted by the Sorting Hat, that it was nearly 6 o'clock. He swung open the classroom door and stepped outside, only to turn back and discover that the spot he had just exited had transformed into a smooth wall on the right side of the 6th-floor staircase. Skeptically, he reached out to touch it, feeling only the cold stone beneath his fingers, a clear indication that this was no mere dream or illusion. Clutching the Sorting Hat, he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. The duo had experienced quite a roller coaster of emotions throughout the night, and they were utterly exhausted. The Sorting Hat even acquiesced to postpone its elaborate cleansing ritual until after they awoke, yearning only for a good rest on the vacant patch of ground. After apologizing to the startled fat lady, he returned to the common room and casually tossed his robe into the basket designated for laundry, where everyone's old garments accumulated daily, only to be transformed into neatly folded new attire by morning, awaiting at each bedside. He had grown accustomed to such magical arrangements. However, just as he was about to place the Sorting Hat into his designated locker in the washroom, intending to fetch a change of clothes for a bath, he was taken aback to see that everyone had already risen. Wasn't it still before 7 o'clock? Harry, when did you all start getting up so early? Aren't we supposed to have no classes today? He inquired, bewildered. Harry, bleary-eyed and gazing at him with confusion, replied, Did Professor McGonagall not announce in the common room last night? Although we have no classes today, we are to hold a study session. Professor McGonagall is supervising us to ensure that we complete all our assignments for the week. Brandy, why do you look so pale? Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? Yes, I certainly did have a nightmare. Oh my goodness. Brandy quietly entered the washroom, clutching a change of clothes. What a nightmare. If only a cold shower could awaken her from this despair, she thought, tears streaming down her face. There is a saying, you can never rouse someone pretending to be asleep. In reality, one cannot easily stir a person who is deeply fatigued, even if they have just splashed themselves with cold water. At this moment, Brandy felt precisely like that, exhausted after a harrowing encounter and a frantic escape that had led her to a whispered secret chamber where she spent the night listening to tales. Back then, she had been invigorated, filled with adrenaline from fear. Now, as she relaxed, drowsiness crept over her, and all she could think about was collapsing into her own bed for a comfortable sleep. Even the floor would suffice if necessary. However, she had no choice. Professor McGonagall would arrive in about 10 minutes, and if she found Brandy not seated quietly in the common room, pretending to be a diligent student, the old woman would likely drag her from her dormitory for a stern reprimand. Brandy was not keen on that, although perhaps being suspended could afford her some rest. Thus, she forced her heavy eyelids open, struggling to consume her porridge. Due to the suspension of classes, first-year Gryffindor students were having their breakfast in the common room. As soon as someone took a seat, the round table would magically fill with gleaming dishes and steaming bowls of porridge, milk, fried eggs, and golden brown buttered toast. Though not as lavish as the dining hall, it was still a considerable blessing to have a meal after a misstep. What time did you come back last night? Neville mumbled, a piece of bread in his mouth, making his speech indistinct. I left the hospital around 11, and your bed was still empty when I returned. Oh, I got held up for a bit, Brandy replied slowly, finishing her porridge and laboriously picking up a slice of bread, feeling both tired and hungry, nearly exhausting her willpower. How's Ron doing? His nose has gone down, but I'm not sure if it's due to the combination of curses and potions causing some chain reaction. His ears have stopped leaking, but are now expelling from the other end. Before I left, he vomited up a whole bottle, filling the room with the stench of alcohol. Madame Pomfrey was furious, nearly sending him out into the corridor since the neighboring Slytherins were practically knocked out from the smell. Achoo. I envy those patients in Madame Pomfrey's care. They get to lie in bed and rest while I'm clearly under the weather. Brandy sneezed, weakly wiping her nose. And here I am, sporting 2 dark circles under my eyes, facing a 7-inch report on the medicinal value of Amazonian rain lizards. You should know that Professor Snape has taken a dislike to me. I barely made it with a passing grade for a simple typo. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to go out and stir up trouble for Gryffindor in the middle of the night? As Brandy and Neville exchanged half-hearted banter, a heavy thud interrupted them. As a thick stack of books tumbled down beside their table like a small mountain, causing the table to groan in protest. Startled, Brandy felt even her heavy sleepiness momentarily dissipate. Turning her head, she saw Hermione plopping down beside her without ceremony, glaring at her like an irate mother quail. Hermione appeared equally exhausted, as if she had slept well. I didn't stir up trouble, I was merely a victim, Brandy protested. Puzzled by how Hermione knew she had returned last night. Hermione's face flushed, then she angrily turned away. Not your concern. I was just reading a bit longer in the common room. But when midnight struck and you still hadn't returned. I couldn't believe you would do such a thing, Brandy. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her brow furrowing. You must understand. It is strictly forbidden for students to wander the castle at night. Filch catches every student who dares to venture out and puts them in detention. I was not caught. I ran away quickly. Besides, even if I had been caught, it would only concern me, not you. After a sleepless night, Brandy's temper had begun to fray, and she stubbornly argued back at Hermione. This isn't about how fast you run. And did Filch see you? Hermione exclaimed, her hand shaking in frustration and accidentally dropping a pat of butter onto her bread, glaring daggers at Brandy. She hastily spread the butter with her knife. Gryffindor just lost 100 points for fighting. That's 100 points. We are practically out of the running for the House Cup. Hermione continued, her agitation palpable. You know how the upperclassmen look at us now. Last night was utterly humiliating. Someone to even speak to us, and if they must. They coldly refer to us as first years. Lavender went out just to grab a glass of water, and when she returned, she was in tears, nearly frightened to death by all those disdainful looks. Brandy could see Hermione was particularly worked up, her hand trembling around the knife, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Used to being well regarded among the upperclassmen, this cold reception was unbearable for Hermione, whose pride was evidently hurt. However, Brandy soon realized that Hermione's concern was not for her own reputation, but for her friends. At this thought, Brandy's irritation began to fade. With a silent sigh, she spread some butter on a piece of bread and offered it to Hermione. Here, you put too much butter on yours. What are you doing? Hermione asked, taken aback by the gesture. Don't think I'll easily forgive you just because of this. I am a person of principle. You went out on a foolish adventure at this critical moment. You were lucky to escape Filch's grasp, but if he had caught you, Gryffindor would have lost face throughout the school, and you might even have faced expulsion. Yes, Miss Granger, Brandy replied, trying to appease her. Call me Hermione. Are we just meeting for the first time? Hermione retorted, her eyes reddening as she raised her voice. Brandy felt awkward and replied, All right, Hermione. Let us not get too worked up. I admit I made a mistake, but I had my reasons. It was vital for me. I promise I won't be out late again. I'll be back before curfew, I swear. Seeing Hermione's expression about to flare again, Brandy quickly added, holding up 3 fingers. I swear. That's more like it, Hermione said, satisfied, her tense expression softening. She took the bread, glanced at it disdainfully. It still took small bites. Then she playfully stabbed her own butter-soaked piece of toast on a Brandy's plate, watching as Brandy looked utterly bewildered and Neville appeared alarmed. Hermione suddenly found the situation amusing, even if her face remained impassive. We must not waste food. As a punishment, Brandy, you shall eat it with gratitude. Minutes later, watching Brandy grimace as she slowly devoured the butter-drenched bread, Hermione nodded in satisfaction, before bursting into laughter. She abruptly jumped up from her chair, patting her backside, and clutched the stack of books to her chest, striding towards the girls' dormitory without a backward glance. Brandy could only hear a murmur that seemed more like a soliloquy. "I forgive you, you fool." After a brief span of minutes, Professor McGonagall punctually entered the common room at 7:45. Her piercing gaze swept across the crowd, the unintentional aura she exuded rendering everyone silent. "Do you know why I had you all rise so early to wait in the common room? Stay put and sit quietly," she instructed, standing to the side, awaiting something. Initially, the students were perplexed, but minutes later, their faces turned pale as they finally grasped the answer. The door leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories swung open, and one by one, students from other years emerged, laughing and linking arms. Facing them were the first-year students, who had erred and caused the house to lose points. They collectively froze, and the atmosphere grew awkward. The young lions lowered their heads, unable to meet the eyes of their seniors. Everyone anticipated someone to step forward and chastise them, which would at least provide a modicum of relief. Yet, no one spoke. The older students scrutinized them, their expressions a blend of curiosity, anger, sympathy, and resentment. Students continued to filter in, causing the common room to become increasingly congested. The first years appeared pale, and Brandy discreetly glanced at the girls, noticing Hermione and Parvati leaning together, their expressions despondent. At that moment, two lively voices suddenly rang out, prompting a collective sigh of relief as everyone turned to look. "Oh, aren't these our heroes?" Fred and George emerged from the crowd, wearing mischievous grins. It was quite a thrill to see so many Slytherins sprawled on their beds, wailing for their mothers. What a delightful sight. "Well done, mates. Don't look like defeated souls. We emerged victorious, haven't we, George?" Don't ask me. I have no idea. Our brother is still lying on Madame Pomfrey's bed, spewing orange juice. I must check on him after class. What shall we bring him? How about a Slytherin toilet seat?" "Perfect, Fred. That is the rightful spoils of victory." Many upperclassmen stifled their laughter, yet no one spoke, at least not yet, until a voice broke through the antics of the duo. Neville's face flushed as he tried to ensure his voice didn't sound too strained. "Ron, didn't he spew orange juice?" "What did he clearly spew then?" "He clearly spewed wine." Suddenly, the common room erupted in laughter, leaving Neville bewildered as he blinked innocently at the upperclassmen who were doubled over in mirth. Indeed, as victors, one should not indulge in childish beverages. "Well done, dear freshman." A tall, lanky upperclassman approached, patting Neville on the shoulder. "We long found those arrogant Slytherins insufferable. So what if we lost points? Didn't Slytherin lose points too? We can always earn them back. The key is to thoroughly thrash those snake spawn. Don't you have that so-called know-it-all, beautiful lady? A mere 100 points is nothing for her." Brandy discreetly glanced in Hermione's direction and noticed that she was blushing, nestled in Parvati's embrace. It truly is a rare feat to make Hermione shy. The atmosphere among the group was lively, with many approaching the first-year students to shake hands and offer words of encouragement. Even the few students who were unhappy about losing points wore softer expressions, whispering among themselves, likely contemplating how to quickly regain their lost scores. All right, time to disperse, unless you wish to be tardy for class," Professor McGonagall announced, breaking up the gathering. The students, still buzzing with excitement, filed out, discussing plans for an evening celebration. Once everyone had left, a group of first-year boys and girls lingered, reveling in the thrill of the moment. However, with a single remark from Professor McGonagall, the warmth of spring was abruptly transformed into the chill of winter. "You all seem quite pleased," she remarked, surveying the group. Her expression remained as stern as ever, betraying no emotion. "I have thoroughly investigated the matter, and it was indeed members of Gryffindor who instigated the conflict. This leads me to believe that you first years might be a tad too exuberant for your own good. As a result, the Gryffindors, who had been so gleeful, were assigned a hefty load of transfiguration homework to be completed by the end of the day. After all, today was the only day of class suspension." Under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye, everyone settled into their seats, diligently scribbling away, eager not to miss the evening's house celebration. Even Brandy, who was on the verge of dozing off, propped up his chin and mindlessly copied Neville's transfiguration assignment, oblivious to the fact that Neville's work was among the worst in the class. At approximately 4 o'clock, the last student sighed in relief, tossing their quill onto the desk. Without a word, Professor McGonagall collected the paper and began to head for the door. Halfway there, she turned back, seemingly intent on delivering a few final admonitions. The students quickly straightened in their seats, adopting the demeanor of diligent scholars. First and foremost, remember this. Do not instigate trouble. Attacking fellow students is absolutely unacceptable in any school. Unexpectedly, a slight smile flickered at the corners of her usually stern mouth. Was Professor McGonagall smiling? Brandy rubbed his eyes, convinced he was mistaken, but no, she was indeed smiling. However, when our companions are being bullied, we must bravely step forward and deliver a swift slap. I take great pride in this, little lions. This is how Gryffindor ought to behave. She winked, appearing kinder than ever before. Therefore, I wish you all a delightful evening at the celebration, she said gracefully as she exited the common room, leaving the first years in stunned silence. A moment later, a chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted from Gryffindor Tower. The following morning, students from other houses were astonished to discover that Gryffindor students had transformed. The first years were joyfully chatting with upperclassmen, who smiled and nodded in return, occasionally offering insights on class-related matters and sharing their experiences. Just the previous afternoon, tensions had been high due to the brawl, and now there was a harmonious atmosphere. Had Gryffindor's trait been forgetfulness? They cast glances at the lively scene at the Gryffindor table before turning to observe Slytherin, who appeared despondent. The Slytherins huddled together in a solitary corner of their table, maintaining a notable distance from their upperclassmen, as if divided by an insurmountable chasm. They sat in silence, morosely consuming their meals, their expressions dark as though mourning a loss in their dormitory. This was indeed the demeanor expected of first years who had just suffered a 100-point deduction and a day of suspension, rather than the exuberance exhibited by Gryffindor's seemingly oblivious lot. At that moment, cheers erupted from Gryffindor's long table. Their heroes, who had been recuperating in the hospital wing for 2 days, had returned. Ron marched proudly at the forefront, his nose wrapped in bandages, while Dean Thomas limped behind him, resembling a mayor accompanied by his aide. Now that my nose has been reduced, I must be cautious. Madame Pomfrey warned me that breathing too forcefully might cause my nostrils to collapse, Ron declared as he made his way down the table, finally plopping down between Brandy and Harry, gesturing for them to make room. Is this your excuse for rudely inserting yourself into our space? Harry quipped, wrinkling his nose in displeasure while waving a fork adorned with a piece of chicken. Come on, I'm a hero. Can't you show a little respect? Ron replied, puffing up slightly. Why didn't you let Madame Pomfrey correct your nose when you had the chance? She could have pinched it and lifted it a bit. Brandy suggested kindly, recalling Ron's constant complaints about his nose detracting from his looks. Ron paused, his cheerful demeanor shifting abruptly. Merlin S. Beard, is that even possible? Suddenly deflated. He poked at his mashed potatoes with his fork, looking despondent. By the way, I have a secret to share. Harry leaned in, casting a mysterious glance at Ron and Brandy. Remember how I got taken away by Professor McGonagall for chasing Malfoy on my broom? Guess who she took me to meet? Oliver Wood. My goodness, are you joking? Ron exclaimed, nearly dropping a piece of chocolate pudding onto his plate. The captain of the Gryffindor team? What could she possibly want with you? Is it true? Harry continued, his excitement palpable. I was only observing at first, but after I flew out for a bit before the celebration, Wood assessed my flying and decided this morning, along with Professor McGonagall, that I would be the new seeker for Gryffindor. Seeker? Quidditch? Brandy leaned closer, finally grasping the essence of the game thanks to Ron's explanations. But first years have never been allowed to participate in Quidditch. Not entirely true. There are precedents, albeit from a century ago. As Wood informed me, Harry stated proudly. As if to validate his words, Fred and George strolled by, perfectly timed. They spotted Harry and quickly approached him. Well, I never anticipated this, George exclaimed, giving Harry a hearty clap on the shoulder. Wood has been singing your praises, claiming your flying skills could reach the heavens. Huh, regardless of the truth. I can hardly contain my excitement to bring home the Quidditch Cup. Ever since Charlie left, we've yet to secure a first-place finish. By the way, Fred and I are also on the team. We're the beaters. However, this matter is best kept under wraps, he added, casting a glance at Brandy and winking. I plan to reveal this ace up our sleeve when the game begins. Gryffindor's savior, Harry Potter, taking to the field? Oh, that will certainly be entertaining. He exchanged a few words with Ron before departing with George. What a pity, Brandy sighed, finishing her last sip of tea. With Ron's racket, it will likely echo throughout Hogwarts by afternoon. After sitting for a moment, Brandy and the others shouldered their bags, preparing to hasten to their charms class. If they moved swiftly, they might secure a decent corner to sit in. They were not Hermione-level scholars, and they certainly didn't want to be caught in Flitwick's line of sight. Nevertheless, following the events of last night's gathering, they were eager to earn points for Gryffindor to atone for their previous missteps. However, Judging by this morning's herbology class, it appeared that plan would have to wait. As they reached the entrance hall, they were intercepted by a particularly unwelcome individual, Malfoy, flanked by his two hulking bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. "Oh, Potter, still here, are you? Planning to savor Hogwarts' last meal with gratitude? When will you hop on the express back to your Muggle world?" Malfoy sneered, feeling more humiliated than ever. The Slytherins had lost a brawl with Gryffindor, an indignity that was intolerable for their noble house, especially in the sensitive realm of wizard dueling. Upon their return to the Slytherin common room, they were met only with icy glares and silent derision. The rigid hierarchy made it impossible for them to hold their heads high among the upper years. Thus, the Slytherins were left to bury their suppressed humiliation and rage, redirecting their ire towards other houses. Even Snape was simmering with frustration. Brandy had heard a beautiful second-year mention that Snape had deducted nearly 20 points from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff first years during their potions class the previous day. With the teachers present in the Great Hall, the two groups could only exchange disdainful glances and gestures. "Unlucky you, Malfoy. Harry has just become the youngest seeker Hogwarts has seen in a century. I doubt the Hogwarts Express will be making any special arrangements for him," Ron retorted, making an obscene gesture at Malfoy. "What? Did you wish you had been there to take a beating the other day? Come on, I'm ready whenever." Harry, incensed by Malfoy's taunts, disregarded Brandy's desperate glances and coldly challenged him. "How amusing. How about a proper duel tonight? A wizard duel, no less. Bring it on. Harry, you're risking your life." Malfoy swaggered off after arranging a midnight duel in the trophy room, leaving Ron to volunteer as Harry's assistant despite his evident discomfort. Brandy couldn't help but voice her complaints. "The school at midnight is truly terrifying in every conceivable sense. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation, but each of you." Hermione had appeared beside Brandy, her tone fierce. "Brandy, just the other night, you were out causing trouble and nearly got caught by Filch. He'll be on high alert now. You absolutely cannot sneak out to play wizard games with Malfoy." "Exactly. It could very well be a trap. What if you go and they don't show up, and then inform Filch?" she added, her voice rising. "Think of Mrs. Norris. That cat would notify Filch in an instant." "Right. That desperate, nosy Filch would come barreling after you like a dog, and then he'd hang you up to be punished. Have you seen the bizarre items in his office? Whips, candles, high heels. Wait a moment. Brandy, are you certain Filch possesses such items?" The two bantered back and forth, their rapport evident in their playful exchange. "This has nothing to do with you. This is a duel between me, Harry, and Malfoy. If you're not going to help, at least don't interfere." Ron finally snapped, unable to bear the incessant chatter from Brandy and Hermione. "You're both so annoying. And this is a duel, not a game, Granger. This is a sacred duel." Harry shot back, unyielding. "Why should Brandy be allowed to run out at this hour while I cannot? I've certainly learned more spells than she has. If she can evade Filch, then so can I." Turning back, he glared at Brandy, seemingly ready to unleash his frustration upon her, but he ultimately restrained himself. "Brandy, listen, this doesn't concern you. I've made up my mind to attend this duel, and don't be like Hermione, meddling in everything like that annoying know-it-all." With that, the two ignored Brandy and Hermione, leaving the dining hall. "What do you plan to do? Report them to Percy?" Hermione shouted at Brandy. "What's wrong with that? At least it would keep them safe in the tower instead of running off to deliver themselves to Filch." Her fierce demeanor momentarily reminded Brandy of Professor McGonagall. But consider, if Malfoy actually goes and discovers Harry and the others are absent, it will undoubtedly spread like wildfire the next day. Brandy forced herself to meet Hermione's furious gaze. "They would be labeled cowards, and Harry and Ron wouldn't want that. They would despise you. But what does that matter? For Gryffindor, ensuring they remain in line is evidently far more valuable right now. Haven't you seen? Our hourglass is nearly out of gems. If Harry and Ron get caught again." "Don't worry, Hermione. If you're concerned about that, I can assure you that if Harry and the others are truly only dueling in the trophy room, Filch will certainly not have the energy to interrupt them." Brandy, ever impulsive, blurted that out without much thought, immediately regretting it. Hermione, initially puzzled by Brandy's sudden confidence, soon registered the look of regret on his face, realizing what he truly intended. Under the combined assault of Hermione's anger, disappointment, and astonishment, Brandy awkwardly chuckled a few times before making a hasty retreat. "Hey, you promised me, Brandy," Hermione shouted, chasing after him. "Yes, I did say I'd return before curfew, but I never said I wouldn't go out after." Brandy swiftly ascended the staircase on the second floor, a mischievous grin adorning her face, utterly captivated by her own remarkable wit. Perhaps due to the imminent midnight duel, 5 members of Gryffindor were evidently out of sorts during this afternoon's charms class. Harry and Ron, as a pair, were a common sight. They were completely oblivious to Professor Flitwick's explanation of the key points of the summoning charm, instead whispering among themselves, fervently strategizing their combat techniques and evasive maneuvers for the evening. They scribbled down an extensive list of ideas, including the Zape serpentine movements. Brandy could only scoff at their antics. After all, when the time came, the reality of the situation would likely involve far less finesse than their theoretical musings suggested. Rather than employing subtle footwork and reciting incantations with precision, it seemed far more probable that a brawl would ensue before they even managed to complete their spells. Then, Brandy was paired with Parvati. Under normal circumstances, she would have teamed up with Hermione, not only to secure a reliable ally, but also to manage Hermione's occasionally brusque demeanor. Today, however, was different. She had just managed to provoke Hermione into a fury, and teaming up again would likely result in a classroom confrontation. Even Brandy's patience had limits, and she had no desire to endure Hermione's formidable verbal onslaught. Thus, she donned a pitiful expression, lavished praise upon Parvati, and offered to help with her homework in exchange for switching partners, successfully trading places with the astute and amiable Miss Patil. It was no small feat. As Parvati gleefully vacated her seat to join Neville, Brandy felt the weight of Hermione's piercing glare, nearly drenched in cold sweat. Then the unexpected occurred. Brandy observed as the two girls exchanged whispers, and in perfect synchrony, they rose and moved to sit beside Brandy and Neville. Once more, Hermione occupied the seat directly next to her. "Oh, how I fail to comprehend your scholarly minds," Brandy lamented internally. "Why forego the prime seats in the front row closest to Flitwick? Why congregate in the back?" With a sense of resignation, she cast a glance at Parvati, who responded with an encouraging smile and a thumbs up. "Fighting," she cheered. What a betrayal, Brandy thought, recalling how she had just extolled Parvati's virtues like a fairy. As the lesson commenced, the students began to diligently take notes. Hermione appeared entirely oblivious to Brandy's presence, her demeanor immaculate, akin to the perfect child. Yet, why did Brandy feel no improvement in her own predicament? She lowered her head, feigning concentration on her notes, striving to ignore the lethal gaze that seemed to be fixated upon her. Hermione's rhythm oscillated between listening, note-taking, and exchanging hushed jibes about certain individuals with the giggling Parvati. A seamless flow of activity that showed no signs of faltering under Flitwick's teachings. Merlin above, how could she be so adept? Brandy felt a pang of despair. Earlier, he had merely considered that room 13 was left abandoned, a perfect spot for practicing his magical control without interruption. After all, Filch was only aware of the secret entrance near the staff lounge and remained blissfully ignorant of other escape routes. This was fortuitous. As Harry and his friends planned their own escapades today, Brandy could easily slip out after them, perhaps to create a ruckus near Filch's office. The thought of setting off fireworks in front of Filch's door was exhilarating. How had he let such thoughts slip from his lips? He wished he could slap himself. Now hoping Hermione would exhibit some semblance of reason, sparing him the embarrassment of facing the Gryffindor trio, McGonagall, Percy, and the ever-inquisitive Miss Granger, upon their return. After the tedious charms class ended, Brandy hastily gathered his belongings and dashed out. Having resolved to assist Harry and his friends, he knew meticulous planning was essential. Starting with a reconnaissance of the ground floor to scout potential shortcuts to the staff lounge. As he turned the corner of the staircase, he was met with the ghastly visage of Filch. Oh no, he thought, recoiling in horror. The sight was more unsettling than an encounter with a specter. Stumbling backward, he plopped down onto the stairs. It was truly challenging to act alone. Filch's anger had never been so palpable, his eyes bulging and his nose crimson, resembling a puffed-up toad. "You've made me stand guard by the staff lounge all day. Do you seek to humiliate me, you detestable Gryffindor? Akin to those bothersome Weasley twins in third year? Let me guess, that secret passage must have other exits?" "I don't quite grasp your meaning, Mr. Filch," Brandy stammered, hastily concocting an excuse. "I merely wish to step outside for some fresh air." "You don't understand my meaning?" Filch roared, his spittle flying. "You think I don't recognize your face, you little rascal? Roaming the castle at dawn, and inciting peace to follow you around causing chaos. What are you talking about, Mr. Filch?" "I am a model student," Brandy protested, knowing full well that confessing would only lead to dire consequences. It was a clear trap set by Filch, who would surely seize any slip of the tongue to his advantage. "Oh, yes, a model student?" Filch sneered, leaning closer, his yellowed eyes glinting with malice. "I see through your little tricks, Mr. Barton. I will catch you, mark my words." At that moment, a familiar voice cut through the tension like music. What are you doing, Filch? Seizing the opportunity while Filch was momentarily stunned, Brandy quickly repositioned himself and turned to see Dumbledore standing calmly behind him. His crescent-shaped glasses gleaming with kindness and serenity as deep as the ocean. I just finished my business and was planning to stroll through the fields. Hagrid mentioned he had some special items from Siberia for me to examine. What is this? You and Brandy seem to have matters to discuss. Would you mind if I joined in? This Gryffindor was loitering in the corridor last night. He also trespassed into the staff lounge and then vanished right under my nose. Filch exclaimed. Professor Dumbledore, I suspect he possesses a secret passage that could jeopardize the castle's security. Filch slightly bowed, seemingly holding Dumbledore in high regard. I believe Mr. Filch may have misjudged the situation. I left Madame Pomfrey's office that day and went directly to you, as you are undoubtedly aware. After that, I returned to the dormitory to rest. Brandy pondered that since Dumbledore had anticipated his visit to the headmaster's office to retrieve the sorting hat, he would likely be inclined to assist in concealing secrets. His intuition proved correct. Dumbledore merely cast him a reproachful glance before turning to fabricate an alibi for Brandy. I must affirm, Mr. Filch, he was indeed here the night before last. The stone guardians at my entrance can attest to this. However, it is understandable. Perhaps your nocturnal patrols have left you weary, causing a lapse in perception. Your efforts are appreciated, Argus. Do take rest early today. It is my obligation, Headmaster. Filch shot Brandy a fierce glare, who was hiding behind Dumbledore, making faces at him. He inhaled deeply and bowed again. A splendid conclusion. Now, Brandy, would you care to accompany this old codger to Hagrid's? Dumbledore called to Brandy, who was about to sneak away, speaking gently. I believe you would find it intriguing to explore the foreign specialties. For reasons unknown, Brandy sensed a tone in his voice that brooked no argument. He suddenly recalled their peculiar conversation in the headmaster's office that day, sending a shiver down his spine. As you wish, sir. The old and young traversed the narrow path through the fields, now in October, where the crops on either side had largely ripened. There were barley stalks as long as his forearm, beets burgeoning like shrubs, and pumpkins the size of carts. Well, in the magical world, nothing is truly surprising. How did these pumpkins grow to such a size? Brandy inquired curiously. Is it biotechnology? Oh, merely the work of an enlargement spell. However, these magically enhanced pumpkins are certainly not meant for human consumption. You would hardly wish to sample such an astonishing texture. Yet, if your sole aim is to satiate your hunger without regard for nutrition, it might serve as a worthy option. Compared to that, what is biotechnology? Some trinket from the Muggle world? I suppose it's somewhat akin to magical enhancement, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Muggles now possess such capabilities as well, quite remarkable. He continued, striding ahead with great purpose, prompting Brandy to jog occasionally to keep pace. After several minutes, as Hagrid's hut came into clearer view, Dumbledore finally articulated the purpose of bringing Brandy out of the castle. Brandy, or shall I say, Mr. Barton, may I trust you? The elder spoke calmly, delivering words that unsettled the young man, his eyes obscured by lenses, concealing his thoughts. Oddly, Brandy's first reaction was confusion, followed swiftly by a flicker of anger. Indeed, such inexplicable statements suggested a lack of trust. I do not comprehend, sir, he said boldly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. In fact, I share the same question, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged and suddenly chuckled. If you knew what I and the sorting hat perceived from your mind, I believe you would instantly understand my position. Upon first seeing you at the sorting ceremony, I recognized your extraordinary nature. Brandy, you, like Harry, are truly exceptional. I must apologize. For when I first laid eyes on you, I was tempted to slip a truth serum into your dinner to unearth all the secrets within you. But did you not use it during our previous conversation in your office? Brandy exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. At that moment, I had a very pronounced urge to confide, sir. You must realize that truth serum is absolutely not to be administered to anyone besides, in this regard. I did not transgress the law, my child. In fact, I suspect that even if I had used it, it would yield little substantial effect, Dumbledore interjected. I merely administered a potion to ease your defenses and a charm of joy crafted by the foremost wizard of the British Isles. Brandy, I assure you. I possess considerable confidence in my ability to manage emotions, just enough to encourage someone to share trivial matters without undue importance. Brandy paused, slightly relieved, for he did not wish for his esteemed headmaster to resort to such underhanded methods. Yet, he quickly inquired, but Professor, I still do not understand why you would specifically target me. Are you familiar with legilimency? A form of mental magic that can invade your mind, exposing all your secrets to the caster. Observing Brandy's bewildered expression, Dumbledore remained unperturbed. Of course, this is a complex spell you would encounter in your 7th year. It is understandable that you are unaware. I merely wish to convey that when you entered the Great Hall, I employed legilimency on each of you. Do not be alarmed. My child, I had no intention of infringing upon your privacy. It is akin to the Sorting Hat's nature. I merely sought to identify the most promising students among this year's cohort. Dumbledore halted, gazing intently at the lush, forbidden forest in the distance. I must say, you are the most gifted class of newcomers I have ever encountered, Brandy. Harry, the Weasley twins, and the Lombard twins from India. You not only possess extraordinary talent but also a purer heart. However, I saw something in you, child. Me? Brandy pointed to himself, curiosity etched on his face. What is it? He sighed, turning back. Do you know of Voldemort? Of course. Isn't he the dark wizard who instilled fear throughout the British magical community 11 years ago? Didn't Harry defeat him? Brandy looked at him, perplexed. My legilimency seemed ineffective against you. Your mind was shrouded in peculiar fog, revealing only fragmented images, rarely more than a few pictures and snippets of text. Yet from those glimpses, I perceived the most unwelcome of realizations. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with sharpness. I saw Voldemort within your thoughts. Brandy stared at Dumbledore in astonishment, pondering whether he might have committed some egregious act long forgotten. However, the revelations spilling from Dumbledore's lips were far more extravagant than anything his imagination could conjure. At a loss for words, he felt a tremor in his throat but only managed to emit a series of incoherent gasps. What a jest! His limited historical knowledge from 11 years past was merely gleaned from hearsay shared by Harry, Hermione, and others. How could he possibly have encountered Voldemort? Noticing Brandy's distress and bewilderment, Dumbledore maintained his gentle demeanor. Do not fret, Brandy. At that time, I was merely speculating. After all, you were only 11. And your parents are respectable muggles. It is improbable that you would have encountered him at birth. It was only after the feast concluded that I consulted the Sorting Hat, which provided me with a vague understanding of this peculiar matter. The Sorting Hat? What could it possibly discern that you cannot? You are mistaken. The Sorting Hat is the culmination of the formidable magic wielded by the 4 founders. It belongs to the realm of ancient sorcery, encompassing many mysteries beyond my comprehension. It delves into areas of existence that humanity ought not to trespass. Indeed, it can nearly touch the soul. This capability is what enables the Sorting Hat to analyze an individual's traits and categorize them into the respective houses. Ah, it seems this hat is rather impressive, Brandy remarked. The Sorting Hat confided in me that it encountered difficulties in interpreting your soul. Had you not willingly shared some of your sentiments with it? I suspect its limited intellect would have hastened to raise an alarm, Dumbledore added, attempting to ease Brandy's troubled mind with a jest. According to its account, your soul appears to be ensconced in something, suggesting that all mental magic, including legilimency, can only influence the outer layers surrounding your soul, not the essence itself. Coupled with the visions I have perceived, he paused, seemingly pondering his words. I am inclined to believe you may have been subjected to an exceedingly nefarious ancient spell, akin to soul transference. This spell may have been cast by a powerful yet dying dark wizard, seeking to reincarnate within your body. However, for reasons unknown, your essence thwarted his attempt, and his soul was instead consumed by you, forming the protective layer now encircling your spirit. This also elucidates why that peculiar wand recognizes you. Your soul's strength surpasses that of any wizard ever to grace this world, allowing for a capacity of magical energy beyond the imagination of ordinary sorcerers. Dumbledore mischievously winked. I once suggested to the Sorting Hat that it test you with ancient magic, and it appears to have succeeded, does it not? This also seems to provide a coherent explanation. Well, it is certainly logical and convincing. This theory is quite astonishing, and many elements indeed align. Brandy was astounded by this extraordinary hypothesis, realizing that he might have vanquished a formidable dark wizard in his youth, akin to the likes of Voldemort. Am I to consider myself a savior, then? He quipped, laughing. Nevertheless, do not take this too seriously. All of this is built upon nebulous conjectures, Dumbledore cautioned, patting Brandy on the shoulder. After all, there remain certain aspects of this theory that elude my understanding, such as why those fragmented memories include feelings for Miss Granger and Cho Chang. Moreover, I am quite curious about the Delacour Alliance, in your recollection. They seem to wield axes capable of flight as magical instruments, do they not? Brandy blushed deeply, awkwardly twitching his lips, indicating that he truly could not engage in that conversation. After some idle chatter, the two finally arrived at Hagrid's hut. As ever, Hagrid greeted Brandy and his companion with warmth, presenting them with a plate of stones, a customary offering. Fortunately, Dumbledore had long since discerned the true nature of these so-called pastries and politely declined Hagrid's hospitality, citing his reluctance to replace a set of dentures. Now, Hagrid, let us get down to business. Brandy and I did not come here for dinner, Dumbledore stated, though Hagrid, being quite familiar with him, seemed unfazed. He retrieved a large, coarse-wrapped parcel from beneath his bed. This is something I went through great lengths to bring from Siberia. My mate nearly got into a scuffle with the werewolves on the tundra for this. They are a far cry from our domesticated ones. They are a fierce breed. He untied the bundle, revealing what appeared to be a collection of palm-sized scales, glimmering with an eerie sheen. These are the scales of the Siberian storm dragon. Specifically from its back, the hardest kind, Hagrid boasted. As evening fell, Brandy stealthily returned. Upon entering the common room, everyone assumed he had suffered from a stomach upset, as he wore a long face and clutched his abdomen tightly. The kind-hearted Parvati suggested that he take medicine, which he appreciated, yet he ultimately dismissed the idea. Just half an hour prior, he had reluctantly engaged in a nefarious transaction with Professor Dumbledore, a deal that was inextricably linked to his current peculiar state. Stumbling up the stairs, he clumsily tossed 2 items, which he had hidden within his robe, into his suitcase like hot potatoes. Following that, he let out a shout and buried himself under the covers, wrapping himself tightly. Good heavens, why is this dreadful thing so cold? Earlier, Brandy had merely intended to satisfy his curiosity before leaving, but Dumbledore had waved his wand lightly, causing 2 palm-sized scales to soar from the pile and hover in front of the bewildered Brandy. They then struck a bargain, the 2 storm dragon scales in exchange for Brandy's promise. The scales possessed certain attributes of the storm dragon itself, a formidable being that commanded ice, snow, and tempestuous winds. It had taken nearly 100 wizards from the Moscow Ministry of Magic to surround and subdue this creature in its cave using a powerful combination of spells, from which these scales, shed over the past decade, were obtained. The reason for not slaying such a rare ancient breed was likely due to its dwindling numbers. These fearsome beings, even a mere toenail, harbored unimaginable powers. The scales from its back, being the strongest, could reflect and block high-level curses, offering protection against even lethal spells. Truly an indispensable remedy for those engaged in dangerous endeavors. However, as the saying goes, every remedy has its side effects. The drawbacks were conspicuous. Possessing these scales would subject the holder to the relentless chill of the Siberian winter. Hagrid had repeatedly offered to help Brandy wrap himself in layers of cotton before leaving. But considering that a bulging belly would attract suspicion, Brandy ultimately declined his offer, a decision he now regretted deeply. It struck him as odd that the headmaster would make such a peculiar request. As he warmed himself beneath the covers, gazing up at the canopy above his bed, he recalled the words exchanged just before his departure. I understand you may be eager to resolve your predicament. As your professor, I am pleased to provide you with the necessary environment and opportunity. Therefore, for the next month, from midnight to 2 in the morning, I permit you to stay in the common room or room 13 to pursue your work. However, you must adhere strictly to these 2 locations and not wander elsewhere in the castle. Furthermore, you must not disclose anything about our arrangement to anyone. Of course, in return, I vow to keep your situation confidential. This shall be our secret, shall it not? Dumbledore smiled, his gaze as serene as the calm sea, seemingly placing his complete trust in Brandy. Yes, Professor, Brandy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The very notion of sharing a secret with Dumbledore, one of the greatest wizards in all of Britain, was exhilarating. Just then, he suddenly perceived a chilling sensation emanating from his wand, a silvery light wafting forth like smoke, intertwining with a familiar aura from Dumbledore's wand. What could this be? Remember, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to every word of this agreement. Otherwise, I may revoke your privileges, and if I am in a foul mood, I may confine you as well. Filch has had quite enough trouble already. Your reckless actions the other day kept him up all night in the staff lounge, and he seems to have caught a cold. Rest assured, as long as you abide by our agreement, he shall not disturb you. He waved his hand at Brandy before nonchalantly stowing his wand and departing with the large package. Brandy was elated. He had never anticipated that the headmaster would grant him such late-night privileges, albeit in limited locations. This acknowledgement fulfilled a small vanity of his. He had always found himself in the shadow of others, often eclipsed by the likes of the famous Savior and the exceptionally bright Hermione, both well-known figures in the wizarding community. Yet, Brandy and Ron typically remained unnoticed, playing the role of mere background characters, though he did not mind too much at present. Being valued a little more would surely bring him joy. However, on his way back, once his fevered mind had cooled under the chilling influence of the scales, he began to ponder the strangeness of Dumbledore's request. The headmaster's insistence on the specific hours of midnight to 2 seemed particularly out of place, especially considering that curfew began at 10 o'clock. Why mention Filch's hardships? Wouldn't it be better if he simply left him alone? And that peculiar magic, you must adhere strictly to every word of this agreement? It all felt rather odd. Brandy lay in bed, pondering endlessly yet unable to arrive at a conclusion. Suddenly, he recalled that he truly needed to provoke Furchy today. He had to leave before noon to accomplish the task of intercepting him. With this thought, he attempted to rise and set an alarm. But the moment he grasped the device and his gaze fell upon the dial, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. He felt as if the world were spinning, and his thoughts froze, fixated on the fleeting moment when Dumbledore had tucked away his wand. "Professor, you have deceived me once more." Soon after, the night descended as expected. Brandy slowly awakened, his mind clouded by the effects of the enchantment, leaving him momentarily unable to recall anything. He felt an intense thirst, so he groggily sat up, gently lifting Yale, who was sleeping atop his stomach, and placing him aside. As he surveyed his surroundings, it appeared quite late. Everyone had finally exhausted themselves and was now soundly asleep in their respective beds. Huh? He glanced at the nearest beds belonging to Harry and Ron, only to find them empty. Puzzled, he leaned closer, his hand brushing against Ron's disheveled blankets, which had grown cold, indicating he had been gone for some time. What could the two of them possibly be up to at this hour? Trembling slightly, he donned his jacket and made his way to the common room. The lower level was still brightly lit, the fire crackling in the hearth and radiating a comforting warmth. After drinking a glass of water, his mind began to clear a bit. Oh, just then, his awakening thoughts brought back the last notion he had before falling asleep, and he smacked his forehead in frustration as he glanced at the clock in the common room. Indeed, the time was already 12:40. Harry and Ron had long since gone off to duel. Brandy seethed inwardly at Dumbledore. That old fool. How could he betray the trust one placed in him? He thought bitterly, recalling their lengthy conversation during which he had divulged everything he had learned, only to find Dumbledore had ensnared him with a spell. Hadn't they established a foundation of trust? Wait a moment, why would he do such a thing? Was it merely for amusement? At this thought, a horrifying realization struck Brandy, rendering him motionless and bewildered. Could it be that Dumbledore intended to prevent him from interfering with Filch's actions? This was dire. Harry and Ron were in danger. Dumbledore had deliberately set Filch upon them. After a moment's pause, he quickly dashed upstairs to change his clothes, no longer caring about fulfilling his agreement with Dumbledore. Although he did not fully grasp why Dumbledore wanted Filch to catch them, the thought of Harry and Ron being expelled for their nighttime escapades was unbearable. In a frenzy, he slipped on his shoes and flung open the dormitory door, intent on racing downstairs. Just then, a cacophony of clanging and heavy breathing echoed from below. Someone had returned. Huh? What happened? Weren't they supposed to be fighting? Why did it sound like a race instead? Staring at his friends, who resembled 4 heaps of mud, Brandy was dumbfounded. He never expected them to return unscathed. Had he misjudged the situation? Moreover, Neville and Hermione, I was just about to go save Harry and Ron. Did they need a male and female referee for the duel? Listen to me, Brandy, there's a monster in the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor. It has 3 heads. It terrified me. After some time, they regained their composure and began chattering excitedly. Brandy, still bewildered, struggled to comprehend the bizarre tales they recounted. The trophy room was clearly on the 3rd floor, quite distant from the Forbidden Zone on the 4th. How could they have stumbled into that area? Could it be they accidentally traversed a secret passage leading to the 4th floor? What could they be thinking, keeping such a fearsome creature locked away in the school? Once the story concluded, Ron was the first to ask a question. Hermione, having caught her breath, regained her temper. What are you all staring at? Didn't you see what was beneath its feet? Are you referring to the floor? Harry replied, confused. I didn't notice what was below. I was too busy looking at its 3 grotesque heads. No, I'm not talking about the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. Clearly, it was guarding something. Hermione stood up, glaring at them, then shot Brandy a strange look, a mix of joy and discontent. Wasn't he that contradictory? Some great liar previously assured me that he would never let Filch disturb your duel. She scrunched her nose in mock annoyance, appearing particularly endearing in the firelight. Nevertheless, I'm somewhat satisfied with his restraint. I hope you learn a lesson. We nearly lost our lives tonight, or worse, all could have been expelled. Well, I'm off to bed. Ron watched her walk away, opening his mouth to mock. Oh, hurry up and go. It's all her fault. Right, Harry? Exactly. What an annoying person. Let us go. I'm so tired. The group ascended the stairs, leaving Brandy standing alone in the common room, despairing as he realized some inexplicable force was preventing him from speaking. It was stopping him from revealing what Dumbledore had said to him earlier. He felt his blood run cold. The vow had indeed taken effect. The next day, when he saw Harry and Ron wandering about the school safe and sound, Malfoy nearly choked on his breakfast spoon with excitement. They looked weary but seemed quite pleased. In fact, they found the experience thrilling, even plotting to repeat such adventures. Harry had already shared his suspicions about the mysterious object that Hagrid had brought from Gringotts to be kept at Hogwarts. Moreover, he and Ron had spent considerable time speculating about what the precious item could be that warranted such stringent security. Thus far, their only clue was that it was a 2-inch-long object. Beyond that, they had scant evidence. It must be either very valuable or very dangerous, Ron declared. Or both. Harry agreed. Their discussion was lively, yet it was largely trivial. Even a moment as thought would reveal that something neither precious nor perilous would hardly warrant being kept at Hogwarts. However, regarding the question of what lay beneath that beast's paws, the other parties involved seemed entirely disinterested. As for Neville, he had been thoroughly petrified and spent days lamenting to Brandy, confessing that ever since that encounter, he had been plagued by nightmares of the ferocious 3-headed dog bathing him with its tongue. Meanwhile, Hermione had ceased initiating conversations with Harry and Ron, seemingly convinced that they attracted trouble and wishing to avoid being embroiled in it herself. Similarly, Harry and Ron regarded her as a haughty, pretentious know-it-all. When they referred to Hermione, they would call her the know-it-all. This was quite awkward for Brandy, who often found himself pondering whom to address first if he ever found himself seated between Hermione, Harry, and Ron, how to ensure he wouldn't be pinned down by the other party. This dilemma resembles the unresolvable quandary of whether to rescue one's mother or one's girlfriend when both fall into the water. Fortunately, such a situation has not arisen recently, as Brandy has been preoccupied with his own troubles. Both Harry and Hermione have acutely sensed that ever since their last adventure involving the 3-headed dog, Brandy's demeanor has been rather peculiar. In the initial days, he would often appear before them, struggling to articulate his thoughts through stammering gestures. Yet he was unable to utter a single coherent word. Subsequently, he could frequently be found sitting quietly alone in the lounge at a window-side chair, scribbling and doodling on a blank piece of parchment, producing a chaotic array of lines. If it were not for his otherwise intact reasoning, responding to inquiries and humorously enduring Hagrid's rock cakes, they might have assumed Brandy had succumbed to madness. Brandy was left in a state of silent frustration, unable to voice his distress. After several days of experimentation, he finally comprehended Dumbledore's admonition to adhere strictly to every word of their agreement. He realized that whether through speech, writing, gestures, or even mere glances, as long as he harbored any intention of disclosing Dumbledore's peculiar behavior, he would instantly lose the ability to express himself. He was certain that the professor had woven a binding magical contract into his words, and he had unwittingly fallen into this trap. Although he yearned to confront Dumbledore in his office for clarification, he always found himself retreating in trepidation. It was unsettling to realize how such a sincere gaze could, without malice or ulterior motive, subtly manipulate him, leaving him devoid of any desire to blame or chastise. Dumbledore's methods of psychological influence unnerved him to a degree. He could not guarantee that if he were to visit the professor's office now, he would not willingly walk into yet another meticulously crafted snare. What was he to do? After much contemplation, Brandy resolved to take a different approach. Indeed, a novel strategy. The contract with Dumbledore explicitly forbade him from disclosing their conversations to anyone. Yet it clearly did not encompass the Sorting Hat. This seemed reasonable. The hat would not be regarded as a person, and invoking this textual loophole should not trigger the binding contract. That evening, he retrieved the hat from the bottom of his trunk and ventured to classroom 13 to test his theory. As anticipated, communication with the old hat was remarkably smooth. Though throughout the recounting of events, the hat maintained a perpetually bewildered expression, exclaiming in confusion. This led him to seriously question whether discussing such a complex matter with a hat characterized by humor and whimsy was somewhat frivolous. He narrated the essence of the situation to the Sorting Hat, based on his analysis over the past few days. It seemed Dumbledore was intentionally, or perhaps inadvertently, encouraging Harry and Ron to approach the forbidden area on the 4th floor. He speculated that to create conditions for an accidental intrusion, Dumbledore had placed himself under a sleeping charm to prevent interference with Filch's routine patrols, deliberately allowing them to be pursued. and subsequently employing unknown means to usher them into the corridor on the fourth floor, where they would encounter whatever lay behind that door. Given his understanding of Harry and Ron, the sole purpose behind such actions appeared to be to pique their curiosity and incite them to investigate the mysterious object. Yet, Brandy remained utterly perplexed about Dumbledore's ultimate intention. At present, Dumbledore did not seem to harbor any malevolent designs, for as the headmaster, if he truly wished to orchestrate a scheme, would Harry and his friends still be alive? Thus, Brandy tentatively surmised that Dumbledore was perhaps unable to intervene directly in a certain matter, leading him to subtly influence Harry and his companions. Hoping they would undertake actions aligned with his expectations, I find myself in a state of confusion. Brandy spoke to the Sorting Hat in her mind. I believe the professor is, to some extent, deceiving and manipulating them. Naturally, I wish to assist my friends. However, the professor offers me no opportunity to voice my objections. It is evident that he does not wish for me to be involved, and I find myself utterly powerless, unable even to provide a mere reminder. I can somewhat comprehend your foolish and superficial thoughts. After all, you are merely an 11-year-old Gryffindor. What do you mean by that? Brandy retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. The remark seemed to mock Gryffindor's intelligence. One could argue that the Sorting Hat is, in a sense, also a part of Gryffindor. You think you are incapable of contributing? That the professor wishes to exclude you? Have you never considered why Dumbledore would take the time to share such an abundance of words with you and gift you items? Furthermore, why would he enter into a contract with you without reason? If he truly wanted you to remain uninvolved, he would not have gone to such lengths. In my view, Brandy, from the moment you entered Dumbledore's line of sight, you have been an integral part of his plan. Brandy was genuinely astonished. She had always believed herself to be isolated, merely an outsider, never once contemplating the possibility that she was a pawn in the grand scheme. Ultimately, it is your current mindset that fails to grasp Dumbledore's intentions. Perhaps in a few years, you will come to understand his genuine concern. Do not view following Dumbledore's guidance as a tedious endeavor. The wisdom of the elders often extends far beyond your own understanding. Brandy, an army achieves victory under the command of its leader. Can you truly believe that the army is being exploited? Trust me, and please, attempt to trust Dumbledore. Despite having placed you in difficult situations twice, there are reasons behind it, and he is compelled to exercise caution. Your thoughts harbor elements he regards with suspicion, necessitating a more careful approach. Dumbledore's considerations are undoubtedly far more noble and intricate than you perceive, and your role in his plan may be of greater significance than you imagine. You are unique, and this is the only information I can disclose to you. Brandy stood in a state of bewilderment, nodding in a half-comprehending manner, utterly dazed by a barrage of admonitions. What should I do now? What exactly does Dumbledore expect of me? Naturally, it is to make yourself more useful. The ancient hat cackled with a sinister glee. Thus, over the course of the following week, a rather peculiar event unfolded within Gryffindor House. For instance, Harry and Ron frequently noticed that one of their housemates would inexplicably vanish in the dead of night, only to return a couple of hours later, expressionless. Like a lifeless caterpillar dragging itself back to bed, falling into an unending slumber. When questioned the next day, he would respond, with dark circles under his eyes, bewildered. Oh, were you referring to me? I simply slept until dawn. I don't know why I feel so exhausted after such a long sleep. Rumor had it that sleepwalking was not a crime, and Harry and Ron found themselves in a painful dilemma, contemplating whether they should take the initiative. On Saturday, Harry's Nimbus broomstick arrived. Seizing the rare opportunity, they strategically positioned themselves at the entrance of the Great Hall to mock Malfoy heartily. What model of broomstick did you claim your family owns? Acomet. Ron chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Comets are rather flashy, but compared to the firebolt, Malfoy, you might as well use it to sweep the floor. Haha. Harry and Ron merrily ascended the staircase, displaying the broomstick prominently on their backs. Their boisterous laughter inciting Malfoy's fury. Just look at his expression, it is utterly satisfying. After descending the marble staircase, Harry laughed heartily, saying, if he hadn't stolen Neville's Remembrall, I might never have had the chance to join the team. I must treat him to a grand feast someday. How about a duck egg at the match? So you think this is a reward for your misconduct? A furious voice suddenly erupted from behind them. Hermione stomped up the stairs, casting a disdainful glance at the package in Harry's hands. Oh, I thought you were done speaking to us, Harry teased. Yes, you should hold your ground. Ron added. It would make things a bit easier for us. This infuriated Hermione, who huffed in indignation and turned on her heel. This left the only neutral party present feeling an immense psychological burden. I say, aren't you being a tad excessive? After all, she is a girl. And her only fault is perhaps a rather irritable temperament and a penchant for lecturing. Why must you all disdain her to the point of not even wanting to engage in conversation? Brandy pondered for a long time before cautiously voicing his concern. She brought it upon herself. I simply cannot tolerate her temper. Ron retorted dismissively. Harry, let us open the package together tonight. All right. Harry nodded, turning to Brandy. While this behavior may be somewhat uncouth for a gentleman, I truly find it impossible to engage amicably with Miss Granger, who meddles in everything. They then abandoned Brandy and dashed back to their dormitory. To be honest, you are a far cry from being a gentleman, in every conceivable sense. In the days that followed, Harry and Ron seized every opportunity to practice on the Quidditch pitch with his new broomstick, enjoying themselves immensely. Often returning to the common room only when darkness rendered visibility nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Brandy found himself unusually detached from Hermione and Parvati, who were busy with their studies. Dumbledore's promise proved effective. He would sneak into the staff lounge at midnight, not yet wishing to reveal the true entrance to Filch, and often find Filch glaring at him with eyes as wide as saucers. Filled with disdain, yet taking no actionable steps. This reassured Brandy, allowing him to hone his magical control in classroom 13 nearly every night. Determined to rectify the issue of his wand's excessive magical waste. As a result, the opportunities for the group to gather outside of classes diminished, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Hermione occasionally exchanged a few words with Harry and Ron. However, as Halloween approached, circumstances took a turn for the worse. The long-awaited Halloween had finally arrived. Early in the morning, the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkins wafted through the corridors. The kitchen had begun preparations for dinner early, leaving breakfast as a simple affair of bread and milk. Nonetheless, no one expressed dissatisfaction. The festive atmosphere lifted everyone's spirits, even making Professor Bin's History of Magic class seem less tedious. Students eagerly passed notes to one another, discussing the intriguing performances that might unfold that evening. Harry and Ron were so engrossed in their writing, debating whether there would be a true Halloween procession featuring the ghosts from each house, that they hardly had time to disturb Brandy. Finally, Brandy seized the opportunity to indulge in a much-needed nap. He was utterly fatigued from his late-night control exercises and the after-effects of his recent escapades. His energy had dwindled, leading him to nearly succumb to slumber during potions class just the other day under Snape's watchful gaze. Thankfully, Hermione had taken advantage of Snape's distraction, accidentally dropping ice cubes intended to cool the blood of a fire lizard into Brandy's loose collar, just as he was about to doze off. Oh, dear God. In the midst of Hermione's suppressed laughter, Brandy, flustered and stumbling, finally extracted the ice cubes from his shirt, facing Snape's murderous glare and the bewildered stares of his peers. He could only silently shed a few tears of embarrassment. However, aside from the potential grandeur of the festive activities, they had even more exhilarating news that day. As Professor Flitwick announced during their charms class that he believed they had all acquired sufficient skill to learn the levitation charm. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick's spellcasting that sent Neville's toads soaring around the classroom, they had longed to master the levitation charm. After a brief explanation from the professor, he paired the students up for practice. Harry was relieved to be partnered with Seamus, especially since Neville had been desperately signaling to join him. Unfortunately, Ron was less fortunate, as he had to team up with Hermione, and the two exchanged barely a word, each seeming ready to erupt into an argument at any moment. Brandy and Parvati Patil were paired together, and thanks to the extra sleep he had acquired that morning, he felt considerably more energetic. It was indeed fortunate that Brandy had diligently worked on mastering the control of his magical link during this period, as he had made remarkable progress in spell casting. Although he still couldn't completely stop his wand from siphoning off his magical energy, after multiple attempts, Brandy had managed to somewhat control the interruption of the magical link. While his wand still eagerly absorbed a significant amount of his magic with each incantation, at least it no longer clung to him until it drained him entirely. Considering his astonishing rate of magical recovery, as long as he didn't cast spells too frequently, he could be said to be on par with other first-year students. Under these circumstances, Brandy's advantage in mastering spells became evident. Unlike other wizards who had to rest and await their magical replenishment, he could recite spells throughout the day as long as he maintained a suitable rhythm. Furthermore, he had beside him a rather unscrupulous teacher well-versed in numerous spells. Although the teacher's instructional abilities were somewhat lacking, the intelligence of the students was also debatable. However, the countless hours of repetitive practice during the long nights allowed Brandy to nearly master all the spells in the introductory spellbook within a few weeks, wielding them with the same proficiency as adult wizards who had practiced for over a decade. In his spare time, he even engaged in academic discussions with the Sorting Hat regarding a spell left on the blackboard in classroom 13. Moreover, the night before returning the Sorting Hat to the headmaster's office, he successfully executed that powerful spell. According to the Sorting Hat, the spell was ingeniously conceived. And given its composition and the difficulty of actual casting, even the aurors at the Ministry of Magic would struggle to master it in just a few weeks. In summary, the newly transformed Brandy felt a significant sense of superiority, at least in the context of his spell work. As for the levitation charm, it was hardly worth mentioning, as he had already practiced it under the guidance of the Sorting Hat, albeit in a decidedly more direct manner. The book was correct in stating that this charm demanded precision in both syllables and gestures. After countless mishaps, including summoning a gigantic slug that landed on him, he finally mastered the spell, imprinting it deeply in his memory. Now let us not forget that subtle wrist motion we've been practicing, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, as usual, standing atop his stack of books. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. Pronouncing the spell correctly is crucial. Don't forget about Wizard Baruffio, who pronounced the F as and ended up on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. And listen carefully, Parvati, don't pronounce it with an H. You wouldn't want to be uncomfortably close to a slug. During Professor Flitwick's explanation, Brandy effortlessly levitated Parvati's spellbook, keeping it just a couple of centimeters above the table. If one weren't paying close attention, they would hardly notice. He took great satisfaction in witnessing the surprise in Parvati's eyes and humorously recounted his mishaps while practicing the levitation charm, much to her amusement. At that moment, the slug was only 0.01 centimeters away from me, but in a quarter of a second, it would have completely vanished, as I had decided to cast a counterspell. So, you succeeded? No, not at all, Brandy shrugged. I got knocked out. After covering the key points, Professor Flitwick announced the start of the practical session. This proved to be quite challenging. Harry and Seamus repeatedly attempted the flick and swish, but the feather they were supposed to levitate remained stubbornly on the floor. In frustration, Seamus jabbed his wand at the feather, igniting it, prompting Harry to extinguish the flames with his hat. Meanwhile, Ron, at another table, didn't seem to fare any better. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, flailing his arms like a windmill. You got it wrong, Hermione interjected bluntly. It's Wingardium Leviosa. You need to pronounce the gar clearly. Oh, spare me. If you're so great, why don't you do it? Ron bellowed. You said it yourself. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Their feather floated gracefully from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Bravo. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in delight. Everyone, look. Miss Granger has succeeded. Well done. 5 points to Gryffindor. Subsequently, under Brandy's guidance, Patil and Brandy also completed the exercise, earning another 5 points for Gryffindor. Thus, after the class, Ron, feeling utterly overshadowed, was in a foul mood. No wonder, he thought, that apart from the self-righteous Brandy, no one could tolerate Hermione. As they walked through the crowded corridor, Ron vented to Harry. She asked like a nightmare. Someone hurriedly squeezed past them. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face and was astonished to see that she was crying. Oh, I think she heard your remarks, Harry said. So what? Ron replied, somewhat defiantly, though he seemed a bit uneasy. She has known all along. She doesn't have any friends. Not even the girls in her dorm want to spend time with her. That's enough, Ron. Brandy, who had just caught up, overheard Ron's complaints and felt a surge of sadness and anger. It was the first time he had witnessed such open disdain between his two friends. He rushed over, tossing his backpack to the ground in frustration. I don't care how you judge me, but what has Hermione done to deserve your scorn? Just because of your failed spell? You're the one who said, if you think you can do it, then go ahead. Do you know what she was doing before class? While you and Harry were playing, she was preparing for today's lesson. I see her in the library every time I go for research. Why does she work so hard? Just to be ridiculed as a know-it-all? Normally, I'm very easygoing, even when I face minor setbacks, but this time I'm genuinely angry. Ron and Harry were at a loss for words. She is genuinely trying to improve her relationships with everyone, working hard to answer questions for the house, trying to regain points lost due to our brawls. She even stays up late in the common room, waiting for you two out of concern that you might get caught by filch and face punishment. She has gone to such lengths, and you dare to call her a nightmare? At this point, Brandy was so incensed he could hardly speak, his eyes reddening with emotion. Yes, she has her flaws. She can be proud and rigid, and her tone often sounds preachy. I admit that sometimes I feel like having a big argument with her. But I still consider her my best friend. Taking a few deep breaths, he endeavored to calm his swirling thoughts. Perhaps Hermione truly embodied the spirit of a Gryffindor, tough on the outside, yet soft at heart. Cursed be the situation. Frustrated, he bent down to pick up his fallen bag, leaving the two startled individuals behind, and strode away without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to him, around the corner of the corridor, Hermione was stifling her sobs, tears streaming down her face. Brandy, in the subsequent class, Hermione did not make an appearance, and her absence lingered throughout the afternoon. In a fit of anger, Brandy chose not to join Harry and the others, who descended the stairs towards the dining hall to partake in the Halloween feast. They soon regretted their harsh words, particularly as they passed the Hufflepuff table and overheard Lavender whispering to her Hufflepuff companion that Hermione had been crying in the girls' restroom all afternoon, and that Patil had gone to comfort her. This revelation made Ron feel even more uneasy. However, moments later, as they entered the dining hall adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, they promptly forgot about Hermione. 1,000 bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000, resembling low-hanging clouds, swirled above the dinner tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Exquisite dishes manifested on golden platters, reminiscent of the grand feast at the start of the term. Harry struggled to consume a massive jacket potato when Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the hall, his scarf askew and terror etched across his face. All eyes turned to him as he trembled towards Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table, gasping, "A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, screams echoing as the students panicked. Professor Dumbledore had to produce a series of sharp explosions from his wont to restore order. "Now, prefects, please guide the students back to their common rooms. As for the troll in the dungeon, it will be dealt with by the faculty." Percy, naturally, took charge. "Follow me. Stay together, first years. If you listen to my instructions, there's nothing to fear from the troll. All right, stay close behind me. Make way. First years coming through. Excuse me, I am the prefect. How could a troll get in here?" Harry inquired as they ascended the stairs. "Don't ask me. Trolls are supposed to be surprisingly dim-witted," Ron replied. "Maybe Peeves let it in for some Halloween fun." They encountered several hurried crowds moving in different directions. As they squeezed past a group of bewildered Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "I just remembered Hermione. What if she doesn't know about the troll?" Ron bit his lip. "Oh, fine. Perhaps Brandy was right. We were a bit harsh. Let us go find her, but we'd best avoid Percy." The two stealthily slipped away from the crowd, unnoticed. Much like Brandy had been absent from the feast, they quietly turned into a side corridor, watching as the main throng moved further away, sighing with relief before retracing their steps to the entrance hall and heading towards the girls' restroom via another route. Fearing encounters along the way, they tread lightly, frequently glancing back. Just as they turned a corner, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Oh no, someone is coming." They exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly ducked into a shadowy alcove, concealing themselves behind a statue of a rather exposed Fulham. Peering through the gap between the statue's legs, they were startled to see Snape hurrying by, seemingly pressed for time, as he swiftly traversed the corridor before vanishing at a junction ahead. "What is his hurry? Off to the loo?" Harry speculated mischievously. "Oh, come on. He must have taken a wrong turn. That path should lead upstairs at this hour. I hope he trips on the stairs." "Don't be absurd, Harry. Snape has been teaching potions for over a decade. He knows his way around." "It's odd. Isn't he the head of Slytherin? Why isn't he in the common room supervising the students? Why should I care? Let us just move on," Harry remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the statue's rotund backside and its vividly depicted hairy legs. "If I have to look at that wretched thing's leg hair any longer, I might just lose my mind." They lingered a moment longer until Snape's footsteps faded into silence before emerging from their hiding spot. Having learned from Snape's example, they opted for another route, tiptoeing forward in an effort to remain as silent as possible. After a few minutes of cautious progress, Ron suddenly halted, casting a strange look at Harry that left him bewildered. "Ugh, Harry, you're disgusting. What are you talking about? You must have farted," Ron exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust. "Ah, that stinks. You're imagining things. I didn't smell anything," Harry protested, taking a few steps forward to argue, but as he inhaled, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. "Merlin, what is that horrendous odor? It's as if 30 pairs of dirty socks soaked in a barrel for a month combined with the foulest depths of a cesspool." He pinched his nose, gasping as if struggling for air. Ron remarked, "Honestly, Have you ever encountered such a profound stench? Sorry, I misjudged you. As they recoiled from the unbearable smell. Intending to retreat down another path, they suddenly heard a deep, grumbling sound accompanied by the dragging of heavy feet. Ron noticed a massive figure moving towards them from the left end of the T-junction. He quickly yanked Harry, still holding his breath, back into the shadows, watching as the creature lumbered into a patch of moonlight. Oh my! They gasped in unison, their mouths agape in terror. The sight was horrifying. The creature stood 12 feet tall, its dull, mottled skin resembling that of granite. Its enormous, clumsy body seemed to be assembled from a pile of boulders, topped with a disproportionately small head that resembled a cocoa bean. Its stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. In its grasp was a hefty wooden club, or perhaps more accurately, a small tree trunk, trailing behind it as it walked, producing a scraping sound. The troll paused beside a door, peering inside. After hesitating momentarily, seemingly satisfied with the room's ambience, it lowered its head and slowly entered. The key is in the lock. Harry murmured, we could lock it inside. Excellent idea. Ron spoke nervously as they approached the open door, their mouths dry, fervently hoping that the troll would not suddenly appear. Harry leaped forward, grasped the key, and forcefully slammed the door shut, locking it securely. Success! Their faces flushed with exhilaration as they began to dash back down the corridor. However, just as they reached the corner, they were halted by a sound that nearly stopped their hearts. Two piercing, terrified screams emanating from the very room they had just vacated. Oh, damn, Ron exclaimed, his complexion as pale as a ghost. That's the girls' bathroom. Harry could hardly catch his breath. They swiftly retraced their steps, awkwardly fumbling with the bathroom door, and burst inside. Hermione and Parvati were huddled together in a corner, seemingly on the verge of fainting, as the troll advanced toward them, impatiently clearing obstacles from its path. It carelessly uprooted the octagonal sink in the center of the room, sending a geyser of water erupting forth, with twisted pipes and debris strewn across the floor. Quick, Ron, draw its attention, Harry shouted, rushing to one corner of the room and hurling a stone at the troll. The stone struck the creature squarely on the shoulder. The troll paused, likely feeling as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. It clumsily turned around, blinking in confusion as it sought the source of the noise. Its grotesque eyes fell upon Harry, and after a moment of hesitation, it began to lumber toward him, raising its club. Hey, look at this! Ron yelled from across the room, flinging a metal pipe at the troll. Although the pipe missed, it clanged loudly against a stalled door, causing the troll to stop and look toward the noise, only to find no one there. It then redirected its attention to Ron, giving Harry the opportunity to sneak around behind it. Come on, you two. Run! Harry bellowed as he attempted to pull the girls to their feet. However, their legs had turned to jelly from fear, and they remained huddled against the wall, trembling. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Harry turned and sprinted toward the troll. The noise and echoes seemed to aggravate the creature, which let out a sudden roar, disregarding Harry's feeble attempts to distract it, and continued its advance toward Ron, who was closest to it. With no time to reach the door a few meters away, Ron froze, paralyzed by fear. In a moment of bravery, albeit foolishness, Harry leaped forward, climbing onto the troll's back, and attempting Brandy stumbled through the door, his pale hand tightly gripping his wand. There was no joy in hitting his target. Only a profound sense of fear and gravity enveloped him. He understood that a troll could not be easily subdued. The creature emitted guttural growls, a scorching curse having seared a palm-sized black mark upon its chest. While not severe, it marked the first time the troll experienced pain. It slapped at its chest a few times, dissipating the residual heat from the wound, before fixing its gaze on the frail human standing at the doorway. The object in Brandy's hand sparked a flicker of vague recognition and impending danger in the creature's dim-witted mind. The Painbringer seeks revenge. The troll muttered broken words as it lumbered towards Brandy, casually uprooting a thick copper pipe from the ruins of the restroom. The entire process was fluid and terrifying, instilling a cold sweat in Brandy. His legs trembled with anxiety, and for the first time, he regretted not asking the Sorting Hat for a few lethal spells before its departure. What could he accomplish with merely a handful of basic spells? Perhaps wash the troll with a gentle stream of water? Even the Scorching Curse, deemed a rare advanced hex in the first-year spellbook, had only managed to inflict a minor burn upon the creature. The incantation from the blackboard in Classroom 13 might suffice. However, it required intricate gestures and the use of a supermagic prefix, a single misstep of which would render Brandy utterly powerless. He had to ensure he could strike a decisive blow. How could he possibly find enough time to cast the spell directly at the creature's face? Brant clenched his teeth, observing the approaching troll and rapidly formulating a plan. His gaze darted across the chamber, lingering on Ron, who was still capable of fighting, and the petrified girls. He needed more assistance. Harry, though he was unconscious. Ron, cast a hex. I need to get away from the wall. It's too close. Ron remained frozen. Paralyzed by fear, Brant attempted to call out to him, but the troll's attack was imminent. Brant swiftly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the water pipe swung by the troll, which sent a shower of debris onto him, causing a searing pain in his back. He had no time to dwell on it. While the troll retracted its pipe, Brant leaped onto the partially demolished rubble to his right. It had once been a wash basin, but the exquisite fixture had been reduced to a twisted mess by the troll, with intermittent jets of water erupting. He turned, his wand raised like a sword toward the troll, which had turned to face him. Incendio. A fireball materialized, hurtling toward the troll's head. The troll's head was diminutive, and Brant was at a distance, making it difficult to strike with conventional curses. However, the fire-making spell was different. Composed of pure magical flame, once released from Brant's control, it rapidly expanded into a large fireball, nearly 3 feet in diameter, engulfing the space above the troll's shoulders. Roar. The troll shrieked in agony amidst the flames, which temporarily blinded it but also fueled its ferocity. Ignoring the intense heat on its face, it roared in anger, swinging the bent brass pipe in its grasp, and then ferociously sweeping it toward where it remembered Brant to be standing. The pipe whistled through the air, causing Brant's hairs to stand on end. He dove backward, scrambling down from the wash basin and behind it. However, he underestimated the troll's strength. Before he could regain his footing, Brant felt a violent jolt in his back, followed by a deafening crash. The thick marble sink was shattered, and Brant was flung away by the residual force. Brant! Brant! Ron bellowed, his face flushed with rage and shock. He loathed his own helplessness, his inability to move, his weakness. Anger and pain surged, eclipsing his fear. He brandished his wand, and a silver beam struck the troll, who was intent on finishing Brant off. The troll shuddered. For a moment, it seemed about to strike a bizarre pose, but its thick, filthy, magic-resistant hide protected it from the Tarantaligra curse. It stared blankly at its hand, which was reaching out in an odd direction, and realized it had fallen for the human's trick. Enraged, it turned and hurled the bent pipe at Ron, who dove aside. But the pipe was too long, and he appeared to be too slow. Wingardium Leviosa. Just as the pipe was about to strike, its momentum ceased. The twisted pipe hovered in the air before Ron, as if free from gravity, before plummeting to the ground. Phew. Phew. Ron gasped, drenched in sweat. He had been resigned to his fate. He looked around, seeking his savior with gratitude. When he saw her, Ron's emotions were mixed. Nearby, Hermione and Parvati had overcome their fear at the critical moment. Hermione was shakily retrieving her wand, leaning against the wall as she slowly rose. She was still terrified, but at least she was trying. Her levitation charm had saved Ron's life. How's Brant? Hermione asked, her eyes fixed on the seemingly bewitched troll, her voice trembling. Parvati circled the troll, darting behind it like a nimble feline, and helped the groaning Brant to his feet. He was in a sorry state, his body riddled with cuts and bruises from the debris. Miraculously, he could still speak. Don't worry, cough cough. Just a few scrapes. To reassure Hermione, Brant waved his arm, which aggravated the wound on his back, causing him to wince. Don't use low-level spells on the troll. I read that the thing is too resistant. Our spells will be less effective. Doesn't it have any weaknesses? Yes, hit it in the head. It's so small, it looks fragile. Of course, if you can hit it. Brandy rubbed his forehead in deep contemplation when he suddenly spotted the fallen pipe on the ground. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. He gently tapped Parvati's hand, signaling her to release him. Parvati, could you please use the levitation charm to lift a sharp object? Just above my chest level will suffice. What are you planning to do? Don't concern yourself with that. You will understand soon enough. Upon receiving Parvati's skeptical response, he turned to Hermione and Ron. Hermione, when I shout, cast the petrification charm on the troll. I know you can do it. I saw you practicing it while doing homework in the library last time. Ron, be ready to deliver the finishing blow. Huh? Both exclaimed in unison, astonishment evident in their voices. Ron, aghast, pointed to his own nose, his mind blank. He pondered how he could possibly deliver the final strike against such a formidable creature. What spells did he possess that could harm a troll? Meanwhile, Hermione anxiously raised her voice. I told you that won't work on a troll. It might only hold it for a few seconds. Oh dear, it's moving toward you. A few seconds will be enough. Trust me. We have but one chance. If we fail, if. Brandy inhaled deeply, observing the lumbering troll approaching him. You two must take Harry and escape. Find a professor to rescue me. I will buy you some time. You've lost your mind. Pavati grasped Brandy's sleeve tightly. You can barely move. How will you buy us time? I have learned a profound spell from the sorting hat that might protect me. Brandy's gaze flickered as he slowly pried himself from Pavati's grip, raising his wand to cast a crimson light, leaving a mark on the troll's leg. The creature winced in pain, momentarily slowing its advance. Hurry, prepare yourselves. We have little time. No, absolutely not. Hermione pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. I can't leave you like this. You'll die. No one will perish. Brandy's thunderous voice reverberated through the room, causing Hermione to tremble, her face paling. She had never heard him roar so fiercely. Do as I say, Hermione. Trust me. At that moment, there was no time for further debate. With a quivering voice, Pavati recited the incantation, biting her lip as she levitated a sharp-edged fragment of pavement, slowly guiding it before Brandy. The troll was now less than 5 meters away. Its grotesque form charred and twisted from previous flames. Hermione. Brandy suddenly shouted with all his might, his wand dancing swiftly through the air, tracing intricate patterns as magical energy surged forth like a torrent, evaporating nearly half of his power in the blink of an eye. Yet, he did not dare to slow down. With a graceful arc of his wand, he softly uttered a prefix. Super magical casting. On Brandy's wand. Intricate magical patterns suddenly emerged from the base as silver runes encircled the wand, gradually extending towards its tip. Along their path, purple threads twisted and intertwined on the wand's surface, resembling a densely woven circuit. An invisible pressure began to pervade the confined space, signaling that this was indeed a high-level spell. Even the troll sensed the ominous energy. It hastily attempted to approach Brandy, seizing a stone slab from the ground. Meanwhile, Hermione, hearing Brandy's anguished roar, quickly wiped her tears and struggled to steady her trembling hands, her voice quivering as she chanted the incantation. All petrified, the troll's body suddenly froze, its joints locking together as if rusted from lack of lubrication, and it roared in fury, desperately struggling against the immobilizing spell. Its magical brilliance dimming as the petrification spell evidently could not hold it for long. But that was enough. The runes on Brandy's wand had coalesced at the tip, pulsating rapidly, the purple patterns fully enveloping the wand, which now emanated a rich violet hue, almost tangible. His breathing became labored, as if he were struggling against a powerful wind. Every vein felt as if it were being scorched by flames. Waves of heat surged from his chest, and his vision began to flicker. The prolonged exertion had drained him of strength, leaving him to rely solely on sheer willpower to remain conscious. He steadied the wand, aiming it at the thrashing troll, which had now successfully liberated its left hand from the stone slab. With a fierce motion, the troll hurled the slab towards Brandy. At that moment, Brandy completed the incantation and managed to scatter the weak. The world was instantly enveloped in purple. Time seemed to slow as the flying stone approached Brandy in a languid arc, all eyes fixated on his wand, as if drawn by an invisible force. Subsequently, a purple spell, as thick as an arm, slowly emerged from the wand's tip, coalescing into a fist-sized orb of violet light, silently merging into the tile floating before Brandy. In an instant, the tile shuddered violently, and a fierce shockwave exploded outward. Time resumed its normal pace. The tile, acting as a projectile, transitioned from stillness to blinding speed. Like a dazzling purple star, hurtling with tremendous force and a tumultuous wave, crashing directly into the troll's thick right leg. A crack resounded, audible to all present. As the sharp there was still no response. Thus, he dared to bend down and extract his wand from the giant's nose, which was smeared with a large, slimy mass of gray mucus. Ugh, the giant's snot was truly revolting. He wiped the wand on the giant's trousers, but this proved futile, only spreading the foul-smelling substance more evenly over his wand. Ah, enough is enough. Suddenly, a loud banging at the door accompanied by heavy footsteps broke the tension, causing the 4 alert individuals in the room to look up. They were so focused on the battle that they had not realized the extent of the chaos they had caused. Surely, those downstairs had heard the violent crash and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell merely glanced at the giant before bursting into a fit of pitiful sobs, collapsing onto a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. How dare you? McGonagall's expression was terrifying, as several first years had the audacity to confront a giant head-on. Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Professor, please help him, Hermione pleaded, kneeling on the ground, with Brandy's head resting on her knees. He is gravely injured, covered in blood. Silently, Snape stepped forward and waved his wand, causing Brandy's body to levitate as if supported by an unseen force. He slowly rotated Brandy's body, muttering incantations like a surgeon. Back injuries, lacerations and bruises. Head, just 2 minor cuts. Right arm. Oh dear, how brutal. The joint is shattered. Was this fellow swung around like a toy by the giant? Snape's words dripped with venom. But the others were too anxious to retort. They all awaited Snape's final assessment with bated breath. Well, without a doubt, what a pity. Snape said as he gently laid Brandy on the ground, feigning a sigh before casting a sardonic glance at the terrified Hermione, who looked as if she might faint. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Severus. He is perfectly fine. McGonagall shot Snape a disapproving glare, laced with dissatisfaction. You can rest assured. As long as he spends the night in the hospital wing, he may very well be back to his lively self by tomorrow. Of course, resetting bones isn't particularly pleasant. But that is his own doing. Thank goodness. Hermione exhaled deeply, and upon feeling a sudden loss of strength, she slumped against Parvati, wiping her tears away. Now then, could someone kindly inform me what on earth happened? You nearly demolished the restroom. McGonagall surveyed the now ruined lavatory, her gaze sweeping over the shattered stalls, the twisted sink, and finally settling on Harry, who was clutching his backside beside the unconscious giant. Snape was scrutinizing the giant with an expression of incredulity. I am genuinely curious. This giant is clearly an adult. How could you mere novices, with only basic spells under your belts, possibly defeat it? Oh, I see. You injured its thigh to hinder its movement and then struck it on the head? A clever tactic. Who was responsible? Hermione opened her mouth to speak. It was me. Ron interjected eagerly. I used the levitation spell. Ah, quite a creative idea. Snape leaned closer to the giant, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. What kind of ridiculous trickery are you engaged in? McGonagall's voice was cold with anger. Harry glanced at Ron, who remained standing there, wand raised in an attempt to appear cool. Why did you not simply stay in your dormitory? Mr. Patton nearly lost his life because of this. Snape shot a piercing glance at Harry, who nervously cast his eyes downward, wishing Ron would lower his wand. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted. Please don't be like this. Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. Hermione set Brandy down and slowly rose to her feet. I came to find the giant because I thought I could handle it alone, you know, because I had read about them and understood them well. Ron lowered his wand, while Parvati and Harry stared at her in astonishment. Hermione Granger had just told a colossal lie to a teacher? If they hadn't found me, I would certainly be dead by now. To save me, Harry shoved his wand into the giant's nostril. He was thrown down from over 3 meters high. Then Brandy and Parvati arrived to help restrain the giant, and their combined spells damaged its legs, while Ron used the giant's own club to knock it out. They didn't have time to find anyone else because when they arrived, the giant was about to swallow me. With that, Hermione shot Ron a fierce glare. Right? That's exactly how it happened. Parvati nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, standing behind Harry and Ron, giving them a sharp kick, urging the stunned boys to feign familiarity with the tale. Oh, if that is the case. McGonagall regarded them thoughtfully. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you possibly think you could confront a giant like a mountain on your own? Hermione lowered her head in shame. The room fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that Hermione would take the blame for them. She was the least likely to violate school rules. Yet now, she had lied to absolve them of trouble, akin to Snape suddenly handing out sweets, an utterly unbelievable scenario. Very well, Miss Granger, due to this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points, McGonagall stated, her disappointment palpable. If you are uninjured, it would be best for you to return to Gryffindor Tower. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses. By the way, Mr. Weasley, your group managed to defeat an adult giant using the levitation spell. That is quite remarkable. Perhaps, Gryffindor will award you 20 points for that. Upon hearing this, Ron quietly cheered, glancing at Hermione and Parvati. Noticing they remained rooted to the spot, seemingly unwilling to leave, he happily tugged Harry along, and they hurried out, hearing Harry lament about Ron's speed, complaining that his backside was suffering. So, what are you two lingering here for? McGonagall scrutinized the remaining pair. Hermione and Parvati exchanged knowing glances, each contemplating their thoughts. Parvati observed Hermione's hesitance, then broke into a mischievous grin, shrugging her shoulders. All right, Professor McGonagall, I'll head back now. She beamed at Hermione, seemingly recalling something amusing, then leaned closer and whispered a few words in Hermione's ear. Hermione's face flushed crimson. Well then, good luck. She waved at Hermione and dashed out of the girls' restroom. Hermione turned to Professor Brandy. Professor, may I accompany him to the hospital wing? I would like to stay with him for a while. I can leave once he awakens. I promise not to disturb his rest. Oh, that is certainly permissible, McGonagall replied with an approving expression. It would be more accurate to say that remembering your companions makes you far superior to Potter and Weasley. I shall award Gryffindor an additional 5 points. And Severus? Huh. Minerva, I doubt you are aware of how utterly disrespectful he has been in my class. Do you wish for me to send this Gryffindor, who ought to have been soundly punished, to the hospital wing? I would sooner toss him into the lake outside the castle. Snape glared fiercely at Brandy, who remained unconscious, his gaze as if he wished to devour him whole. Ahem, Severus. I believe you ought to refrain from allowing a lady to intervene. Professor McGonagall's lips curled into a slight smile, subtly urging you to exhibit some of your admirable gentlemanly demeanor. Continue this way, and you may find yourself without a girlfriend. Snape scoffed softly, mumbling a few incantations under his breath. With a flick of his wand, 2 relatively straight pipes and a flat marble tile floated from the corner of the room, seamlessly assembling into a makeshift stretcher. Brandy was gently lifted from the ground and laid upon it. Take him to the hospital wing, Snape ordered impassively, and the stretcher suddenly levitated, slowly gliding out of the room. Hermione, taken aback by Snape's prowess in charms and transfiguration, hesitated momentarily before recalling something important. She dashed aside to retrieve the wand Brandy had left behind, then hurriedly followed, both vanishing at the corridor's end. Hermione's footsteps gradually faded away. It sounds easy enough. To break a troll's leg? With that stone? A clear mockery adorned Snape's face. Huh, has that insufferable know-it-all Miss Granger even read her books properly? The hardness of a troll's leg bone is comparable to rebar. If I were to engage in battle with a troll, I certainly would not do so with such foolish brute force, which seems quite fitting for Gryffindor. He disdainfully pursed his lips. Severus was reminded that their head of house was still present. Very well, I was merely complaining. He waved his wand, flipping the troll's body to reveal the part crushed beneath it. They had discovered the weapon that had shattered the troll's leg bone. Their expressions grew considerably somber. It was indeed a brick. Goodness, did the egg manage to shatter the stone? Such terrifying power. McGonagall observed the corridor where the two had departed, her brow furrowed. I am genuinely curious. If Miss Granger is not lying, how did Miss Pettigrew and Mr. Burton achieve that so-called combination spell? Severus, shall I proceed, or will you? Allow me, the brick should still retain some residual magic. Let me examine it. Snape bent down, reaching for the stone embedded in the troll's leg, reciting obscure spells. He was casting without his wand. Root analysis. A faint glow emanated from his hand as it made contact with the stone. Suddenly, the stone began to tremble violently, and a layer of purple patterns gradually emerged on its surface. He recognized this aura all too well. Good heavens! His eyes widened in terror, and he quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming in shock, "Oh, I cannot believe it!" With merely a slight exertion, the stone on the troll's leg crumbled like a fragile cookie into tiny fragments. Its overall structure had been utterly destroyed by the force of the impact. Indeed, I sensed it. Snape rose with a complex expression, glancing at Professor McGonagall. It resembles his magic. He must have employed this spell long ago. My word, that familiar aura, I shall never forget it. Is it dark magic? McGonagall inquired curiously. No, Snape's gaze remained fixed on McGonagall, his expression frighteningly serious. It is ancient magic favored by the Dark Lord. The hospital wing? What has he done this time? Engaged in a brawl with a bull? Madame Pomfrey glared at Brandy, battered and bruised upon the stretcher, exclaiming, "Look at these injuries. You reckless Gryffindors. It has barely been a few weeks since the last wave of injuries." Though she muttered under her breath, her wand moved with precision, transferring Brandy to a bed in the ward. How is he now? Will he be all right by tomorrow? Hermione sat dutifully on a small stool, her face filled with anticipation as she watched Madame Pomfrey rummaging through the cabinet. Clearly, not well. Madame Pomfrey replied curtly while selecting potion vials. The injuries are manageable. A healing charm and a blood-replenishing potion should suffice. However, the shattered bones present a greater challenge. I must first dissolve the fragments lodged in his arm. She retrieved a small vial containing a thick, dark liquid that had been sitting on the shelf for quite some time, yet it still bubbled as if freshly concocted. She roughly thrust the vial into Hermione's arms before drawing her wand, first casting a cleaning charm to remove the dirt and blood from Brandy's wounds, revealing gnarled and contorted injuries. It was Hermione's first encounter with such a sight, and she appeared quite unaccustomed. Oh, can't bear to look? Huh. With a troublesome friend like him, you may find yourself witnessing such scenes frequently, Madame Pomfrey remarked with a teasing smile. Then she recited a lengthy incantation, her wand emitting a soft green glow as the spell enveloped Brandy. The wounds exposed to the air began to close and heal at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, Brandy appeared as if he had never been harmed. After addressing one side, her wand deftly flicked, and Brandy suddenly flipped in midair. Performing, she felt a warmth rising in her cheeks and quickly patted her smooth face to calm herself. Time slipped by, second by second. She glanced around. Noting the profound silence, the ward was occupied solely by the two of them. Brandy lay peacefully on the hospital bed, appearing as if she were in a deep slumber. Though her brow was slightly furrowed, perhaps hinting at the pain she sensed even in dreams. The events that had just transpired in the ladies' restroom replayed in Hermione's mind like a film. She recalled him tumbling amidst flying debris, the marble platform catapulted alongside him, and finally, the sight of him, bloodied and battered by the falling stones. A shiver ran down her spine as her gaze fixated on his contorted, slumped shoulder. A complex emotion, previously unknown to her, surged within her heart. She suddenly felt a flicker of uncertainty. Why not give it a try? Just a kiss, after all. Surely no one would see. Brandy had done so much for them. This gesture of gratitude should be acceptable. Hadn't her mother often rewarded her father in such a manner? How absurd. What did she mean by reward? This was clearly an unconventional remedy indeed. Parvati, that foolish girl, had mentioned it, although it sounded utterly implausible. What if it bore even the slightest efficacy? With this thought, she cautiously listened for any sounds outside, confirming that Mrs. Pomfrey would not return so soon. Taking a deep breath, she steeled her resolve. Summoning her courage, Hermione tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned closer to Brandy's cheek, her mind racing in a steamy whirl, attempting to hypnotize herself. Just a moment, just a fleeting moment. Brandy's visage gradually consumed the entirety of the field of vision, causing Hermione to anxiously shut her eyes. Then, Hermione, why has your face grown so large? Brandy awoke groggily, feeling a searing pain at the base of his right shoulder, while the sensation below it had completely vanished. An unsettling memory flickered in his mind. It seemed he had been struck in the right arm by a giant before losing consciousness. Oh no, could I possibly be disabled? This cannot be happening. Surely, I must be dreaming. In a state of panic, he opened his eyes to confirm the condition of his body. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by Hermione's face, magnified tenfold, with her lips slightly pouting. Still not fully awake, Brandy was momentarily taken aback, and instead of recoiling, he blinked his large eyes and exhaled in relief. See, it truly is a dream. Goodness, that startled me. I was wondering how I could have met such an unfortunate and so easily. With that thought, he even found himself admiring Hermione's gradually enlarging, exquisite visage. Wait. Upon closer inspection, Hermione actually appeared quite beautiful. If only her temperament were a tad gentler, it would be perfect. Yet, within mere seconds, his fascination turned to confusion. It was perfectly normal to dream of Hermione. After all, just a couple of days ago, he had dreamed of Harry and that old scoundrel Snape exchanging glances. In dreams, anything could happen. However, the warm breath brushing against his face was perplexing. How could he feel Hermione's exhaled warmth in a dream? This dream was alarmingly vivid. Moreover, if Hermione's face drew any closer, he might just suffocate. The thought of being smothered by her face sent Brandy into a panic. Even if it were merely a dream, the premise was unacceptable. Without a moment's thought, words tumbled from his lips, leading to calamity. Huh? Hermione? Why is your face so large? The lovely figure before him suddenly froze. Hermione opened her eyes, tears of embarrassment swirling in her reddened irises, her delicate face and swan-like neck instantly enveloped in a rosy hue. She gasped, trembling with fury. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the hospital room. Brandy, you creep. Hermione, silence. Hermione glared at him, her flushed cheeks and tear-filled eyes still ablaze. Brandy felt utterly wronged. It's not my fault. I just woke up. I thought I was dreaming. Do not speak. Creep. Hermione, lost in her thoughts, felt her beautiful eyes welling up with tears once more. An angry girl is undeniably unreasonable. Please, don't cry. I'm sorry, truly. I shouldn't have said your face was large. Brandy struggled with the art of comforting women, recalling how every time Sherry cried, Cosmo would swiftly kneel or bow in apology, though he lacked the requisite flexibility. Hermione was momentarily stunned. This fool's focus was entirely askew. Wait a moment. Did he just say I have a large face? How dare you? I merely wanted to check your temperature. I was, worried you might have a fever. Yes. With all those wounds, you could get an infection. Hermione, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up, her face aflame, struggling to articulate her words. You dare say I have a large face. No good deed goes unpunished. Take the medicine away. I was so kindly waiting for you to wake up. And I haven't eaten. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, yet in the stillness of the room, Brandy heard every word, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. He reached out to take the tightly gripped bottle of medicine from her hands. You were waiting for me to wake up? Thank you. As if I care. Hermione replied, her cheeks still flushed, feigning indifference. However, if one listened closely, they could sense her mood was lifting, with the atmosphere returning to normal. Brandy finally reclined against the bed, excitedly discussing the recent events with Hermione. For a group of new students who had only entered the magical world less than 3 months prior, the experience of suddenly becoming superheroes saving the world was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Even Hermione, usually so composed, flushed with excitement as she recounted the fierce battle. What puzzles me is how a giant could inexplicably appear in the underground classroom. Hogwarts has such robust protective measures. I read in a history of Hogwarts that all entrances to the castle are heavily guarded by protective and alerting spells. Even the outer walls are laden with enchantments, painstakingly added by the headmasters and teachers over the centuries. If an unrecognized stranger were to approach, not even a giant could enter without adhering to the castle's protocols. Could it be that someone intentionally facilitated the giantess entrance? Brandy pondered, recalling the numerous tales George and Fred had spun about secret passages within the castle. Hermione shot him a playful glare. Do you think the secret passages lack protection? They were crafted by the very people of Hogwarts. Besides, to bring in a giant, one would need the castle's approval. You've reminded me, she said, resting her chin on her hand, propping herself up on the bed. If we could obtain permission from the headmaster or any faculty member, it wouldn't be impossible. But wait, why would any professor do such a thing? Both fell into silence, contemplating how one might enter the school through alternative means. While Brandy suddenly had a whimsical thought. Goodness, could it be that the giant was indeed let in by a certain headmaster? Well, that would certainly tarnish their reputation. The absurdity of it made Brandy shake his head, dismissing the notion. Wait, Brandy. Hermione interrupted his musings, her eyes alight with fervor. Reminiscent of the time she had intended to experiment on him on the train. What spell did you cast at the end? Its destructive power was astonishing. Brandy found himself lost in thought, grappling with the decision of whether or not to broach the subject of that classroom with Hermione. However, after contemplating their prolonged acquaintance, he realized that concealing the truth from her was not a sustainable approach. Eventually, the truth would come to light, and should it lead to discontent, it would be far better to address it candidly now. With this in mind, he began to gather his thoughts. Well, this matter must be traced back to the time we engaged in a skirmish during our flying lesson. Brandy passionately recounted to Hermione the events of that fateful night when they practiced magic, only to be discovered by Peeves and subsequently pursued by Filch, leading to a frantic escape that landed them in the 13th classroom. I have already visited that place. It is nearly devoid of anything significant, save for a spell scrawled on the blackboard. Look, this is it, though I cannot ascertain who inscribed it. The spell appears formidable, yet its efficacy is rather lackluster. If one is struck directly, you would likely be propelled backward until colliding with the wall, which leaves something to be desired for a troll. Thus, I contemplated using a stone as a target. And then what? All that remained was a note left by a wizard named Wright Manson. The Sorting Hat mentioned he was a Hufflepuff student from 40 years ago. Would you like to take a look inside? Well, I am uncertain if you can utilize the prefix of super magic. Without sufficient magical power, it would be impossible. However, if you insist, I can teach you. Wait just a moment. Hermione interjected, interrupting Brandy's torrent of words. Her brow furrowed, and a look of deep recollection crossed her face. Wright Manson, that name seems familiar. Where have I encountered it before? Under Brandy's amused gaze, Hermione pondered for quite some time but ultimately could not recall. She merely sensed a vague familiarity with the name. Yet with her extensive reading, she could not pinpoint its origin. Give me a few days. I am certain I can locate the book where I saw that name. I swear, I think I just came across it recently. Oh, it's merely a name. Besides, even if you find it, it pertains to events that transpired over 40 years ago. Assuming Wright and his companions truly discovered some treasure, it must have been long since depleted, Brandy remarked, showing little curiosity. He set the potion bottle aside on the nightstand. You need not be so preoccupied. Instead, why not accompany me to that classroom for a tour? I am certain you would be fascinated by the magic of sealing a space beyond the realm of reality. During my last practice session, I specifically targeted the walls, which were enchanted. The marks I left vanished within minutes. Is that so? So, your recent disappearances were to that place for magical practice? No wonder you've suddenly become so adept, capable of casting such advanced spells. It was quite rare for Hermione to offer compliments. Throughout their partnership in class, Brandy had always received feedback on his shortcomings, so this unexpected praise left him slightly embarrassed. He shyly rubbed his nose. Truth be told, my initial attempts at this spell were not nearly as effective. Yet, for some reason this time, it turned out remarkably powerful, beyond my expectations. It felt as though my wand spared me at a critical moment, during the final incantation. I could scarcely sense the flow of magic waning. Perhaps my wand possesses a keen understanding, recognizing my intent to protect you, and thus afforded me a modicum of leniency. Had I failed to subdue the troll, we would have been in quite a predicament. Upon hearing the words to protect you, Hermione's mind momentarily went blank. She scarcely registered the remainder of Brandy's words. Her body felt light, as though she were walking on clouds. Her heart seemed gripped by an invisible force, making it difficult to breathe. Once I have recovered, I shall demonstrate it for you again, but do not be too disappointed. The original spell's power is undoubtedly far greater than this attempt. To protect me? Hey, Hermione, are you listening? Your face is quite flushed. Should I call Madame Pomfrey? Brandy gazed at Hermione, whose face was flushed and lost in thought, and could not help but exclaim, "Ah!" startled. Hermione awoke from her reverie to find Brandy approaching with a look of concern, intending to check her forehead for warmth. Oh! I suddenly remembered that I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. With a crimson face, Hermione brushed Brandy's hand aside and fled like a startled rabbit. Brandy gazed in confusion at the direction in which Hermione had departed, thoroughly perplexed. Was I so profound that even the top student found it tiresome? He shook his head and lifted the vial from the cabinet, watching as the black tar continued to bubble ominously. Oh God, if I take a sip of this, I might just perish. He swallowed hard, steeling himself. And since he could not pinch his nose with his other hand, he tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. It was utterly dreadful. The potion was viscous and sticky, reminiscent of overcooked snails, with a bitter and astringent taste accompanied by a rich, charred plastic aroma that bloomed on Brandy's palate. He struggled to keep it down, feeling his stomach churn violently. Suppressing the urge to regurgitate the thick black concoction, Brandy set the vial down on the cabinet and collapsed. His left hand flailing in the air, his expression contorted as if he were drowning and seeking salvation. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered the room. Oh dear. The little lion of Gryffindor is indeed quite brave. At least I need not worry about you when it comes to taking potions. I was just contemplating whether to add some honey to make it easier for you to swallow, but that girl who just left said you didn't require it. She winked at Brandy with a mischievous smile. It seems you had a spat with your little girlfriend? Ugh, nonsense. Hermione would never. Brandy felt the world spinning around him, his insides a tangled mess, and cold sweat poured down his brow. What troubled him further was his right arm. The potion's effect seemed to activate instantaneously, and he felt a strange sensation as though it were being roasted on a spit. He stared in horror at his right hand, noticing it was transforming into something bizarre, almost rubbery. What on earth is happening? See, I told you there was a quarrel with your girlfriend. Otherwise, she would have informed you of this. Madame Pomfrey expertly drew her wand. The bones in your hand are currently dissolving. I will need about an hour to reshape it. Do you have any specific requests? Huh? What do you mean? For instance, I could make your middle finger a tad longer. You never know when that might come in handy. For reasons unknown, despite being nauseated and drenched in sweat, Brandy detected an underlying malice in her seemingly sincere suggestion. Oh, spare me. I think I'm going to be sick. Ah, what a shame. Upon hearing her friendly proposal rejected, the smile vanished from Madame Pomfrey's face. He collapsed, and with a wave of her wand, a red spell struck Brandy. His eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep, clean unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Hermione returned to the common room, her cheeks flushed. To her surprise, she arrived just in time for the tail end of dinner. The room was bustling, everyone enjoying the food that had been served. She intended to find a secluded corner, but spotted Parvati standing up excitedly, waving at her, having saved a seat for Hermione. Harry and Ron sat across from her, their expressions somewhat awkward, yet they smiled at her. A warm wave of emotion swept over Hermione, flowing from her head straight to her heart. She quickly made her way to Parvati's side. Noticing Parvati glance at Ron, who seemed lost in thought, she playfully nudged him with her foot. Ugh! Ron suddenly appeared flustered, lifting his gaze to find everyone staring at him. His face flushed crimson as he stammered to Hermione. "I'm so sorry, Hermione. Thank you for saving me." Hermione paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Her joy was radiant, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. And only then did everyone realize how lovely she looked when she smiled. She turned to Ron, who seemed too nervous to speak. "It's nothing. We are friends. Aren't we?" Ron's eyes widened in surprise at her words. Subsequently, neither of them looked at each other again, both simultaneously picking up their forks and focusing on their delayed dinner. Initially, Hermione had intended to lecture Ron about how he had usurped Brandy's rightful credit. Since it was primarily Brandy's achievement, how could it sound as if Ron had outsmarted everyone and defeated the troll with sheer cleverness? However, "I'm in a good mood today, and Brandy wouldn't want me to quarrel with friends. I'll let you off this time." Hermione's lips curled into a cheerful arc as she eagerly prodded her fork at the roasted potatoes before her, humming an indistinct tune. "La la la, Brandy, 1,000 miles away, in the hospital wing, a cold, hungry, and nauseous Brandy sneezed, then looked sorrowfully at his arm, which had become somewhat deformed from the sneeze. He was at a loss for tears. Who was thinking of me at this time? How cruel. Madame Pomfrey. My arm seems to be bent. Do you have anything to eat? Chocolate will do." After a while, the hospital wing echoed with the plaintive cries of a defeated soul. From that day forth, Hermione Granger became a friend of Harry and the others. When you go through an experience together, a bond of affection and trust inevitably forms. And knocking out a 12-foot troll was one such event. "What? You're asking about Brandy? Need I say more?" They were already friends. Brandy shivered, tightening his grip on his wizard robe as he met Hermione's concerned gaze. He smiled nonchalantly. "It's all right, Hermione. I can withstand the cold." After Halloween, the weather gradually turned colder. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in gray, blanketed in ice and snow, while the forbidden forest appeared even more profound and desolate than before. The great lake in front of the school had transformed into a true mirror, frozen solid like tempered steel, cold and hard. Winter arrived silently, unbeknownst to anyone. Every morning, a layer of white frost coated the ground, making it slippery to walk. And the first years began to dash and slide along the corridors, reveling in their merry play. During their classes, one could occasionally glimpse Hagrid through the window above, enveloped in a lengthy coat of mole skin, adorned with rabbit fur gloves and clad in enormous beaver fur boots, diligently de-icing brooms on the Quidditch pitch. Under Ron's incessant boasting, the entire year had learned of his audacious encounter with the troll, with the tales becoming increasingly embellished. Initially, Ron modestly credited Hermione for temporarily subduing the troll with a petrifying spell, while Brandy and Parvati had injured it, leading to his final blow. However, as time passed, and with Hermione and Parvati absent, the narrative transformed. In a perilous moment when Harry and Brandy found themselves incapable of resistance, those two foolish girls merely clung to the walls, shrieking in terror. Suddenly, an extraordinary force surged within me, as if guided by instinct, compelling me to chant an unusual incantation. In an instant, the troll was enveloped in a flash of crimson light, its blood gushing forth as though caught in a torrential downpour, reduced to fragments by the spell. Later, as Brandy lay unconscious, I stood alone before the colossal troll, wielding a massive club, a strike of thunderous might. I was on the verge of surrender, yet at that moment, a beam of golden light shot through the window, the voices of my ancestors echoing in my ears, declaring me the destined hero. In that fleeting instant, clarity flooded my mind, shattering the barriers that had long confined me. With a mighty roar, I called forth the tempest. Ron's embellishments grew increasingly extravagant, until Harry, unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, covered his mouth to halt the incessant exaggeration, reminding him that the reality was far less grand, with most of the battle being fought by Brandy. They had merely fished about aimlessly. Brandy, however, seemed unconcerned by such trivialities. Upon hearing the tales of Ron's spell that vanquished the troll and saved Hogwarts, he eagerly added fuel to the fire, embellishing the narrative as if it were indeed a grand event. Hermione and Parvati exchanged resigned glances, lamenting the fickleness of human nature and the coldness of the world. With the Quidditch season fast approaching, Harry prepared for his inaugural match against Slytherin on Saturday. Following weeks of rigorous training, should Gryffindor emerge victorious, they would ascend to at least second place in the Interhouse Cup. Yet, apart from Brandy, few had witnessed Harry's Quidditch prowess, as Wood had decided to keep Harry's participation a closely guarded secret, positioning him as a clandestine weapon for the team. However, the news that Harry would be the Seeker had leaked early on, ever since Ron's announcement, and soon everyone was aware. Consequently, rumors spread that Harry's playing style was fierce, with the mere sight of the golden snitch causing it to tremble in fear. Others suggested that someone should run alongside him with a mattress to prevent any falls. Harry found himself unsure which rumor was worse, though it seemed the most outrageous claims came from Brandy and Parvati, who dubbed it tactical deception, cleverly diminishing their opponent's alertness. At least they succeeded. Now, whenever Malfoy laid eyes on Harry, he would mock him openly, as though victory were already within his grasp. They were fortunate indeed, for Harry had friends like Hermione and Parvati. Without Hermione, he would have struggled to keep up with the mountain of homework. As Wood insisted they maximize every minute of Quidditch practice. Parvati, leveraging her enchanting beauty, would often pose as her sister to gather intelligence from the Ravenclaw house. It was undeniable that as a striking young woman, simply standing before the Ravenclaw intellectuals with a shy smile would yield a wealth of information. Naturally, she often found herself in playful competition with her sister, though it was all in jest. Yet, the spirit of sacrifice for the house moved everyone, prompting a theatrical display of crocodile tears. On the eve of the Quidditch match, they ventured into the chilly courtyard during a break. Hermione conjured a handful of bright blue flames with her magic, capable of being carried in a jam jar and enduring for an extended period without extinguishing. They stood chatting, warming themselves with their backs to the flames. At that moment, Snape limped through the courtyard. Harry and Ron huddled closer, attempting to shield the flames from view. Meanwhile, whenever Brandy inched closer, Hermione would subtly retreat, her expression revealing her discomfort, ultimately being playfully pulled into Parvati's embrace. They were cautious, well aware that using magic for warmth was strictly prohibited. Unfortunately, their guilty expressions caught Snape's attention as he approached, intent on finding a reason to reprimand them regardless. "What are you holding, Potter?" he demanded. "Quidditch Origins, Professor. Books from the library are not permitted outside. 5 points from Gryffindor." Snape confiscated Harry's book. See, there was no hope of keeping Snape at bay for even a few days. Once Snape had moved on, Harry exploded with indignation. "Where's that rule in the school regulations?" "Calm down, Harry," Brandy said, patting him gently on the shoulder. "You must have owed him money in a past life." "But look, isn't he suffering a bit of karma?" "I wonder what's wrong with him," Ron replied mockingly. "I bet it hurts." That evening, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz. 5 of them seated around a window, monopolizing the best view at a long table. Hermione was diligently reviewing Harry and Ron's history of magic assignments. As always meticulous and refusing to allow them to copy her work, how would you learn anything that way? Yet after her review, they invariably received the correct answers. "This is so unfair," Harry grumbled, vigorously correcting his paper. "Look at Brandy. Why does he get to copy?" Brandy, caught mid-game of Go Fish with Parvati, looked up, his face plastered with paper notes, while Parvati sank into the plush cushions, laughing uncontrollably. He had been utterly unwilling to write about the Goblin Wars for his history of magic paper, so he had asked Hermione if he could reference her work, expecting a stern lecture about completing one's own assignments. Instead, Hermione had agreed without hesitation. Consequently, Brandy had been reveling in their misfortune for quite some time. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she scolded, "Brandy, you already know this material. Copying is merely for convenience." She shifted her tone to a more serious one. "If you don't start studying properly, don't even think about passing the final exams. I do not wish to have 2 friends who will fail their finals." A group of individuals engaged in animated chatter gradually tackled their mountain of assignments. With a competition looming the next day, Harry found himself somewhat perturbed and resolved to take a stroll downstairs to clear his mind and inquire about the possibility of reclaiming his book. He descended to the staff lounge, and shortly thereafter, as discussions flourished regarding potential celebrations for a victory, he burst back up, breathless. Snape attempted to force his way into the room guarded by the 3-headed dog. He exclaimed, "He was bitten by the beast. I saw the scar. On Halloween, he tried to slip past that monstrous creature. When we spotted him, he was on a quest for the object the dog was guarding. I would wager my flying broomstick that he unleashed that troll to divert attention." He recounted the harrowing experience he and Ron had while searching for Hermione on Halloween. "Are you jesting? He is a teacher. He has been at Hogwarts for over a decade. How could he possibly engage in such behavior?" Although Brandy harbored no fondness for Snape, she had not descended to questioning his character to the extent of believing he would resort to theft. "I recognize he is not the best, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore keeps under such strict guard." Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. Ron interjected bluntly, "Oh, come on. Just because Snape hasn't deducted points from you 2 in class doesn't mean you should elevate him to the status of a saint." The five of them debated this matter for an extended period until Brandy, growing impatient and citing the imminent competition, urged Harry to retire for the night. Before ascending the stairs, Brandy exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, who nodded in understanding, oblivious to the fact that someone nearby had been observing their silent exchange with a glint of mischief in their eyes. The midnight hour found the Gryffindor common room steeped in silence, save for the crackling of wood in the fireplace, which erupted with sporadic bursts of sound. The dancing flames cast a warm glow throughout the room, elongating Brandy's shadow behind her. Brandy stifled a yawn, weary from waiting for nearly half an hour. They had secretly arranged to meet at midnight to explore the room 13, yet Hermione was inexplicably delayed. This was not the diligent Hermione who always arrived early to class. Poring over her notes, for some reason, he felt a pang of melancholy as he recalled his father waiting downstairs, disillusioned, for his mother, Shirley, to join him for a shopping trip. It was a disconcerting thought that sent a shiver down his spine. After a brief wait, the door to the girls' dormitory finally creaked open. A petite figure nimbly slipped through the gap, having evidently changed into a different outfit to facilitate her stealthy exit. It's not that I intended to be late, but Parvati was particularly energetic today. Usually, she is fast asleep by 10. Yet today, she was reluctant to leave my bed, insisting on whispering secrets until just a few minutes ago. I had to exert considerable effort to convince her to sleep. Otherwise, I might have had to duel her with my wand. She recounted, recalling the ordeal with a mix of frustration and amusement. Pray tell, what do you girls typically do in your dormitory? Brandy pondered, nearly choking on her laughter at the thought of Harry or Ron burrowing into her bed. Well, it's certainly more delightful to witness two charming girls together. She likely did not notice your escapade, did she? I don't think so. When I slipped out, she was as unresponsive as a sleeping pig. Then let us be off. Brandy took the lead as the two stepped through the doorway, swiftly vanishing into the shadows at the end of the corridor. It was indeed peculiar. Hermione, once a paragon of adherence to the rules, had nearly clutched the Hogwarts regulations with unwavering diligence. However, following their confrontation with the troll, she seemed to have transformed entirely, exhibiting a newfound disregard for the school's rules. Even Ron, who had always held a low opinion of Hermione, was compelled to acknowledge that she was considerably more endearing now. The activities they were engaged in, if discovered, would certainly contravene at least a significant portion of the school regulations. The two moved silently down the staircase, arriving at the corridor on the 6th floor. Just a week prior, Brandy would have entered through the staff lounge on the 1st floor. Alas, that was no longer an option. Dumbledore had promised Brandy a month of unrestricted access, which had already lapsed before Halloween. One could only imagine how much Filch, who had harbored an intense loathing for Brandy, would relish the opportunity to torment him now that he was unrestrained, likely prowling around like a rabid dog. He might even seize the chance to confront Brandy in broad daylight, nitpicking every possible flaw, from an untidy tie to unkempt hair, tarnishing the school's image. What a farce. He was the one who roamed the castle with hair unwashed for a day, looking greasy. This particular accusation was one Brandy could not accept, given Filch's nature. Brandy was almost certain that the staff lounge had been rigged with countless traps, waiting for him to unwittingly walk into them. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. The adage "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" was indeed a maxim he fully embraced. Upon arriving, Brandy halted before the smooth wall at the staircase entrance on the 6th floor. This was the entrance to classroom 13. Hermione, curious, approached the wall and touched it, gently knocking as if employing Muggle methods, then pressed her ear against it, hoping to hear an echoing sound. When that method proved ineffective, she tapped each brick with her wand, reciting a series of peculiar incantations. However, this endeavor bore no fruit. If one could gain entry through mere tactile mechanisms, Filch would certainly have discovered the existence of this special classroom long ago, given that he cleaned the castle at least 3 or 4 times a day. After yielding no results, she shrugged in mild frustration and said to Brandy, "Well, I must admit, I am at a loss. It is undoubtedly due to my insufficient reading." Upon returning, it was high time to borrow that book on magical mechanisms from the library. The formidable aura emanating from the studious Hermione left Brandy in a cold sweat, rolling his eyes in exasperation. It was unfortunate that Brandy had already imparted the spells and key points of advanced magic to Hermione on the day of her discharge. Yet, as the Sorting Hat had indicated, not everyone could wield this seemingly simple casting skill. Hermione's advanced magical state rarely lasted more than half a second, leading her to suffer from magical exhaustion, a condition that left her feeling ill for 3 days, as fragile as a wisp in the wind. Thus, Although Hermione felt a sense of reluctance, she could only watch as Brandy, with an air of triumph, effortlessly opened the entrance to the classroom. Advanced magic, open. With an ease akin to a leisurely stroll, Brandy swiftly entered the advanced magical state, unlocking the door. Waves of shimmering blue rippled across the wall, emitting a gentle glow. Expanding from the size of a fist into a luminous portal before them, Brandy swiftly severed the magical link. His proficiency evident as he experienced merely a fleeting sensation of emptiness. He stepped forward, graciously opening the door. "Ladies first," he announced. But Hermione merely rolled her eyes and entered ahead of him. Brandy stepped inside, subsequently closing the door behind him. With practiced ease, he approached the wall, groping for the candelabrum, activating its enchantment, which dispelled the darkness enveloping the classroom. Hermione let out a gasp of astonishment as her eyes adjusted to the illumination. She was instantly captivated by the candelabrum that Brandy was manipulating. Goodness, this object is indeed real. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer, meticulously examining the intricate engravings adorning it. The Sorting Hat merely referred to it as an everlasting flame enchantment, yet its tone suggested it was of little significance. Hermione shot Brandy a disdainful glance. "What on earth were you pondering during history of magic? Professor Binns mentioned this profound magic in the second lesson." Brandy scratched his head, feeling awkward as he pondered, realizing he had likely thought of anything but studies. Hermione produced a small notebook and charcoal pencil from her sleeve. How peculiar that she would embark on an adventure with such items, and opened her notebook, fervently sketching the patterns. She continued to explain to Brandy with unabated enthusiasm. "Do you think this is the sort of eternally burning flame described in contemporary texts? How naive. The current everlasting flame is but a diluted version. It cannot possibly compare to the original. You must understand, even if you submerged this candelabrum in water, sent it to the moon, or attempted to obliterate it entirely, the flame would not extinguish unless a specific countercurse was employed. To my knowledge, in the last 2 centuries, only Methuselah from 1803 has achieved such a feat." Hermione had clearly entered a fervent mode, rapidly transcribing the designs while incessantly muttering names, magical principles, and accomplishments that Brandy could not comprehend. From the candelabrum to the wall, to the spells on the blackboard, and even the windowsill. If a woman were equivalent to 500 ducks, Hermione could single-handedly represent an entire army. Brandy perceived a buzzing in his ears. He recognized each word she uttered, yet the connections eluded him. "Do you see? This magical pattern on the wall can withstand spells and physical impacts. I have not seen this on the windowsill, but I imagine it relates to our ability to perceive the outside world." The front of the lectern features the 7 seals from the Book of Revelation. This does not seem to be a magical pattern, and it appears newer than the lectern itself. It seems to have been added later. Hermione's incessant chatter finally paused before the lectern, allowing Brandy a rare opportunity to interject. "What are you talking about, 7 seals?" Hermione disregarded him, her gaze fixated on the overly intricate patterns on the lectern, seemingly lost in thought. How strange that the later engravings would mingle with the original designs. "Doesn't that look rather unsightly?" No, she murmured to herself, pulling out her wand and tapping it against the lectern. What is amiss? Perhaps the later artist lacked any aesthetic sense and carelessly scribbled over it. Suddenly, the dilapidated lectern emitted a dull thud, prompting Hermione to exclaim in surprise. This startled Brandy. "What are you doing? Why the fuss?" She trembled, glancing nervously at Brandy. I don't know what happened. As soon as my wand touched it, a hole appeared. It looked perfectly sturdy." "Oh, it's nothing. No one comes here anyway. Who would know it was you? Let me take a look. At worst, we can use a repair spell to fix it." Brandy calmly reassured Hermione. Turning to recite the Lumos spell, the wand emitted a faint glow as he examined the large hole inadvertently created by Hermione. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they exchanged bewildered glances. "What on earth is this?" By the dim light of the wand, they discerned something affixed to the back of the broken piece of wood. Was it a card? Or perhaps a note? They both hesitated, approaching the fragment cautiously, fearing they might damage whatever appeared to be a paper-like object. However, they soon discovered that the mysterious item was either not paper or had been imbued with some mystical enchantment, as it proved as resilient as calfskin, requiring no concern over the force applied. Thus, they forcefully tore it away and brought it to the candelabrum, their eyes fixated on its surface. The note was roughly the size of a palm, adorned in blood-red paint with an upright 7-pointed star at its center. However, only the first point bore several strange symbols, which were silver-white. Perhaps due to the lighting, they appeared to flow like liquid, reflecting a glimmer of silver. The remaining blank spaces were filled with chaotic lines of varying thickness, directed in different ways, some occasionally intertwined, yet most remained isolated segments. To any observer, it would be indecipherable. Had this object not been so meticulously hidden, Brandy might have thought it was the whimsical doodles of a child suffering from severe delusion centuries ago. Is this what Light sought to discover in this classroom? Hermione's expression mirrored his confusion. A half-finished 7-pointed star? Who knows? Yet, the remaining hiding places in this classroom are scarce. I doubt any student would be idle enough to secretly affix their unfinished magic circle to the lectern's lining. And didn't T-Light mention this was merely one of several? I suspect there are perhaps 6 more like this one. Gathering them might just summon a dragon. Huh. Brandy was completely lost in her own imagination. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been reading too many comics? Hermione held the note in her hand and tapped it lightly with her wand, but as expected, nothing happened. After a moment of contemplation, she conjured a small flame. Yet even when placed in the fire, the piece of paper remained unharmed. Well, it is certainly a magical object, she concluded, oblivious to Brandy's astonishment at the fiery display. Hermione calmly conducted a series of rigorous tests, finally murmuring to herself, "My goodness, aren't you afraid it might actually catch fire? That would actually relieve me a bit." At least it would prove that Lateman was merely indulging in a naive adventure game over 40 years ago. However, this new development has piqued my interest. Securing the note. The two lingered in the classroom a while longer. Once Hermione had satisfied her curiosity and confirmed that no other mysterious items resided in that chamber, they exited the classroom with boisterous chatter, ascending the stairs with palpable excitement, completely disregarding their volume. If Lateman's message was genuine, they might have uncovered a hidden chamber within Hogwarts that had lain dormant for over a millennium. He mentioned a door that could only be opened with a heptagram? Oh, how thrilling. Wait a moment. Why do you say it's thrilling? Brandy paused, having heard Hermione's words from behind. Ugh, conversing with someone like you, who rarely reads, is exhausting. Hermione shot him an exasperated glare. There are at least 30 books in the library that reference the heptagram, the most detailed being the Fundamentals of Magical Geometry by Warland, which specifically notes that the heptagram is currently beyond the reach of magical practice and development. Utilizing it is exceedingly perilous. Some scholars of the arcane believe it to be beyond human control. Exceedingly perilous? Brandy echoed. Indeed, Hermione replied nonchalantly, as if such dangers did not concern her. Historically, wizards who have attempted to study or activate the heptagram have met with various misfortunes, with most either going mad or perishing. If the door to that room requires such a formidable and dangerous mechanism to open, it implies that the one who established this hidden chamber at Hogwarts was an immensely powerful ancient wizard. It could even be one of the 4 founders. The treasures that prompted them to hide within Hogwarts must be of great value. Surely, they are treasures. As she spoke, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, making Brandy hesitant to meet her gaze. It seemed there was a reason Hermione chose Gryffindor over Ravenclaw. As they bantered, they ascended the stairs to the 7th floor, engrossed in their conversation to the point of neglecting their surroundings. Suddenly, Hermione felt her foot land on something soft, reminiscent of a tail. Was it a pipe? Immediately, they heard a sound that made their hearts stop. Meow. No, it was the fat lady. In a panic, Hermione leapt back, colliding with Brandy, and they both tumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the fat lady whipped her tail and dashed away, emitting piercing cries, even crashing into a wall in her frantic escape. It seemed Hermione's foot had inflicted considerable harm. She must be going to alert someone. Merlin above. If Filch sees her tail squashed, he will surely go mad. The two scrambled to their feet, exchanging a frantic glance before shouting in unison, "Run." They raced up the stairs, sprinting towards the Gryffindor common room. They dashed through the corridor, passing an archway, until they finally spotted the portrait of the fat lady and came to a halt, listening intently for any sign of pursuit. They were puzzled to find Filch's response unusually slow. What is happening? Did that foolish cat finally meet her demise? Minutes later, the fat lady revealed the answer. Regardless, it's best to return to the common room for true safety. Brandy steadied himself and addressed the fat lady's portrait. Password, sundial. To their surprise, she did not immediately open the door. Her expression bore discontent, as if she had something to say. Mr. Brandy, while I can understand your frequent excursions, Gryffindors often have boundless energy to expend. Today's behavior has truly disappointed me. Huh, what do you mean, madam? Brandy scratched his head in confusion. This is utterly irresponsible. I had no idea Gryffindors possess such fickle tendencies. And to abandon another lovely girl alone in the castle, unforgivable. Another? Brandy exclaimed, bewildered. pointing to himself and the equally perplexed Hermione. There were only two of us when I left, Hermione and I. Well, that is curious, the fat lady mused, a peculiar glint in her eye. You had barely departed when Miss Patil hurried out, asking where you were headed, claiming you had arranged an evening adventure. Oh, that silly girl, Hermione groaned, while Brandy buried his face in his hands. They finally comprehended why Filch had not come after them. Parvati had slipped out as well. And she was still within the castle. Parvati flitted about the 7th floor corridor like a headless chicken, feeling incredibly unlucky. Upon witnessing the exchanged glances between Hermione and Brandy, she sensed a hidden secret between them. Perhaps they intended to sneak out for a late-night escapade. Hermione's reaction in the dormitory had only confirmed her suspicions. Normally, Hermione would either be quietly reading in bed or preparing for an early night's rest. If Parvati had attempted to invade her space, she would have been dragged out and punished. Tonight, however, Hermione had been surprisingly lenient, even willing to share whispers to encourage her to sleep early. Humph. I am far too clever to fall for such tricks. Sure enough, after pretending to be asleep for only a short while, Parvati could hardly contain her excitement as she revealed her true intentions. To go out, one even has to change into casual attire. They must be planning to have fun. They are certainly violating the rules. The headmaster has explicitly forbidden night excursions within the castle, and being caught could result in losing points, with severe cases leading to detention. Such lawless behavior, and you dare not include me. At that moment, Parvati seethed with frustration, eagerly eavesdropping at the door, waiting for the sound of Brandy and Hermione's footsteps to fade before hastily donning her robes and stealthily slipping out. To avoid raising the fat lady's suspicions, she concocted a dubious excuse, claiming, Brandy invited me out to play. Hee, now you cannot easily shake me off. Little did she know. Such a turn of events awaited her. As Parvati heard the distant echo of footsteps behind her, she desperately sprinted forward, tugging at her dark hair in despair. She had not anticipated that Brandy and the others would depart so swiftly. After merely following them up a flight of stairs, Parvati became disheartened to realize she had lost track of them. The grand adventure had vanished. Frustrated, she stamped her feet in place. Fine. If they wouldn't take her along, she would explore on her own. Thus, in a fit of self-pity, she pouted and wandered aimlessly on the 7th floor until, while turning a corner without paying attention, she collided with a vase stand. The crisp, melodious sound of the impact was one Parvati swore she never wished to hear again. Having dashed a short distance, she faintly heard that irksome voice nearby. Darling, wait for us at the staircase. This time we will definitely catch him. I am determined to peel his skin off. For that wretched Barty, how long has it been since we had a decent night's sleep? Parvati, running, felt tears welling up. How had she unwittingly taken the blame for Brandy? Since Mrs. Norris was surely lurking at the stairway, she dared not venture directly up or down. So she resorted to aimlessly roaming the 7th floor. Thankfully, the 7th floor was expansive, filled with empty classrooms and branching corridors, providing her a temporary reprieve from immediate pursuit. She ran along a sloping corridor until the distant sound of a cat's distressing cry jolted her from her panic. Raising her eyes, she noticed something oddly familiar. Surprised, she gazed at the recognizable foyer. It seemed she had met her sister here before and borrowed a few leisure books from the Ravenclaw library. Fixating on the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker confirmed her suspicion. How had she ended up here? Wasn't this the Ravenclaw Tower? Parvati clearly found herself in a dead end. The Ravenclaw common room would not be casually open to a mere Gryffindor, let alone her uncertainty regarding the knocker's peculiarities. If it were as amiable as the fat lady, perhaps a bit of charm and playfulness might allow her to sneak in until Filch departed from the 7th floor. However, if the knocker possessed any eccentricities, such as demanding a high note or reciting school rules, Parvati would likely find herself reporting to the headmaster's office that night. Yet, if she turned back now, the corridor behind her was singular and exceedingly lengthy. Should she encounter Filch on that narrow path? Even a destined hero meant to vanquish Dark Lords would likely find defeat. At that moment, even the typically single-minded Parvati felt a sense of indecision. Though the preceding cry from the cat clearly indicated Mrs. Norris had been startled by something, likely Brandy and Hermione's antics on their way upstairs, it was equally possible that Peeves, in a fit of boredom, had merely been up to his usual mischief. She could not ascertain whether Filch was still prowling the 7th floor. What should she do now? Stand in the foyer and wait? Would she then be discovered by the slumbering knocker? Oh, how foolish that would be. Parvati, you are a clever girl. Think of a solution. Rubbing her forehead, she desperately pondered. Yet, the more she strained to think, the more her mind went blank. Oh, how she wished her sister were here. Padma was so astute, she would surely know what to do. How unfair it was that all the intelligence seemed to have been inherited by her, just because she had been born a few minutes later. If only Parvati shared her sister's brilliance, she wouldn't be wasting time here. Wait, sister. Parvati gently tapped her smooth forehead, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. She reached into her robes, feeling around until she unexpectedly produced a small mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she noted their striking resemblance. No wonder their parents often mixed them up. If Padma stood opposite her, one might easily mistake her for the reflection in the mirror. If she were to impersonate her sister, Parvati's heart raced at the audacity of the thought. Although she prided herself on being the elder sister, having been born a few minutes earlier, the sisters had always deferred to Padma's judgment, and her demeanor was decidedly more serious and sensible than Parvati's. If her sister found out, whatever shred of dignity she had as an elder sister would be obliterated. With a woeful expression, Parvati sank to the cold floor, her spirit deflated. After a moment, she realized, oh, there hadn't been much dignity to begin with. Why not take the opportunity to play a trick on Padma, teaching her that elder sisters are not to be trifled with? Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, a smile blooming on her face, as if her earlier despondence had been an act. Given that her robes bore the emblem of her house, she knew she would be easily recognized if she simply entered as herself. However, this posed no challenge for Parvati. While she often lagged in class, occasionally lost in daydreams, transfiguration was her forte. She had long exhibited remarkable talent. Now, alongside Hermione, she was one of the only two in Gryffindor capable of transforming branches into coat hangers. Even Brandy could only manage to grow a hook on a branch. With her wand in hand, she pointed it at her clothing and uttered the incantation. The scarlet emblem of Gryffindor on her chest shimmered and, in a wave of transformation, shifted to a serene blue, adorned with an eagle spreading its wings. Oh dear. The beak seemed slightly askew, but never mind, it was dark, and the knocker would likely not notice. With renewed determination, she straightened her posture, mimicking her sister's poised and gentle demeanor, clearing her throat as she approached the knocker. As she reached the grand door, the dozing eagle-shaped knocker suddenly opened its eyes. Its sharp gaze swept over Parvati, and she nearly faltered, feeling a surge of trepidation. Miss Patil? Why are you still awake at this hour? Not returned to the common room? The knocker's voice, deep and resonant, carried a hint of fatigue. How surprising it was that such a straightforward eagle could be female. Just as she was about to reflexively stick out her tongue in a playful gesture, she recalled that she should embody the serious Padma, not the lively Parvati. Quickly, she adjusted her response. A personal matter. I stepped out for a moment. Oh, a personal matter? The knocker sensed something amiss, recalling an earlier encounter with Padma that day. Yet, with so many Ravenclaws coming and going, it was possible it simply had not remembered clearly. It did not dwell on the details. As a wise Ravenclaw, it is understandable to be curious about the castle at night. However, if possible, I would prefer you return earlier next time. The pursuit of knowledge requires a healthy body, and adequate sleep is essential for that. Thank you for your guidance. Parvati bowed earnestly, feigning sincerity, though a slight smirk betrayed her amusement. May I enter now? Staying up late to study truly hinders my ability to think. I assure you, I will refrain from such behavior in the future. Very well, Miss Patil. However, we must adhere to tradition, even at this late hour. The necessary steps cannot be overlooked, and I understand you are fatigued. Yet I implore you to persevere a little longer. What? The smile on Parvati's lips abruptly froze. What exactly is this questioning segment? How could Ravenclaw have such a peculiar setup? She yearned to clarify its meaning, but clearly, as a Ravenclaw, such doubts were unbecoming. Thus, she feigned an air of confidence, listening intently to the questions posed by the ring. What can exceptional intelligence bring you? Ah, how odd. Why can't I comprehend this segment? Parvati blinked, staring blankly at the copper ring, as if seeking the answer from the eagle's head. It was a simple question, was it not? Clearly, I had already extended considerable leniency for a drowsy Ravenclaw. Just say something that aligns somewhat with logic and Ravenclaw's essence, and you shall pass. Of course, if your answer pleases me, you will additionally earn the favor of Ravenclaw. No, I probably do not need that. Ravenclaw likely would not favor a fool. Parvati anxiously regarded the eagle's expectant gaze. What could exceptional wisdom yield? Wealth and glory. The answer the ring sought could not possibly be this. It was the first time she found herself appreciating the value of intellect, yet it seemed she lacked it. Still pondering? Do you wish to astonish me? I do not disdain diligent children, Miss Pettigrew. The ring's tone shifted. However, I believe your time may be running short. Your return may not be smooth. The sanctuary of the common room is vital for you. Without the ring's reminder, Parvati could already faintly hear footsteps approaching from the distant corridor. That wretched Filch. She began to panic, his ghastly visage looping incessantly in her mind. She had already begun to imagine the terrifying scenes of being dragged to Filch's office, filled with instruments of torture. My heavens, this is truly frightful. She thought to herself, murmuring softly. Parvati, you are in deep trouble. Her words were quiet. Yet the keen ring caught several of them. For some reason, the ring suddenly burst into applause, startling Parvati. Oh, trouble? Exceptional wisdom leads to trouble? My word. What a splendid idea. Splendid indeed. Miss Pettigrew. People often envy those who have plucked the dazzling pearls from the crown of the goddess of wisdom. Such is commonplace. Indeed. We may encounter significant trouble, but remember, Miss Pettigrew, as a Ravenclaw, we do not fear any of this. Its tone sounded remarkably jubilant as the door creaked open, revealing a fire-lit portal within. Parvati had yet to comprehend what had transpired, but instinctively, she dove inside, the ring's voice echoing behind her, filled with satisfaction and weariness. A uniquely inspired answer, Miss Pettigrew. As I mentioned, you have garnered the favor of Ravenclaw. Congratulations, the private treasures of Ravenclaw shall be open to you. Choose a tome and take it back to study diligently. It will be your lifelong wealth. Naturally, it is for your eyes alone. The knowledge of Ravenclaw is reserved for the most creative students. After this term, you need not take it with you. It will vanish on its own, fret not. Ah? Parvati stared ahead in bewilderment, blankly contemplating what had just occurred. After a considerable time, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have answered correctly. Perhaps foolish individuals are indeed fortunate and receive some reward? In the Ravenclaw common room, a translucent, pale blue luminescence cascaded from the starry dome above, gradually forming a fantastical vision before Parvati. It revealed a grand bookshelf, stretching from the ceiling to the floor, densely populated with countless books, their titles flickering and swaying gently with the blue ripples. Am I allowed to take from this? Hesitantly, Parvati reached her hand through the luminescence. It felt as if plunging into icy waters, yet offered no resistance. She could hardly discern the titles on the books, perhaps no one could, as this was likely a random process. Regardless, she wouldn't be able to read them thoroughly, so she might as well take one at random. Thus, Parvati haphazardly selected a rather unassuming tome and pulled it from the shelf with effort. The moment the book nestled in her arms, the luminescence shattered, exploding into a myriad of starlit fragments that drifted slowly within the Ravenclaw common room, eventually fading from sight. Oh, how cool. Parvati excitedly found a seat, clearly not intending to venture into the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory. In truth, she had no idea which room belonged to the girls, if she mistakenly entered the wrong one. As her mother warned, it could lead to dire consequences. However, she had no intention of lingering long. She would simply slip away when someone exited. For now, she merely wished to discover what she had acquired. She placed the book on the table and, by the flickering firelight, strained to discern the title on the cover. Strangely, the author's name had transformed into a dark blot of ink, as though deliberately obscured. The title was embroidered in golden thread, its script ornate and seemingly archaic, differing significantly from contemporary language. Drawing upon her limited knowledge of Old English, Parvati awkwardly deciphered the title after considerable effort. The superposition of intrinsic frequency magic? The following morning dawned clear and chilly. The tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall as everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, chattering excitedly. Yet, among these enthusiastic individuals were not Hermione and Brandy. They had spent the night worrying about Parvati, especially Brandy, considering that late-night vigils were not suitable for two. He had feigned indifference, coaxing the weary Hermione back to their dormitory for some rest. He remained in the common room, sitting foolishly until nearly 4 o'clock, only to confirm that Parvati seemed to either not return or was unable to. Finally, he dozed off in an armchair, resting against the back. However, as the clock struck 7, he sprang from the chair as if jolted by an alarm, teeth gritted as he dragged his numb legs, and dashed into the hallway, eager to ascertain whether points had been lost for the house. Thankfully, a glance at Gryffindor's hourglass revealed that Parvati had seemingly fared well the previous night. Returning to the dining hall, he finally felt relief and collapsed onto the long table, explaining to Hermione that Gryffindor had not lost any points and that Parvati should be quite safe. Exhausted, he slumped over the table, mindlessly shoving cereal into his mouth, a picture of utter fatigue. Hey, Brandy, what is wrong with you? You look as if you've lost your soul. Ron approached after boasting to the Ravenclaw girls about his heroic exploits, a smug grin on his face. Surely, It isn't because you were too excited about the Quidditch match and didn't sleep all night, is it? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I won't mock you. I was even more nervous the day before I attended the finals of the Chudley Cannons. Do not inquire how I discerned your wakefulness. When I arose this morning, you were absent, and the blankets lay cold. Brandy trembled as she extended her arm, attempting to scoop a bowl of borscht with a spoon. Upon hearing the words blanket and bed, she suddenly found herself devoid of strength to continue. Had it not been for Harry's impending match, she would have likely turned around and returned to her dormitory for a nap. By the way, did you see Parvati this morning? Ron paused momentarily. I just saw her a moment ago. Oh. Hermione and Brandy abruptly turned their heads, fixating intently on him. The peculiar atmosphere in their gazes made Ron uneasy. Where did you see her? Ron awkwardly rubbed his nose and gestured towards the Ravenclaw table. The little eagles were huddled in a circle, engaged in a fervent, hushed discussion. When I went over to chat, I saw her running out with a big book, looking quite distressed, while her sister was chasing her like a banshee. Lila mentioned that when the Ravenclaw door knocker saw Padma emerge, it became particularly agitated and stopped her, rambling about how someone had used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate the Ravenclaw common room and successfully made off with a precious spellbook. Parvati, for some inexplicable reason, then flew into a rage and began pursuing her sister with abandon. Could it be that Parvati snuck in? Initially startled, Ron then waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on. It's impossible. Parvati struggles with basic arithmetic under 100. How could she possibly navigate a question like that posed by the door knocker? He suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Both Brandy and Hermione were casting subtle glances in his direction. What is this? Is there something on my face? Did I just hear someone call me a fool? Do I look like a simpleton? I should still be able to manage basic addition and subtraction. A languid voice emanated from behind him, causing Ron to break into a cold sweat. Parvati huffed in annoyance as she approached Ron from behind, silently taking a seat next to Hermione, slamming her book down on the table with a resounding thud. The force was so great that a roast chicken 2 meters away jumped, flailing about before reluctantly settling back onto its plate. The three stared in astonishment at Parvati, noticing a large bump atop her head. Parvati? Hermione ventured cautiously. Parvati glanced at Hermione with a look of utter despair, then slowly leaned forward, resting her head on the book. Oh, my life is ruined. It's all over. So, you mean to say you bolted out the moment the door opened? And just minutes later, Padma, all ready to leave, happened to be stopped by the door knocker? After hearing Parvati's account, the three exchanged incredulous glances. None had anticipated that she would resort to impersonating her sister to infiltrate another's common room, let alone that she would have managed to persuade the door knocker to grant her entry while also borrowing a spellbook that no one else could access. Yes, my sister told me that when the door knocker saw her, its eyes nearly bulged out of its head. It even decided to create a special password for her to prevent any future mix-ups. Parvati was visibly irritated but eventually composed herself. With a stoic expression, she picked up her fork and angrily poked at the fried egg on her plate, as if it were Padma's face. She doesn't even resemble a sister. Who hits their sibling on the head with such a large book? Ouch. Wait, is that all? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. You were just hit, and that's the end of it? What else did you expect? Do you want me to be caught and beaten up? Parvati shot Hermione an annoyed glare. This is all your fault, along with Brandy's. You two went out last night without inviting me. How selfish. That's not what I meant, Hermione retorted. I'm just saying, you went into the Ravenclaw common room and took something that belongs to them. That's their treasured possession. Hermione waved her hands in exasperation. And you were just hit by your sister? You didn't even bring the book back? The consequences seem a bit too lenient, don't you think? Do you think all Ravenclaws are like you? So rigid. Parvati scoffed, taking a bite of her sausage. She seemed to forget her earlier dismal demeanor, proudly lifting her chin. My sister told me that Ravenclaws respect intelligence, including the door knocker. Although it might be reluctant, no one would report such matters to a teacher. Besides, I rightfully obtained that book. Why should I be punished? At that moment, Ron, who had been a beat behind, suddenly realized the implications. He pointed at the nearly unconscious Brandy and Hermione, exclaiming in astonishment, Wait, you two actually went out last night? Even in a daze. Brandy couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ron's delayed reaction. Meanwhile, Brandy remained drowsy, while the others delved into an animated discussion about Parvati's escapade. Ron and Hermione observed as Parvati flaunted her so-called magic book, which to them appeared utterly blank, akin to an unreadable manuscript. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Every year, many students get the chance to take a treasured item. However, most of the books seem to have high talent restrictions. making them more of a badge of honor than anything else. For me, it wouldn't matter what I received. Parvati chuckled, playfully rubbing her head, looking delightfully foolish. This infuriated the ever-curious Hermione. How could anyone be so wasteful? She glared at Parvati with a mixture of eagerness and envy, secretly lamenting her lack of good fortune. Having only found an incomprehensible scrap of paper after her extensive search. Just then, Harry entered through the main door, causing all eyes to converge on him. Oh, our savior. The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause, while Harry's complexion paled even further. He stumbled over, taking a seat, visibly anxious. This feels dreadful. Harry, how long were you in the restroom? Ron leaned in, concerned. You should eat something quickly, trust me, if you feel faint from hunger. You won't be able to spot the snitch. Oh no, I'm not hungry at all. Don't be like that, look at Brandy. She was so excited last night that she couldn't sleep a wink just to see your performance on the field. To lift Harry's spirits. Hermione fabricated this lie without any guilt. Right, Brandy? Here, have some toast. She coaxed Brandy, who was still like a dead dog, and before she could react, Hermione began piling slices of bread onto her plate. I think I don't even have the strength to pick up a fork. I'm so tired, Brandy said, gazing mournfully at the mountain of food. Please, stop, Hermione. I just want to. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of bread. Brandy gazed at the smooth and delicate little hands beneath her eyelids, her eyes wide with astonishment. As she chewed, she mumbled a heartfelt thank you to Hujia, who, in a daze, nibbled on the bread offered to him. It seemed that such kindness was utterly irresistible. Resolutely battling against drowsiness, he devoured the bread with fervor, which someone blushingly placed before him, expressing his gratitude in a garbled manner. Oh my, look, even Brandy has indulged. Harry, what are you hesitating for? Have a bite. You need ample strength to remain aloft. How about it? Do you require my assistance in feeding you? Parvati's coaxing tone, emerging from her lips, felt akin to soothing a toddler. Harry gazed in despair at Parvati, who maliciously slathered thick ketchup onto his sausage, a wave of annoyance washing over him. At precisely 11 o'clock, it seemed that the entire school community had gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Many students brought binoculars, and the seating appeared to ascend into the air, yet at times it remained challenging to discern the details of the match. One couldn't help but wonder about the allure these spectators found in the game. Brandy, having been excessively fed by Hermione, felt his drowsiness slightly diminish. He, along with Ron, Hermione, and Parvati, ascended to the top row to join Neville, Seamus, and Dean, the enthusiastic supporter of the team. To surprise Harry, they crafted a grand banner from a bedsheet soiled by the little mouse, Scabbers, emblazoned with the words Potter must win. Dean, skilled in artistry, even drew a magnificent Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. Parvati then performed a clever transfiguration spell, bringing the lion on the banner to life, raising its head in a show of bravado. I believe we can enhance this, Hermione mused, deftly pulling out her wand and making a swift motion toward the lion on the banner. With a resounding roar, the lion sprang to life, its thunderous growl echoing across the stadium, drawing the attention and astonishment of countless classmates. Splendid work, Miss Granger. Even Professor Flitwick in the teacher's box cast an admiring glance their way. Look, they're coming out. Amidst the excited screams and cheers of the crowd, the vibrant red and silver-green teams emerged from the locker rooms. The deafening applause sent Brandy, who was half-slumped in his seat, into a startled jolt, his stomach churning as if it might turn over. He rubbed his round belly, blinking his eyes open to fully grasp the significance of Quidditch for wizards. I hope Harry isn't frightened by the onlookers. With Madame Hooch's whistle, 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending high into the sky. The match commenced, with a bright and lively commentary resonating from the commentary booth. The quaffle was launched into the air, and both teams' chasers dashed forward. Oh, Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson has seized it. That girl possesses remarkable skills and is quite charming. I must consider asking her for afternoon tea at Hogsmeade post-match. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Jordan. My apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins, was serving as the match commentator under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye. Clearly, sharing a bond with the Weasley twins meant they had a few commonalities. She's really accelerating, pushing the Comet-esque performance to its limit. A well-thrown long pass to Alicia Spinnet, whom Oliver Wood has keenly identified as talent. Last year she was merely a reserve. The ball is back with Johnson. The Slytherin chasers are closing in. Oh no, their speed is impressive. Johnson can't shake them off. Oh. Slytherin has snatched the quaffle. The red and green figures race through the air, occasionally colliding before swiftly separating. The quaffle darted back and forth between the two teams, a dizzying spectacle. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, acquired the quaffle, shaking off Alicia's pursuit. Flint soared through Gryffindor's territory like an eagle. A precise throw? Will he score? No. Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, made a stunning save. Now Gryffindor has possession. That's Gryffindor's chaser, Katie Bell, weaving around Flint. Oh dear, that must have hurt. Struck in the back of the head by a bludger. The quaffle soared high, intercepted by Slytherin's DeLorean Pusey, who dashed towards the goalposts. Ah, what bad luck. He was struck by another bludger. The bludger was deflected aside by Fred or George Weasley. The twins are notoriously indistinguishable. Gryffindor's beaters performed admirably, and Johnson regained the quaffle, racing forward without opposition. As if flying, ducking under a bludger. The goalposts were just ahead, come on, yes. Angelina's shot was on target as the Slytherin keeper dove but missed. Gryffindor scored. Their cheers reverberated in the chilly sky, mingling with the roars and groans of the Slytherins. Excuse me, coming through. Hagrid's immense figure pushed through the crowd, causing nearby students to stagger. The space on the platform was indeed cramped, and Brandy and Hermione squeezed together to make room for Hagrid. Perhaps it was the cold weather that made Hermione's cheeks flush crimson. I was hoping to watch from my little hut, Hagrid remarked, patting the large telescope draped around his neck, but it's not the same as being in the crowd, and the view isn't great. The golden snitch had yet to appear, hadn't he it? Not yet, Ron replied. Harry hasn't had much to do, as long as he stays out of trouble. That would be fortunate, Hagrid said, raising his telescope to scrutinize a tiny point in the sky that was Harry. High above, Harry glided gracefully over the pitch, likely searching for the elusive snitch. So far, Harry had only performed a few somersaults to express his joy after Angelina's score. Brandy couldn't help but scornfully regard such animalistic behavior. Slytherin regained possession, Lee Jordan announced, as Pusey ducked to evade two bludgers and eluded the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell. Racing towards, wait, is that the snitch? Even Brandy, whose eyesight was not particularly keen, could discern a glimmer of gold flickering near Gryffindor's goal. Harry reacted swiftly, his scarlet figure darting in that direction. However, Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, had also spotted it. The two sped towards the snitch, seemingly forgetting their original roles as chasers. Hovering in the air, eyes fixed on the prize. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs. He could see the tiny, round ball flitting ahead, its wings beating furiously. He accelerated again, bang. A furious roar erupted from the Gryffindors below as Marcus Flint intentionally collided with Harry. Harry's broom veered wildly, but he clung on desperately. Foul. The Gryffindors shouted. The lion on the banner roared in discontent. Madam Hooch, furious, halted the match, reprimanding Flint sternly, then ordered Gryffindor to take a free shot from the goalpost. However, Alicia's attempt was narrowly caught by the opposing keeper. In the ensuing chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight once more. From the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, "Send him off." Referee. Red card. This isn't football, Dean, Brandy reminded him helplessly. In a Quidditch match, players cannot be ejected, and what's a red card anyway? Ron added innocently. Yet, Hagrid supported Dean's viewpoint. They ought to revise the rules. Flint nearly knocked Harry off his broom. Our commentator seems to share that sentiment after that despicable display of blatant foul play, Jordan lamented. Jordan, Professor McGonagall hissed. I mean, after that openly shameless foul, she continued. Jordan, I remind you, Jordan sighed heavily. Oh, fine, fine. Flint, that scoundrel, nearly caused the demise of Gryffindor's seeker. I believe such incidents are bound to occur. Consequently, Gryffindor took a penalty shot, which was intercepted by Elia, resulting in a failed attempt, and the match resumed with Slytherin in possession of the ball. At this moment, Brandy, who had been observing Harry intently, suddenly sensed something amiss. It appeared as though he were performing a comical rumba. Harry's broom was shaking unnaturally, as if it were intent on dislodging him. Instinctively, Harry clutched the broom tightly and clamped his knees around it. Is there such a thing as a broomstick having a preference? Hermione mused. That can't be. A Nimbus 2000 is far too exceptional to suddenly decide to throw its master off. Lee continued his commentary with great enthusiasm. Slytherin seized the quaffle, and Flint passed it to Pusey, who then relayed it to Bell. What a splendid play, he exclaimed, only to be struck squarely in the face by a bludger. I hope it breaks his nose just for fun. Calm down, Professor, Slytherin has scored. Alas, the Slytherin supporters erupted in cheers. It seemed that aside from Brandy and Hermione, no one noticed the peculiar behavior of Harry's broom. The broom was thrashing violently, twisting and rising higher, distancing Harry from the field. I can't fathom what Harry intends to do, Hagrid muttered, peering through his binoculars. If I weren't so familiar with him, I would assume he was unable to control his broom, but that can't be the case. Suddenly, the crowd in the stands pointed upwards at Harry. His broom began to tumble and roll uncontrollably, and Harry could barely hang on. Then, in a fit of wild thrashing, the broom threw him off. He now dangled by one hand from the broomstick, suspended in midair. Was there an issue with the broomstick when Flint collided with him? Seamus whispered. Impossible, Hagrid replied, his voice quivering slightly. Aside from formidable dark magic, nothing could interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's binoculars, her gaze not directed at Harry but anxiously scanning the crowd. Oh, please, let it not be so, she murmured, her thoughts racing. As the binoculars swept toward the teacher's box, observing Hermione's strange behavior, Brandy suddenly appeared to connect the dots, his complexion turning ashen. What are you doing? Ron groaned, his face pale as ash. Good heavens, Hermione gasped, it's Snape. Look, Brandy cast a glance towards the faculty stand, where Snape stood in the center of the opposite bleachers. His gaze was fixated on Harry, his lips seemingly moving in silent incantation. It was wandless magic. A jolt of realization struck her. It was indeed Snape's doing. Typically, brooms were safeguarded with protective enchantments against curses, and such advanced manipulation of a broomstick could only be executed by a wizard proficient in wandless magic. Yet, how could he be so foolish? Surely, in such an overt setting, his attempt to harm Harry would be futile. He is casting a curse on the broom, Hermione remarked. What should we do? Ron inquired anxiously, glancing at Neville, who appeared on the brink of tears. What shall we do? Brandy and Hermione exchanged a knowing look, their eyes reflecting a shared determination. This is what we shall do. Parvati, don't be dazed. Wake up. I need your assistance. Brandy reached out, vigorously shaking the drowsy Parvati who had unwittingly dozed off against her shoulder. From the very onset of the competition, Parvati had been in a daze, and at some point, she had inexplicably succumbed to slumber. Has the competition concluded? Parvati blinked her eyes open, still groggy. Can we return to sleep now? It's nearly midnight. And you haven't had enough rest yet. Brandy was exasperated, tugging at Parvati's robe as if she were a mere chick, lifting her from her seat. In a few brief words, he conveyed the gist of the situation to her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. This is the scenario. We require a tactical plan. Hermione, you must thwart Snape, while Parvati and I will divert the attention of the faculty. Upon seeing her nod, Brandy handed her a jar of jam. Seize the moment. Be cautious not to expose our intentions. What are you discussing? A strategy? Parvati perked up, her enthusiasm ignited by the thrill of such daring plans. She quickly regained her usual fearless spirit and began to cheer alongside Brandy. Are you going to stir up trouble? Count me in. I'm not quite sure why I summoned you, Brandy said, rubbing his forehead. All right, just remember to cooperate with me. I'm hesitant to cast spells directly before the faculty. The incantations would be too conspicuous. We need something grand to ensure the teachers are preoccupied and unable to notice Hermione's subtle maneuvers. Message received, Parvati exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and awkwardly attempting a salute reminiscent of a Muggle military gesture. I promise to accomplish the mission. Very well. Hermione, we shall split up. Good luck. Without allowing Ron to utter another word, the trio vanished into the bustling crowd. Oh, don't run so fast, Parvati. I feel like my stomach is about to drop. Ron adjusted the telescope to focus on Harry. The broomstick shook violently, and Harry could not possibly endure much longer. The audience rose in terror, their eyes fixed on the Weasley twins as they soared upward, attempting to safely retrieve Harry onto their broom. However, each time they approached, the broom shot higher into the air. Consequently, they descended slightly, circling below him, evidently hoping to catch him as he fell. Marcus Flint had seized the quaffle, scoring 5 consecutive goals against Gryffindor, yet nobody paid him any heed. Hurry up, everyone, Ron whispered desperately. Hermione struggled through the throng, reaching the stand where Snape was seated, swiftly maneuvering along the row of seats behind him. At last, she arrived beside Snape, but was surrounded by older students and faculty. The crowd was overwhelming. Biting her lip, she anxiously watched Harry, fearing that Brandy's plan would fail before it had a chance to unfold. What shall we do? Kick his backside? Parvati, trailing behind Brandy, moved through the crowd, striving to approach the faculty. Or poison him. I've longed to do that. He is always so harsh with me during class. Look. I even kept a small vial of the potion from our last lesson, hoping to slip it into Snape's cup. But the faculty seating is so exposed. There's simply no opportunity. She triumphantly rummaged in her robes, carefully producing a sparkling vial filled with an odd gray liquid. Isn't the cleansing potion supposed to be pale pink? It seems this bottle could cause more than just a simple stomach upset. Brandy observed Parvati's self-satisfied expression, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If you could compel Snape to abandon his spell and drink your potion, our mission would already be accomplished. Given Parvati's clumsiness and her overzealous nature, I worry she might create further complications. Brandy halted, patiently advising her. We cannot directly confront Snape. That is Hermione's role. Our only task is to ensure that all eyes on the faculty are fixed upon us. It's rather simple, is it not? Simple? Parvati raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes as a wicked smile spread across her face. Just create a commotion? The louder, the better. Without incantations? Absolutely not. Oh, very well. Parvati frowned, and as they neared the last row of the faculty seats, they halted. I've got it. A straightforward plan. Brandy, all you need to do is cooperate with me. You don't have to say a word. Really? So soon? Brandy looked at Parvati in surprise. Am I to elevate your status in my mind? I never realized you possessed such a knack for mischief. Is it truly no problem? Parvati confidently patted her undeveloped chest. Just watch me. You only need to stumble and run to one side. I'll take care of the rest. Rarely had Brandy seen Parvati so self-assured that he chose to trust her, despite knowing he would soon regret this decision. He shrugged, took a deep breath, and suddenly dashed toward the faculty, colliding with several older students along the way. At that moment, Brandy, stop right there. A girl's shrill voice, tinged with a hint of tears, echoed behind him. Her clear tone pierced through the elevated faculty seats, prompting both Ravenclaw and Slytherin to turn in unison. Brandy's heart quivered as he abruptly halted his forward momentum, inadvertently toppling Professor Quirrell, who had been anxiously observing Harry. In a panic, he glanced back. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant, their curiosity piqued as they turned to witness the unfolding drama. The throng quickly parted, revealing the two parties to one another. Parvati's face flushed crimson, contorted with a blend of fury and sorrow. She strode toward Brandy with urgency, her palm raised high. A sharp crack echoed through the air. You shameless emotional fraud. The scene erupted with fervor. Who could have anticipated that, in just a few months of the new term, a first-year student would engage in such a scandalous deception of a girl's affections? Are today's youth so liberated? Even Jordan and Professor McGonagall at the commentary table fell silent, as the crowd gathered around, captivated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this drama, Brandy, stood in stunned disbelief, clutching his reddened cheek, bewilderment etched across his face. What a bizarre turn of events. Parvati, is this some sort of soap opera plot? He was at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. However, Parvati paid him no mind. She stood there, anguish enveloping her as she lowered her head, hands covering her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. Tears streamed through her fingers. My goodness, is she truly capable of crying? Though he suspected she was merely acting, the authenticity of her sorrow felt overwhelming. He felt an inexplicable tightening in his heart at the sight of her tears. Had he truly done anything to deserve this peculiar guilt? I hate you, Brandy. She sobbed for a while, then suddenly lunged at him, burying her head in his chest with a dull thud. Why are you so nice to me? Why do you have Hermione already? What? The onlookers gasped in unison. This was turning into a love triangle. Brandy stifled the pain from Parvati's head colliding with his chest, a mix of grievance and indignation rising in his throat. He tilted his head back, allowing tears of frustration to flow silently. Did you not consider how I would face Hermione after this? Hermione, please hurry. If Parvati keeps rambling, our lives will be reduced to mere whispers. Just as Brandy's desperate prayer seemed to take effect, a shout erupted from the area beneath the teacher's platform. Fire! Severus! Your robe! The crowd spun around in alarm, noticing that the hem of Snape's robe had inexplicably caught fire. The professor, seemingly oblivious, only realized the situation much later. As the flames grew increasingly fierce, the surrounding crowd frantically created a wide circle, numerous ones pointed toward Snape. Aguamenti! The spectacle resembled a water festival exclusively for Snape. Heh. My acting is quite impressive, isn't it? Parvati suddenly tugged at Brandy's sleeve. He looked down to find her face alight with joy, devoid of any traces of sorrow, as if the storm had passed. Yet, he had no time to comment on this. Every additional second spent here felt like torture. Seizing the moment when everyone was preoccupied with dousing Snape, the victim and the perpetrator hastily escaped the scene, hand in hand. Meanwhile, high above, Harry had miraculously regained his grip on the broomstick. Neville, you can look now, Ron exclaimed. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, sobbing. Harry dove swiftly toward the ground, covering his mouth as if to suppress nausea. He landed on all fours, coughing, as a golden object fell into his palm. "I've caught the golden snitch," he shouted, raising the ball triumphantly overhead, bringing the chaotic match to a close. He hadn't truly caught it. He had nearly swallowed it. 20 minutes later, Flint was still fuming, yet his protests were in vain. Harry had not violated any rules, aside from perhaps tarnishing the sanctity of the golden snitch. Lee Jordan exuberantly announced the match's outcome. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-60. However, Brandy was far too preoccupied to absorb this news. He sensed that by afternoon, his reputation among students and faculty would be irrevocably altered. All he felt was a dark foreboding regarding his future. A sense of despair enveloping him. Taking advantage of the commotion at the teacher's table, the pair slipped away like fugitives. Brandy's face still marked with the clear imprint of 5 fingers. They stealthily made their way into an obscure corridor. Brandy's gaze vacant as if he had lost something profoundly significant in life. "Oh, Brandy, don't take it to heart. It was just acting." Acting. Seeing Brandy so dejected, Parvati refrained from further antics, instead pouting her lips and shamelessly attempting to charm him, like a cat striving to appease an upset owner. "Don't be upset. You were the one who insisted I not use magic and wanted to escalate things, so I could only think of this. No. The very notion of such an absurd script was abnormal from the outset. Aren't you from a wizarding family? Where on earth did you learn to navigate such dramatic emotional turmoil so adeptly?" Brandy stifled the urge to scoff, resolutely deciding to ignore Parvati for the day. Yet, he found himself captivated by Parvati's large, watery eyes blinking up at him, her thumb and forefinger gently tugging at his robe, swaying from side to side. With an exasperated sigh, Brandy, unable to contain himself any longer, allowed his lips to twitch in reluctant amusement. He raised his hand, slicing through the air like a blade, and lightly tapped Parvati on the head. She recoiled as if struck, her hands instinctively shielding her crown. "All right, enough of this charade. You need to figure out how to explain yourself to Hermione. Given the trouble you've caused, how could someone as earnest as her not be furious? Brace yourself for her wrath. She's not as easy to placate as I am." "Oh, come now. Hermione has such a forgiving nature, of course. She will choose to forgive me." Parvati's confidence surged, her demeanor shifting from demure to triumphant as she began to stroll toward the Gryffindor platform. However, just around the corner, she was met head-on by a furious Hermione, her eyes ablaze. Indeed, they were red with fury. "What happened to your promise of forgiveness, Miss Patil?" Hermione's grip on the jar of jam tightened, her knuckles widening with barely contained rage. Clearly, she was incensed to the point of fury, even eschewing Parvati's name. "How dare you slander my character with baseless claims? What do you mean there's already Hermione?" Hermione's temper flared, and she shot a glance at Brandy, whose face flushed crimson in response. Quickly averting her gaze, she fixed her furious stare on Parvati, her expression one of intent to dismantle her piece by piece. "There is nothing between Brandy and me. Your words imply a connection that does not exist. How could you say such a thing?" Her head, burdened with indignation, seemed on the verge of exploding, steam practically rising from her crown as tears of shame and fury welled in her eyes. How am I to face anyone again? Good heavens! All the professors up there can hear every word. "Parvati, you wretched soul. I shall have my vengeance." Hermione charged towards Parvati, poised for confrontation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Brandy swiftly wrapped his arms around Hermione to restrain her, shouting at the bewildered Parvati, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and flee." "Let me go, Brandy. I swear I will turn her into a slug." Hermione struggled fiercely in Brandy's embrace, her frustration boiling over. "Calm down, Hermione. You know her well enough. Her intellect is hardly used. That she could conceive such a notion is already a considerable feat, despite its unfriendly nature. Besides, that troublemaker is notorious throughout the year. This rumor will fade soon enough amidst the myriad of tales circulating in the school." Hermione turned, glaring daggers at Brandy. "You dare speak in her defense? Are we not allies?" Indeed. Brandy nodded vigorously, sensing the impending danger. Who had time for the foolishness of a simpleton when his own safety was at stake? "Do not be so hasty, Hermione. You both share a dormitory, and you will have ample time to settle the score with her. Just wait until nightfall, and you can stealthily bind her with ropes and gag her with her own socks, which surely haven seemed cleanliness in over a fortnight." Hermione chuckled at the image, rolling her eyes playfully. "But there are laundry baskets for that very purpose in our dormitory. Who would let their clothes languish for more than a fortnight, let alone their socks? Brandy, you truly are revolting." "Actually, we do have such a case. A certain pair of trousers belonging to Seymour has been festering in his cupboard for nearly a month. When I opened it the other day, it was positively thriving with fungi. Brandy's face turned expressionless at the recollection. Suddenly, Hermione elbowed him sharply, striking the spot where Parvati had previously bumped her head. Brandy winced in pain, looking down at her in confusion. Hermione's pale cheeks flushed a rosy hue. With a huff, she stomped her foot upon Brandy's, demanding, "Let go of me. How long do you intend to keep me captured?" "Ah, my apologies." Brandy's yelp echoed down the corridor just as the outside erupted in jubilant cheers. Moments later, under Hagrid's generous invitation, Brandy and his companions struggled through the throng of people and arrived at Hagrid's cozy abode. Parvati now regarded Hermione as a mouse would a cat, too terrified to venture out with her, despite her genuine curiosity. Hermione, experiencing this new environment for the first time, was notably intrigued. Aside from the enormous tongue of Fong that could suffocate a person, this was undoubtedly Snape's doing, Ron remarked as he sipped his tea and explained, "We all witnessed it. He was casting spells on your broomstick, mumbling to himself with his gaze fixed upon you." "Nonsense," Hagrid asserted. "He has no knowledge of what transpired in the stands. Why would Snape act in such a manner?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, uncertain of how to break the news. After a brief pause, Harry decided to speak candidly. "I discovered something about him," he began. "On Halloween, he attempted to use that three-headed dog. It bit him. We suspect he intended to steal whatever it was guarding." Hagrid set down his teapot with a thud, startling Brandy. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he inquired. "Oh, looks like someone else about to spill the beans." Brandy thought gleefully. "Fluffy? Yes, I acquired him from a Greek fellow last year at a hotel and lent him to Dumbledore for guarding something," Harry eagerly pressed. "Well," Brandy sighed, taking a sip of tea, exchanging a regretful glance with Hermione. "Harry, had you just waited one more second, Hagrid would have spilled the entire truth." "Enough questions," Hagrid snapped. "That is classified information, understand? But Snape intends to steal him," Harry insisted. "Nonsense," Hagrid repeated. "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never stoop to such treachery." "Why does he want to harm Harry?" Hermione asked loudly. The events of that afternoon seemed to have significantly altered her perception of Snape. Wait, let me analyze this. From what I've observed, I don't necessarily think it was Snape, although I did see him muttering something," Brandy explained slowly. "But if I were to encounter a malicious villain, I would recognize it. I've read all about them in books. You must make eye contact with them." Snape's eyes were unblinking. "I saw that. But have you considered the futility of casting a curse that would merely cause Harry to fall from his broom in front of so many students and teachers? Was there no one to catch him? Or are the teachers in the stands utterly inept? It was clearly just a levitation spell." Hermione pondered this and began to think that such a scheme could not possibly be devised by the cunning Slytherin Snape. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. "But it was clearly Snape who was casting the spell," Ron interjected impatiently. "Maybe he had other methods to harm Harry after he fell from the broom." "You always think too highly of those teachers, Brandy. Just because he didn't deduct points from you in potions doesn't make him a good person." "Enough, Ron. I tell you, you were mistaken," Hagrid exclaimed angrily. "I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but Snape would never wish to harm a student. Now, all four of you listen to me. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you is perilous. Forget about that large dog. Forget what it guards. That is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Ah, so this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it?" Harry interjected. Hagrid, in a fit of rage, was evidently angry with himself. On the way back from Hagrid's hut, Hermione and Brandy walked behind. Ron felt somewhat awkward, having just made a rather harsh comment to Brandy. So he pulled Harry ahead, keeping a distance. However, the oblivious Brandy didn't think much of it. "Hermione, does Professor Quirrell like Harry?" Brandy casually chatted. "Like Harry?" Hermione was taken aback by the question. "Why do you ask that?" "I can't quite say about Professor Quirrell. He seems polite to everyone. But it doesn't feel like the teacher-student dynamic. He didn't seem to give Harry any special attention during class, did he? By the way, why are you asking this?" "Because when Parvati made such a ruckus today, it felt like the whole world was watching us, yet only Professor Quirrell and Snape continued to watch Harry. I was so caught up that I accidentally knocked him over. If he had had the energy to look back, he could have easily avoided it." "Really? I didn't notice that." Hermione's eyes widened. "My goodness. Could that be why Harry's broom was swaying so erratically?" "Oh, that makes perfect sense." "What? What are you talking about?" Hermione looked at Brandy as if he were a hopeless fool. The one who cast the spell on Harry may not have been just Snape. There could very well have been Quirrell too. One intended to harm Harry, while the other was desperately trying to cast a protective spell to save him. Which explains Harry's broom's erratic movements. If Quirrell hadn't been casting a protective spell, Harry's broom might have plummeted to the ground, killing him. But does Professor Quirrell truly possess such power? I mean, he has never shown even the slightest bit of magical proficiency in front of us. I've never even seen him use a wand. How could he suddenly wield such advanced wandless magic? Well, if you put it that way. Hermione attempted to defend Professor Quirrell, only to awkwardly realize she had no solid evidence to support her argument. If she were to choose the professor she disliked the most among all the faculty, Hermione would likely choose Quirrell over Snape. As attending his classes felt entirely unproductive, a complete waste of time. The following days did not unfold as Brandy had anticipated. The days after the match turned into a nightmare for him and Hermione. Whenever they walked together, they could hear the whispers of first-year students passing by, casting them looks filled with interest, and even Brandy, who was typically shameless, felt uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny, let alone the more sensitive and serious-minded Hermione. What made matters even more disheartening was the curiosity of several teachers. Professor Flitwick, who had not been in the staff seating that day, had perched himself on the Ravenclaw podium, and upon hearing the sensational news from one of the Ravenclaw girls, he now seemed to be supporting the pairing of Hermione and Brandy. For several classes in a row, he insisted on placing them together in groups, watching them blush as they practiced spells, as though he were observing his own granddaughter and her suitor. Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, also took a particular interest in the two, insisting they demonstrate how to remove pests from the roots of the Asian water lily, all the while cheerfully sharing tales from China regarding the flower's significance. Professor, can you not be a bit more discreet? Is it really appropriate to teach students about early romance at such a young age? Just look at Professor McGonagall. She doesn't meddle in such trivial matters, and doesn't deliberately pair them together. In truth, she had paired Parvati with Brandy, casting a look at Parvati that seemed to say, "Go on, dear, I can only help you so much." As for how Brandy and Hermione felt about all this, they could only lament the fickleness of human nature, as their moments of awkwardness in the past few days likely surpassed their combined total over the previous 11 years. Of course, Parvati, in this situation, was suffering even more. It was not about being teased. Parvati was not one to shy away from embarrassment, but rather the pangs of guilt weighing on her conscience. Now, nearly every day, Parvati would linger in the library until Madame Pinch chased her out, being the last to return to the common room. First, she would peek into the room to see if Hermione was there waiting to confront her. Generally, at that hour, the only ones remaining were Brandy and Harry, who were busily trying to catch up on homework after an exhausting afternoon. Then, she would peer over with her big, watery eyes, trying to confirm whether Hermione had returned to the dormitory to sleep, for she wouldn't dare go upstairs otherwise. Once, Ron mischievously told Parvati that Hermione was waiting in the dorm to confront her, so the next day, when everyone walked into the common room, they found Parvati miserably curled up in a chair near the fireplace, having spent the entire night too afraid to enter. Seeing her in such a state, the three felt too guilty to tease her and instead treated her exceptionally well in the following days, leaving Parvati feeling as if she were caught in a grand conspiracy. Of course, to give her a lesson, they all tacitly agreed not to inform Parvati that Hermione had indeed forgiven her. After more than a week, Parvati finally succumbed to the urge to apologize to Hermione, allowing her to once again lift her spirits and return to her carefree demeanor, though she remained noticeably more obedient in Hermione's presence. One crisp December morning, Brandy awoke to find Hogwarts transformed into a silvery wonderland. The small lake outside the school was blanketed with a thick layer of ice. For these adolescents, this was undoubtedly a delightful occurrence, and during breaks and lunch, one could observe magical ice sculptures and younger students engaged in spirited snowball fights throughout Hogwarts. The Weasley twins, however, received a stern reprimand for enchanting snowballs to chase after Quirrell, ultimately landing one beneath his large scarf. Upon hearing this news, Brandy was perplexed, for it was evident that the scarf possessed considerable magical resistance, having been tested in defense against the dark arts class, where even basic jinxes had proven ineffective. Yet, why did a direct snowball assault cause no repercussions? Brandy had been quite elusive in recent days, darting out of the classroom as soon as classes ended, and he was never seen studying in the common room at night. Harry and Ron maliciously speculated that Brandy had found a new girlfriend in Ravenclaw, given his previously amicable relations with the girls from that house. They even jested with Hermione, suggesting that Brandy was two-timing. Despite their teasing, Brandy offered no explanation for his whereabouts, and even when Hermione inquired, he merely deflected the question with various excuses, cryptically stating that she would find out in due time. Frustrated, Hermione refrained from speaking to him for several days, resorting to calling him that idiot Brandy whenever his name came up. Fortunately, Brandy's mysterious absences lasted only a week. Every Wednesday and Friday night, Brandy would stealthily slip out of the common room to practice his magical abilities in room 13. However, it seemed he had reached the limit of his potential, as he grew disheartened to discover that his magical recovery speed had plateaued, and his control over his powers could only maintain a swift severance of connections, lacking proficiency in spells such as the disillusionment charm. He was forced to concoct various excuses to appease the fat lady at the entrance. Luckily, the fat lady was known for her relatively amiable temperament among the guardians of the four-house common rooms, and Brandy had never caused her any trouble. Eventually, she ceased inquiring about his whereabouts, simply advising him to return early and be cautious of Peeves. With Christmas fast approaching, everyone eagerly anticipated the holiday break. However, the final classes before the vacation were particularly unbearable, especially potions. Not only did Snape's nitpicking increase with the approach of the holidays, but they also had to endure classes alongside those noble Slytherins. I truly felt sorry for them. As Draco Malfoy remarked during one potions class that they had to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families did not want them. Brandy believed that his derogatory remarks about Harry were purely motivated by the victory of Gryffindor in the match. Ever since the Quidditch game, Malfoy had grown even more sullen than before. He was indignant over Slytherin's defeat, suggesting that a large-mouthed tree frog would replace Harry as the Seeker in the next match. He intended to amuse everyone, but to his dismay, no one found his words amusing. Rather, they admired Harry for his remarkable ability to maintain his balance atop that reckless broomstick. Malfoy, consumed by jealousy and anger, resorted to mocking Harry for lacking a proper family. Harry himself held no particular thoughts about not returning home for Christmas, especially when Professor McGonagall approached to register the students who would remain on campus for the holiday. He promptly signed his name on the list, stating earnestly to Brandy, "I have no desire to return to that wretched place with you all. This will undoubtedly be the best Christmas of my life." Brandy was moved to tears at that moment and decided to stay behind to celebrate with Harry. However, shortly after signing, he regretted his decision upon receiving a letter from his mother via Hedwig, announcing that for Christmas, Cosmo intended to take her to Hawaii. Goodness, Hawaii. Sun, sand, and lovely young ladies. Wait a minute, it seemed Cosmo had ulterior motives as well. Brandy, with a mischievous grin, attached a reply to his mother on Hedwig's leg, secretly anticipating Cosmo's blissful holiday in Hawaii. Ron and his twin brothers also planned to stay because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were seemingly heading to Romania to visit their brother Charlie. Was he the fourth or fifth brother? Parvati also intended to remain, but was rather secretive about her reasons. Only Hermione planned to return home for Christmas, though she promised to bring everyone delightful gifts on Christmas Day. Of course, it appeared that Brandy was not included in that everyone. After Gryffindor lost 2 points over a trivial matter, the last class before the holiday finally drew to a close. They grabbed their bags and pushed through the bustling crowd towards the exit. The school before Christmas was truly enchanting. Brandy marveled at the gleaming suits of armor lining the corridors and the walls adorned with colorful ribbons. The figures in the paintings had donned festive attire, moving back and forth to visit one another. Magic had been cast upon the ceiling to enhance the vibrancy of the colors, and Mrs. Norris glided silently through the throng of students, her neck adorned with decorative ribbons. Even Filch, the old curmudgeon, had donned formal attire, smacking his lips and spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, despite the style appearing to be from decades past. If the corridors had transformed so, one could only imagine the grandeur within the Great Hall. Inside, 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly, entwined with mistletoe and holly, their branches climbing the walls as if constructing a canopy within the hall. The trees were adorned with an array of decorations, even enchanted icicles. As Brandy and the others entered, Professor Flitwick was busy adding various magical effects to the Christmas trees. "Oh, look at that!" Ron exclaimed, captivated by a tree adorned with what appeared to be crystal wind chimes. Gently prodding one, it emitted a soft laugh and began to play a cheerful tune. He stood entranced, even oblivious to Hagrid passing by, dragging a fir tree along with him. "Hey, mates, isn't the Great Hall simply marvelous?" Hagrid said, proudly patting his chest. "Professor Flitwick and the others have been working tirelessly for Christmas." Indeed, Hagrid. Brandy gazed dreamily at the enchanting scene before him. As delicate snowflakes floated down from the ceiling, each possessing a tangible chill reminiscent of true winter. Upon landing, they transformed into shimmering silver motes that gradually faded into nothingness. Suddenly, a frigid sensation jolted him, stirring a distant memory. Brandy quickly regained his composure and turned to Hermione. Unlike him and Ron, who were in a state of disarray, Hermione sat upright at the long table, calmly dining. Beside her, the exceptionally attentive and courteous Parvati served pumpkin juice to their esteemed company. "How many days until the break?" Hermione inquired, taking a sip of her pumpkin juice and slightly furrowing her brow. "Oh, I had forgotten until you mentioned it. Just 1 day left. Hey Ron, stop daydreaming. You both need to eat quickly. We still have to go to the library." "Huh? Why are we working so hard when the break is just around the corner? How about we relax in my little hut for a while?" Hagrid asked Ron, his expression one of surprise. "I've brought some specialties from the Forbidden Forest." "Sounds fantastic." "No, I mean, we have other matters to attend to," Ron replied, clearly still lost in a reverie. "Thank you for the invitation, Hagrid," Brandy replied, tilting his head toward Hagrid. "But we need to uncover the truth about Nicholas Flamel." Hagrid's face instantly contorted into a look of sorrow. Ever since the name was mentioned, Brandy and his friends had been striving to discern the identity of this enigmatic figure. Frustratingly, they had no clue where to begin. They were unaware of his profession or any of his past endeavors. Thus, they resorted to the most rudimentary method for an entire week. Apart from attending classes and completing assignments, they immersed themselves in the library, sifting through the vast collection of books. Of course, at their current pace, they would likely still be searching long after graduation, but any effort was better than none. Upon entering the library, Hermione pulled out a list from her bag, densely packed with titles of books to consult that day. "Harry, you should check the directory of contemporary renowned wizards, the study of modern witchcraft, and the legends of wizards over the past century." Ron skimmed through the history books on the 6th shelf. "Parvati, why don't you look for biographies of wizards published in the last decade? The covers have names on them, so it should be straightforward. I'll explore the topic of life under the reign of the Dark Lord, the perils of the night, and the top 10 outstanding wizards of London." Brandy merely hummed, clearly reflecting on the rumors surrounding his elusive Ravenclaw girlfriend, and thus received a pointed eye roll for his assigned task. Awkwardly touching his nose, Brandy separated from the group, weaving through the dense rows of bookshelves. He desperately wished to pose a question to the Sorting Hat, while he might be uncertain about others. The hat would undoubtedly possess the answer. However, even if that old hat knew who Nicholas Flamel was, revealing it would equate to disclosing their intentions to Dumbledore. Considering Dumbledore's inscrutable thoughts was indeed a source of great distress. Mrs. Norris trailed behind him, clutching a feather duster in her paw. Brandy's peculiar behavior had persisted for an entire week, causing Mrs. Pants to speculate whether these individuals had colluded with George Fred to orchestrate some grandiose prank. However, several minutes later, the group gathered, collectively sighing in dismay. They had found no trace of Nicholm. What on earth was Nicholm, anyway? Well, it seemed that today would have to suffice. While I am away, you must diligently continue your search. Absolutely. No slacking off. I shall also investigate upon my return. I have borrowed numerous books, and perhaps that light? Manson is among them. Hermione patted the hefty stack of magical tomes beside her, glaring fiercely at Brandy. "If you discover anything, be sure to inform Hedwig." After this, she turned to Harry and the others, her tone transforming entirely. "Enjoy your Christmas, you three." "Hey, why are you so harsh with me? How can you say that?" In response, Hermione tossed him a mundane hygiene ball. "Spend your Christmas sensibly in the library searching for Nicholm, even if it means reflecting on your actions. Indeed, it is a time for reflection. You are forbidden from wandering aimlessly." Only when Brandy solemnly vowed before Hermione, extending 3 fingers to promise earnest introspection, did Hermione crack a sly smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Brandy. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas." Thus, the much-anticipated Christmas holiday commenced. In jest, compared to the revelry of Christmas, Nicholm was utterly inconsequential. Ron and Harry promptly dismissed him from their minds. This was likely the most delightful Christmas they had ever experienced. In their dormitory, only the 2 of them and Brandy remained, who indeed spent the day immersed in books at the library, only to vanish mysteriously at night. Consequently, the duo reveled in their freedom. They commandeered the chairs closest to the fireplace in the common room, exuberantly unleashing their youthful exuberance. They first strategized on how to make Draco's life even more miserable. Then Ron, dreaming of valiant heroes battling dragons, taught Harry to play a peculiar variant of wizard's chess. Essentially animated chess pieces with minds of their own. However, Harry's woeful skills frustrated even the pieces themselves, turning each match into a comical spectacle. "What nonsense! With your incompetent moves, I estimate that in 19 turns, one of their pawns will capture me." "Huh, are you joking?" with your low intelligence as the master chess piece. How can you foresee anything beyond 10 moves? Did you not see the opposing castle? Idiot. No. Why must it be me? Let the knight charge into battle and meet its demise. Look at him. He is so ugly he wouldn't survive 3 minutes in any film. Silence, soldier. Are you suggesting a brawl? Oh, provocation? Is living not enough for you? This was the usual pattern, leading to Harry's pieces grappling with one another amidst utter chaos. This frenzied existence lasted 3 or 4 days until they reached the point where they were so engrossed in their play that they resorted to ordering takeout directly in the common room, prompting the end of this chaotic chapter upon Brandy's return. When Brandy finally appeared before them, they were almost convinced he had been cursed, disheveled, and disheartened. He resembled someone who had just escaped a concentration camp, complete with dark circles under his eyes and an utterly exhausted demeanor. My goodness, Brandy, take your time eating. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Within 15 minutes, he devoured 4 pizzas, a potato, a steak, and half a cup of corn juice, akin to a famished spirit reincarnated. I'm starving to death. Grabbing a salted fish, he swallowed it whole, as if described in a novel, then pulled the fish bones from his mouth, leaving the onlookers in the common room agape. After devouring a piece of pudding, he seemed finally satisfied, wiping his mouth and casting a mournful glance at Harry and Ron. You both must have gone to the library, right? An inexplicable aura chilled their hearts, prompting Harry and Ron to nod in unison. We couldn't find anything at all. I have nearly scoured the first 30 shelves of modern wizardry or achievements in the library. Tears seemed to glisten in Brandy's eyes as he murmured, eventually prompting even Mrs. Pants to usher him out with a feather duster, claiming he was too dirty to maintain the library's decorum. After rambling for a while, the gist of it was clear. The library held nothing, and Hermione was a total letdown. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, relieved they had not obediently rummaged through the library aimlessly. After freshening up, Brandy, now resembling his usual self, collapsed onto his bed, too sleepy to utter a good night before drifting off into a deep slumber. This slumber lasted a full day and 2 nights. When he finally awoke, clutching his growling stomach, he discovered red stockings hanging by his bed, bulging with goodies. Ah, Christmas has arrived. Harry, Brandy, come unwrap your gifts. As Brandy emerged from the washroom, rejuvenated, the dormitory echoed with Ron's raucous laughter. Following the sound, Brandy noticed each person's bedside adorned with small heaps of gifts. I wonder what I shall receive? I recall Harry mentioning that past Christmases were rather dismal, filled with nails and wooden sticks, or so it seemed. Arriving at Hogwarts, the prospect of Christmas gifts thrilled him immensely. He leapt from his bed, eagerly beginning to unwrap his presents. What else could you possibly receive? Toilet paper? Ron quipped as he struggled to unwrap a large package, his pile of gifts significantly larger than those of Harry and Brandy. He regarded the item in his hands with confusion. Brandy, are you sure I need this? Brandy gifted Ron a glass orb, as large as a human head. Its contents hazy, reminiscent of the prophetic spheres employed by eccentric witches. However, it was evident that Brandy would not present such a mundane item. With a mere tap of her wand, the crystal ball would unveil panoramic footage of the most iconic Quidditch World Cup of 1984, capturing both the players and the spectators below. By cradling it in his hands and focusing intently on the desired viewpoint, Ron could immerse himself in the moment. Nothing could enchant a devoted Quidditch fan more than such a portable viewing device. Ron nearly leaped 3 feet into the air, stammering his gratitude to Brandy, so exhilarated that he mistakenly referred to her as Brandy instead of her actual name. Brandy naturally received gifts, and although they appeared to be a mere handful, she soon discovered that the contents were far from scarce when she began to unwrap them one by one, while the majority consisted of greeting cards and the like. Brandy graciously accepted them with a heart full of gratitude. First, there were several cards from the girls of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, elegantly inscribed with expressions of thanks for Brandy's frequent assistance in their charms class. The girls from Gryffindor, led by Lavender, pooled their resources to present her with a silver pocket watch. This timepiece bore no numbers to indicate the hour. Instead, it was adorned with 3 silver-gray hands of varying lengths. The accompanying card described it as a marvelous magical artifact, usable once each day. By lightly tapping the watch with her wand and uttering a specific noun, the 3 hands would automatically point to the 3 nearest locations within a 300-meter radius that matched the specified characteristic. The shorter the hand, the closer the object. Moreover, if the target was directly above or below her, the tips of the hands would subtly tilt upwards or downwards. However, its efficacy seemed somewhat limited. Stronger magical items could disrupt its detection, and it struggled to differentiate between altered objects due to confusing charms or potions. If there were more than 3 targets within 100 meters, the hands would begin to spin wildly, pointing in various directions. Intrigued, Brandy decided to test it. Cat. The shortest hand suddenly whirled around briskly before gradually settling towards the 5 o'clock position. Turning her head, she was delighted to find Yale comfortably lounging on a soft chair behind her, lazily flicking his tail. What a remarkable item, she mused with a smile, carefully stowing the pocket watch away. The Gryffindor boys, on the other hand, were rather casual in their gifting. Some offered sweets and chocolates, while the Weasley twins, for reasons unknown, presented her with a substantial portion of roasted meat. Brandy couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the sight, evidently. Her recent state of hunger had left quite the impression. Brandy gazed pitifully at Yale, who had mysteriously disappeared, only to return with a dried fish clutched in his mouth. He leaped onto Brandy's lap, placing the fish before him while meowing insistently. Is this a Christmas gift meant to prevent your owner from starving? Oh no. The moral integrity I have painstakingly preserved. Harry, clearly aware of Brandy's penchant for exploring peculiar spells, gifted him a tome of heart-racing enchantments. Its contents as bizarre as its title. To Brandy's astonishment, he discovered a spell within that could, though only, enhance a boy's chest, providing him with a newfound understanding of Harry's rather questionable character. Neville bestowed upon Brandy a potted cactus, or perhaps it should not be called a cactus. In the accompanying card, he mentioned that this plant emits a gas at night purported to suppress snoring. Heaven knows how welcome this news was for Brandy. Due to Seamus's wild sleeping habits and his incessant snoring, Brandy often found himself unable to sleep until the early hours. Professor Dumbledore, unusually, also presented him with a gift, which, upon unwrapping, left Brandy utterly perplexed, a gilded manual on the care of fine wizard hats, along with a note informing him that if he required assistance, he could visit the headmaster's office for a hat, including domestic cleaning services. One must admit, Dumbledore's intentions seemed rather dark beneath his benevolent facade. Hagrid gifted Brandy a parcel wrapped in thick leather paper, seemingly extending the same generosity to Harry and Ron, while Hermione likely received one as well. Poor Parvati, who had never ventured to the hut, was probably left out. Within his parcel lay a substantial block of milk toffee, while Harry received a roughly crafted short flute. And Ron a statue. Forgive Brandy for referring to it as merely a block, for it was nearly impossible to discern from the card that it depicted Ron riding a broomstick. If one were to stretch their imagination, it appeared more as though Ron was gripping a rather thick stick, blissfully engaged in a sacred ritual known as Aruba. Brandy and Harry instinctively covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. What do you think of this statue? Ron mumbled, not quite revealing his expression, as resentment coalesced into a tangible dark mist swirling above his head. It would be fatal to laugh aloud now. The following gifts were far more heartwarming. Parvati, the lovely girl with shoulder-length black hair, aware of Brandy's troubled sleep, kindly presented him with a bracelet purportedly crafted from agarwood, imbued with a small enchantment that would allow Brandy to dream of relaxing and pleasurable things. However, considering Dumbledore's description of his soul's condition, it seemed this magic might be ineffective. The bracelet appeared to be handmade, not particularly exquisite, yet Brandy was still delighted and adorned his wrist with it. Finally, it was time for Hermione's gift. Gently unwrapping the package, he discovered a deep red scarf lying quietly within. It was embroidered with the crooked words to the fool. Wow, Brandy, exclaimed Ron, his keen eyes spotting the unique gift. He dashed to Brandy's side, exclaiming, a girl actually knitted you a scarf. Blimey, you're only in your first year. Who is it? Could it be your legendary Ravenclaw girlfriend? Brandy hastily tucked the note that accompanied the gift into his pocket. No, that's impossible. This scarf was knitted by my mother. He was compelled to fabricate a feeble excuse to deceive Ron, who, with a discerning eye, could easily perceive the scarf's uneven stitches, adorned with countless loose threads and signs of hasty repairs, clearly the handiwork of an amateur on their inaugural attempt. Fortunately, Ron and Harry were evidently not the keen observers of legend. After dismissing the two gossipmongers, Brandy gently caressed the scarf, as if he could visualize the clumsy figure seated by the fireplace, exclaiming in surprise and occasionally sucking on wounded fingers. However, the poignant sentiment he had carefully cultivated was utterly shattered upon reading Hermione's letter. Brandy, no, Mr. Barton, I solemnly warn you against your fanciful imaginings. This is merely a failed attempt at a scarf for my parents. I had no idea what to send you, you dolt, so I thoughtlessly mailed it. How disingenuous he was. Carefully storing the scarf away, Brandy suddenly found himself in surprisingly good spirits as he admired the sweater Ron's mother had knitted for Harry. It was a lovely shade of forgiving green, and he marveled at how Mrs. Weasley knew Harry's measurements so precisely, crafting it to fit him perfectly. In addition, there was a large box of soft candies, and Brandy pilfered a piece, savoring its delightful flavor. I apologize, Brandy. Perhaps it's because my mother has never seen you that she couldn't knit you one too, exclaimed Ron. What is this? Oh my goodness. Harry, what is that? Brandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the cloak Harry had just unwrapped. An invisibility cloak. It was indeed a wondrous item, capable of rendering its wearer completely undetectable. If not for the ability to physically touch Harry, Brandy would have nearly believed he had vanished from the world. Watching Harry gleefully stow the cloak away, Brandy exchanged a complex glance with Ron, one that conveyed the sentiment of sour grapes. In the next moment, the two pounced on Harry, tackling him to the ground. Ah, you scoundrel! How could you receive such an extraordinary birthday gift? My heart bleeds, they exclaimed in unison. Does your conscience not ache? With 4 hands at work, they mercilessly tickled Harry's vulnerable spots until he was gasping for breath, pleading for mercy. By the time the mischievous duo reached Brandy's dormitory, the skirmish had concluded. At Harry's request, Brandy and Ron naturally refrained from divulging the secret of the invisibility cloak, recognizing it as a matter of personal privacy. Thus, the group erupted in laughter, a raucous assembly that inadvertently swept Percy, who had just entered the room clad in a sweater courtesy of Fred, along with them. Well, Brandy had never witnessed such a lavish and magnificent Christmas banquet. The long table, stretching for meters, was laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. Plump roasted turkeys formed little mountains, complemented by a variety of sauces. Countless small gifts dangled from the ceiling by fine threads, easily accessible with a gentle tug, though most contained mere chocolates and trinkets. Scattered between seats were large heaps of magical firecrackers, which not only produced splendid colorful clouds but also yielded tangible rewards. Amidst a thunderous bang akin to cannon fire, Brandy received a wallet resembling excrement and a mischievous rubber mouse. Harry, too, acquired his very own wizard's chess set. Ron managed to snag a few lively white mice, albeit with unfortunate blemishes and a touch of true love. After relishing a sumptuous meal, Harry and Ron extended an invitation to engage in a snowball fight. Initially, Brandy was reluctant. The day was already fraught with tasks, from searching for the elusive Nicklemore to practicing control over his magical abilities, particularly with the precious little time left to prepare a gift for Hermione. However, when George and Fred ambushed from the side, he realized that resistance was futile. Considering the fatigue of the past days, it was indeed time to unwind. With a resigned shrug, he surrendered to the playful crowd as they dragged him outside the tower. Wizards, of course, engaged in snowball fights far more efficiently than Muggles, who took ages to form a single projectile. Brandy and her companions divided into 2 teams, conjuring snow walls on the grassy expanse outside the tower as makeshift cover for their battle. With a flick of their wands, the snow on the ground effortlessly shaped itself into perfectly sized snowballs, saving them considerable time. Harry, Professor McGonagall is calling for you. A voice pierced through the raucous skirmish. Wait, the professor is looking for me? Harry stood up in confusion, only to be promptly pelted with 2 snowballs, one for each eye. He quickly ducked behind the snow wall, wiping his face. Ugh, Fred, you cheeky scoundrel. How dare you trick me? Came Harry's indignant shout, met with Fred's triumphant laughter from a distance. Don't worry, Harry. Watch me. I'll help you get your revenge. Brandy exclaimed eagerly, hiding beside Harry, ready for action. Brandy wore a cunning smile, fully harnessing the advantages of his abundant magical prowess. He poured all his magical energy into his wand in one breath, even if his wand had its limits. The spell's effect in that instant would still be commendable. With a deft flick of his wand, snow from the ground inexplicably soared into the air. Hey, Fred, look up at the sky, called out someone. Weasley, who had been huddled behind a snow wall, instinctively glanced up, only to be pelted with a barrage of snowballs. Snowballs continued to rain down from above, crashing down like hail. Weasley covered his head and fled. Oh, don't do that. I'm George, not Fred. You've got the wrong person. Oh, sorry. After an afternoon of wild play, sweat and melted snow soaked through their thick clothing. As the sun began to set, the temperature noticeably dropped, and the group of imbeciles, thoroughly chilled, scampered back to the warmth of the common room, huddling closely to the fireplace, reluctant to move. Fortunately, dinner was thoughtfully delivered to the common room, and the small desk typically used for homework was adorned with several gleaming plates. Upon bringing the plates closer, a delightful array of warm, fragrant dishes magically appeared. Brandy and his companions enjoyed their dinner, chatting merrily while watching Percy chase Fred and George around the room in a fit of anger, as the twins had snatched his prefect badge. The weariness of body and spirit seemed to be amplified by the warmth of the fire. After less than an hour of sitting, Brandy found himself yawning repeatedly. He bid farewell to his still exuberant friends, staggered up to the tower, and collapsed onto his bed, pulling the unconscious Yale beside him. In the stillness of the night, with the moon hidden and the wind howling, Brandy slept unusually soundly, perhaps due to the bracelet gifted by Parvati. "Brandy, wake up." Harry S. had appeared from the darkness, startling Brandy awake in the dead of night. Harry first dragged Ron out of bed, explained a few things, and then began shaking Brandy vigorously amidst Ron's terrified gaze. "Get up. Come with me. I want to show you something amazing." He pushed Brandy a couple more times, yet Brandy merely rolled over lazily, grumbling and refusing to budge. "Come on, Harry, leave him be. Just look at how exhausted he is. He probably hasn't had a proper rest in days. Let him sleep. We can take him tomorrow," Ron suggested. "Do you really think that mirror can show us your family?" "Absolutely." Harry nodded emphatically, eager to return to his family, determined that nothing, not even the slothful Brandy, would deter him. "All right, we'll go without him. Besides, I think Brandy's size, combined with the two of us, might not fit entirely under the invisibility cloak. We can show off tomorrow when he wakes up." "I would relish seeing the look of regret on Brandy's face," Ron decisively declared. Then it settled. The two donned the cloak and vanished without a trace, leaving Brandy sprawled in a deep slumber, his leg resting on Yale's curled tail. "Meow?" Yale, startled awake, looked at his owner with confusion. He attempted to extricate his tail from beneath Brandy's leg, but his strength was insufficient, and he struggled for a while. A gentle lick on Brandy's cheek yielded no response. 5 minutes turned into 10. "Meow." After enduring an eternity of unreciprocated affection, Yale, pressed down by Brandy's weight, could no longer contain his irritation. He let out a frustrated yowl, and with a swift motion, his claws gleamed ominously. "Young man, do you recognize this sword?" With a flurry of movements, a masterful display of skill ensued. "Ah, Yale, you foolish cat." Brandy's anguished cries echoed through the dormitory. Brandy touched his face, marred by scratches, with a look of deep resentment as he dragged the sulking Yale to one side. He had inexplicably endured a round of scratching from those sharp claws and feared he might have been disfigured. Yet, this little troublemaker was beyond reproach. He could neither scold nor reprimand it, especially since this incident was, after all, his own fault. "Count yourself fortunate." As he turned his head in frustration, intending to lie down and resume his slumber, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ron's empty bed. The bed was desolate, the blanket haphazardly piled into a disheveled heap. Empty. He sat up in astonishment, glancing around. Harry was also absent. How peculiar. Given the temperament of these two, who never ventured out without a purpose, they had quietly slipped away on Christmas Day. Was Filch on holiday as well? Brandy raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the invisibility cloak Harry had just acquired. Good grief. Wearing that cloak was akin to having an unfair advantage. While he had to tread cautiously each time he went out, these two could roam the castle as if it were their own backyard. A tinge of jealousy welled up within him. Had it been the Brandy of yesterday, he would have merely expressed a sense of envy and disdain before rolling over to continue sleeping. After all, the castle was vast, and it was unlikely he would ever locate his two elusive companions. However, today was different. How fortuitous. He now possessed a magical artifact for finding people. He sprang from his bed, hastily dressing, and then rummaged through his pockets to retrieve a silver pocket watch, clutching it tightly. With the clock having passed midnight, the watch was once more functional. But what incantation should he utter? He pondered the characteristics of Ron, but found them utterly unhelpful, for the Weasley family was remarkably similar. Freckles, red hair, and all. Brandy could swear that if he uttered any relevant term, the needle would undoubtedly point to the Weasley brothers or Percy. Thus, he had to focus on Harry, though the invisibility cloak would not suffice. So, what remained? The lightning scar? As expected. That magical mark on Harry's forehead seemed to possess enchantment, for the watch remained utterly still. Brandy had to settle for a secondary option, his black-rimmed glasses. Thus far, he had encountered very few students in the castle wearing such glasses. Now, with it being Christmas, the number of people in the castle was unlikely to exceed 80, thereby narrowing the search considerably. If he could not find them now, he would have to resign himself to sleep. However, no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the two hands of the watch began to whirl rapidly. His intuition was correct. They danced across the dial before gradually coming to a halt, pointing in two distinct directions. Brandy let out a sigh of relief. He descended the dormitory stairs with a spring in his step and slipped out of the common room, considering how long he had been awake. He reckoned that the farther direction was more likely to point to them. Could they be downstairs? He mused. It made sense. If they ventured above Gryffindor Tower, they would surely end up at the astronomy tower. Repeating this to himself, he adeptly took a nearby staircase down to the third floor. The needle indicated they should be on this very level. Puzzled, he scratched his head. The third floor housed the defense against the dark arts classroom and the trophy room. Knowing Harry's temperament, with an invisibility cloak in hand, he would likely be wandering the right corridor on the fourth floor or exploring the restricted section of the library. What could he possibly be doing here? Surely, he hadn't made a mistake. Brandy, filled with skepticism, cautiously advanced down the corridor, halting at the corner. Here, the pointer began to spin aimlessly, indicating that he had arrived at his destination. However, as he beheld the direction indicated, his expression transformed into one of utter bewilderment. Surely, he could not be mistaken. Was this truly the girls' restroom? What could two grown men possibly seek in a ladies' lavatory at such an hour? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the only individuals likely to roam the castle at this hour would be those foolish Gryffindors, Harry and Ron. Could it be that they had uncovered something within the confines of the women's restroom? After a moment of hesitation, Brandy finally grasped the brass handle and opened the door. The atmosphere was indeed eerie. This was perhaps the darkest, most oppressive place Brandy had ever encountered. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent odor of mildew, reminiscent of a room that had not seen fresh air in eons, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose with his robe. Before him stood a circular stone pedestal, adorned with a series of sinks spaced at intervals. To the side was a large mirror, marred with stains and cracks, alongside a row of grimy stalls. The floor was damp, and a few candles flickered dismally on a tray, casting an inadequate light. From the farthest stall, a cacophony of clanging noises intermittently echoed, as if someone were striking something within. Was it Harry? Brandy had watched numerous horror films in the past. Although his fear of ghosts had gradually diminished since entering the magical realm, the peculiar atmosphere still sent shivers down his spine. He cautiously approached, softly calling out, "Harry? Ron, is that you?" The knocking ceased immediately, plunging the room into an eerie silence. The door to the compartment creaked open with a haunting sound, revealing a chilling sight. Gulping nervously, Brandy steeled himself and stepped outside the compartment, leaning in to peer inside. To his horror, he gasped as he beheld the scene before him. A pale, sorrowful face of a girl loomed just inches away, her lips devoid of color as they emitted a high-pitched voice. "Why do you disturb me?" Startled, Brandy quickly realized that this girl was clearly not alive, or, to put it more poetically, she was undoubtedly a ghost. However, this was perplexing. He swore he had never encountered her in the other corners of the school, not even during the opening ceremony or Halloween. A reclusive ghost hiding in the restroom? My apologies, I didn't mean to intrude, he stammered. You expect me to believe that you accidentally wandered into the girls' bathroom? At this hour? A boy? She floated mid-air, her expression melancholic. People always seek various excuses to come here to mock and torment me. I have grown accustomed to it. Brandy stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. How could this be? You've been here all along. Who would come specifically to mock you? You're surely overthinking it. Why not venture out a bit? Perhaps to the hall during dinner to chat with others? Everyone is quite friendly. Nonsense. The ghost suddenly shrieked, darting towards Brandy. She was short and plump, her already somber face obscured by bangs and thick glasses, making her appear even gloomier. Her spirit hovered almost at Brandy's nose, revealing that Mert was indeed wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Oh dear. This is truly unfortunate. Brandy has chosen the wrong target. You should have anticipated it. Am I to go to the hall to converse with others? Do you think I am unaware of what they call me behind my back? Fat Mert. Ugly Mert. The pitiful, weeping, morose Mert. As she spoke, tears cascaded swiftly from her small eyes, vanishing into the air. You didn't come here to torment me on purpose, did you? Huh? No, I mean, that shouldn't be the case. Brandy stammered, desperately trying to think. In fact, I've always thought that if you smiled, you might actually look quite lovely. He quickly concocted an excuse to explain his presence in the abandoned restroom. Look, I came specifically to wish you a Merry Christmas. He uttered these words, which he immediately regretted, realizing it was clearly past midnight and Christmas had long since passed. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his statement, so he rummaged through his pockets, hoping to find some leftover Christmas candy. His fingers brushed against something soft, and his heart leaped with joy as he hastily pulled it out. "See, I even brought you a gift. Merry Christmas, Mert." He was somewhat taken aback. What he had pulled out was the very wallet he had won from the firecracker game at yesterday's banquet, which resembled a lump of excrement. "Oh no, this is disastrous." Brandy sighed. "Well, I apologize. This is truly adorable. Can I really accept it?" Brandy blinked in confusion, gazing at the pearlescent ghost before her. This entity, named Myrtle, exhibited neither sorrow nor anger. Instead, she appeared somewhat pleased. "Can I truly accept this?" Brandy carefully repeated. Given the circumstances, Brandy could find no reason to decline. She nodded vigorously, raising her wallet slightly, fearful that Myrtle might change her mind. In an instant, Myrtle snatched the wallet from her grasp, and a flicker of joy seemed to illuminate her otherwise gloomy visage. "Goodness, it is only natural for someone as reclusive as her to appreciate such a gift," Brandy mused. However, to be fair, Myrtle's demeanor did indeed shift when she smiled. As Brandy observed Myrtle enthusiastically wandering about the restroom, contemplating where to conceal the wallet, she suddenly felt that the ghost was not as terrifying as she had first thought. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave and return when I have the time," she sighed in relief, turning to exit. Yet, Myrtle swiftly darted to the doorway, blocking her path with an exaggerated expression. "I haven't spoken to anyone in ages. Would you mind keeping me company for just a little while?" Brandy hesitated, scratching her head. She had been eager to find Harry and Ron. Yet, the ghost appeared so pitiable. "All right, just for a moment. What shall we discuss?" she inquired. Judging by your attire, you must be a Ravenclaw student. How did you become a ghost?" It said that one must have an obsession to turn into a spirit?" Myrtle instantly perked up, her entire demeanor transforming. "You would never guess." She began with relish that the day before I died, I won the favor of Ravenclaw at the entrance of the Copper Ring. I wonder if you know what that entails. Our common room's Copper Ring poses peculiar questions to visitors. Those who provide satisfactory answers are rewarded with a treasured Ravenclaw book. I was elated, for few are granted such an honor. The moment I received the book, I rushed to boast to my friend Oliverwood. I told her I had obtained a Ravenclaw book, one that surely had been read by the founder herself. She didn't believe me, so I opened the book to prove it. Indeed, it was. There was even a bookmark inside. The other students' books didn't have that. And then, did you simply die? Your friend didn't kill you out of jealousy, did she? Brandy seated herself in a corner, listening to Myrtle's rambling tale. Certainly not. She was merely astonished. She examined the bookmark for quite some time and asked if I could give it to her. As if that was a relic of Ravenclaw. How could I part with it? She seemed quite disappointed and ignored me for the rest of the day. Myrtle suddenly lowered her head. The next day, for reasons unbeknownst to me, her demeanor turned hostile. She even mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me a four-eyed dog. Enraged, I fled here, locking the door to weep. Suddenly, I heard someone enter. To my annoyance, it was a boy. Brandy awkwardly rubbed her nose. It was reminiscent of her own situation. I angrily opened the door and told him to get lost and go to the boys' restroom. Myrtle, puffing up with self-importance, beamed with pride. And then I died. Wait, you were killed by a boy who invaded the girls' restroom? Wow, that is rather twisted. Brandy gasped, bewildered by the absurdity of the story. What happened to him afterward? Was he sent to Azkaban? Myrtle shook her head, seemingly lost in her mournful memories. I don't know. I'm dead, so why bother with that scoundrel? I do regret that book, though. I never finished reading it. The Ravenclaw bookmark was quite intriguing, a piece of paper adorned with a 7-pointed star. Truly, it befits the 4 founders to use such a magical symbol as a bookmark. Did she not fear summoning a demon? Brandy was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, urgently interrupting Tao Jin Yang's words. Wait a moment, what did you say? A paper with a 7-pointed star? He hastily drew his wand, which emitted tiny sparks, sketching a 7-pointed star in the air. The 7-pointed star, indeed, proved to be the most challenging magical array to depict in a single stroke. He struggled to render it with precision, yet it was discernible. Is it like this? He inquired, pointing at the magical array suspended in midair. Quite similar, but not entirely correct. Tao Jin Yang hesitantly scrutinized it for a while. The one in the book has the symbols at this angle, not the first one. She indicated the third angle in a counterclockwise direction, right here. After conversing for some time, he meticulously inquired about every detail pertaining to that book. Tao Jin Yang, seemingly eager to engage after a prolonged silence, willingly answered his questions. After promising that he would bring friends to visit her next time, Brandy excused himself from the washroom and hurried back to the 8th floor, under the disapproving gaze of the fat lady. He slipped into the common room and made his way to his dormitory. Harry and Ron had yet to return, but that mattered little now. He had uncovered another clue regarding the door that Lightman had mentioned, which invigorated him immensely. He lit a candle, retrieved his notebook, and dipped his quill into the ink. Recording the day's events, he murmured to himself, "The third key lies within a Ravenclaw tome. The title is The Superposition of Intrinsic Frequency Magic." He set down his quill, pondering as he rubbed his chin. This title sounds quite familiar. Oh my goodness. Isn't this the very book that Parvati brought back a few days ago? The following morning, Brandy, brimming with excitement, was seated early in the common room, successfully intercepting the mysteriously elusive Parvati as she was about to descend the stairs. Upon seeing Brandy, she appeared particularly anxious. "What? You mean to say that my book has a bookmark, one used by Ravenclaw?" After listening to Brandy recount the story, Parvati initially exhaled in relief, then proudly patted her chest. "Aha, I'm quite impressive, aren't I? I've managed to extract precisely what you sought. That book is right in our dormitory. I'll fetch it for you in a moment." In a swift motion, she darted into the girls' dormitory and shortly after emerged clutching the rather unassuming book. "I've been diligently reading it these past few days, but," she pouted, expressing her frustration. "What on earth? Everyone speaks English, right? Why are there so many words in this book that I scarcely recognize?" "Well, in truth, there are many words in regular books that you might not know either," Brandy observed, unable to suppress a smile at Parvati's disgruntled expression. "However, I flipped through it and didn't see the bookmark you mentioned," she reiterated, examining the book from cover to cover. "Could it be that I accidentally lost it?" No, that item isn't insignificant. If it had fallen, you would certainly have noticed," Brandy replied, taking the book to inspect it thoroughly, even checking for any hidden compartments, yet still finding nothing. "How peculiar. Why does everyone place such importance on a mere bookmark? It's just something that belonged to Ravenclaw." Observing Brandy's frantic examination, Parvati couldn't help but remark, "You're like that girl named Oliver, aren't you? She seems to adore such things immensely. It's astonishing how a trivial item can turn good friends into adversaries." Brandy's hand, which had been flipping through the pages of the book, suddenly froze. He lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he looked at Parvati. "Are you suggesting there could be a mistake?" Parvati, with an air of impatience, tossed her hair back. "A bookmark is not an integral part of a book. It wouldn't just vanish alongside it. If it's not here, then Oliver Hornby must have stealthily taken it away. Since it was removed decades ago, that card has surely been lost to time." Brandy, after all, could not embark on a search across all of England for Oliver Hornby, who graduated 40 years prior. He could only shake his head in regret and shift the conversation to another topic. "By the way, why aren't you going home for Christmas? I noticed Padma has returned. Isn't Christmas a time for family reunions?" Parvati's expression suddenly became awkward. Her eyes flickered as she stammered, "Well, I wanted to experience what Christmas at school is like compared to home. This is my first time spending Christmas away from my family." She quickly added, "By the way, thank you for the hairband, Brandy. It has been incredibly helpful." Her cheeks flushed as she shyly shook her head. Her once flowing black hair was now tied back into a simple ponytail by a modest silver ring, appearing even more vibrant than before. With a movement of her head, the ponytail swayed, exuding a youthful exuberance that caught Brandy's attention. Indeed, a ponytail suited her well. It was worth the effort Brandy had put in recently. Evidently, this seemingly ordinary hairband was far more significant than it appeared. It was one of the culprits behind Brandy's recent mysterious disappearances. The origin of this predicament lay in Brandy's serendipitous discovery of a fourth-grade spell, the Shield Charm, within the library's collection. This spell could conjure an invisible barrier around oneself, capable of reflecting or deflecting spells. As a fervent enthusiast of magic, he was eager to master this highly functional protective charm. Thus, he sought to practice in Classroom 13. However, after successfully casting the spell for the first time, he realized that the shield charm could only be applied to oneself. Once it took effect, the only way to recast it was to wait for the spell to expire or be broken. Brandy exhibited a rather impatient demeanor, foolishly standing there in wait. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The prefix super could potentially alter the nature of spells, even transforming the Lumos charm into a flashbang effect. He pondered whether he could similarly modify the shield charm, enabling it to function effectively on other objects. Thus, he ventured into a risky experiment. In truth, had any professor been present, they would undoubtedly have dissuaded him instantly, for altering the scope of a spell is an exceedingly foolish and pointless endeavor. especially considering that the shield charm is a highly refined incantation, the product of extensive research and development. Moreover, attempting such a feat under the influence of super magic was even more reckless. However, with no such kind-hearted individuals nearby, and being inherently curious, magically potent, quick to recover, and rather idle, Brandy embarked on several days of contemplation and experimentation, ultimately culminating in a resounding failure. Although the shield charm proved ineffective on other objects, through repeated practice, Brandy unexpectedly discovered a remarkable phenomenon of super magic. Consistently applying a super spell to an object gradually imbued it with a quasi-enchanted effect. For instance, a chair he had chosen as the target of his spell, after undergoing the super charm 7 or 8 times, astonishingly gained the ability to resist his levitation charm. Lacking knowledge, Brandy could only speculate that the excessive and orderly influx of magic might have eroded the object, rendering it enchanted. This immensely power-consuming method of enchanting was, in comparison to magic circles or runic carvings, utterly absurd and grotesque. Yet for Brandy, who was at a loss for what to gift Hermione and Parvati, it was akin to a blessing from above. Thus, after exhausting nearly a week's worth of energy and countless instances of magical depletion, Brandy finally crafted each a Christmas gift. Although this silver ring had not undergone functional testing, based on his hundreds of attempts with the super shield charm, it was reasonable to assume it possessed some degree of protective quality. However, this unadorned silver ring seemed rather inadequate for the charming and lovely Parvati. What had he been thinking? Ordering a decorative hairpiece was hardly a daunting task. Ahem. Truly, I am at a loss for what would suit you, hence I created this. I lack the skills to carve, so I merely affixed a small enchantment upon it. Well, it appears that indeed a splendid hair accessory would be more fitting for you. No way. Upon learning it was crafted by Brandy, Parvati's cheeks flushed even deeper, her head shaking vigorously as she anxiously clutched the silver ring in her hair. As though Brandy might suddenly retract his gift, she incessantly insisted, "This is wonderful, I adore it." "Well, if you say so," Brandy scratched his head, "then it is non-returnable. Go enjoy yourself, Parvati, take a good rest. I shall retire for the night." He waved goodbye to Parvati and turned to ascend the stairs. Just as his foot touched the first step, he heard Parvati calling from behind. He turned to find her biting her lower lip, seemingly torn between words. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Brandy inquired with curiosity. Parvati gazed into his eyes, grappling with some troubling issues, yet recollected the heartfelt whispers she had shared with Hermione during sleepless nights in the dormitory. Indeed, she could not indefinitely rely on others. Even if Brandy was not merely a stranger, some matters must be confronted personally for them to hold significance. "No, it's nothing," Parvati asserted suddenly, shaking her head as she gathered her spellbook and departed the common room under Brandy's watchful gaze. "What? You were summoned by Harry last night to gaze into a mirror?" During lunch, Brandy listened to Ron's account, clearly incredulous. "You mean Harry saw his deceased family? You became the student council president? Why didn't you dissuade him?" The first chapter of the Dark Arts Self-Defense Guide explicitly states not to trust anything that allows you to see illusions. They can be perilous. I did warn him. Ron dejectedly set aside his fork, squinting to signal Brandy to look behind. Harry sat at the end of the Gryffindor table, lost in thought, showing no interest in his meal. I've already urged him, even accompanying him for chess or tea at Hagrid's. Yet now, it seems his life holds no meaning beyond seeing his parents. You must understand, we nearly got caught by Filch yesterday. What if we go again today? Brandy looked at the despondent Harry with concern. Having lost his grandfather, he could somewhat empathize with Harry's feelings. At this moment, it seemed that no one could reach him. After a brief hesitation, he rose and walked toward Harry. "Don't mind me," Harry instinctively rejected as Brandy approached. "I'm fine. I've never been better than I am now. You cannot hinder me." "What are you talking about?" Brandy smiled at him, and Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "I merely wish to inquire, during this witching hour, as you venture alone to visit your parents, do you find yourself in need of a faithful and inquisitive listener?" For the third consecutive time. Harry had already become quite adept at this, as the two of them, cloaked in invisibility, hurried along. His eagerness was so palpable that Brandy had to continually whisper reminders. "Harry, slow down. Your footsteps are too loud." They twisted and turned into a spacious room that resembled an abandoned classroom. Numerous discarded desks and chairs were piled against the wall, casting a large, dark shadow in the dim light. Harry swiftly cast aside the invisibility cloak. Brandy immediately noticed the mirror, which stood out conspicuously, starkly contrasting with the decor of the entire classroom. It was an imposing floor-length mirror, its height nearly reaching the ceiling. Even a 12-foot giant would struggle to see its entire reflection. The ornate golden frame was supported by two claw-like feet. At the top of the mirror was inscribed a line of text, Eristra eru oidube kafru oidon wosi. It was perplexing, though composed of English letters. The arrangement rendered it utterly incomprehensible. Brandy meticulously scrutinized the letters for quite some time, only to feel disheartened by the realization that his command of English was insufficient. Meanwhile, Harry, unable to contain his excitement, had already removed his invisibility cloak and plopped down in front of the mirror. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Brandy, do you know? They will truly smile with joy upon seeing me." Harry beckoned Brandy to sit beside him. From his vantage point, Brandy could see nothing but Harry himself. He sat in silence, listening intently as Harry, in rare form, animatedly spoke about his father, whose hair was as tousled as his own, and his mother, whose eyes mirrored his own clear, lake green gaze. Brandy listened as Harry recounted the affectionate glances and gestures of his family. "Dad, Mom, this is my good friend Brandy. Yes, your son is thriving at school, making many friends. There's Ron, who visited yesterday, Hermione back home in London, and a lovely Indian girl named Parvati. Yes, they are true friends." Observing the pride and happiness radiating from Harry, Brandy found himself wavering in his intentions, engulfed by a profound sense of guilt and remorse. Even if this happiness was but an illusion, did he truly possess the right to shatter it as a friend? Yet, upon witnessing Harry's weary visage and bloodshot eyes, Brandy resolved to act. He silently stepped back, retrieving his wand. "I'm sorry, Harry. If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed at me. I cannot bear to watch you languish in this deceptive fantasy. Even if your body can endure, your spirit will eventually crumble. Such harmful illusions do not belong in this world." In his fervor, he bit his lip, unaware of the pain. He raised his hand, the tip of his wand gleaming ominously. Suddenly, an elderly, elongated hand rested upon Brandy's wand, the familiar touch sending a wave of panic through him. His heart ceased its rhythmic thudding, and a bucket of icy water seemed to drench him from head to toe, plunging him into an abyss of dread. The incantation he had prepared dissipated in an instant. "So, you have returned, Harry?" The voice sent a chill through Harry's very core. He turned to see Brandy standing in terror beside the figure of Albus Dumbledore, who gently pressed down on Brandy's wand, rendering him defenseless. Harry's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. "I did not see you, sir." Brandy, equally tense, feared that Dumbledore might misconstrue his intentions as an assault on Harry. However, Dumbledore remarked lightly, "It seems my presence here is indeed timely. Had I arrived any later, our concerned Mr. Patton might have acted rashly against the mirror of Erist." Dumbledore spoke with a lightness as if he were casually encountering an old friend during a nighttime stroll. "Should I feel joy or sorrow? My emotions are quite complex." Harry mused. "What did you just say, sir?" he asked, turning his astonished gaze toward Brandy, who appeared to be sheepishly lowering his wand. Brandy, from the perspective of a friend, had acted decisively. "You cannot blame him, Harry." Dumbledore released his grip on Brandy's wand, offering him a reassuring smile before inviting both him and Harry to sit on the floor. "I assume you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist, just as countless others before you have." "Indeed, it allows me to see my family," Brandy replied. "And it also allows your friend Ron to envision himself as the president of the student council?" "Yes, sir." "How did you know?" Upon hearing this, Brandy instinctively covered her mouth, about to exclaim. Dumbledore had already been waiting here for Harry and Ron since last night? Why was that? Brandy's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. "I do not need an invisibility cloak to become unseen." Dumbledore cast an appreciative glance at Brandy and inquired, "Have you ever pondered why you and Weasley are able to witness these alluring images?" Harry lowered his head and spoke slowly. "This mirror reveals to us our deepest desires, no matter what they may be." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied gently, "it merely showcases your innermost yearning. It cannot impart knowledge or unveil truth. People become entranced before it, squandering their days, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and madness. This is also why your friend just disregarded your wishes and attempted to forcefully approach the mirror. Harry hopes you can forgive him." Harry looked at Brandy and noticed her face flushed with Dumbledore's praise. He recalled Ron's incessant warnings throughout the day, urging him to steer clear of the mirror. Turning back, he gazed at the reflections of his parents, who seemed to comprehend his thoughts and were smiling as they bid him farewell. He was correct in his assertions, Harry contemplated. Rising to his feet, he extended his hand toward Brandy, who was still caught in an awkward moment, and as she stood up, bewildered, Harry broke into a joyful smile. "Mom and Dad, I was right. Your son has indeed made a truly sincere friend. All right, The mirror will be moved to a new location tomorrow, so do not think of seeking it out again. However, should you happen to encounter it one day, be sure to brace yourselves. Indulging in illusions while neglecting reality is utterly fruitless. Dumbledore stood, clapping his hands. Brandy sensed that his words seemed to carry a deliberate reminder. Before departing, Harry curiously asked Dumbledore what he could see in the mirror, but received an odd reply about woolen socks, which seemed to trigger a realization in Dumbledore as well. "Oh, Brandy," Dumbledore said with a smile, pulling her arm gently, "this is a rare opportunity. Do you truly not wish to stand before the mirror and discover what your deepest desire truly is?" Brandy instinctively shivered. He was indeed quite curious. Yet he harbored no desire to gaze into that mirror in the presence of Harry and Professor Dumbledore, particularly given Dumbledore's subtle and adept mind-reading abilities. Although he had previously mentioned that his thoughts seemed to be shielded by some force, the vigilant Brandy found himself doubting even the punctuation. "Well, I suppose if I have another opportunity, I might consider trying it then." "Alas, what a pity." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Brandy's response seemed to be anticipated, as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Very well, why not don that invisibility cloak and return to sleep? The night is still long. May you have sweet dreams." Harry, perplexed, inquired of Brandy on their way back, "Does Dumbledore truly desire woolen socks? If we were to gift him a pair, might it lead him to be a touch more lenient towards Gryffindor? Moreover, why did you not attempt it just now? The mirror will soon be gone." Brandy furrowed his brow, reflecting on Dumbledore's peculiar behavior, the words he had spoken, and the enigmatic expression that adorned his face. "I swear we shall have another opportunity to see it," he remarked softly. Harry seemed to have been persuaded by Dumbledore, for he no longer ventured out of the common room at night in search of the Mirror of Erist. However, forgetting the visions captured within the mirror proved to be a formidable challenge for him. He began to experience nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of his parents vanishing in a flash of green light, accompanied by a mocking voice nearby. He confided his dreams to Brandy and Ron, who, relieved that Dumbledore had intervened in time, could only strive to divert Harry's attention with various activities, leaving him no leisure to dwell on his dreams. To this end, Brandy even abandoned his long-cherished plan to seek out the Nicodemus, forcing himself to practice catching and throwing with Ron and Harry on the Quidditch pitch. This endeavor was no small feat. Brandy's flying skills were akin to Neville's ineptitude in potions. Compared to Harry and Ron's adept flying, he was merely a novice, clinging tightly to his broom while hovering no more than 2 meters above the ground, shouting in panic. Although he harbored no fear of heights, he found it challenging to control the broom's direction. Despite months of scolding from Madame Hooch during flying lessons, he had made little progress. Madame Hooch even began to suspect that he might be a fraudulent student. On the eve of the new term, Hermione finally appeared before them, laden with bags and bundles. Her feelings regarding the Mirror of Erist were complex. She was immensely curious about the magical artifact, yet shared Brandy and Ron's concerns about its potential negative effects. Nevertheless, she chastised Harry and Ron, exclaiming, "So you squandered your holiday on mindless pursuits like wizard chess and broomstick games? Have you even bothered to research this in the library?" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Brandy, who immediately fell silent, unable to boast. Once the term commenced, life seemed to return to normal. They continued their habit of perusing the library's collection during the brief 10-minute breaks between classes, for Harry was convinced he had encountered that name somewhere. Hermione believed the only plausible reason for Harry's familiarity with the name was his visits to the library, as he had no inclination to read frivolous books in the dormitory. However, after a few days, Harry had to forego these brief interludes, as Quidditch training had resumed, following their previous victory over Slytherin, which had propelled Gryffindor to second place in the house points with a substantial lead. There was hope that if they could defeat Hufflepuff with a higher score, they might even have a chance to claim the House Cup. This ignited a fervor among them, and even the persistent rain following the heavy snowfall did little to dampen their training enthusiasm. In matters of collective honor, even Hermione refrained from voicing objections, readily accepting the book list that Harry needed, which she unceremoniously handed to a bewildered Brandy. This left Brandy quite anxious, as he found himself leaving the library with Parvati almost daily. Indeed, following Christmas, Parvati underwent the most remarkable transformation among Gryffindor. First, she sported a more vibrant and refreshing hairstyle, enhancing her charm. The Weasley twins mentioned that even many third-year students had been discreetly asking girls to deliver small gifts of snacks to Parvati, claiming that cultivating a favorable impression from a young age was essential. However, if her new hairstyle was not astonishing enough, her next change was quite contrary to her usual demeanor. To everyone's astonishment, she had taken to spending nearly all her free time in the library reading. Aside from her habitual daydreaming during class, this was utterly bewildering. When had Parvati suddenly developed a bookworm persona? If she intended to study diligently, wouldn't it suffice to pay attention in class? Was there some hidden treasure of intriguing literature in the library, perhaps novels? Even Ron, who loathed the library, began to feel curious. However, upon stealthily discovering the title of the book she was reading, his interest waned entirely, for he found that Parvati was engrossed in the most tedious magical tomes. Moreover, the variety of her reading material seemed rather eclectic. Her book list included volumes on the properties of magical energy that even adult wizards might seldom use, and it encompassed intricate magical terminologies in the profound traditions revered by those obsessed with reviving the ancient splendor of magic. It appeared she was suddenly intent on thoroughly reading an ancient text borrowed from Ravenclaw. Merlin, how times have changed. The magical prowess possessed by contemporary wizards is hardly a fraction of what ancient wizards wielded. Ancient magic is destined for obsolescence. One could enumerate on one's fingers the few individuals in the wizarding world today who possess the knowledge and capability to delve into ancient magic. Even Hermione, who was typically an insatiable reader, would not venture into such territory, for her pragmatic nature favored investing time in practical matters rather than in the superfluous. Nevertheless, considering that Parvati, usually so lackadaisical, had finally taken her studies seriously, the others tacitly refrained from offering any discouragement. One evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, only a crimson sliver of light struggled against the encroaching darkness of the mountains. Despite the flickering candles illuminating the long tables in the library like stars, the light remained insufficient to read the text clearly. Consequently, yawning students began to gather their belongings and discuss the complex emotions stirred by the stargazing pie they had encountered at dinner. Madame Pants, wielding a feather duster, patrolled the aisles with a stern expression, searching for any remnants or scraps left behind by the students. Brandy, as usual, sat in that shabby corner behind 2 rows of bookshelves, surrounded by a towering heap of various tomes. Parvati was seated beside him, straining to read an ancient text that appeared blank to Brandy, occasionally sighing in frustration before silently flipping through the time-honored incantations, searching for the obscure words and phrases inscribed within the book. Alas, today too had yielded no results. Brandy rubbed his dry eyes and sighed in dejection. The light had dimmed considerably, and continuing to read was becoming quite a strain on his eyes. He carefully folded the book list Hermione had given him and tucked it into his pocket. Parvati, it's time to go. Parvati lifted her head, her bewildered eyes staring blankly at him, taking a moment to emerge from her mechanical reading state. After a brief pause, she suddenly looked out at the sunset with surprise, as if realizing how swiftly time had passed. Ugh, studying is so tedious. Why did ancient people have to make their language so different from ours? Parvati lamented loudly, burying her face on the long table and rolling around in despair. This is dreadful. At this rate, I want to have enough time. In just 10 days, it will be taken back. Taken back? Brandy realized she must be referring to the book. Peering over Parvati's small head, he noticed a thick stack of parchment filled with neat handwriting, likely her annotations and key points made in an attempt to comprehend the book's contents. This piqued his curiosity. What enchantment did this book possess that could captivate Parvati, who typically regarded books as humanity's most abysmal invention? Why are you so adamant about finishing that book? He inquired, driven by a strong sense of curiosity. Ugh, Parvati pouted, her face a picture of discontent. During the Christmas break, I told Padma that I didn't want to go home. I thought the school's Christmas would be quite enjoyable. But she insisted I accompany her back and even wanted me to take that book to show those old hags. To show them what? Brandy asked, intrigued. She suddenly realized she might have let something slip and quickly covered her mouth. Nothing. She dismissed Brandy's puzzled gaze and continued. I told my sister it was unnecessary. After all, I lack the talent for such profound matters, and there is no point in wasting time. She got furious. And guess what she said? At this, Parvati sprang up as if someone had stepped on her tail, her expression one of exasperation. That eternally stern sister of mine actually mocked me. She said it was the greatest mockery of wisdom to let a fool who couldn't understand ancient script take away Ravenclaw's wealth, and that she needed to ask our mother if she had misordered us when we were born. Can you believe that? She slammed her hand on the table, the sound echoing loudly. This is a direct challenge to my position as the elder sister. It is utterly unforgivable. Poor Brandy was left bewildered by Parvati's fierce outburst. Your position as the elder sister? Have you ever had such a thing? So you made a bet with her? You promised to finish the book within a month? Did you not consider what would happen if you lost? Hey, Just don't worry about that, she retorted. In any case, I must grasp the contents of the book. At the very least, I need to memorize what's written in it. Noticing his doubtful gaze, Parvati's momentum faltered, and she admitted, otherwise, I would be ridiculed mercilessly. Besides, if I went, she glanced at Brandy with a strange expression, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she blushed in the fading sunlight. She wouldn't help me. Would she? She muttered to herself. Then why not ask me and Hermione for assistance? I can at least help you look up materials. And Hermione could likely memorize it after just one reading. No, absolutely not, Parvati exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. This time, I must do it on my own. I need to earn her recognition through my efforts. 10 minutes later, the two were reluctantly ushered out of the library. Parvati, dejected, carried her backpack. Clearly feeling that there had been no significant progress today, Brandy tried to console her, making an effort to lift her spirits. However, when they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, Parvati cast her minor troubles aside, for they were astonished to find the portrait swinging open, revealing a familiar figure struggling to squeeze through the narrow opening. It was a challenge, as he seemed unable to separate his legs properly. Neville? What are you doing? They approached curiously. Is this a new way to exercise? Neville turned around, and they were surprised to see him trembling, gasping for breath, with tear streaks on his pale cheeks. Who cast the leg-locking spell on you? You didn't bounce up from downstairs, did you? Neville weakly nodded. Oh my. Parvati gasped in shock. Brandy approached with a serious expression and performed the counter-curse. With a gentle flick of his wand against Neville's legs, they instantly parted. What is happening? He inquired. Malfoy. Neville gasped at the doorway, breathing heavily. He saw me and said he wanted someone to practice this curse on. That scoundrel. Bang. Brandy struck the door frame in frustration, drawing the complaints of the fat lady. Don't knock so hard. Will you come in or not? Apologies, madam, Brandy replied, taking a deep breath. Just a moment, please. He and Parvati struggled to support the feeble Neville, patting his shoulder encouragingly. You must summon your courage, Neville. Malfoy is merely a bully who preys on the weak. If you do not stand up to him, he will continue to torment you. But I don't want to cause more trouble, he mumbled. The sorting hat placed you in Gryffindor. You are among the finest little lions here. And you are no exception. Parvati rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a handful of snacks, unceremoniously stuffing them into Neville's pocket. When you see Malfoy again, make sure to give him a good thrashing. That arrogant little white face and that golden retriever. Humph. Noticing Neville's silence, Brandy made a concerted effort to meet his gaze. The Gryffindor way of dealing with trouble is straightforward yet effective. Fight fire with fire. Neville, you cannot reason with bad people. He winked at Parvati. And we are right here beside you. Neville's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a mix of emotion and fear washing over him. His lips trembled, and the hands resting on Brandy and Parvati tightened their grip, knuckles turning white. Thank you, Brandy, Parvati. I understand now. He shivered as he straightened his posture. No longer leaning on their support, he retrieved a card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Parvati. Do you want this card? Thank you for the snacks. Consider this a token of appreciation. He spoke, his face still reflecting vulnerability, yet he walked in with his head held high, under the curious gazes of others. He wobbled slightly as he ascended the stairs to the dormitory. Brandy and Parvati exchanged glances before stepping inside, making their way directly to the corner where the five of them often gathered. Hermione was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Harry, while Ron watched them with an expression that suggested a mix of concern and amusement. It appeared that this was one of the few activities where Harry could actually best Hermione. Yet for reasons unknown, he seemed distinctly out of sorts today. As they approached, Hermione's queen lunged forward with ferocity, swatting Harry's knight off the board, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Hey, you two are back. Ron greeted them with a mischievous grin. Guess what? Harry has lost 3 games in a row. I never knew he could be so inept. Oh, shut up, Ron. If you were in my shoes, you'd feel just as disheartened, Harry replied weakly to Brandy and Parvati. With the group now gathered, he decided it was time to share an explosive piece of news. They made space for Brandy and Parvati, huddling together as a tight-knit circle. Can you believe it? The next Quidditch match will have Snape as the referee, Wood said it himself. What? Several voices exclaimed in unison. Parvati's hand trembled, causing the wizard card Neville had given her to slip and fall to the floor, though she seemed oblivious to it. I've never heard of a headmaster officiating a Quidditch match. What is he thinking? Ron scoffed, shooting a disdainful glance. What else? It's blatantly obvious he wants to sabotage Harry. Now, Ron, don't be so dramatic, Hermione finally interjected. He failed last time. I doubt he would dare to act again in the same setting. Snape may be unpleasant, but he is certainly not foolish. And what do you suppose he intends to do? Have the bludger target him specifically? That I cannot say for certain. Who knows what unforeseen events might occur? Hermione's gaze fixed intently on Harry, her tone grave. You must be fully prepared. After devising a series of strategies, weariness began to settle in, particularly for the exhausted Parvati, who yawned repeatedly, longing for a good night's sleep. Thus, their strategy meeting came to an abrupt end. Well, I'm off to rest. Sweet dreams, everyone. Parvati waved before turning to ascend the stairs. Observant Harry suddenly noticed that she had seemingly forgotten the wizard card that had fallen earlier. So he hurriedly picked it up and called out to her. Hey, you left something behind. It's a card of Dumbledore. He stared at the back of the card, and then suddenly exclaimed, I found it. I found Nicholas Flamel. Harry's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I knew I'd seen that name before. On the train. I heard this. Dumbledore is renowned for his contributions, including defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Dumbledore was his partner? Brandy murmured. No wonder he hid it at Hogwarts. But what is it? Hermione pondered for a moment before leaping to her feet. Since their return from classroom 13, Brandy had never seen her this animated. Wait, she exclaimed, sprinting towards the girls' dormitory. Before the remaining four could fully register their confusion, she dashed back, clutching an enormous and antiquated dictionary. Oh, why didn't I think to check this sooner? She exclaimed excitedly, laying the book open on the table to reveal densely packed text. I brought this from the library weeks ago, intending to read it for leisure. Harry and the others exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Was this truly the peculiar pastime of a scholar? Her slender fingers began to swiftly flip through the pages, tracing the paragraphs as she muttered to herself. Finally, she halted. I've got it, she announced loudly, then recalled that this revelation shouldn't be widely shared. Lowering her voice as if performing. Nicholas Flamel, the sole known keeper of the ancient art of creating the Philosopher's Stone. She gazed at Brandy with anticipation, expecting praise or something of the sort. Yet, to her dismay, the others appeared entirely unfamiliar with the concept. Brandy looked at Hermione in confusion. What stone? Oh, Brandy. Are you dense? Don't you ever read? Here, read this section. She huffed, shoving the book under Brandy's nose, her tone condescending. Why am I the only one being scolded when everyone is clueless? Brandy retorted, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he accepted the hefty tome. Ancient alchemy involves the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous substance with astounding properties. The stone can turn any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. Immortality? Brandy's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his companions. Is such a thing truly possible in the wizarding world? Do you understand now? Hermione snapped, reclaiming the book from Brandy. She shot him a fierce look. That massive dog is surely guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him since they are partners. Perhaps Dumbledore knows someone is after the stone, which is why he took it from Gringotts. Oh, how magnificent it would be to possess such a treasure that could grant wealth and eternal life. Ron mused, seemingly lost in a daydream of golden riches, only to snap back to reality when he noticed the disapproving expressions around him. Okay, I mean, it's no wonder Snape is after it too. Who wouldn't want to possess it? Parvati shot Ron a glare, leaning against Hermione's back, laughing at the remaining text in the book as Hermione groaned in exasperation. Oh, Nicholas Flamel is 665 years old. He currently lives in Devon with his wife, Perenelle. Now that's what you call growing old together. She winked, then pondered aloud, but wouldn't living that long become rather dull? Hermione, what is that bulging thing hanging from your belt? Parvati suddenly noticed a small blue pouch clipped to Hermione's waist. Brandy lifted her gaze, and Hermione suddenly grew anxious, instinctively tugging at her robe to conceal the pouch. It's nothing, just a protective charm my mother bought. Where are your eyes wandering, Parvati? She abruptly seized the hefty tome in her hands, while Parvati giggled, provoking a flustered Hermione to chase her into the girls' dormitory. From within the dorm, Hermione's muffled voice resonated. You lot, hurry back to sleep. Ouch. Parvati, you actually bit me. Are you a little dog? The remaining three boys exchanged glances, contemplating their predicament. Well, at least we no longer have to endure daily visits to Madame Pants, Ron shrugged. Who would have thought that this Nicholas Flamel was a figure from over 6 centuries ago? I mentioned that our initial search was misguided. It's you, not me. Brandy sighed wistfully. The matter of Nicholas Flamel was resolved, yet another name lingered in her mind. Oh God, he's nothing like Flamel. He's not even a notable figure. Are you referring to that Leighton Hermione mentioned last time? Harry inquired, leaning closer. Leighton Manson? Who is he? Where does he come from? What do you need him for? Bombarded by Harry's rapid-fire questions, Brandy felt a bit bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she realized her knowledge of the individual was limited to the fact that he was a Hufflepuff with a good friend. Just as she pondered how to respond, Ron suddenly had a moment of clarity, slapping his forehead. Manson? You must be referring to the Manson family. He shot a skeptical glance at Brandy. If the person you're speaking of isn't a Muggle, then he must indeed belong to the Manson family. After all, there are only about 3,000 witches and wizards in Britain, and pureblood families are few. We all share some connections, to some extent. However, regarding their family, Brandy's mouth fell agape. Clearly, he had never contemplated the issue from this perspective. Indeed, if Light were not a Muggle wizard, there would be no need to search for any legendary deeds. One could simply consult their family records. Every illustrious family must possess their own documentation. He could very well pay them a visit directly. I am uncertain whether he is a Muggle, Ron. However, you have prompted me to consider approaching their lineage. Perhaps it may yield fruitful results. Yet first, I must allow myself a period of rest over the next few days. Gazing at that lengthy list of books is driving me to madness. He patted Ron's shoulder in gratitude, then seized his bag, hastily ascending the tower stairs. Ron stared blankly in the direction of his departure, muttering unfinished thoughts to himself. But that family had long been extinguished, hadn't it? Over 20 years ago, wasn't it, Brandy? He turned back to Harry, puzzled. What purpose could he have in seeking out a deceased individual? The following morning, during Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, Harry, Ron, and Parvati sat together, hastily jotting down emergency measures for treating wounds inflicted by werewolves, whilst excitedly whispering about Snape's conspiracy to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Brandy and Hermione occupied the far right corner, rapidly exchanging notes and strategizing on how to protect Harry in the upcoming Quidditch match. Heaven knows how Hermione managed it. Although the notes were passed with remarkable speed, her own writing remained densely packed with key points, her penmanship astonishingly swift yet still impeccably neat. In stark contrast to his own efforts, Brandy gazed at the blank page with a tumultuous heart, the only inscription being the words management and first aid of werewolf bite wounds inscribed in the first line. He could only reassure himself repeatedly, it's all right, Brandy. If worst comes to worst, I can always borrow Hermione's notes for revision. Having a brilliant friend like her is indeed a source of comfort. What shall we do? He pondered. Snape certainly won't be foolishly waiting for us to recite spells. He is soaring in the skies. Ideally, it would be best to prevent Harry from competing. That would be the safest course of action. Hermione's quill danced swiftly across the parchment, her eyes fixed intently on the content delivered by Professor Quirrell. With a flick of her wand, she animatedly crumpled the note, sending it rolling to Brandy's side, never once glancing at what she had written. Brandy unfolded the crumpled note, his expression souring at the abstract scrawl that resembled a chaotic form of art. How could one be so diligent in taking notes yet so careless when it came to conveying a message? He stared at the paper for an extended period before deciphering what Hermione had written. It stated, "But that is impossible, you know. Harry would never back down over such trivial matters. This concerns our house cup. Then let us break his leg." What? Hermione, are you serious? Yes, quite serious. You do it. I have a soft heart and cannot bear to see anyone suffer. Brandy scoffed at Hermione's slightly upturned lips. How could one possess such compassion, yet propose such a malicious idea? It seemed he could only hope that Snape would exhibit at least a modicum of restraint in such a public setting. After all, one couldn't possibly maintain a spell in midair indefinitely. Surely the bludger would not let him off so easily. What if, at the onset, Snape were struck by the bludger and forced to exit the game? That would certainly prevent him from interfering with Harry. But could Snape even play Quidditch? Might he be one of those agile yet unassuming professional players? As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sudden thought invaded his mind, one that was undeniably absurd and perilous. He quickly shook his head. This was impossible. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never dare to entertain such notions. If discovered, expulsion would be his certain fate. Yet inexplicably, this thought had taken root in his mind, becoming inextricably entrenched. Brandy clutched his head in anguish, desperately trying to quell his own mischief. Stop thinking about it. How could you possibly attack a magically adept Snape without anyone noticing? With your half-baked spellcasting skills? Have you knocked your head during your recent broomstick escapades? His eyes darted around until they suddenly froze. Not far away, Parvati had sensed his gaze and turned to him, offering a sweet smile. Brandy shuddered, a sudden thought striking him. He hastily picked up his pen and began to write fervently on a scrap of paper. "Hey, Hermione, I have discovered a method to prevent Snape from becoming the referee." Hermione took the note, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What method?" After a short while, the paper was tossed back to her, and she eagerly unfolded it, only to find 2 words inscribed: "Poison him." "Are you out of your mind?" After class, Hermione hurriedly packed her bag and followed Brandy down the corridor, her face etched with concern. "What are you thinking? Poison? A professor who has taught potions for over a decade? What kind of potion do you intend to use? Scabbers' potion? I bet Snape wouldn't even need an antidote. Perhaps he could cure himself in just a second. What's the matter? Can a healer treat themselves?" Brandy pulled her into a secluded corner, adding, "Moreover, the poison I have is not of the ordinary kind." Hermione cast him a skeptical glance. "We've only learned a handful of potions. What else can you possibly procure?" She said sharply. "Or do you intend to concoct something intricate on a whim?" Don't be absurd. Even slightly complex potions require brewing times that exceed several hours. And we have a competition tomorrow afternoon." Brandy chuckled, remaining silent as he shouted into the empty corridor. "Silly girl, why aren't you coming out?" A striking figure darted from a nearby corner, resembling a javelin as Parvati gleefully approached the bewildered Hermione and embraced her. "Oh, how did you know she was behind us?" Hermione asked, pushing Parvati's arm away with a hint of distaste, her expression subtly perplexed despite the absence of any sound. "Hee, it's called telepathy." Brandy winked at Parvati. "You know what I'm planning, so hurry up and bring out your treasures." Parvati quickly released Hermione and began rummaging through her robes, producing a collection of glass vials of various sizes, each containing potions that shimmered with an eerie glow. Hermione, feeling inexplicably glum, curiously examined a small vial filled with a sky-blue potion that reflected a metallic silver sheen under the sunlight. "What is this?" she inquired. Parvati, with her head held high and eyes sparkling, proudly replied, "It's a neutralizing potion. Isn't it beautiful? Who knew Snape would rate it so poorly?" Hermione was momentarily speechless, suddenly tugging at Brandy's sleeve and whispering, "Brandy, shouldn't a neutralizing potion be colorless and transparent?" The warm, humid air brushed against Brandy's ear, causing his face to flush. He awkwardly leaned away. "Indeed, Hermione, typically it would be colorless." "Then what is she doing?" Hermione's face paled in realization. "You aren't planning to use that strange concoction Parvati brewed as poison, are you?" Without the need for Brandy to respond, his mischievous gaze already conveyed his intentions. The following day at noon, after lunch, Brandy prepared to act. With the competition set to commence at 2 o'clock, he had 2 hours to infiltrate Snape's office. To avoid detection, he shamelessly borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry is truly a great friend. He traded such a precious item for merely a chocolate frog. "Are you really not reconsidering? I think that milky white potion might be safer. At least it doesn't look so lethal." At that moment, Brandy, accompanied by Hermione and Parvati in an empty classroom, was carefully selecting a bright yellow potion from Parvati's collection, adhering to the principle that the more vibrant the color, the greater the toxicity, handling it as if it were a bomb ready to detonate. Hermione was making a final effort to deter him. "What if you really harm Snape?" "Oh, how could I have agreed to partake in this madness?" she exclaimed, gripping Brandy's robe anxiously. "You'll be caught and sent to Azkaban, where the Dementors roam. I've heard many prisoners have gone mad." "Don't worry, I'll only add a tiny bit to his tea," Brandy reassured her with a smirk, gently ruffling her messy hair. "And you know who Snape is. I even doubt he would notice a thing. That milky white one is definitely out of the question. It smells like expired soy sauce. He would surely detect it." He adjusted his clothing. "But aren't you really considering switching it out?" Hermione persisted. "This is a simple antidote. Have you ever seen an antidote that is itself toxic? And it even bubbles?" "Who says an antidote can't bubble?" Parvati chimed in, puffing her chest like a bullfrog. "I specifically added bubble foam for aesthetics. Who would want to drink a potion that looks like a pile of dung?" Her reasoning was so compelling that both Brandy and Hermione broke into a cold sweat. The bright yellow antidote was less about appetites and more about courage. "All right, you both hurry over to Harry. I believe he needs encouragement more than we do. And, Hermione, be sure to remind him to bring his wand. I cannot guarantee this will keep Snape from getting out of bed." Under Brandy's urging, Hermione and Parvati reluctantly departed. A difficult task, as Parvati was intent on joining Brandy in his antics, ultimately being dragged out by Hermione. As he watched their figures vanish down the corridor, Brandy took a deep breath, striving to suppress his nervousness and anxiety, before donning the invisibility cloak and vanishing into thin air. Having just finished lunch, If Snape was not in the staff lounge, he was likely in his underground office. Brandy held his breath and tiptoed toward the staff lounge. He had only used the invisibility cloak once at night with Harry, when the corridors were largely deserted. Now in broad daylight. The halls were filled with students chatting and laughing after their meal, some even running down the corridor. Brandy stumbled along, having to yield to all passers-by, who could not see him. He spotted Hermione and Parvati with Harry and Ron, noticing Hermione patiently instructing Harry on the leglocker curse. They seemed to hope Harry would use it on Snape while airborne. What a joke. Wouldn't he that just ensure Snape stayed steadier on his broom? Watching Hermione's earnest expression from afar, Brandy suddenly felt an urge to sneak over and gently pinch her nose. However, he quickly recoiled from the thought. That was undoubtedly a foolish idea. He shook his head and swiftly departed beneath the cloak. It was clear that the staff lounge was under the vigilant protection of Filch. As Mrs. Norris was already prowling around during the day, how persistent could he be? It had been months since he had last passed through. As Brandy edged closer, Mrs. Norris seemed to sense something, her eyes narrowing in curiosity as she approached. Brandy held his breath, striving to remain still, recalling that cats possess far keener noses than humans. However, Filch's sudden appearance saved him. "Norris, my dear, come along. Use your little nose to sniff for something. It seems someone has intruded in the restricted area on the 4th floor. What are you looking at? Hurry up." Mrs. Norris hesitated, casting a puzzled glance in Brandy's direction before slowly following Filch, the pair swiftly disappearing through the staff lounge door. Phew. Brandy was already drenched in cold sweat. His legs trembled nervously, and he could swear that Mrs. Norris had nearly discovered him. Fortunately, cats, after all, do not possess the ability to speak. Approaching the door to the staff lounge, he found it seemingly unlocked. Straining to listen, he discerned a profound silence within. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Pondering this, he gently pulled the door open. To his mixed feelings of joy and regret, he found only a professor, whom he had only seen at a soiree, seated inside. She sported an exaggerated pair of oversized glasses and was adorned with an abundance of beaded necklaces, her fingers almost completely covered in an array of rings. She appeared to be napping, utterly oblivious to the door's quiet creak. Well then, Snape is not here, Brandy thought, a hint of boredom creeping in as he prepared to turn away and close the door behind him. At that moment, however, the oddly shaped professor suddenly rolled over, mumbling strange phrases. A heavy price paid, yet effective. What? Brandy paused, then realized she might be speaking in her sleep. The future grows hazy. More will perish because of him, yet some will be born because of him. The final obsession may culminate in 4 years, teetering between life and death. Professor? Brandy whispered in terror, finding her sleep talk peculiar. The awkwardness of her words, coupled with the grim references to death and sacrifice, delivered in a hoarse, mechanical tone, sent chills down his spine. A grunt escaped the professor, startling Brandy, but she merely tilted her head, resting against the other side of the chair, her breathing steady. Observing her apparent unawareness, Brandy, drenched in cold sweat, carefully ensured the door closed behind him. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming desire to avoid encountering this eccentric professor again. Descending the narrow stone staircase from the foyer to the underground classroom, he noted that the entrance Brandy, cloaked in invisibility, glided through the doorway of the classroom like a true specter. He now stood before the entrance of Snape's office, a dark wooden door, weathered and worn. Rusty iron nails were sparsely affixed, while a grimy sign dangled beneath, proclaiming it to be the office of the potions master. The office loomed just within reach. And even through the imposing door, Brandy could sense the characteristic chill and gloom that befitted a typical Slytherin abode. However, the thought of simply pushing it open lingered in his mind. Brandy anxiously paced beside the door, her hands nervously entwined. Would this seem overly peculiar? Perhaps the quality of this dilapidated door was not as sound as I had envisioned. What if the hinges were faulty? For instance, if I were to push it open, would it emit any noise? Just imagine a rusty door inexplicably swinging open, creaking ominously. And the curious happenings within would surely not escape the keen eyes of that cunning old bat, Snape. After pondering this, he halted his attempt to twist the doorknob and pressed his ear against the door, striving to discern the sounds emanating from within. It appeared that silence did not reign entirely inside. There was a faint rustling, as if distant noises were drifting from afar, resembling the gentle ebb and flow of tides upon the shore or the soft scratching of a quill gliding over parchment, yet lacking that soothing quality. What could this sound be? Brandy strained to listen more intently, inching closer, rising on his toes and pressing his weight against the door. His ear firmly pressed to its surface. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door swung open without warning, leaving Brandy with no support. causing him to stumble forward and fall into Snape's office, landing face down in a most undignified manner. "Oh dear. My apologies, Professor. I was merely passing by. Just passing by." Panic surged through him, and he momentarily forgot he was clad in an invisibility cloak. To an outside observer, it would appear as though only two twisted legs and a peculiar half-formed backside were visible on the floor. Flustered, he scrambled to his feet. His face as pale as a ghost. He understood the implications of attempting to sneak into Snape's office, even if he had committed no offense. I was just," he stammered, glancing towards the desk. To his astonishment, he realized he was uttering meaningless drivel. The office was entirely vacant. Bewildered, he turned back to the inexplicably ajar door, suddenly realizing that it had likely been left slightly open. Did Snape often leave his door unlocked? Bewildered, Brandy found himself, for the moment, secure. He meticulously rearranged his invisibility cloak to better conceal any exposed skin, and gently nudged the door nearly shut. He then surveyed the austere furnishings of Snape's office. Indeed, it reflected the aesthetic sensibilities of a veritable old bat. The accommodations were Spartan: a desk, a few chairs, and a fireplace that appeared perpetually unlit. A solitary, sizable cabinet stood sentinel in a corner near the desk, emanating the sibilant noise. Alas, the cabinet door was secured with a lock shimmering with magical energy, evidently fortified by potent enchantments, rendering a simple alohomora insufficient to breach its defenses. A semi-opaque drape veiled the sole window, casting the entire chamber in a dim, shadowy light that obscured distant objects. The walls were lined with shelves laden with jars and phials, containing viscous, unidentifiable fragments presumably harvested from sundry creatures, a rather repulsive display. Instinctively, Brandy recoiled from a jar containing what appeared to be a brain. He scanned the room cursorily and soon located the object of his search. Upon the desk, nestled behind the dim candlelight, sat 2 sets of tea service and a steaming teapot. 2 sets? He tilted his head, pondering if Snape intended to receive a guest. But hadn't he? Brandy was suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Could it be that Snape had merely stepped out for an urgent matter? Perhaps he had just gone to escort a guest. Clearly, his ominous premonition had manifested itself, for mere moments after this notion crossed his mind. He faintly heard the sound of hurried footsteps echoing down the distant corridor. In a flurry, he hastily retrieved Parvati's contraband, trembling as he prepared to add the illicit substance to the teacup. Just a drop or 2 might suffice, yet he could not discern which cup belonged to Snape. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to open the teapot lid and, with a nervous shake of the bottle in his hand, inadvertently poured half its contents into the brew. Oh no, he lamented internally, realizing it was too late to rectify his blunder as the footsteps approached the door. 2 figures were drawing near. He quickly replaced the teapot lid and shrank back, concealing himself in the shadow of the potion shelves to the right of the window. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Snape's austere visage. "Oh, dear." It seemed Peeves was once more attempting to intrude and wreak havoc, he muttered to himself, his tone smooth yet distinctly disconcerting. "I might need to place a charm at the door allowing only wizards entry. Wouldn't you agree, Quirrell?" He jested, stepping aside to reveal the pale and terrified face of Professor Quirrell. No way. Brandy was astounded. Snape had invited Professor Quirrell to his office for tea? Indeed. The stuttering Quirrell surveyed the room with trepidation, his pallid countenance betraying his anxiety. The 2 men approached and seated themselves in the chairs opposite one another at the desk. Snape shifted his chair back, nearly crushing Brandy's foot in the process. What is it? Severus?" Quirrell stammered, trembling with evident fear of Snape. His stuttering was more pronounced than ever. "You summoned me for a SS something?" "Summoned you? Huh." Snape's back was turned to Brandy, preventing him from discerning his expression, which surely was anything but amiable. "Mere moments ago, Mr. Filch, the castle caretaker, informed me that someone attempted to force their way down the right corridor on the 4th floor. He sought my assistance. One can imagine how cruel this is for a well-fed professor. Naturally, I was incensed, and I vowed that should I capture him, I would bring him to my office for an afternoon of tea." Ha ha ha. Quirrell's expression was peculiar, a dry laugh escaping his lips. As I ascended the stairs to the 4th floor, I was astonished to witness Snape nonchalantly wave his wand, causing the nearby teapot to levitate and begin pouring tea into 2 cups. He suddenly tilted his head in suspicion, and Brandy observed him seemingly sniffing the air. He tightened his robes, his knuckles rhythmically tapping the table as he concluded his unfinished thought. How intriguing, isn't that, Quirrell? Brandy felt somewhat bewildered as he attentively listened to each word. A cup brimming with tea soared into Quirrell's embrace, which he nervously caught, beads of sweat glistening on his face. Snape leaned forward, piercingly gazing into Quirrell's countenance. His tone abruptly turned frigid, reminiscent of the biting winds of December across the British Isles. Both Brandy and Quirrell instinctively shivered. "Dear Professor Quirrell," Snape began, "is it not your duty to remain in the common room rather than scurrying to the fourth floor to catch those mischievous students?" "It is indeed my responsibility, Severus," Quirrell replied, an awkward twitch of his cheek suggesting he attempted to ease the frosty atmosphere with a smile, though it only earned him a derisive huff in return. "Responsibility? Enough of your tiresome jest. I know what you are up to." Snape leaned in closer, warning, "Do not seek trouble. You ought to comprehend my words." From the adjacent potions classroom, Peeves erupted in exuberant shouts, his shrill voice startling Brandy to the brink of colliding with the shelf behind him. He strove to regain his composure as he heard Snape's low murmur, "You should carefully consider who is truly worth your allegiance." The bluntness of this statement made Brandy witness Quirrell's sudden and violent twitch. In a flurry, he feigned thirst, hurriedly grasping the teacup and gulping down its contents. "Oh, Professor, please, do not act this way." Brandy stood in astonishment. "Very well, Quirrell, I shall seek you out again today, but I have other matters to attend to for now, such as serving as a rather tedious referee." Snape, equally astonished, gazed at Quirrell as he completed his tasks, shrugging helplessly and straightening his posture. "Let us reconvene after the Quidditch match. Perhaps we should engage in a more thorough discussion. I will come find you, of course, provided you have no pressing matters at that time." Quirrell moved ahead, his demeanor awkward. Brandy wondered if the potion from Parvati had yielded some peculiar effect, though it seemed perhaps the moment had not yet arrived. The two hastily exited through the door, while Snape lingered outside, turning back to cast an odd glance over his office. A strange sensation washed over Brandy, as though he were being observed, though it was apparent that he was not. Snape scrutinized for a moment longer before waving his wand, causing the door to close automatically. Brandy stood in silence, hesitant to make a sound, as he patiently awaited the fading footsteps. At the very end of the echoes, he faintly discerned Chilo's anguished scream. Goodness! Could this be deemed an accidental injury to a teammate? Brandy wearily rubbed his forehead, his emotions in disarray. He hastily flung open the door to his office, pivoted, and dashed out, shedding his invisibility cloak and cradling it in his arms. No longer did he require the guise of concealment. He sprinted through the corridor with unbridled fervor. It was imperative that he relay this urgent news to everyone. He had failed. Snape had not partaken in tea at all. Harry was now in peril. Furthermore, the Philosopher's Stone was no longer secure, as it seemed he had inadvertently incapacitated its last protector. He had exacerbated the situation. He raced desperately, ascending straight from Snape's office to the 8th floor, a daunting climb akin to reaching the heavens. When he finally stood breathlessly before the portrait of the fat lady, he felt as though his very insides were on the verge of melting from exhaustion. To live, to survive, or to perish? This was a profound question worthy of contemplation. Brandy gasped for breath, laboriously stringing together words, taking an eternity to articulate his plea. He rolled his eyes in agony, nearly becoming the first Gryffindor to suffocate from an incomplete password. Indeed, the fat lady winked at him. "Oh my heavens, fat lady, why have you been insisting on such lengthy passwords these days?" "Ah," the fat lady raised her copy of Homer's epic. "Occasionally one must refine their sensibilities, mustn't one? Speaking of which, I plan to revisit Don Quixote in a few days. I hear it tells the tale of a foolish muggle, bewitched, who charges at windmills. Have you encountered that story?" "The tale you speak of, I must admit, I have yet to read." Brandy feebly waved his hand, signaling the plump woman to hastily let him inside. "Oh, are you not planning to watch the match?" The woman elegantly swung open the doorway, her curiosity piqued. "Everyone has been gone for quite some time now, but the game should not have commenced yet. You ought to hurry and prepare yourself. Perhaps a shower would be advisable. You are drenched in sweat." Brandy's legs suddenly stiffened at the threshold. In his rush, he had scarcely noticed the passage of time. Was it already nearing 2 o'clock? Instinctively, he leaned in to survey the room, and indeed, it was utterly deserted. He had arrived too late. "No, I have pressing matters." He pondered earnestly at the entrance, yet ultimately decided to squeeze through the door. He laboriously ascended the staircase and entered the dormitory, placing the invisibility cloak upon Harry's bed. Despite the urgency of the moment, such an item was best left behind when going to the stadium. First, it was decidedly impractical to walk while wearing it. Second, Brandy was well aware of the adage that one should not flaunt their wealth, particularly as this belonged to Harry. "Do not be foolish, Yale. The fish treats are in the box by the bed. Do not disturb Spot. He is not a tomcat." Before departing, he irritably patted Yale's head. who circled around Spot's mouse cage with mischievous intent. It was clear that she did not intend to devour Spot. This was a consensus shared between Brandy and Ron, as Yale did not perceive Spot as a mouse. However, she appeared to be quite bored and sought to entertain herself. Spot, terrified, huddled in one corner of the cage, trembling. Upon hearing Brandy's warning, Yale reluctantly emitted a sound, lazily leaping onto the bed and beginning to absent-mindedly rummage through the box containing the fish treats. Brandy suddenly began to reminisce about Harry's Hedwig. Do you think Brandy will succeed? In the stands, Hermione and her companions found the highest spot, conveniently situated next to Neville. Hermione appeared troubled, and Neville initially believed her concern stemmed from Harry's performance. Of course, Parvati patted her chest, declaring that anything produced by her would undoubtedly be splendid. It's precisely because it's your creation that I feel apprehensive. Hermione nervously shifted her legs, her fingers entwined. And although the potion in the bottle seemed to emit no peculiar scent, who could discern how it would taste? After all, Snape was the potion's master. I wonder if Brandy will get into any trouble. I currently have a very unsettling feeling. My instincts have always been quite accurate. Oh, do be quiet, Hermione, stop your nagging. Ron impatiently interjected as he nervously withdrew his wand from his pocket, clearly on high alert. If you utter any more nonsense, I might just forget the spells I've recently learned. The match is about to commence. Are you worried about Harry or Brandy? Hermione's face flushed immediately. She shot Ron an indignant glare and fell silent. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted above the stadium, with the opposite stands erupting in excited cheers. What was happening? The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. It's Dumbledore. Neville stood up, cheering loudly. He had come to watch the match. Ron suddenly leapt from the stands with a bit too much force, nearly twisting his ankle as he hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd to get a better view. Indeed, Neville was correct. That long, silver beard nearly dragging on the ground was utterly unique within the school. Ron let out a sigh of relief, with Dumbledore present. It seemed Harry was undoubtedly safe from peril. Who would dare to engage in mischief under Dumbledore's watchful gaze? He returned to sit beside Hermione and Parvati, his demeanor markedly lighter. Hey, now we are certain to win. How many points do you think we can score against Hufflepuff? He noticed his question went unanswered and turned back to Hermione and the others, slightly miffed. Their expressions seemed rather grim. What are you worried about? Dumbledore is here. Snape certainly won't act. Just look at his face. I have never seen him appear so gloomy before. It's quite satisfying. Suddenly, Ron's eyes widened as the realization struck him amidst the Quidditch chaos. If Snape is not causing trouble, then what about Brandy? He dared not think further. The match commenced, with red and yellow figures twisting and soaring through the air at high speeds. The chasers executed elegant maneuvers, eliciting waves of cheers from the stands. Angelina scored another 10 points, yet the trio in the east stand, who should have been jumping and shouting, sat as lifeless as three-stranded fish. Even Neville, who was beside himself with excitement, sensed something was amiss. He could not fathom why they appeared so heavy-hearted and anxious. Leaning against Ron, he attempted to lift the mood. But Ron was too preoccupied to focus on the match. Well, thanks for your kindness, Neville, but let me indulge in my sorrow for a while longer. After the match, we might need to head to the station to see Brandy off. Just then, someone poked Ron sharply in the back of his head. It was Malfoy. He was guffawing with Crabbe and Goyle at his side. You're heading to the station? Has Potter finally realized that Hogwarts is not a place for someone like him? Without parents and plans to return home after this match to get married? Oh, Weasley, I truly wish you had as much self-awareness as he does. Ron remained silent, knowing that he absolutely could not afford to cause any trouble. If he were caught fighting again, Snape's temper could escalate the situation significantly. If two serious incidents occurred in one day, he might end up in detention, but Brandy could very well face expulsion. His fists clenched, knuckles turning white as blood rushed to his head. Ron struggled to contain his anger, desperately trying to divert his attention elsewhere. Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a baseless penalty, claiming George's bludger had a suspicious intent to attack him. Hermione maintained her fingers crossed in a prayer-like gesture, eyes closed as she murmured incantations, undoubtedly praying for Brandy's safety. Parvati, covering her face, rushed out, seemingly overwhelmed with guilt since the potion had originated from her. Harry continued to soar like an eagle across the field, searching for the golden snitch, blissfully unaware of the terrifying possibility that his dear friend might be expelled. Not speaking, Malfoy sneered, making himself comfortable behind Ron and Neville. Are you speechless because you find my words so insightful? Look at you lot, Potter's friends, half-bloods, muggleborns, and a penniless fool. Neville's face flushed crimson as he turned around to confront Malfoy. Brandy said you were nothing but a bully. He stammered, Only violence can deal with someone like you. Malfoy's expression soured instantly. He snorted, and Crabbe and Goyle menacingly closed in on Neville. Are you referring to that uncouth oaf, Bonton? How dare you judge me? Ron fought to suppress the urge to punch Malfoy, tugging at Neville's sleeve. Calm down, mate. We can't afford to, oh. Look at Weasley. Malfoy whistled. That's the spirit. Longbottom. With your empty pig's brain, you wouldn't understand. If brains were gold, you'd be poorer than Weasley. I warn you, Malfoy, utter another word. Ron felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Suddenly, Harry executed a swift maneuver, ducking low and performing a 180-degree turn to evade a bludger hurtling toward him. Inciting gasps and cheers from the crowd, Hermione opened her eyes briefly, seemingly having realized something, and let out a sharp scream before exhaling in relief. Tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Oh, I had forgotten. Perhaps your brain isn't functioning well either, and you might just measure up to Longbottom. However, Malfoy hadn't finished speaking. He failed to comprehend what had just occurred when Neville lunged at him, knocking him to the ground, and all he saw was a fist approaching. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Ouch. He yelped, a bruise forming on his cheek. Neville sat triumphantly atop him, leaving Ron momentarily stunned. He had never seen Neville display such valor. After a moment, he vaulted over the seat to intercept Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione, brimming with excitement, dashed through the throng, cheering loudly for Harry. Oblivious to the scuffle behind her where Malfoy and Neville were entangled on the ground, and Goyle was fiercely tugging at Neville's hair. She remained unaware of Ron, who was grappling with Crabbe, emitting anguished cries. Hold on, you two, Ron exclaimed, having just received a punch from Crabbe, leaving him somewhat dazed. Yet, he seemed to perceive a familiar voice amidst the chaos, and he turned around in confusion. A blurred figure was swiftly parting the crowd, drawing nearer with each moment. He began to run, and then leaped over Ron with remarkable agility. Thud. Ah. A cry of distress erupted from Crabbe, prompting Ron to glance back. It appeared that Crabbe had taken a severe blow to the stomach, curling up on the ground, writhing in agony, his wails echoing with deep sorrow. Brandy rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Ron suddenly felt a twinge in his nose. You rascal, why did you arrive just now? You should be grateful to me. I just saved your precious snitch. Otherwise, it might have been taken by my home Yale for some unspeakable deeds. You must know. Yale is currently in heat, Brandy rambled on, anxiously glancing at Ron. And you'd better make a trip to the infirmary. Your nose seems to be crooked again. Ron felt a wave of relief wash over him as he wiped his nose, discovering it smeared with blood. Damn. Why is it always my nose that gets the brunt of my misfortunes? I've had enough of Madame Pomfrey's potions. I can't even breathe properly. They exchanged a knowing smile before turning back to charge toward the chaotic skirmish between Malfoy and Goyle. The odds shifted from 3 against 2. Harry dove down like a released arrow, desperately leaning forward, his body and broom almost parallel to the ground. With hawk-like eyes, he focused intently on Snape. A knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, he was steady in his aim. Everything was in his grasp. A collective gasp rose from the crowd as they pointed at Harry soaring through the air, their voices buzzing with excitement. Lee shouted in terror from the commentary booth. Harry Potter. What is he doing? It looks like he intends to dive straight into Professor Snape. He's south getting dangerously close, and there is no sign of him stopping. He is going to crash. The audience instinctively closed their eyes. In the air, Snape frantically mounted his broom, attempting to evade the impending collision, when suddenly, a golden object zipped past his ear, far too close for comfort. Almost immediately, a figure descended upon him. He had time to dodge, yet did not. Snape froze. Seemingly entranced, his gaze fixated on Harry's approaching face. Harry, oblivious to Snape's unusual demeanor, was entirely focused and serious. He extended his left hand and lunged forward. Ouch. With a cry of pain, he collided into Snape's arms, both tumbling off their brooms and rolling on the ground like marbles. His glasses were askew. Nonetheless, these were trivial matters. He quickly rose from the grass, and the crowd had opened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Was that a malicious charge against Snape? Indeed. He triumphantly raised his arm, tightly clutching the snitch. The stands erupted into cheers. This would be a new record. Never before had a seeker captured the snitch so swiftly in a match, with some spectators still having unopened drinks in their hands. The broadcast was filled with Lee Jordan's ecstatic screams. The snitch has been caught. At an astonishing speed. We see the Hufflepuff players already banging their heads against the ground. No, guys, this isn't your fault. That moment, Harry must have been possessed by Crumb. He executed a world-class finish. Perfection. Harry was overjoyed, daringly grinning at Snape. My apologies, Professor. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I was merely doing my job. Could you please blow the whistle? The match is over. Snape stood up, his expression a tumultuous blend of rage, nostalgia, and sorrow. It was a strange sight that left Harry momentarily at a loss. Yet, he quickly reverted to his usual disdain, tightening his robes and glaring at Harry, unusually refraining from uttering any vile comments as he blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. It seemed even Snape had no words for his own actions this time. Harry watched him adjust his robes, spitting out dirt in frustration, feeling an immense sense of relief. With the final whistle, both the game above and below concluded simultaneously. Parvati. Finally found you. Brandy is fine. I just saw him, and Harry won. We're in the lead. My goodness, what a lucky day. On the stands, Hermione was tightly embracing Parvati, whose cheeks were still stained with tears, both of them bouncing in excitement. Ron and Brandy were covered in dust, bruised and battered, waving energetically from their high perch. Neville was slumped beside them, appearing somewhat dazed. He noticed three figures scrambling away, possibly having just fought with those three, and it seemed they had won. He hoped they had given Malfoy a good thrashing. Harry looked on in exhilaration at the happenings in the stands, as Gryffindor students began to flood the pitch. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see Dumbledore's smiling face. You should have aimed for his face. Hitting him in the stomach is far too lenient. You must know Goyle nearly scalped Neville. Minutes later, Brandy and the others finally escaped the throng, quietly slipping out of the pitch. Both sporting bruises, Ron's nose still dripping blood, and assisting a swaying, somewhat dazed Neville. They had to lower their heads, allowing Hermione and Parvati to shield them from the prying eyes of onlookers. They could not explain their battered appearances, after all. Rolling down a flight of stairs could not possibly result in panda eyes. I can't bring myself to do it. Did you see Goyle's shiny face? Brandy feigned indifference, kicking at the dirt beneath him, wincing slightly as a twinge of pain shot through him. If I had thrown just one punch, ouch. I fear I might slip. On their way back, the two bickered loudly, both nursing their injuries, with Neville being particularly heavy, making their task quite strenuous. However, the two girls beside them amplified their masculine bravado, compelling them to endure the aches and boast shamelessly. They ambled slowly, under the amused gaze of Hermione and Parvati, to bid them farewell at the stairway on the second floor of the castle, as they needed to escort Neville to the infirmary and tend to their own faces. As expected, they were soon met with a stern reprimand from Madame Pomfrey, who, according to her, especially chastised Brandy, who had almost become Hogwarts' most frequent visitor to the infirmary this year. Can't you make it a little easier for my old bones? Students are like this. And so are teachers, Madame Pomfrey chattered, conjuring two bandages with her wand and wrapping Neville's head securely, as if mummifying him. Professor Quirrell also came to me recently. He was even more unruly than you lot, and I don't know what he consumed, but it seemed he was about to burn himself alive. Oh, Mr. Barton? Why is your face so pale? Speak the truth. Aside from receiving a few punches, did you fall victim to some curse? She keenly noticed Brandy's expression shift to one of discomfort, prompting her to question him with a frown. Brandy hastily shook his head, feigning curiosity. Madame Pomfrey? And what of Professor Quirrell? What else could he possibly be like? Despite my sincere intentions to conduct a thorough examination, he obstinately refused to cooperate, even declining to remove that oversized scarf. All he could utter was, I only need a few bottles of potion. Truly, he is oblivious to kindness. How can a professor of defense against the dark arts be so unaware of his own condition? The extent of his magical burns is such that mere potions will not suffice. Forgive me, madam, but you mentioned magical burns? Indeed, he seems unaware of what he's done. Perhaps engaging in some perilous experiment upon himself, resulting in his magic slowly igniting. This is no trivial matter, in such a state. Even the slightest attempt to wield magic brings forth an excruciating sensation akin to being scorched by flames. Moreover, one can distinctly feel their magic waning. Though this condition may not endure indefinitely, given Professor Quirrell's state and his stubbornness. Not willing to take the medicine? Madame Pomfrey clicked her tongue, her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. That will take at least 3 months. Why am I even telling you this? Hurry and put on your robes and be gone. You've sullied the bed with mud. With a sudden glare, she shooed the fully recovered Brandy and Ron out of the room. Upon their return, Brandy recounted the predicament he had stirred up that afternoon. I told you my instincts were spot on. Brandy, you fool. I leave for just a moment, and you managed to create such a mess. Can't you think for yourself? Hermione exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she raised her hand, only to realize she had initially supported Brandy's ill-fated idea, leaving her to glare at him in displeasure. What a predicament. Meanwhile, the ever-unfazed Parvati was nearby, stifling her laughter behind a large book. And you, Parvati. She was met with Hermione's disapproving glare. Just then, Harry burst into the common room, breathless. They once again gathered in their usual spot, forming a small circle as they listened to Harry's recent revelations. I just followed the sneaky Snape into the Forbidden Forest on my broom. He was threatening Professor Quirrell, pressing him for the means to subdue Lockhart. He demanded to know who Quirrell should truly pledge his allegiance to. Quirrell's face had turned ashen, drenched in sweat. I wager he had endured severe torment from Snape prior to this encounter. When Snape departed, I even saw him smirking triumphantly. You would not believe how unsettling it is to witness Snape smile. Silence enveloped the group as Hermione, Parvati, and Ron turned their peculiar gazes toward Brandy. What are you all staring at? Has Brandy's bruise vanished? Harry questioned, perplexed. I'm discussing serious matters here. Pay attention. Lowering his head, Brandy's embarrassment turned his cheeks crimson. His voice was feeble. They were rather earnest. Professor Quirrell has not been tormented by Snape. I must have been mistaken. What did you say? He looked up, his expression one of utter despair. The potion I gave Snape was discovered. I witnessed him tricking Professor Quirrell into consuming Parvati's potion. I seem to have inadvertently betrayed my teammate. However, in stark contrast to Brandy's most pessimistic thoughts, Professor Quirrell exhibited remarkable resilience and bravery. Over the following days, he appeared increasingly pale and gaunt, even walking with a discernible wobble, yet he had not succumbed entirely to the toxic torment inflicted by Snape and his foolish accomplice. This only intensified Brandy's belief that attending his classes was a torturous endeavor. Each time he stuttered or coughed, inviting mockery from his peers, he would bow his head in shame, unable to meet Professor Quirrell's gaze. He had subtly transformed into the most diligent student in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, diligently noting every piece of knowledge beyond the textbook that Professor Quirrell mentioned, despite the fact that there was little of substance to record from Quirrell's method of teaching. Yet, this at least signified a certain dedication. Brandy was diligently comforting herself. In truth, Brandy was not alone in her endeavors. Ever since the quintet learned about Professor Quirrell's valiant defense of the Philosopher's Stone, everyone had undergone a significant transformation. During these days, whenever Harry encountered Professor Quirrell on the way, he would greet him with an encouraging smile, having attempted to embrace or shake hands. Though it was evident that Professor Quirrell did not favor such expressions of affection, Ron began to persuade others to cease mocking Quirrell's stutter, although his efforts yielded little success, as he himself was often the first to laugh whenever Quirrell stumbled over his words. Parvati, too, had remarkably given up her pastime of perusing idle books during Quirrell's lessons. Her ancient tome had finally been returned. Fortunately, according to her, she had essentially mastered the theoretical knowledge, rendering the absence of reading inconsequential. Thus, she now opted to doze off during Quirrell's class instead. Ultimately, it seemed that the collective transformation of the group held little significance for the professor. However, in the eyes of everyone, as time passed, Professor Quirrell's demeanor at least appeared less frightening than before, which was, if nothing else, a modest improvement, was it not? One day, as they sat together engaging in lively conversation, they noticed Hermione entering the common room, drenched in sweat and clutching a towering stack of books, with several precarious sheets of parchment teetering atop the literary mountain. Hermione, Brandy, having just relished the spectacle of Parvati being ruthlessly defeated by Ron in Wizard's chess, curiously approached and assisted Hermione by placing the books on the table. What are you doing? Haven't we already uncovered the truth about Nicholas Flamel? Hermione plopped down in the chair vacated by Brandy, letting out a sigh of relief. It was apparent that even Hermione found it quite arduous to carry such a hefty pile of books. Once she caught her breath, she impatiently replied, "What are your eyes so wide for? Can you not see the titles of those books?" Brandy helplessly shrugged under the gloating gazes of others, accustomed to Hermione's temper, which always seemed to be a tad more irritable towards him than anyone else. He turned to the side of the stack of books that bore covers and let out a faint groan. Reference books and notes? Hermione. The final exams are still centuries away. Only 10 weeks, Hermione languidly curled up in the armchair, relishing the warmth from the fire and the heat radiating from the seat back, warmed by the previous occupant. Not centuries away. And there are also 10 days of Sundays and holidays in between. We don't have much time left. Yes, there are still 10 weeks, not only 10 weeks. Ron had to remind her with a frown, it's only March now. Moreover, who in need of revision could possibly be you? You obviously know everything. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just discovered a foolish pig. It's only March now. Are you out of your mind? Our exams are in June. Do you want to be held back? Huh. I should have started revising a month ago. I really don't know what I was thinking, being dazed by that Nicodemus. She straightened up, taking several sheets of parchment from the top of the stack and distributing them to Harry and the others. What is this? Harry asked, bemused, as he received the parchment and read aloud. The Mysteries of the Stars, a comprehensive guide to basic spells, a complete interpretation of hundreds of herbs. 5 years of theory and 2 years of practice. What is all this? The parchment seemed to list about a dozen magical books, some of which Harry had never even heard of. This is a tailored revision plan for you. No need to thank me, Harry. Hermione turned her head proudly. By the way, that 5 years of theory and 2 years of practice is actually an advanced book for O.W.L.S. But I think you've done well in your charms class. Perhaps it will help you achieve a higher score. Different from mine? Ron stared blankly at his revision plan. Clearly much longer than Harry's. I have nearly 20 books. Is that even feasible to finish in 2 months? Oh, Ron, there's no helping it. You always pass notes with the Ravenclaw girls in class. Your foundation is much weaker than Harry's. At that moment, Parvati suddenly burst into a fit of giggles. Harry and Ron leaned over to see, surprised to find that Parvati's revision plan contained only the original textbooks and a few materials on transfiguration. That's not fair. Parvati must be the dimmest among us. Exactly. She can't even tell sweet potatoes from regular potatoes. Parvati grinned, her brows arched, gleefully gesturing towards Harry and Ron. Humph. You two have mocked me as dim-witted all day, but look at me. I'm quite clever. My revision plan is reduced by merit. What is there to be jealous of, right, Hermione? Parvati cheerfully attempted to pounce on Hermione, only to be repelled by a look of disdain. Not at all. Hermione shot her a glare. I'm just saying you probably won't have much chance of scoring high. You haven't even taken notes. Just trying to pass the textbook would be a blessing from the heavens. Oh, Merlin. I do not wish to have a friend who might get held back. Ugh. Bullying. The smile immediately vanished from Parvati's face, her expression scrunching up in dismay. Harry and Ron had already slumped over the back of their chairs, laughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Hermione held another parchment in her hand, dark and ominous, indicating that the book she needed to read had reached astronomical levels. This must be Brandy's own copy, he thought, sighing in frustration as he reached for the parchment. Unexpectedly, Hermione suddenly pulled her hand back, leaving Brandy grasping at air. What are you doing? She asked, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance, her quick, cunning eyes darting back to Brandy. Brandy innocently blinked her eyes and declared nonchalantly, It's my study plan. Who said this plan was intended for you? Hermione huffed, curling her legs beneath her as she nestled deeper into the plush cushion, the flickering flames behind her casting a dancing shadow. In that fleeting moment, Brandy experienced a whimsical illusion, as if a fluffy fox tail had sprouted beneath Hermione. This is my plan. How could someone as dull-witted as you possibly comprehend such a multitude of books? Huh? Brandy gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Realizing she was not jesting, he stood there, pointing at himself, his face a mask of bewilderment. What about me? He inquired. Hermione, with a finger pressed against her lips, squinted her eyes, revealing a familiar, sinister smile. To prevent you, troublesome as you are, from running amok, the benevolent and merciful Miss Granger has made a generous decision. Mr. Bandon shall remain by my side for the next few days, diligently engrossed in his studies. Her tone carried an inexplicable authority, rendering Brandy too intimidated to even take a deep breath. No more mischief shall be tolerated. Brandy's lips twitched as he felt, from that moment on, that his world had crumbled. However, it must be said that Hermione's perception was indeed astute. The teachers seemed to have anticipated the exams in June. Consequently, they inundated students with an abundance of assignments, rendering the Easter holiday far less enjoyable and leisurely than the Christmas break. With Hermione beside them, reciting key concepts with meticulous precision or brandishing her wand mischievously to practice spells, none of them could muster the enthusiasm to indulge in leisure. Thus, they found themselves spending the majority of their days ensconced in the library alongside Hermione, lamenting as they tackled their coursework. In stark contrast to their plight, Hermione hummed cheerfully while engrossed in her reading. Hermione, I dare you. One morning, after transfiguration class, they jostled into the great hall, eager to feast on a roast chicken. Suddenly, Parvati, seemingly possessed by some whimsical spirit, burst through the door with an air of inexplicable confidence, standing defiantly before Hermione, her demeanor utterly foolish. Even without your help, I will achieve high marks in the final exams. To Parvati's credit, given her usual academic standing, such a bold wager was indeed astonishing. For a moment, even Hermione was rendered speechless by her audacity. All eyes turned to them, filled with a mix of pity and disbelief. Harry and Brandy exchanged hushed whispers. Has this silly girl missed her medication? Perhaps we should knock her out and send her to the hospital wing. I suspect she has been hit with a confrontish charm. Hey, at least take this seriously, Parvati exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. I worked hard to convince my sister to help. Padma? Brandy said, a hint of skepticism in his voice. He believed her, for she was indeed a Ravenclaw prodigy, but hadn't she always opposed seeking her sister's assistance? Insisting on maintaining her dignity? Upon hearing this, Parvati immediately deflated. But we should unite against Hermione. After all, she called me foolish. She sulked beside Brandy, mumbling under her breath, dignity has long been lost anyway. That, indeed, was the crux of the matter. But how do you expect Padma to assist you? Harry inquired. Taking a bite of bacon, his words somewhat garbled. Are you the type to sit quietly and study? Well, all right. You have been quite diligent lately, he conceded. Slightly vexed as he tapped his head. Did Padma devise a study plan for you? No, she didn't, Parvati chirped happily. But she promised to help me find the study notes left by the Ravenclaw alumni. The knowledge contained within must be comprehensive. Three individuals exchanged a complex glance. Finally appreciating the value of classroom notes, though Hermione appeared less than amiable. Just then, they spotted Padma approaching from the Ravenclaw table, her backpack slung over her shoulder. In stark contrast to her sister Parvati, Padma's demeanor was as cold and sculpted as a statue, and she was far less talkative. Sister, the notes, she succinctly stated, opening her bag and beginning to extract books one by one. The materials were evidently aged, predominantly consisting of loose-leaf paper bound together with simple stitching, some even with covers so worn that their titles were indecipherable. Initially, Parvati received the books with a cheerful smile, but as the stack grew taller, a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. My dear sister? She hesitantly inquired, are you certain these are merely first-year notes? Padma nodded slightly, her expression still impassive. I have searched thoroughly. This is comprehensive. However, few Ravenclaws retain their notes upon graduation. Most prefer to take them away. These are all I could find. She produced a notebook and gestured towards it. This one is from 7 years ago. After handing it to her bewildered sister, she retrieved another that appeared even older. This one is from 20 years past. Wait. Parvati interjected hurriedly, interrupting Padma's continued search for more books. Surely you haven't brought every first-year course notebook from the entire Ravenclaw library? How concerned are you that I might fail? Padma imperceptibly nodded. Because you were not diligent enough, sister. Parvati felt on the verge of tears. Ultimately, unable to resist her sister's insistence, Padma returned a significant portion of the books, retaining only a few she deemed essential. Yet, for Parvati, even this selection was overwhelming. She had never confronted such a multitude of notes at once, leaving her somewhat disoriented. As laughter was stifled, the group eagerly gathered around to assist her in organizing the disarray of books on the long table. Your sister is truly kind, Hermione remarked enviously, helping to stow the notes into Parvati's bag. She must have searched for quite a while. Some of these are over 20 years old. Oh, wait. There are even older ones. She lifted a thread-bound notebook, its structure nearly disintegrating. Hermione curiously flipped through its contents, occasionally gasping in astonishment. There are notes from 40 years ago? Wow, Transfiguration was taught by Dumbledore himself back then. I would love to return to that time and attend his lectures. I am certain I would learn so much. With a whirlwind of motion, she glanced through the notebook before reluctantly placing it into Parvati's bag. What meticulous notes! The owner of this book must have been an exceptional Ravenclaw, one Oliver Habay. Oliver Habay? Brandy instinctively cast a glance at Parvati, regrettably noting that Parvati's goldfish memory had evidently allowed her to forget all about Oliver Hornby. She remained with a mournful expression, idly poking at her bulging backpack, which had now taken on a distinctly square shape, its corners threatening to split. Yet, what significance would it hold if he reminded her? At the time of the incident, Myrtle was at least 15 years old, which meant she was in 4th grade. And whatever Oliver might have inscribed in his notes likely bore no relation to this first-grade transformation class notebook. Moreover, having left his belongings in the Ravenclaw library, such a clandestine and unethical matter ought to remain buried within the recesses of one's mind. He absent-mindedly retrieved the notebook, flipping through its pages to check for hidden compartments or notes tucked within, or anything highlighted for emphasis. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was as he had anticipated. Brandy discovered nothing amiss. He gently shook his head and returned the notebook to its place, entirely oblivious to the skeptical glance Hermione shot in his direction. After classes in the afternoon, The five of them proceeded to the library as usual, striving to complete the assignment from Professor Sprout regarding commonly used herbal treatments for physical injuries and pharmacological analyses. Alongside Professor McGonagall's transfiguration homework, they sighed heavily, yawning frequently, and impatiently turned the thick pages of their tomes. Hermione, ever the overachiever, had long since completed all her homework and was leisurely engrossed in the hefty books she referred to as leisure reading beside her. I can never remember this. After approximately 40 minutes, Ron could no longer endure the frustration. He angrily tossed his quill aside, leaving an inky blot on his parchment, and stared longingly out the window. The sky was clear and pristine, a blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, and the air was infused with the fragrance of fresh grass and spring wheat from outside the castle, heralding the imminent arrival of summer. No one paid him any attention. Everyone was preoccupied. The sound of pages being turned echoing through the room as several struggled to navigate the vast world of magical herbs and fungi in relation to white nightshade and ground cherry. At that moment, they heard Ron's astonished voice. "Hagrid, you actually came to the library?" Turning in the direction of the sound, they saw Hagrid emerge from behind the bookshelf. It was no wonder Ron spotted him. Even standing still, he towered 2 feet above the shelves. "Do I appear to be the sort who dislikes reading?" Hagrid hesitantly approached, seemingly concealing something within the folds of his coat. However, given his considerable girth and the moleskin coat he wore, it was evident to all that an irregular bulge protruded from his midsection. Suddenly, he seemed to grow suspicious of them. "Still searching for Nicodemus, are you?" "Please. We've known who he is for ages," Ron replied, turning with a smug expression, his hands resting on the back of his chair. "We even know what Ruby is guarding." "Hush, Hagrid," he exclaimed, waving his hands in a startled manner. "There are so many people here. Keep your voice down. Speaking of which, we have a few questions to ask you." "Hagrid," Harry interjected, setting his quill aside. "It's about the mechanisms on the 4th floor. I want to know if anyone besides Ruby—" "All right. Hagrid interjected, hurriedly covering Harry's mouth with his large hand, which resembled a paddle, completely obscuring Harry's face. The others looked on with interest as Harry struggled desperately, his face growing increasingly pale as it peered through Hagrid's fingers. "Listen, you lot, if you have questions, come find me later. I happen to have something good to show you. But remember, I never agreed to tell you anything, so don't go spreading it around. This is not information for students to know." In unison, they nodded, their eyes fixed intently on Harry, who ultimately relinquished his struggle, his hands dropping in defeat. "See you later," Hagrid said cheerfully as he exchanged greetings with Ron. He contentedly placed the nearly suffocated Harry back in his seat, nodded at them, and clomped away. "Why didn't anyone remind him?" Harry exclaimed, finally sitting up after a minute of rubbing his neck. His face contorted in indignation as he glared at Brandy and the others. "Are we not the kind of siblings who stand by each other through thick and thin?" Brandy and her companions exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in their mischief as they spread their hands wide. What, one might wonder, had Hagrid just concealed? After a brief bout of laughter, the group settled into a contemplative silence, with Hermione pondering aloud. Perhaps it pertains to the Philosopher's Stone? Or maybe some other mechanism guarding it. This notion seemed to spark an idea in Harry and Ron, who were both feeling weary from their assignments. They shared a curious glance, and Ron declared, "This is simple enough. Let us investigate the book he was just searching for." With that, the two jumped from their seats and swiftly disappeared behind the shelves. Brandy shook his head and continued to scribble vigorously on the parchment. However, it wasn't long before he began to notice that Pavarti's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. She seemed to be troubled by something. "What is it, Pavarti? Is the material too challenging?" Pavarti, somewhat perplexed, clutched the notebook that Padma had given her that morning. "Is the English from 40 years ago vastly different from today? Or is it that my English was actually taught by Indians? Ah, indeed, my English was taught by my mother. Such foolishness leaves me at a loss for words." Brandy and Hermione simultaneously rolled their eyes and gathered around Parvati. "All right, which word do you not recognize this time?" Parvati's slender finger pointed to the word at the top of page 43 in the notes. Brandy leaned over curiously, only to be swiftly disappointed. "Inherit? Parvati, you don't even know this word?" "Of course I know it. It means to inherit." Parvati pouted in exasperation. "Look at the entire sentence. Observe the grammar. What is so difficult about it?" Brandy, feeling defiant, patted her chest and began translating sentence by sentence. The transformation of large objects requires careful attention to the amplitude of the wand's movement and the apex of its arc, with special emphasis on the spell's ancient lineage. Young wizards should consciously abandon the pronunciation of Karasado. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, to his embarrassment, that he too could not continue reading. What is this? I can understand the beginning and the end, but with that middle part, it's hardly a coherent sentence. See, I told you there was something wrong with that sentence. What do you think, Hermione? Hermione remained silent, seemingly distracted, her gaze deeply scrutinizing the entire page. Her expression was grave and serious. The handwriting on this page is from the same person. I've confirmed it. Parvati blurted out. Indeed, it is from the same individual, but that is not my point. Hermione carefully removed the page from the notes and placed it alongside several others. Look, although the handwriting is certainly from one person, this page's script is markedly different from the others, as if she pondered her words, as if there were a significant time gap. The handwriting here appears far more mature and refined than the others. If you put it that way, Brandy interjected, it does seem that way. And even the overall appearance of this page is slightly different from the rest, I mean in texture. But look. The end of this page connects perfectly with the second page. What does that imply? Oliver. She deliberately tore down the original piece of paper and recopied it with this perplexing addition. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? Brandy asked. Suddenly, Hermione turned her head, a peculiar glimmer in her eyes. That is something you might need to answer first. I've been meaning to ask you at lunch. How do you know her, Oliver Hornby? With Parvati completely unaware of the origin of the seven-pointed star card and Hermione oblivious to her conversation with Moaning Myrtle, Brandy had no choice but to recount the story starting from room 13 until the conclusion of Parvati's ancient tome. Parvati listened as if it were a story, until finally she lightly tapped her right hand against her left palm, a look of realization dawning upon her face. Well, I thought that name sounded familiar. Are you saying that Oliver likely took the third seven-pointed star card? Upon hearing Brandy's narration, Hermione's brow furrowed tightly. But that shouldn't be the case, right? According to your account, Oliver would even fall out with Moaning Myrtle over the card. She must have truly desired to possess that card. But this abrupt addition seems less like boasting and more like a hint. She actually placed a hint in the Transfiguration notes. What could that possibly mean? Her fingers rhythmically tapped the table as she began to ponder this motive. If I were a new Ravenclaw student reading the senior's notes and came across this sentence, I would surely be curious. What could this hint be pointing to? Which door in the school would prevent young wizards from entering? Does this restriction on young wizards pertain to age or other factors? And then I would. Her eyes widened. Parvati, quickly take us to find Padma. If it were me, I would look for Oliver's other notes. She might have left hints in each year's Transfiguration notes. Parvati and Brandy exchanged startled glances, disregarding their cluttered table as the three of them dashed out of the library in a frenzy, even forgetting to inform Harry and Ron. Sister, after much flattery toward Padma, she finally cast a doubtful glance at the three of them and then turned to approach Ravenclaw Tower. Half an hour later, while Brandy and the others anxiously awaited, she finally emerged from the common room. Can you truly confirm that there is a secret about treasure within? Just watch, my foolish sister. I shall show you the wisdom of Gryffindor. Parvati gleefully leaped onto her sister, lightly tapping Padma on the head. Indeed, from any angle, it was clear that Parvati should be the younger sister. The four of them scurried around like headless flies until they found an unused classroom on the 5th floor. They slipped inside, gathered around a desk, and carefully extracted the 7 volumes of notes from their bags, turning each page to search for the dissonant sentences, transcribing them onto parchment. Before long, they had copied sentences from all 7 books, staring at each other with astonished expressions. The Treasury's lineage traces back to ancient times. Young wizards are advised to consciously abandon first year, page 43. Of course, if you stubbornly hold your opinions, you may discover the answers needed during your ascent, second year. Page 27. A certain classroom may yield results, but the pioneers have yet to find it, third year, page 19. The 5th seal has been activated, yet obtaining the corresponding treasure requires trials, as it could be fatal, fourth year, page 22. Remain vigilant, especially around those with eyes full of ambition, 5th year, page 31. This is a cautionary reminder to anyone coveting the door hidden deep within Hogwarts. Your predecessors may have left behind lessons with their lives. I adhere to our agreement and have recorded the remaining messages and other notes, 6th year, page 4. One of the keys has been hidden with my best friend, and as a price, I have forever lost her, 7th year, page 10. To be continued. What on earth is going on here? Padma could no longer maintain her neutral expression, her mouth slightly agape, revealing her astonishment and confusion. What is this all about? Let Padma explain it to you later. For now, we need to figure out what Oliver is truly up to. Hermione carefully removed the problematic page from the 7 notebooks, laying them out neatly to scrutinize. I don't know if you've noticed, but these 7 pages were not written at the same time. Look at this. She picked up the 7th-year page, which appeared slightly different, its color a pale pink. This page is the most distinctive. Even its style and color differ from the others. Thus, it stands to reason that this message was likely added last. Considering the overall content of the 7 messages, the 1st through 5th seem to form a coherent narrative, while the 6th is merely Oliver's own words. But it remains a mystery what happened afterward. After fulfilling her agreement with that pioneer, she hastily added this page, perhaps to inform us of the whereabouts of one key. Is it related to her acquiring the 3rd seal from Moaning Myrtle? I believe it is not so simple, Brandy said, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow. If the key she mentioned refers to the card in Hermione's possession, according to Parvati's account, the ancient text of Ravenclaw do not reveal a 3rd seal. Therefore, theoretically, Oliver must have obtained it at the time of Myrtle's demise. Yet, why did she choose to document this only before graduation? Had she hidden the card with her close friend, who ultimately perished as a result? This question can only be posed to Oliver of that time. Perhaps I could investigate what transpired at the school during Oliver's 7th year, to determine if anyone else suffered a similar fate, but that is not for now, Hermione remarked. I am more intrigued by the information concealed within the first 6 messages. She picked up a charcoal pencil and circled the word gate in the first message. First of all, Brandy, does this word remind you of where else you might have encountered it? Classroom 13, Brandy replied, recalling Wright's note, but the gate has already been opened. We decided to try our luck. Indeed, Hermione inscribed Reitman's name beside the word. Based on the current intelligence, it is highly probable that the gate mentioned by Oliver and Reitman refers to the same entity. Moreover, Wright's ability to access Classroom 13 indicates his proficiency in advanced magic. The sorting hat also noted that Wright was a young boy, thus he could not have been of age. If he could open the gate, it implies that she added a note after the term young wizard, stating that age is irrelevant. Sufficient magical power is required. Hence, the first constraint is not an issue for us, Brandy. You undoubtedly possess this qualification. This is simply remarkable. Parvati gazed in awe at Hermione's confident visage, murmuring to herself. Next, regarding the second issue, Wright left that message in 1942, while Oliver Hornby was also around that time. They simultaneously referenced something that has remained largely unknown for centuries. Wright even mentioned trying their luck, along with a reference to the pioneers. Are you suggesting they might have known each other? It is almost certain. I do not believe this kind of chamber exploration would be widely known. Furthermore, this implies that the pioneers could refer to Wright and his companion. However, Oliver seems unaware of his friend's identity. Hermione pondered, writing Wright? Before pioneers. The problem lies in the 6th message stating that the pioneers may have left lessons with their lives, yet it only referred to one individual, not a group. Considering the 5th message, Parvati seemed to suddenly realize something troubling, gasping. Are you implying that Wright died after that expedition? At the very least. He never reappeared at the school. Otherwise, Oliver would not have used the word perhaps. Moreover, during that time, only Wright went missing. Suddenly, Brandy had an epiphany. The individual who accompanied him on the expedition must have returned unscathed. Not only that, but he also deliberately chose not to report this incident to the school, concealing the reason for Wright's disappearance. Oh my, does this mean we should remain vigilant? Wright must have sensed something was amiss before he left. Perhaps. It is more than that, Brandy. Hermione bit her lip, her expression grave. If that were the case, he could have simply informed Oliver of his companion's name, allowing her to report to the headmaster directly after he lost contact. Yet he did not, or perhaps he could not, for some reason. Brandy recalled the unbreakable vow Professor Dumbledore had used months prior. A chill ran down her spine. In summary, based on my understanding, let us set aside Oliver's personal message for now. Hermione picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write. Wright and friend A discovered the 5th seal from an unknown source, and they established a magical contract, promising not to disclose their secret of seeking the gate to anyone else. They later discovered the gate, and either Wright or friend A opened it. However, they found that merely opening the gate was insufficient. A trial was required, one that was perilous and could cost lives. Thus, they decided to return to prepare. Yet, Wright might have sensed ambition and ill intent emanating from friend A, fearing that this companion would commit wrongdoing. Consequently, he decided to inform Oliver, leaving behind several messages and hints regarding the gate's location, so she could discreetly relay this to any future students who might discover the 7th seal. Shortly thereafter, they visited the gate, and Wright vanished. Friend A escaped successfully, and at this point, the magical contract should have lost its potency. Yet, for some unknown reason, Friend A still showed no intention of reporting to the school. Is that so? Brandy exclaimed. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? She rambled on while swiftly writing down her thoughts. She finally completed her work and lifted her head, only to find everyone staring at her in astonishment. As if observing a rare extraterrestrial, Hermione suddenly felt a bit bashful. It seems I truly overlooked something. Brandy took the parchment from Hermione, her expression complex. Exclaiming in wonder, so our dear Miss Know-It-All is not merely adept at rote memorization, she possesses an extraordinary aptitude for logical reasoning as well. No sooner had she spoken than Hermione's face transformed dramatically, shifting from a calm and composed demeanor to one flushed with embarrassment, akin to a shrimp being steamed. Her moist eyes fixed on Brandy, she bit her lip and, in a sudden fit of indignation, delivered a sharp kick to Brandy, who emitted an earth-shattering scream. Do not call me Coco, the adorable know-it-all. You fool. Hey, I was complimenting you. Is that worthy of a kick? Brandy, still reeling from the pain, rubbed her leg. Her face a portrait of grievance. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the group finally realized the commotion Brandy had caused. They hurriedly gathered the messages and analyses, placing the parchment into Hermione's pocket. After an extensive discussion, mostly Hermione speaking while Brandy and others cheered, they unanimously acknowledged Hermione's role as the brains of their little group. I will return to the library to search for the books left by Oliver Hornby to see if there are any additional clues. If I find anything, I will inform you at once. After putting the 7 notebooks back into her magically enhanced bag, Padma spoke in her usual calm tone. Though her rising chest and flushed cheeks suggested her excitement was far from subdued, it appears that the spirit of adventure may not solely belong to the Gryffindors. Very well. Padma, Hermione nodded as they exited the classroom and walked down the corridor. Then we shall endeavor to decipher the meaning of that upward journey. For it is likely a clue to entering the gate. I believe it would be prudent for us to establish a regular meeting time each week to exchange information. We cannot always find the time to visit the Ravenclaw common room to seek you out. We have another pressing matter to address. No problem. Let us convene on Wednesday evenings. The astronomy class is attended by the entire year, so we can gather together then. Professor Sinistra does not assign specific seating. As long as one gazes up at the sky, that suffices. However, in case of an urgent matter, an owl may certainly seek me out. I typically reside in the Ravenclaw library during my free time. Speaking of which, Granger, she hesitated momentarily before amending her words. Do we truly require a magical contract of sorts? Absolutely not. Brandy responded, noticing the 3 Gryffindors smiling at her in unison. Friendship and trust need not be confined by contracts, do they? Padma and Brandy bid farewell at the 5th-floor staircase. She needed to return to the Ravenclaw Tower, while they were headed to the library, although it was nearly mealtime. This was primarily due to their hurried pace, which did not allow them to greet Harry and Ron, who had dashed off to play detectives. They failed to notice that upon their return, the items on the table remained undisturbed, likely waiting there persistently. Indeed, as soon as they stepped inside, they immediately spotted the 2 individuals still fervently scribbling on their parchment. At first glance, they appeared to be 2 academically diligent scholars, committed to progressive thought. Yet, how could that be? Brandy stifled a laugh as he witnessed Hermione striding towards the 2 with a face as pale as death. Hey, you two. The pair, engrossed in their copying of assignments, were suddenly jolted by a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. They froze in place, fear gripping them. Hermione stood behind them, exuding an inexplicable and terrifying aura, in other words, a palpable sense of menace. I do not recall ever granting you permission to rummage through my bag, do I? Her gaze fixed on Harry, who felt as though a sharp dagger were being twisted in his back. Hermione, please, you must remain calm. Let me explain, it was Ron. I swear. It was all Ron's doing. I merely stole a glance. What? Ron was taken aback by Harry's audacious claim, turning to him in a panic, his voice rising an octave as though he were about to unleash a torrent of invective. I never imagined you would stoop so low, Harry. You were the one who said that since Hermione and the others were in such a hurry, there must be something urgent going on and that they wouldn't return for a while. You suggested we quietly engage in some mischief. And now you cast all the blame upon me. Does your conscience not ache? Isn't it because you took so long finishing the herbology essay, claiming there was still time, and insisted on reviewing the transfiguration assignment, leading to us being caught red-handed? Can't you take responsibility for this? Who told you to copy so slowly? I was merely trying to check the transfiguration answers out of sheer boredom, all right? Honestly, you take forever even to copy an assignment, and here you are, using 4 eyes. The 2 launched into a furious exchange, revealing each other's hidden transgressions in a theatrical display of love and mutual animosity, until they were interrupted by Madame Pants. who arrived with a feather duster, delivering a couple of sharp raps. Witnessing this scene, Hermione turned back expressionlessly, casting a peculiar glance at Brandy, who was laughing uncontrollably. "Tell me," she inquired, "what kind of sentiments do you harbor while residing with these two rascals?" Brandy. 5 minutes later, Ron and Harry sat dejectedly in their chairs, each bearing a crimson mark on their foreheads. Hagrid was indeed likely engaged in something extraordinary. "Just look at this." He mumbled something unintelligible, presumably disparaging Madame Pomfrey. Ron stood up and pushed a stack of books towards him. Brandy glanced over curiously, from Egg to Resurrection, a guide to raising dragons. The varieties of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, postpartum care for mother dragons, the legend of dragon riders. This too? Upon hearing this, Ron suddenly turned pale, hastily pulling the book out and stuffing it into his bag. No, this is just fiction. I brought it for leisure reading. Besides, Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He mentioned it to me the very first time we met. Harry chimed in beside him. But that is illegal. The Wizarding Conference over 200 years ago explicitly prohibited individuals from privately raising dragons due to safety concerns. You will find it exceedingly difficult to convince a dragon to remain docile in its nest. You should see the scars on Charlie. They are all from wild dragons in Romania. I know that. Parvati finally discovered a topic she could contribute to and quickly interjected. My mother is of Indian descent, and the Bengal wasp resides near her hometown. I witnessed wizards capturing them as a child. It required 20 or 30 people to perform a dance to prevent them from flying before they could collectively use a stunning spell to subdue them. Ron was utterly bewildered. That must be a custom unique to India. Here, we gather and use large-scale magic to trap the dragon before employing a stunning spell. Hey, you've led us off track. He slapped the table, leaning forward to gaze at everyone with a gleeful smile. Don't you want to see what Hagrid is truly up to? An hour later, they knocked on the door of the small house beside the forbidden forest. How peculiar. It was tea at mealtime, yet wisps of smoke billowed from the chimney. Is Hagrid cooking? Parvati curiously tugged at Brandy's sleeve. But I see him at every dinner? Perhaps he is having 2 meals. I sometimes do that, Brandy remarked, smirking a little. Otherwise, how could he be so tall? His gaze triumphantly roamed over Parvati's petite head, as if to remind her of the rather unpleasant reality that she stood half a head shorter than him. Humph. Parvati stood on tiptoe, realizing she still didn't measure up to Brandy, and thus huffed in discontent, puffing out her cheeks and refusing to look at him any longer. Oh, it's Harry. Come in, you lot. Hagrid swung the door open. The inside of the small house was stifling. Despite the bright spring sunshine outside, a roaring fire blazed within, causing Brandy to sweat profusely the moment he stepped inside. With 5 people entering, the small house felt rather cramped. Hagrid had them all sit on his bed and served them tea and sandwiches. Parvati seemed quite fascinated by the house's decor, constantly looking around. All right. You said you had questions for me? Yes. We are eager to clarify what other mechanisms guard the Philosopher's Stone besides the Fluffy. We know that Fluffy merely watches over an entrance. Hagrid frowned slightly. Clearly, I cannot disclose that information to you. There is a reason it has been placed under the care of Hogwarts. You surely understand it was nearly stolen from Gringotts. The items safeguarding it are considered highly confidential. Oh, Hagrid. Hermione suddenly spoke in a tone dripping with saccharine flattery. The moment her voice emerged, Brandy shivered violently, goosebumps rising on his skin. And the previously oppressive heat suddenly felt pleasant. At that moment, he sensed a gentle pressure on his waist. Hermione had evidently noticed Brandy's earlier reaction. Her small hand stealthily reached out, pinching his soft flesh through his robe, and, ouch. I'm sorry. I truly dare not. Brandy desperately offered Hermione autumn spinach in a plea for mercy, yet Hermione remained unmoved, mercilessly tormenting Brandy's aging waist while her face radiated a beaming smile. You must know, for you are Dumbledore's most trusted confidant. In truth, their curiosity lay in discovering which individuals had assisted in designing the mechanisms. Beyond you, who else could Dumbledore trust to aid him? It was a high-quality flattery, and Brandy could almost envision Hagrid's mouth agape beneath his bushy beard. All right. I suppose I could share, Brandy mused, counting on his fingers. My route involved several other professors. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Sinistra. Then there was Professor Quirrell and Dumbledore himself, and, of course, Professor Snape. What? They all gasped, Ron inadvertently spraying his tea in astonishment. Snape? Yes. You ought to exhibit some manners and call him Professor, Ron. Do you still harbor doubts about him? Enough of that. Dumbledore trusts him. He would not steal the Philosopher's Stone. Brandy and Hermione exchanged terrified glances. Hermione even halting her grip on Brandy's waist, her hand frozen in place. Since Snape was also involved in the protective efforts and had spent many years at Hogwarts, earning Dumbledore's confidence, he must surely possess the means to unravel the strategies of the other professors, aside from Hagrid's route and the newcomer quarrel. Then you alone know how to navigate the route, correct? Harry inquired eagerly. You wouldn't divulge this to anyone else, would you? Even the teachers at school? Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. Of course not. Just me and Dumbledore. Everyone exhaled in relief, and Brandy could faintly hear Harry muttering to himself, That's good, that's good. At that moment, Parvati's voice drifted from the fireplace. Brandy was so focused on Hermione's troublesome hand that he failed to notice when Parvati had stealthily slipped to the other side of the small hut. Hagrid, are you roasting an egg? It seems like it's about to burn. What? They turned to see, in the roaring flames, a large, charred egg nestled within the kettle. They immediately understood the good thing Hagrid had mentioned earlier. Ron exclaimed in astonishment, moving beside Parvati to examine the egg closely. Where did you get this, Hagrid? It must have cost a fortune. Won it, Hagrid replied, stroking his beard. Last night at the village pub, I played cards with a stranger. I was quite terrible at it, and within an hour, I lost all my money. In my desperation, I used this dragon egg as collateral. Wait a moment, Hagrid. Hermione exclaimed in panic. You don't mean to raise a dragon in the hut, do you? Do you have any experience with that? Oh, about that. He pulled out a hefty book from beneath his pillow. I borrowed it from the library. It contains quite comprehensive information. I'm just starting to learn. But it's not too difficult, is it? It mentions how to distinguish different eggs. This one is a Norwegian ridgeback, quite rare, you know. He appeared quite proud, while Hermione remained unconvinced. You do realize this is a wooden house, she remarked, but Hagrid paid her no mind, tending to the fire to make it larger while humming a cheerful tune. Now, following the Philosopher's Stone and the door mentioned by Lethifold, Brandy and the others faced yet another dilemma, assisting Hagrid in hatching the egg. This was indeed a unique task, as few could claim to spend their afternoons taking turns casting fire spells at a peculiar egg, for Hagrid always asserted that magical flames could aid the dragon's growth. How unfortunate for the little creature to endure such magical trials from the outset. One could argue it was a form of prenatal education. However, this endeavor was far from entertaining. Rather, it was almost entirely a laborious task. Who could maintain a blazing fire for an entire afternoon? Even Brandy, with his remarkable magical reserves, found it challenging. His fire spells, while effective, created flames of a true crimson hue, a stark contrast to others' orange-yellow flames. The moment this red flame first licked the dragon egg, they knew it was effective, as the egg began to tremble violently, a sign of comfort from the little dragon inside, according to Hagrid's book. Yet therein lay the problem. Brandy was still Brandy, just as Parvati would always be Parvati. When it came to guiding spells, no matter how vast Brandy's magical prowess, he could not endure for more than a minute before his wand drained him of energy. At that point, others had to step in, needing to sustain the spell for a while longer, perhaps 29 minutes, until Brandy could fully recover. For Hermione, who still fell within the realm of normality, dividing 29 minutes by 4 meant each would have to sustain the spell for over 7 minutes, a task that seemed insurmountable without Brandy's rapid recovery abilities. Thus, by Monday, nearly 10 days had passed, and having endured the agony of magical depletion, the group began to grumble about quitting. Please, let me be free. That evening, having completed their daily challenge, Ron slumped against the circular table in the common room, utterly exhausted, as if turned to a puddle of mud. Especially having to return with such a sense of despair to tackle their homework, he turned to Brandy. How do you manage to keep your hands from shaking? Brandy was indeed not feeling well. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such frequent moments of emptiness. Ever since he realized that he had reached a bottleneck in his progress, he seldom tortured himself in classroom 13 unless it was to practice new spells. However, ever since Nicolene was found, he had not even had the opportunity to discover new incantations. Who told you my hands weren't shaking? Brandy leaned back in his seat, adjusting his breathing. Just think of Professor McGonagall. Do you think trembling hands afford you the privilege of not doing your homework? No wonder what you wrote during that time resembled the scratches of a cat. Harry's face turned pale, but still managed to look quite handsome, possessing a hint of a pretty boy charm. I remember during our first herbology class when we were assigned homework, I initially considered copying yours, but then I gave up. What you wrote looked like the coded messages from a spy film. Trying to decipher a sentence felt akin to cracking a code. Wait, you're saying Brandy was actually doing his homework then? Hermione strained her eyes, unable to maintain her usual assertiveness. The exhaustion from the magic had left her with a hint of vulnerability. I always thought Brandy was studying runes during that time. Her face suddenly regained some color. It was surprising that someone who seemed so reliable turned out to be rather foolish. Brandy, the person in question is sitting right next to you. He grimaced, quietly reminding the loquacious Hermione, looking as pitiful as a wronged spouse. They had all assumed that this suffering would persist for some time. However, the next morning at breakfast, Hedwig suddenly appeared, delivering a note to Harry. It simply read, "Hatching soon." At once, Ron was excited, looking at everyone with eager eyes that practically screamed skip class. No, don't think that way, Hermione. How often do we get to see a baby dragon hatching? We can't do this. 5 of us skipping class? That's too obvious. I mean, if Hagrid gets caught, he'll be in big trouble. This time, even Brandy did not side with Ron. We can go first. Harry and Ron quickly glanced around. Ron noticed Harry also looked intrigued, and thus he persisted in his belief that Harry and he could go first. Listen to me. It's necessary because Hagrid may need help. Who knows if the baby dragon will require something special right after hatching. You all go to class normally, and keep an eye on Professor Sprout for us. After class, come find us. If you put it that way. Even Hermione seemed to hesitate. Yes, no one knows what might happen when a dragon hatches. What if it sets the hut ablaze? At least Harry and Ron could help extinguish the flames. They were aware that Hagrid had a wand, but he had mentioned he was expressly forbidden from using magic casually. She considered it for a moment, about to speak when, "Stop talking." Harry suddenly whispered urgently. Everyone turned to find Malfoy standing just a few steps away, eavesdropping. They quickly moved to another spot. How much did he hear? Then it was settled. With a sense of insecurity surrounding them, Ron decisively ended the debate. "See you after class." "Wait." Parvati suddenly grabbed Ron, lowering her voice. "I want to go too. I've never seen a dragon hatch." She foolishly winked at Brandy, wearing a face that suggested, "Why not take the blame for me? So if Professor Sprout suddenly calls attendance today, remember to answer for me, okay?" Brandy. The 3 of them cheerfully ascended the stairs, murmuring as if considering donning an invisibility cloak. Brandy and Hermione remained in the great hall, exchanging bewildered glances. What a joke. Brandy trembled, pointing at himself, his expression chaotic. "Me? Help her answer? I'm just a normal boy." Thankfully, during today's herbology class, Professor Sprout seemed particularly cheerful. She noticed some students were absent but appeared not to intend to call them out. Thus, Brandy and Hermione felt relieved and hurriedly began repotting a carnivorous plant. Brandy even learned the strengthening solution at the last moment. If Professor Sprout truly intended to call names, he would probably need it for himself. Fortunately, it was no longer necessary. "Do you remember what we're supposed to do tomorrow night?" Hermione exclaimed, wielding her trowel as she vigorously swatted at the carnivorous plant's leaves, which were lined with sharp teeth. Almost a week had passed, and we had wasted most of our time on Hagrid's dragon egg. "Are you referring to astronomy class?" Brandy swiftly seized the moment when Hermione was distracted, his wrist flicking like a serpent, deftly maneuvering through obstacles to grasp the main stem, uprooting the entire vine along with its attached wood from the pot. The once ferocious plant immediately wilted, drooping its branches as if drained of all strength. He frowned. "I believe we were supposed to exchange information with Padma tomorrow night. Last time, we didn't discover much. Have you made any progress?" "Impossible. Fool." Hermione jabbed at the plant's roots with her trowel, knocking off the hardened clumps of soil as she conversed with Brandy. "With all the homework lately, and needing to spare a couple of hours to heat that cursed egg, how could there be time to decipher that message? I recently heard from Parvati that her sister seems to have gleaned some information from the Ravenclaw common room. She is truly a diligent and reliable girl, unlike Parvati, who is on an entirely different level, always dazed, indifferent to everything, acting solely out of curiosity. For some reason, Hermione's trowel came to a halt. She turned to Brandy as if she had something to say. "Actually, Parvati, what about her?" "No. I promised I would say anything." She had successfully piqued Brandy's curiosity but was now unwilling to divulge further. However, the moment she mentioned it, she seemed to find motivation, and her trowel resumed its rapid movement. "Brandy, let us not go see the dragon after all, shall we?" "Huh, I don't mind. But why are you suddenly uninterested in the baby dragon?" Brandy scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. "We need to make the most of our time." Hermione completed her task, transferring the plant into a new pot filled with rich, moist soil, digging a deep hole within. "Before tomorrow night arrives, we must uncover some clues." Brandy forcefully thrust the vine into the deep pit, swiftly retracting his hand. The moment it made contact with the soil, it immediately regained its vigor. The vine began to sway its branches, diligently burrowing its roots deeper into the pot, embodying a spirit of independence and resilience. Observing this scene, he inadvertently recalled what Parvati had said during their time in the library while searching for books. You must bring that book back for those old souls to see. It is essential to earn their recognition through your own efforts. It seemed that even the innocent and carefree Parvati harbored her own little troubles. Perhaps this could be considered a veiled form of assistance? Would it have any effect? Brandy scooped a handful of soil and poured it into the pot, suddenly asking aimlessly, "Well, perhaps?" With each handful of earth added, the vine's branches excitedly rustled, creating a cacophony of sound. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, Brandy and Hermione hastily abandoned their shovels and made their way out of the greenhouse towards the castle. "Where should we begin?" Brandy inquired as they walked along the path. The notion of an upward journey seemed rather nebulous. After all, Light was a Hufflepuff student, and the Hufflepuff common room was situated on the basement level. If viewed from this perspective, nearly every place above the basement could be considered upward. Hermione shrugged. "Indeed, the information is scarce. Even if you pose that question to me, I cannot immediately analyze the specific location. However, if we merely delineate a range, I do have a rough idea." She paused, leading Brandy to an unfrequented area nearby. With a gentle tap of her wand on the ground, the surface transformed into an impeccably smooth plain, resembling a vast sand painting. "Firstly, we must clarify that this grand door existed in ancient times, which indicates that this secret has persisted for at least a millennium, in the span of 1,000 years. Astonishingly, only Light and his friends have uncovered this secret, not even we can count, as we learned of it through Light's message. Just think about what that implies." "Huh? How do you know that only Light and his friends discovered this secret?" Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. "The note in Oliver's fourth-year journal states that the fifth seal has been used, which means the other 6 keys remain unutilized. The fifth seal was unlocked by Light himself. Haven't you considered this?" "Sorry, I honestly hadn't thought that far." Brandy, with a resigned shrug, gestured for Hermione to continue her performance. "Well, I anticipated this." Hermione made a face, seemingly pleased with Brandy's discomfort. For over a millennium, Hogwarts has seen the comings and goings of no less than 100,000 students, alongside thousands of learned instructors and numerous formidable headmasters, yet no one has uncovered this mystery. This fact alone serves as a significant clue, indicating the essence of time. Brandy. She paused, contemplating for a moment. Light had hinted at this as well, stating, "Perhaps the answers we seek may be discovered on the upward journey." Did you notice that word, perhaps? It implies uncertainty, suggesting that he too could not be sure if the clue he mentioned would emerge when we reached that juncture. In other words, it is plausible that Light had indeed arrived at that place, yet the clues remained elusive. I suspect that only time could account for such occurrences. She lowered her gaze and inscribed the Arabic numerals from 0 to 23 upon the ground with her wand. Considering this, we can first eliminate daytime. For during those hours the castle is teeming with people. If there were any clues, even the most well-concealed ones would have been discovered by now. Given the castle's curfew at 11 o'clock and its lifting at 6, well, with a gentle flick of her wand, all numbers except for 0, 1, 2, and 23 vanished into thin air. Of course, another issue remains. Despite the curfew, a throng of intrepid adventurers still chooses to roam the castle, such as a certain Brandy and those third-year Weasleys. Hermione shot him a glance, causing the latter to shrink back. Considering the energy of these mischief-makers, perhaps we should further narrow the time frame. Thus, the numbers 0, 1, 2, and 23 also disappeared. Next, I believe the kitchen staff would rise at least an hour before us, and from my observations throughout the school day, it seems that the cleaning and organizing of the common room also take place while we slumber. Therefore, we must account for the activities of these custodians as well. Once again, the numbers 5 and 6 vanished. Brandy gazed in admiration at the remaining numbers on the ground, suggesting that this clue might only manifest between 3 and 4 o'clock. I am merely inferring a range of higher probability, for this is when the presence of creatures within the castle is at its lowest. Hermione flexed her fingers, stating confidently, "However, I suspect this estimation is not far from reality. After all, Light is a Hufflepuff, and I do not believe his reasoning is more meticulous than I surmise." His repeated observations of the clue without discerning a pattern led him to leave a note of perhaps. Yet, Hermione, you seem to be merely a Gryffindor as well. Brandy gazed into Hermione's eyes, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. He recalled Hermione once mentioning that the Sorting Hat had intended to place her in Ravenclaw. Thus, it could be said that the Sorting Hat possessed a keen insight. Yet, It also contemplated placing me in Ravenclaw. Is it that my intellectual potential has yet to be fully realized, or is it that the deceased dark wizard, whose essence envelopes my soul, was actually quite astute? Lost in contemplation, Brandy inadvertently adopted a smug grin that left Hermione momentarily bewildered, as she mistakenly thought he had a sudden epiphany. However, when Brandy nearly drooled, Hermione jolted back to reality. "Oh dear," Hermione exclaimed, lightly tapping Brandy's head with her finger, prompting him to regain his composure. Merely knowing a time frame is insufficient. We certainly require a general idea of the location as well. We do have a constraint, she continued, raising an eyebrow in apparent difficulty. Light mentioned an upward journey rather than a direct ascent to the highest point. This implies that the clue must maintain an upward trajectory to potentially be discerned. Hence, we can eliminate towers, as they have reached their apex. My understanding is that upward movement can only occur in staircases or inclined paths, yet such locations are abundant. Hogwarts alone boasts 142 staircases, and the number of inclines is even greater. Not to mention, there might be secret passages leading upward, the whereabouts of which remain entirely unknown. Perhaps we ought to consult George and Fred about this. By your reasoning, you've overlooked that outside the castle, anyone with a modicum of flying knowledge, Brandy added wearily, would find the entire castle within their range of movement, considering the broom cupboard is located on the first floor. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of greater despondency. Indeed, calculating thusly expands the area we need to search. With that thought, both sighed in unison. With only an hour each night to investigate all the staircases, they could hardly fathom how Light had managed it. As the first to unlock the door, he likely possessed far fewer clues than Brandy and the others. This is quite unreasonable, Hermione mused, her brow furrowing. Light could not have left us such a vague message. We must have overlooked some crucial element. But what could it be? Fear not, Hermione, there is no need to force clarity upon yourself at this moment. Your analysis has been thorough. At the very least, we have a general direction, do we not? Brandy reassured her with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Let us return and inform Parvati of this. Perhaps her uncanny luck will lead to the discovery of that elusive clue. By the time lunch arrived, the anxious faces of Harry and the others appeared before them, yet they remained devoid of clarity. Moreover, just a minute later, they found themselves too preoccupied to ponder the vexing issue further. Even their planned midnight exploration seemed a distant prospect. As it turned out, Malfoy had indeed eavesdropped on their conversation. While Harry and his friends skipped class to visit Hagrid, Malfoy trailed behind. He had spotted the baby dragon. The following day, Wednesday, events took a turn for the worse. Malfoy, wearing a sinister grin, lingered around Brandy and the others. Even during mealtime, he sought to provoke them at the Gryffindor table, behaving like the ostentatious harlots found on the secluded streets of London, striving to assert his presence. Yet, when they glared at him in anger, he merely smirked silently, not uttering a word. This behavior bred unease and irritation among them. They nearly relinquished their leisure time, remaining in Hagrid's dimly lit hut, attempting to reason with him. "Release it, Hagrid. Malfoy will relentlessly pursue you like a hyena," Brandy urged fervently. "You know this is illegal. Malfoy's father is a board member. You will find yourself in grave trouble." At that moment, Parvati discerned the gravity of the situation, albeit with a thought process that diverged from the norm. "Are you certain you can care for it? I've already seen it consume its fourth chicken, and it's only its first day." However, this did little to sway Hagrid, who seemed resolute to live and die with the dragon. His eyes misted over as he stubbornly refused to part with it. "I can't do it, I can't. It's too small. I know I can't keep it forever, but I can't just abandon it. If I release it now, it will die immediately." Ultimately, Brandy and the others could only return to the castle in frustration. Harry agreed to temporarily leave the invisibility cloak with Hagrid to cover the crate housing the dragon. Brandy and Hermione collaborated to cast a fireproofing and reinforcement charm on the crate, ensuring the dragon's breath would not ignite it. Yet, this was merely a stopgap measure. In a week or two, the dragon would grow as large as the room itself, rendering even 10 invisibility cloaks ineffectual. By 9 o'clock that evening, the sky was devoid of clouds, the deep blue expanse illuminated by a multitude of stars. The Milky Way resembled a ribbon adorned with countless diamonds, entwined alongside a resplendent silver disk. No weather could be more propitious for astronomical observation. Under the guidance of Professor Sinistra, the first-year students from all 4 houses congregated in the Great Hall before streaming out in procession towards the astronomy tower. The 5 of them, hanging at the rear of the larger group, swayed slowly. Harry and Ron remained troubled by Hagrid's previous predicament. In my opinion, Even if Hagrid truly intended to raise that little dragon, he should have at least taken it into the Forbidden Forest. It was far too perilous in that little hut. Despite having already dined and spent some time in the common room catching up on homework, Ron was still rattled by the events before their departure. You probably didn't notice, but just as that little dragon finished gnawing on a chicken leg, we had already stepped outside, and it let out a tremendous belch. That fireball was at least the size of a basin. More alarming was the fact that this creature had only just been born, a mere 24 hours prior. In truth, we all observed that Parvati, walking ahead, seemed utterly unperturbed. Let me think, that must have been at least the 6th chicken. This creature has quite an appetite. Moreover, we had yet to see its belly swell. It was a mystery where all that food was going. Speaking of this, she lowered her head and began to absent-mindedly caress her flat stomach. Eat, eat, eat. Parvati, all you ever think about is eating, Ron interjected, clearly disgruntled. Can't you ponder something more significant? Like the burning hut and the stolen philosopher's stone? Is eating not important? Parvati retorted, wrinkling her nose at Ron. She halted her stride, waiting for him to catch up, then mischievously gestured above his head, as he appeared to be just slightly shorter than her. At least it allows me to grow taller than you. All right, Harry interjected, exasperated, as the two unwittingly began to bicker over their heights. Don't you find it strange? Strange about what? They both tilted their heads in curiosity, questioning in unison. Harry remained silent, cryptically gesturing to one side. Their gazes followed his indication. Brandy and Hermione appeared particularly peculiar as they ambled along at an excruciatingly slow pace, reminiscent of elderly women well into their twilight years. They craned their necks, their expressions grave, scrutinizing their surroundings with a meticulousness that intensified in the more inconspicuous corners. Occasionally, they would huddle together, lowering their voices to exchange whispered secrets, were it not for the knowledge that these two had already spent a substantial 6 months at Hogwarts. One might have mistaken them for spies infiltrating the school. What were they up to, so furtively searching for something? Ron, driven by curiosity, followed their gaze. But all he could discern were the dimly lit nooks, dead-end corridors, and the vividly crafted false doors adorning the walls. Within moments, his interest waned, and he lost all enthusiasm. At that moment, Parvati suddenly leaped with excitement, clapping her hands. I know, she exclaimed. It must be Brandy. What about Brandy? Harry and Ron eagerly leaned in, their heads colliding in the process. Parvati hesitated, realizing she might have let something slip. She quickly covered her mouth, her wide eyes darting in panic. Attempting to concoct a lie proved to be a daunting task for her, as her single-threaded mind struggled to devise an excuse, ultimately leading her to forget that she was still climbing the stairs. Consequently, she misstepped, her foot slipping, and she tumbled forward, collapsing onto Brandy. Instinctively, she grasped his robe for support. Brandy, unable to extricate himself, fell with a dull thud against the final step, his forehead taking the brunt of the impact while a nearly 80-pound innocent-looking girl lay atop him. Hermione, visibly startled, hesitated momentarily. Parvati, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, really. I don't mind the pain, Parvati replied, momentarily distracted from her earlier thoughts. She patted her chest, claiming she had merely been startled. Of course, you're not hurt, came a muffled voice from beneath Parvati. You foolish girl, get off me. You're crushing my back. At this, a few curious Hufflepuffs observing the scene could no longer contain their amusement and erupted into laughter. Parvati hastily scrambled off Brandy, and the group, stifling their giggles, rushed to help the disheveled boy to his feet. The atmosphere at the staircase became lively once more. With this distraction, Harry and Ron temporarily set aside their inquiries about Parvati, or so it seemed. The space atop the astronomy tower was not particularly spacious, and with everyone wielding brass telescopes, chaos ensued as they jostled to find a suitable spot. In this frenzy, Brandy, Hermione, and Parvati found an excellent excuse to separate from Harry and Ron. Brandy clutched tightly to the robes of Hermione and Parvati, struggling to weave through the crowd, occasionally rising on his tiptoes to survey the area. Fortuitously, Brandy's stature stood out among the throng of first years. Before long, he spotted Padma, lost in thought at the edge of the tower. She wore a blank expression, though her complexion suggested something was amiss. Did she harbor a secret sorrow? The trio squeezed their way toward her. As they approached, Brandy could hear Hermione reiterating her deductions to Parvati, intending to attribute their findings to her, hoping to garner Padma's admiration. However, Parvati seemed hesitant about such a morally dubious endeavor, as evidenced by her struggle to remember Hermione's words. Finally, they stood before Padma, sporting cheerful smiles, and gently nudged Parvati forward. Padma, come listen. Your sister has made an important discovery. Padma slowly lifted her gaze, moonlight casting a glow upon her face, concealing her emotions. Before Parvati could awkwardly stammer out her thoughts, Padma spoke first, her voice monotonous yet infused with an undercurrent of peculiar emotion. I reached out to Oliver's guardian. Oh. Brandy and Hermione perked up, suddenly intrigued. Is she still alive? Wait, guardian? The two exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implication. Yes, she is alive, Padma replied. Pausing as if reluctant to continue, but compelled by their expectant gazes, she pressed on. Though her life is far from pleasant. She lost her sanity 20 years ago. A sudden commotion erupted as someone, peering through a brass telescope, shouted in excitement over a newfound celestial marvel. No way, Brandy stammered. Why would she need a guardian? What about her family? Padma turned to him, her expression unyielding. They all perished before she lost her mind. Her parents, husband, and children. The three exchanged horrified glances, and as they connected Padma's odd tone and gaze, a sense of foreboding settled upon them. The atmosphere grew tense, as the surrounding students began to gaze up at the stars for their astronomy assignments. Under the urging of Professor Sinistra, they mechanically took their seats, feigning focus on their telescopes. What happened to them? After a long silence, Parvati finally broke the stillness, her face pale and anxious. Were they murdered? Perhaps that is not entirely accurate, Padma responded, her tone softening when speaking of her sister. I gathered information from Professor Flitwick and the door knocker about Oliver's graduation date, and consulted other Ravenclaw students who graduated alongside him. One of them, from the same town, sent me a lengthy letter. She is now considered Oliver's guardian. Padma's face revealed little emotion, but this only heightened Brandy's unease. It was an accident, various inexplicable accidents. Car crashes, terminal illnesses, and unexpected falls. In the 3 months leading up to Oliver's descent into madness, his family gradually passed away. Shortly thereafter, the senior student reported seeing a cloaked figure enter Oliver's home during Voldemort's most brutal reign. She feared it was a Death Eater and did not dare investigate. Her suspicions were validated when the dark mark rose above Oliver's house that very night. The following day, when she bravely approached the residence, she found him already insane. That cloaked figure. Hermione gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Is it what you suspect? Parvati replied ominously. Oliver's family were purebloods, cautious in their actions, and did not take sides. Voldemort should not have targeted them so ruthlessly, unless... Parvati fell silent, but even she could grasp the implication. The expressions on their faces darkened as they realized the identity of the nameless figure. The enigmatic companion of the one they could not name, Lestrange. As the season transitions from spring to summer, the atmosphere has grown decidedly warmer. Yet, the four individuals find themselves enveloped in an inexplicable chill. The enigmatic figure has personally visited Oliver's residence, casting a sinister curse that has claimed her family's lives, a truly insidious method of tormenting Oliver. What could be the motive behind such cruelty? Is it perhaps due to the discovery of the hidden third mark? After a moment of silence, Brandy ultimately shatters the stillness. Could the mysterious figure be tormenting her to extract the whereabouts of the third mark? Hermione and Padma exchange glances, seemingly in concordance with one another. I doubt that is the reason, Hermione conveys through a subtle gesture, prompting the others to lean in closer. Their heads nearly touching as they feigned interest in the starry sky. Their prior expressions had been far too grave, entirely unbefitting of a leisurely stargazing moment. If the mysterious figure truly sought Oliver for information regarding the third mark, why did they not simply eliminate her after extracting the secret? Hermione's hair remained in disarray as she and Brandy leaned closely, fragrant strands playfully brushing against Brandy's cheek and neck, causing her to instinctively recoil, nearly colliding with the curious onlooker who had drawn near. Oh, pardon me, Brandy began. Perhaps they are simply demonstrating. Or perhaps they are disinclined to slay a deranged woman, allowing her to wither away? She hastily apologized to the puff-cheeked Parvati, continuing her tentative speculation. Disinclined to kill? The mysterious figure is not akin to those sadistic Death Eaters, Brandy. I have learned that under the Dark Lord's reign in London, he has never regarded murder as a psychological burden. Moreover, has he not already cursed Oliver's family? As for the notion of demonstration, while it is plausible, if the mysterious figure truly sought the third mark from Oliver, they would never allow her to live, especially knowing the Ministry would soon probe Oliver's memories. Even in her madness, there are countless spells capable of revealing memories, such as Veritaserum or Legilimency. One might yield extraordinary results. Hermione exhaled, spilling her thoughts like beans from a vessel, then took a deep breath. Thus, I surmise that the mysterious figure was initially unaware of Oliver's connection to the third mark. It seems they discovered nothing until the very end. I even suspect that perhaps Oliver herself instigated the mysterious figure's arrival. She directed her gaze toward Padma, whose lips moved slightly, forcing out a few chilling words. Perhaps she triggered some forbidden knowledge. Hermione nodded, her face betraying a flicker of surprise, as if impressed that Padma could keep pace with her rapidly shifting thoughts. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The unfortunate events befalling her family were likely not the result of a deliberate curse from the mysterious figure, but rather a consequence of something Oliver uttered that activated the magic. But could she be so foolish to speak of such matters in the presence of the Dark Lord? Parvati questioned. At that time, every wizard was acutely aware of how perilous the term Voldemort is. Of course, that should matter little now, she mused, shrinking her neck in apprehension. No. I believe I comprehend the situation, Brandy interjected, not Hermione or her sister. Apart from his name, what else could attract the mysterious figure's attention? The vault? Surely. It must have a name? Her excitement was palpable as she rubbed her hands together, her expression akin to that of a detective uncovering evidence. He placed a curse on the vault's name to detect those who might possess clues, and upon discovering Oliver, he intervened personally. Good heavens! How greatly does he value the contents of that vault? He has only opened one of them. Thus, Padma abruptly turned her attention to Brandy, presenting a conundrum. What conundrum? The Dark Lord, having been alerted by an inadvertent triggering of the vault's taboo, would naturally employ the most brutal methods to extract Oliver's memories. Yet, until her descent into madness, he found nothing. So where did Oliver's memories of the vault vanish? Padma's gaze bore into him, and Brandy suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Are you suggesting that the aware Oliver concealed her memories? Classmates, please settle down and listen. Professor Sinistra clapped her hands from afar, announcing the assignment for the astronomy class as the lesson drew to a close. Until the very end, no one answered her question. Hastily, they agreed to reconvene at the same spot next time before bidding farewell to Padma and swiftly merging into the throng below. They soon located Harry and Ron, the latter's booming voice cutting through the air. Harry, what you just saw was definitely not a comet. Harry appeared to be embroiled in a debate with Ron over what he had witnessed. He adamantly insisted he had inadvertently turned his scope and glimpsed an uncharted planet positioned between the moon and himself. Absolutely. I swear it had a broomstick when I saw it. Ron explained, his agitation palpable. That was because Seamus was too close to the eyepiece when he observed. And his eye gunk smeared the lens. That lad hasn't washed his face in 3 days. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd upon witnessing Harry's face turn an alarming shade of green. Harry, expressionless, glanced at Seamus, who instinctively shrank back, only to take a deep breath and dash away, robes billowing behind him. Harry, I didn't mean to, came Seamus's Doppler-like apology as he sprinted down the stairs, moving with remarkable speed. Unfortunately, he stumbled on the 8th to 7th floor staircase, tumbling down like a rolling gourd. He quickly regained his footing, seemingly unscathed, and vanished from sight before Harry and the others. Ah, my telescope, this might be even more repulsive than a troll's snot, Harry remarked disdainfully, weighing his telescope in hand, resolute to return and clean it thoroughly. Nevertheless, he soon broke into a grin. But seeing him take such a tumble puts my mind at ease. Hey, isn't that Brandy? Where have you all been? We have a splendid idea to rid Hagrid of that little dragon. Brandy and the others approached, clearly having witnessed the recent scene. Hermione and Parvati bit their lips to stifle their laughter. However, Brandy's gaze remained fixated on the path ahead, as a vague thought flickered in his mind, elusive yet significant, though he could not grasp it. Brandy? Brandy? Hermione waved her hand before his eyes. Stop overthinking and watch where you're going. You don't want to trip again, do you? Ah, the distraction caused that thought to vanish from his mind. Brandy shook his head, coming back to his senses as if awakening from a dream. He hurried to catch up with Hermione. What were you saying? A good idea? Oh, did I mention Charlie? You know, Ron's older brother who raises dragons in Romania. The subsequent week felt interminable as they took turns utilizing their free periods to seek out Hagrid. The baby dragon grew at an astonishing rate, having tripled in length within just a week. It appeared that the dragon not only had a hearty appetite but also an exceptionally efficient digestive system. Hagrid was utterly overwhelmed, juggling his responsibilities as the keeper of keys and grounds, which forced Brandy and the others to step in and assist him plucking feathers, cleaning crates, and even using the water-making spell to extinguish the flames ignited by Hagrid's dragon. Within just a week, Hagrid's beard was nearly singed off by the dragon's yaunts. Despite the chaos, Hagrid treated the dragon like a treasure, searching through a peculiar tome to find it a charming name, Norbert. He often gazed at it through tear-filled eyes, murmuring its name. Norbert, look at your mother. He was adamant that Norbert should not refer to him as Dad, leaving Brandy and the others puzzled by Hagrid's fixation on maternal roles. However, whether as a father or a mother seemed inconsequential, as Norbert's sole utterance thus far was a dragon's fire-breathing roar. On a brighter note, after much persuasion, Hagrid finally agreed to send an owl to inquire about the feasibility of Charlie's plans. That evening, Hedwig gracefully unfurled her wings and glided out from Gryffindor Tower, carrying with her the hopes of Brandy and his companions for a better life, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, Brandy, Hermione, and Parvati faced greater concerns in their quest for the upward journey. Brandy had endured 4 sleepless nights. He had searched twice with both Hermione and Parvati, determined not to let them stay up too late, and had suspended all solo nighttime ventures. Though Filch had never caught Brandy, his vigilance remained heightened, and Mrs. Norris patrolled Gryffindor Tower with increased frequency. Brandy worried that either Hermione or Parvati might encounter misfortune, especially the naive girl. They used the hour between 3 and 4 in the morning to meticulously search, beginning from the first floor. They scoured every corridor and ramp, scrutinizing the portraits and paintings by the staircases, even peeking into the helmets of the suits of armor in the corners. Ultimately, their only discovery was the magical inscriptions left by former students. Reading XXX was here. On another Wednesday night, Brandy and the others met Padma in a corner of the astronomy tower. Unsurprisingly, Brandy had gained nothing from his side, and they could only recount their searched areas to Padma, hoping for some advice. Their exhaustion was evident, as reflected in Brandy's pale complexion. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that Brandy had been trapped in this relentless cycle of sleeplessness since the beginning of the school year, with only a gradual improvement following Christmas. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to the chaos of a disrupted biological clock. Yet, Brandy was naturally endowed with more stamina than the average wizard. Sighing to himself, Brandy realized that his life had indeed become akin to that of an owl. In the midst of their discussion, Brandy could not help but sigh quietly. They initially assumed Padma would have no brilliant ideas, and if she did, she would take her time to think it through before offering a suggestion. To their surprise, after their inquiry, Padma promptly provided them with a thought. Why not just let my sister out? She suggested, her tone implying that it was a self-evident solution, akin to answering a simple arithmetic question. Brandy and Hermione were momentarily taken aback, struggling to accept such a commonplace notion. Huh? They exclaimed in unison, turning to stare at Parvati, who seemed oblivious, as if basking in praise. Do you have another sister besides Parvati? The mention of Parvati and Padma's sisterly bond made the naive girl visibly uneasy. Hey, what do you mean by that? Parvati's nostrils flared with indignation. I only have one sister. No one can take her from me. She rushed forward, embracing Padma tightly, asserting her claim as the younger sister. But wait. Just now your sister, Brandy said, eyeing Parvati skeptically, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. Can you decipher the meaning of that message? Parvati raised her chin defiantly. If my sister says it's possible, then it surely is. But you've been with me exploring the castle for 2 days. Have you uncovered anything? In the next moment, the previously fiery Parvati's ponytail drooped dejectedly as she gazed at her sister. It was evident that, with her limited intellect, merely accompanying Brandy safely through the dark corridors of Hogwarts was already a remarkable achievement. She could hardly be expected to find any clues. I believe she has already given you a hint, Padma remarked, gently patting her sister's head, her perpetually indifferent expression softening only in Padma's presence. In fact, Parvati has always been quite fortunate. Ever since childhood, if I encounter a challenging problem, all I need to do is let my sister take a glance, and within moments, she can provide me with the solution, be it a broken ink bottle or a scribbled draft. Anything will do. She must have inadvertently offered her answer. Padma affectionately rubbed her cheek against Parvati's, her tone earnest. I firmly believe that. By the time they returned from class, it was already around 10 o'clock, and they hurriedly gathered around the round table, striving to complete their homework. Ron was not with them. Today he had to help Hagrid feed his precious Norbert. He had initially been reluctant to go, especially since Norbert had recently singed a corner of Brandy's robe, and he certainly did not wish for his nearly new garment to suffer the same fate. However, Hermione effortlessly dispelled his worries with a mere light and airy potion essay, causing him to dash away with the speed of a rabbit. In truth, had he not hastily donned his invisibility cloak and set off, the esteemed yet arduous task would likely have been seized by Harry and Brandy. neither of whom wished to expend mental energy on the tedious assignment regarding the medicinal value of Australian black pearls. Harry was utterly perplexed by the topic. While Brandy selfishly believed that borrowing from a more capable source would significantly reduce his workload, thus affording him more time to replenish his sleep. As the clock struck midnight, only Brandy, Harry, and Hermione remained in the common room. Parvati, having pulled an all-nighter with Brandy the previous day, had retreated to rest early, blissfully unconcerned about the impending deadline for their assignment. Just as Brandy exhaled a sigh of relief, discarding his quill and rubbing his weary arms, the portrait door swung open unexpectedly. Footsteps approached them, and suddenly, as if descending from the heavens, a disheveled Ron appeared. "Look at this," he shivered, displaying his hand, which was wrapped in a blood-stained handkerchief. "I've never encountered such a temperamental creature before." I merely dangled a dead mouse in front of it for a moment, hoping it would take flight. It hopped a few times, realized it couldn't reach it, and then turned its attention to me. When I offered it the dead mouse, it bit me. He trembled with indignation, declaring that he would never again attempt to feed it. It was utterly unappealing. And after it bit me, Hagrid still expected me to intimidate it. You'd think he was caring for a sweet little bunny. Brandy's expression was intricate. To be candid, I found her reasoning quite compelling, taunting a dragon with a dead mouse. Yet, she is but a child. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. In my youth, I was often subjected to similar antics by George and Fred. Were you not also similarly tormented as children? Chased around by your older siblings with toffees, occasionally hoisted aloft, and frightened with your greatest fears? Thus, one must wonder, Ron, what precisely did your childhood entail? Brandy and Hermione exchanged a glance filled with compassion, seemingly relieved that they were only children of single-child families. Hermione even managed to speak to Ron in a rare, soothing tone, as if comforting a wailing child. Well, don't get too agitated, Ron. At least you can write a little less homework for a week. You should be looking forward to that, shouldn't you? And don't worry about healing too quickly. I dare say being bitten by a dragon is not merely a matter of a little blood. A series of knocks echoed against the dark window, accompanied by a low chirp. It was Hedwig. Harry hurried over to open the window, and Hedwig gracefully landed on the armchair. Charlie finally replied. Let me see. He scanned the letter quickly, slowly reading aloud. Could you bring Norbert to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? The astronomy tower, I suppose. Someone will meet you there to take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Huh, just 2 more days until freedom, he exclaimed joyfully, passing the note to Brandy and Hermione. The 3 of them leaned together to read it, exchanging glances of disbelief. We have to bring Norbert into the castle? Brandy swallowed hard. Do you think that foul stench of dead rats is meant for someone else? Perhaps for a fainting Madame Pomfrey? But this is a rare opportunity. And we have the invisibility cloak. Harry interjected. Madame Pomfrey won't be able to see us. I think it should be manageable. The cloak is large enough to cover Norbert. And I can go with, Brandy, you're too tall. Hermione, or Parvati. Let Parvati go. I have something else that day. Hermione quickly nodded at Brandy. Parvati shouldn't be too clumsy to move a wooden crate. You plan to go around midnight, right? At least it will be early enough that she won't be too tired to think clearly. Whatever works, really, as long as we can get rid of it. Harry immediately agreed. And there's Malfoy. However, matters seemed far more complicated than they had anticipated. The following morning, Ron's hand was swollen significantly, and he initially hesitated to visit Madame Pomfrey, despite Hermione's persistent urging, for who knew whether that seasoned healer would discover the truth behind Ron's dragon bite. Yet by afternoon, he had no choice but to comply. Hermione was evidently correct. Dragon bites were indeed venomous. After a day of classes, they rushed to the hospital wing to check on Ron, navigating through the ward until they reached the farthest corner, where he lay in a cubicle, his bandaged hand faintly glowing an unnatural green. I told Madame Pomfrey it was a wild dog bite, but I have a feeling she doesn't believe me. After all, no dog could bite someone and make them glow, Ron lamented. Do you think Madame Pomfrey has ever seen someone injured by a dragon? Surely. There are no dragons at Hogwarts. Of course, there aren't, Parvati replied lightly, placing a large bag of sweets on Ron's bedside table and struggling to unwrap a chocolate frog. Relax, you're just scaring yourself. Here, have a frog and unwind. She handed the chocolate frog to Ron's uninjured hand, observing as he bit off its head. And once Norbert is sent away on Saturday night, there will be no evidence left. It's a crumb, a super rare card, she exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she held the wizard card aloft. Ron watched with jealousy, clearly. He did not possess that card. As they reveled in their excitement, they were abruptly interrupted by Madame Pomfrey's complaints from the adjacent cubicle. Upon hearing a certain name, They froze in shock. Mr. Malfoy, do you really need to linger in the hospital for half a day with a mere cold? Perhaps I should inform your head of house. I suspect you are merely avoiding classes. Malfoy, what was he doing next to Ron's cubicle? After a brief commotion, they caught a glimpse of a figure sitting up in the neighboring bed, a mocking laugh from Malfoy plunging them into despair. Damn it, he must have overheard. We need to stop immediately, Harry urged. Malfoy definitely heard about our plan to escort Norbert on Saturday. He may not know who Norbert is, but he can certainly guess. The three swiftly traversed the castle doors, heading toward the hut, while Hermione babbled incessantly. But what should we do? There is no time left. Harry's expression was one of distress. Anyone would feel such despair upon realizing their anticipated happiness was slipping away. We have no idea what Charlie's friends' names are. Hedwig can't directly find them. They might already be on their way to Hogwarts. Then we must reply to Charlie at once. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope to inform them before they arrive. Remember how Malfoy notified Filch when he challenged you to a duel? He simply alerted him. Hermione suggested. Perhaps when you and Parvati reach the astronomy tower the day after tomorrow, you'll find him waiting for you at the top. No, Hermione. I believe Harry is right. We are out of time. As they argued, Brandy halted, his tone grave. They had now arrived near the hut. And Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances, straining their ears, quickly grasping the reason behind Brandy's concern. The large dog, Fong, lay languidly at the hut's door, appearing utterly despondent. Inside, a cacophony of noises erupted, punctuated by the occasional thud, and they were horrified to realize the entire hut seemed to be shaking. It was quickly becoming a scene of domestic chaos, and if Norbert wasn't taken care of by Saturday, it could turn dire. Who should go knock on the door? I suspect that opening it might result in a blast of Norbert's breath. They exchanged glances, and both Hermione and Harry instinctively took a step back. Very well. Brandy inhaled deeply, nervously approaching. For good measure, he even drew his wand and cast a protective charm, only daring to knock once he sensed the powerful magic enveloping him. While waiting for a response, he inadvertently caught sight of Fong, noticing a bandage wrapped around his tail. Brandy's heart sank. The door did not creak open, yet the nearby window swung ajar. Hagrid's head emerged from within, his breath coming in labored gasps, his face glistening with perspiration. Behind him, the excited roars of Norbert could be heard. Norbert's strength has grown considerably. I find it quite challenging to manage him, he lamented. Oh, well, we came here because... They relayed Charlie's letter to Hagrid from afar. Upon hearing it, his expression turned despondent, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, judging by his trembling frame, it was quite possible that Norbert had bitten his leg. Huh, I'm fine. I've done 3 pairs of long johns. Norbert's teeth aren't that sharp. He is merely being playful, Hagrid chuckled, wiping his nose, his tone heavy with sorrow. It's just so heartbreaking that such a little creature must part from its mother. Suddenly, a burst of flame flickered behind Hagrid. The little dragon, perhaps sensing Hagrid's melancholic mood, released a fireball the size of a basin, igniting the new bedding Brandy had purchased for Hagrid's comfort during Christmas. Its tail continued to thump joyfully against the wall, raising clouds of dust within the room. Truly, what a considerate and understanding little one. As they returned to the castle, their faces devoid of expression, their minds were beset by a dreadful thought. Saturday. Come quickly. Initially, Brandy and Hermione had intended to conduct their castle search separately from Harry and the others on Friday. However, following the incident with Malfoy, they conferred and concluded that accompanying Harry would prove to be a more reliable endeavor. After all, Malfoy was only aware that it was Saturday night, unaware of the specific time or the route and location for transporting Norbert. We can take advantage of this, Hermione suggested to Brandy. We could join Harry and create a diversion elsewhere, ideally drawing Filch away as far as possible to cover their successful retreat. But what shall we do? Spend the next 3 hours playing hide and seek with Filch? Brandy retorted. For heaven's sake, use your brain, Hermione chastised, giving him a light kick. After we create the distraction, we can hide in the room 13 and wait until Filch departs at 3. That will be ample time for a quick nap on the desk to gather our strength. Her reasoning was sound and compelling. Thus, Friday passed in an unremarkable manner. With Hermione's constant reminders and chatter, they refrained from venturing out at night, opting instead to retire early to their respective dormitories to replenish their energy. Before sleeping, Hermione meticulously devised a detailed action plan for Harry and Parvati, even including an emergency evacuation route in the event that Brandy and the others' diversion plan failed. The plan was so thorough that it instilled confidence in Harry and Parvati regarding their impending operation to smuggle Norbert. Thus, The night of Saturday arrived almost unnoticed. Now, let's check the time. Hermione, don't be so excited. I might suspect you've been watching too many spy movies. Less chatter. Just look, Brandy exclaimed, as Hermione stepped on his foot in annoyance. All right, 10:50. Brandy grimaced as he pulled out his pocket watch, a temporary acquisition from an advertisement in the Daily Prophet. He had initially owned an electronic watch, but it began to malfunction upon entering the castle, as if electrical devices were utterly useless within its walls. Well, it's about right. Harry and Parvati confirmed their timing as well. Then you may proceed. First, move Norbert to the broom cupboard in the entrance hall. And do not touch anything. When the clock strikes 12, begin according to Plan A, ascending the astronomy tower via the left staircase until the 3rd floor. Await a loud signal, then charge upward. If you do not hear the signal, it indicates something has gone awry. And we shall redirect to the central corridor toward the astronomy tower. Parvati repeated Hermione's instructions monotonously. You told me this over 30 times last night. I even dreamed about it. All right. Hermione nodded, satisfied. We will create a commotion at precisely midnight near the 4th floor armor corridor to divert Filch's attention. Afterward, we will find a place to hide. It may take some time. If all goes well, you should be able to wait for us in the common room around 4 in the morning. My suggestion is, we will wait for your return. Harry interjected before Hermione could finish. Very well, just be cautious. Understood. Harry and Parvati donned the invisibility cloak, silently trailing behind Brandy and Hermione as they slipped out through the fat lady's portrait. The corridor was nearly deserted as Brandy and the others descended to the 6th floor, bidding farewell to Harry and Parvati at the stairway. Where to now? Should we rest a bit? There is still an hour until midnight. Brandy inquired of Hermione once Harry and Parvati's footsteps had faded into the distance. That won't do. We need to resolve a small issue in these few minutes, otherwise Harry and the others might still be discovered. Hermione flashed him a playful smile, grasped his hand, and led him to the statue of the fat friar. She carefully retrieved a small paper package from her robe, pinching a small amount of white powder from within and evenly sprinkling it over the statue's base. What is this? Brandy curiously leaned closer, sniffing the substance, which emitted a refreshing aroma. Do not touch. Hermione gently moved his hand aside. This is catnip, a powder made from catmint and valerian. If you get this on you, just wait for Yale to go wild on your stomach. Brandy's expression shifted abruptly. Hey, what are you doing? Hermione, silent, tucked away the paper bag and deftly produced her wand, casting a spell that struck the torch on the wall. The flames flickered unnaturally before extinguishing instantly. Quick, let us hide. She pulled Brandy down as they swiftly crouched into a corner at the end of the corridor. Cats are highly sensitive to light. If Mrs. Loris passes by, she will undoubtedly sense something amiss. Just wait and see. I understand the big picture. But that powder of yours. Brandy was drenched in sweat, struggling to articulate the peculiar sensation overwhelming him. Catnip and valerian are one thing. But you're talking about Yagit Vine? That S used to induce amorousness in jaguars. Using that against Mrs. Loris? Heaven knows which studentess Tomcat will suffer. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her as she playfully swatted at Brandy. Oh dear, Brandy, how can you say something so scandalous? I'm merely concerned that the effects of the former 1T last long. Catnip might only keep her disinterested for about 20 minutes. But we 1T return until 4 o'clock. You don't think I'm doing this solely to protect Harry, do you? True, we're not in danger. But my dear Yale is. Who knows what peculiar preferences Mrs. Loris might possess? Thus, Brandy, exasperated, grasped Hermione's hand to keep her still, fervently praying to Merlin that Mrs. Loris wouldn't be subjected to too much torment. The fat lady's door might not be able to deter her. In less than 10 minutes, the great catch Hermione sought was hooked. Mrs. Loris appeared to be in good spirits, strutting through the corridor like a sovereign surveying her domain. She passed by, then abruptly halted in her feline stride. Meow? Mrs. Loris tilted her head in curiosity, seemingly noticing that the corridor's light was dimmer than usual. She cautiously approached, drawn nearer until she caught a whiff of something peculiar. What could it be? It resembled the scent of grass in a field chasing butterflies, the savory aroma of fried fish from Filch's kitchen, and the luxurious, silky essence of a feline strutting confidently, casting flirtatious glances. Mrs. Loris's tail rose like a flagpole. She suddenly abandoned her genteel demeanor, as if her very blood was drawn to her brain, gathering in anticipation. She darted to the base of the statue, reveling as she rubbed against the small mound of white powder, her ruby-red eyes narrowing into slits of sheer delight. After a prolonged moment of indulgence, she cautiously leaned closer, inhaling gently. Boom. In that instant, the world fell silent. Her body and soul, the last remnants of consciousness, felt like a flash of lightning. An arrow released from its bow, as if her very essence soared freely within a realm filled with fish and handsome tomcats. Meow. Life was complete. From Brandy and Hermione's perspective, Lady Loris approached the statue, lunging at it like a dog, sniffing and licking with abandon. Then, like a writhing caterpillar, it twisted and turned in place, exuberantly exuding the restlessness of youth and feminine allure, saliva cascading down. Following this, it emitted a series of sounds utterly uncharacteristic of a cat, before shaking its head and tumbling off the pedestal with a resounding thud. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Brandy and Hermione were not in a hurry. They waited a few more minutes before cautiously emerging from the corner. They appeared somewhat wary, but soon relaxed as they observed the scene. Given the current state of Mrs. Loris at the skating rink, it seemed unlikely that, even if they were to act flamboyantly beside her, she would possess the inclination to open her eyes and glance at them. Would she remain in this state indefinitely? Brandy poked Mrs. Loris gently on the head, prompting her to let out a faint yelp before resuming her feigned state of death. Thus, Brandy felt assured enough to grasp her neck and lift her up, scrutinizing her closely. Remarkably, she did appear rather endearing. Her tongue was even lolling out. "I can't believe it," Hermione remarked, her expression a mixture of emotions, the blush on her face still lingering. Logically, the current tranquility was likely influenced by the catnip, which could temporarily render cats more docile and calm. However, the effects of catnip were not long-lasting. It would not be long before smack, as Brandy instinctively released his grip. Mrs. Loris fell to the ground with a satisfying sigh. How terrifying. The thought of what might transpire with that cat in a mere 10 minutes sent a shiver down Brandy's spine, prompting him to hastily pull Hermione along as they swiftly departed from the scene of the incident. Time had already passed 11:40. Harry and Parvati were likely making their way back to school with Norbert along the path. They had ample time at their disposal. At this moment, the most pressing issue that could expose Harry and his companions had been resolved. There remained no trace from the stench of dead mice within the crate that could unveil their hiding place. The next step was to ensure that Filch's animosity remained directed towards them. However, this posed little challenge for Brandy, as he firmly believed that if Filch had to choose between him and Harry, who was accompanied by a dragon, he would not hesitate for even a second. Thus, it sufficed to make Filch aware of their presence outside. But how could they locate him? The castle was vast, and Filch would not be idly resting in his office at this late hour. He might very well be wandering through an unknown corridor, lantern in hand, muttering curses and harboring the most malicious intentions in search of potential troublemakers. Initially, Hermione's plan was to head to the staff lounge on the first floor. They were aware that Filch, due to previous events, would be extremely vigilant in that area, likely setting up various detection and warning spells nearby at night. If anyone ventured too close, indeed, the lounge was a dead end. At such an hour, only Brandy would be foolish enough to head that way. He would probably receive a prompt notification and would instantly deduce that the intruder was Brandy. However, as they descended the stairs from the second floor and were about to glance around the corner to the right, they suddenly heard soft footsteps coming from the other side. They froze in fear, desperately covering their mouths to suppress any sound. Brandy instinctively pulled Hermione closer, and the two quickly concealed themselves in the shadows beneath the staircase. At this late hour, who could it be? They knew it certainly was not Filch, for he always carried his lantern wherever he went. Nor could it be Harry and Parvati, as they were undoubtedly still absent. Thus, the two pressed tightly together, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed intently on the corner. A shadow elongated by the flickering light emerged from the corner, followed by a pair of knee-high boots encased in a purple wizard's robe, layered with a thick scarf. It was a face they recognized all too well. Professor Quirrell? Brandy and Hermione exchanged astonished glances, a result neither of them had anticipated. How did he end up here? Was he his office on the third floor? At that moment, Professor Quirrell appeared exceedingly strange. As a professor, he could roam the castle with confidence, yet his demeanor was timid, as if he had committed some unspeakable act. He seemed to be in considerable distress, and in the faint glow of the fire, Brandy and Hermione could clearly discern his contorted features and twitching muscles. They strained to hear his mutterings, which seemed to be a soliloquy. Was he it supposed to be? But now I'm utterly doomed. Severus. His voice was too faint for them to catch more than a few words, but upon uttering the name, his voice erupted into a furious roar, accompanied by a choked gasp. It sounded like he was lamenting, perhaps complaining about another failed confrontation with Snape. Shortly after, he appeared to be hallucinating. as if he believed someone was conversing with him. Yes, yes, indeed, I will endeavor to do so. It is my duty. Professor Quirrell trembled as he grasped the banister, painstakingly ascending the stairs. He moved slowly, evidently suffering from some affliction, perhaps even a mental one. Suddenly, he stumbled, seemingly losing his footing, and fell with a thud upon the staircase. Hermione's face paled, and she instinctively moved to rush to him, only to be firmly restrained by Brandy, who swiftly covered her mouth. "Shh, don't move. We are violating school rules," he whispered urgently. "Professor Quirrell is likely fine. He probably just misstepped on that troublesome step meant to ensnare those who cannot remember the sequence." Just then, Quirrell's furious shout echoed from above, and he struggled to rise, limping onward until his footsteps gradually faded from their perception. Hermione exhaled in relief, cautiously peeking up the stairs to confirm that Professor Quirrell had indeed departed. She then urged Brandy to follow her. What has caused Professor Quirrell to become so irritable? He is usually so timid and introverted. Perhaps he is reaching his breaking point. Much like those in despair who have nowhere to turn, their tempers can be quite volatile. Brandy mused as he emerged, his thoughts wandering. How peculiar. I had something in mind just a moment ago. Are you wondering why he came down from the second floor? Or why he was talking to himself? Hermione pressed, unrelenting. This is all your fault, you foolish idea. Now it seems Professor Quirrell is not only physically compromised but mentally affected by that potion. Did you not hear him lamenting Snape? Perhaps he is tormented by Parvati's potion and seeks Snape for an antidote. Goodness, this is dire. Snape likely hasn't he retired for the night. Suddenly anxious, she grabbed Brandy, urging him to hurry upstairs. We cannot go down. We might encounter him. The interruption shattered Brandy's muddled thoughts, and he snapped back to reality, following Hermione upward. Due to the unforeseen incident with Professor Quirrell, they had no time to fetch Filch. They confirmed that Quirrell had returned to his office before hastening to the fourth floor's armor corridor, as they beheld the line of gleaming suits of armor under the moonlight. The deep chime of midnight echoed throughout the castle. It is time, Brandy and Hermione declared, brandishing their wands, with simultaneous incantations of the expansion charm and the levitation charm. One suit of armor ballooned to the size of a half-giant and began to float, as if an inflated balloon was pressing against the ceiling. Are you ready? You mean to flee? That is my forte. The two strove to calm their racing hearts, acutely aware of the chaos that would ensue if the armor fell. And they had perhaps only 2 or 3 minutes to reach the sanctuary of Classroom 13. We've practiced this several times during the day, haven't we? Very well. Hermione swallowed hard, her calves trembling. Ready. Without hesitation, she lowered her wand and bolted towards the staircase. Run. As they dashed out of the armor-laden corridor and rounded a corner, a deafening clang reverberated through the air, resembling a massive iron ball crashing to the ground. The resounding noise echoed in the vast castle, and despite their mental preparation, the loud impact made their hearts leap in unison, causing their escape to become increasingly frantic. They sprinted desperately forward, clearly hearing Filch's furious screams from below, as he seemed enraged and was swiftly approaching the fourth-floor corridor through the secret passage. Fortunately, the wrathful Filch appeared oblivious to the two culprits fleeing in terror. They narrowly escaped to the sixth-floor staircase, where Mrs. Norris seemed to have vacated the corridor to the right, likely commencing her performance. At Hermione's urgent prompting, Brandy clumsily opened the hidden door to Classroom 13, and they tumbled inside, collapsing onto the floor as the faint blue light of the doorway swiftly dimmed and vanished. With a long sigh of relief, the tension that had gripped them began to dissipate, but physical and mental exhaustion quickly overwhelmed them, leaving them motionless on the floor. Silence enveloped the classroom, punctuated only by the sound of their hearts pounding in the stillness. Feeling the cold floor beneath him, Brandy's previously frayed nerves began to cool, and the ability to think gradually returned to his foggy mind. The events of the second floor felt hauntingly familiar, and he sensed a vague thought lingering just out of reach. Hermione, do you not find something amiss? What do you mean? Professor Quirrell? The rustling sound beside him drew Hermione's attention, her eyes shimmering in the moonlight. In retrospect, it does seem somewhat off. Professor Quirrell's speech lacked the usual stammer, and he appeared particularly menacing. I'm not referring to that, though you are indeed correct. His behavior was truly uncharacteristic. What occupies my mind is those peculiar messages. What? Have you a notion? Not exactly a plan, merely a thought. I find Oliver's behavior particularly incongruous. Imagine if a Ravenclaw first year borrowed her Transfiguration notes and stumbled upon that unnatural message. It would certainly pique curiosity about what age qualifies as competent when faced with little wizards. Please willingly forfeit. They would perceive this remark as specifically addressed to the first-year students. In this context, Hermione, your deduction is not flawed. They will eagerly seek out Oliver's notes from the entirety of the 7 years, ultimately uncovering these 7 peculiar messages. Brandy furrowed her brow in contemplation, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts into words. But what if it had never been this way from the beginning? What do you mean by that? Hermione retorted sharply, grasping Brandy's outstretched hand to leverage herself off the ground. I still don't quite understand what you're trying to say. I mean, he said, rubbing his forehead with fervor, I suddenly get the feeling that we might have misinterpreted Oliver's true intentions. Consider this. While the current situation seems entirely normal from the perspective of first years, it must appear quite incongruous to the upperclassmen. Oliver only decided to leave behind these clues right before graduation. Why wouldn't she consolidate all the information in the 7th-year notes? Surely more people would access her notes that way. And wouldn't that better prevent the younger wizards from stumbling upon them? She could have even omitted the first message altogether. Yet, she didn't do that. Perhaps it's because she had to disassemble the messages and distribute them among the notes of all 7 years. Hermione, who had been attentively listening to Brandy, suddenly interrupted him, her expression brimming with excitement. I understand now. If she hadn't done it this way, her juniors wouldn't be able to find that door even if they discovered her messages. This very act serves as a clue. She leaped up, pacing back and forth within the classroom. How could I have not thought of this from the start? She placed the no entry for young wizards message at the forefront because, constrained by the necessity of this method, she had to prioritize it as a warning. No wonder I've been racking my brain trying to decipher the meaning of this upward journey. It turns out I was missing this vital piece. The 7th-year Transfiguration textbook must refer to something specific, and its characteristics include the number 7. Hermione flitted around Brandy like a butterfly amidst flowers, making his head spin, prompting him to finally speak up. It can't be that complicated. Perhaps it merely refers to the floors. Floors? That's impossible. Hogwarts has 8 floors. Not counting the towers. Don't tell me you haven't even memorized the floor of the Gryffindor common room? Hermione casually dismissed his remark and continued her back and forth pacing before abruptly stopping, her gaze fixed on Brandy with an odd intensity. Hey, what are you doing? Brandy felt an unsettling chill as he was scrutinized by that gaze. Hermione glanced at him with an odd expression, repeating, from the 1st floor to the 7th. There exists something absent on the 8th. Perhaps during the ascent, one might discover the astronomer's tower. What are you talking about? Padma interjected, possibly not without merit. Hermione produced the parchment she had previously used to record messages, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Parvati has already revealed the answer to us. 3 hours was hardly an eternity for Hermione and Brandy, who could easily let time slip away with a single tome of magic or an intriguing incantation. Yet now, in their restless anticipation, they sat quietly at their desks, counting each second. Neither of them dared to take a moment as respite. They were eager to validate their theories. Finally, as the pocket watch's hands aligned at 3 o'clock, they could no longer contain themselves and burst through the classroom door. The castle was enveloped in silence. At this hour, even Filch had likely retreated to his office for a reprieve. Let us head to the 1st floor. The message indicated we should ascend in order. They stealthily descended the stairs, arriving at the foot of the 1st floor. Given the presence of the Great Hall, the staircase there was notably the longest. Standing at its base, both wore expressions of anxiety and trepidation. Don't lose count, Brandy. I'll keep watch from below. I'm not so incompetent as to forget my tally. But is it true what you said? Will it appear behind me? Brandy eagerly stepped onto the 1st stair. There is no doubt. Although I cannot pinpoint its location, it must exist. Otherwise, why would the mysterious figure and Professor Flitwick seek this door? Perhaps it is simply invisible to the untrained eye. Very well, I shall ascend. Brandy inhaled deeply and began his climb. 1, 2, 3 with each step, he silently counted. While Hermione remained firmly positioned at the stair's base, her gaze fixed on his movements. Would everything transpire as Hermione had predicted? 42, 43. His right foot trembled slightly before he decisively placed it down. Suddenly, he felt his balance shift. Although he had stepped onto the stair, there was no sensation of solidity. He stumbled, his right foot sinking into the step, and he held his breath. Hermione, I see nothing, but it may well be inconspicuous. Remain still. From behind. Hermione began to chant a spell, her words illuminating the air. She cautiously approached Brandy, halting a stair or two behind him. He heard her bend down, searching for something on the stairs. Moments later, A jubilant shriek erupted from her. "Oh, wait. It's right here. I see it." "Yes," Brandy exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. 2 hours prior, Parvati had indeed already provided us with the answer, Hermione remarked, her expression peculiar. "Do you recall that day in astronomy class when she inexplicably knocked you over in the corridor?" "I do. I suffered a headache all night from that and ended up with a sizable bump." Parvati later claimed she merely tripped on her own rope. "Why do you ask? Do you remember approximately where Professor Quirrell stumbled upon the trick stair while ascending?" "Of course. If I didn't I wouldn't survive at Hogwarts. It was 3 steps away from the stairway to the next floor. I could recount it with my eyes closed. Suddenly, a vague thought crystallized in his mind. And he shivered. "You can't be suggesting indeed." Hermione moved to the wall, igniting the everlasting flame within the candlestick, revealing the parchment-esque contents once more. "Look at the second-year message. Note the page number. Now, reflect carefully on how many steps we just traversed on the 2nd floor." A resounding explosion echoed in Brandy's mind as he suddenly comprehended why Oliver had deliberately placed the message within the notebooks of the 7th grade. She was referring to the staircase on each floor, where the steps corresponding to the number of the notes would mysteriously vanish. No wonder there were only 7 notebooks. Hermione explained nonchalantly, for beyond the 8th floor, there were no more disappearing steps. Hermione ultimately found the clue on the side of the very step beneath Brandy's feet, painted in a silvery gray hue. Due to the dim lighting on the staircase and the backlighting, it nearly blended with the color of the step itself. Without a deliberate search, it would have been nearly impossible to discover. My heavens, the individual who left this clue a millennium ago must have been deranged. Without precise locational information, one could never fathom that this place would even bear inscriptions. Hence, it appears that only Light and his companions have uncovered the treasury in 1,000 years. The inscription lay on the side of the step beneath their feet, invisible even when glanced back at. Unless someone specifically recited the Lumos spell while standing a step or 2 behind, deliberately gazing at the staircase. TSK, what a clever individual. Hermione praised this figure from 1,000 years past. "All right, Hermione, quickly tell me what it says." It's in Old English. Let me see." Hermione squatted down and read aloud, articulating each word carefully. "All beginnings have an end." "All right, that's merely 1/7. There must be more." "Let us ascend," Brandy urged. They followed the earlier method, running from the 2nd to the 5th floor, as each level hosted more than one staircase. Thus, they traversed each one until the concealed information of that floor was revealed. Presently, they stood in the corridor of the 6th floor. All beginnings have an end. The intersection of 4 colors leads to either heaven or hell. What is forbidden to behold? Hermione recounted the information from the first 5 floors. This riddle appears rather simple. I believe I have grasped the essence of it. Yet 2 segments remain, Brandy. This layer is at the 4th step. I know where that is. It's beside classroom 13, isn't it? I recall that the 4th step of that staircase disappears. It seems we are indeed fated to encounter this treasury. With joy, they hurried over, and Hermione was the first to step onto the 4th stair. Brandy followed closely, bending down. "What is this? Do not disturb the sleeping dragon." He blinked in confusion. "Hermione, the paint here is different. It's not silver gray, but blood red." "Hey, it truly appears to be painted with blood. Could it hold some special significance?" "Impossible. What blood could possibly remain intact for 1,000 years?" Brandy exclaimed. "You're a muggle, and you lack this basic knowledge. Calm down. Let us finish reading the last one. Then we can ponder it later." Hermione shivered slightly. The castle was still a tad cold at night, and she felt it too. What is this?" In a sudden blush, she accepted the robe Brandy handed over, wrapping it around herself. The robe was somewhat long, and in Hermione's grasp, she could barely extend her arms. Next, she clumsily retrieved the parchment from within the robe. "The 10th step of the disappearing staircase on the 7th floor, The 10th step?" She squinted, appearing deep in thought. "Are there disappearing steps on the 7th floor that include the 10th step?" "Hey, Brandy. Do you?" Her words were cut short as Brandy's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly seized her, yanking her down from the staircase, and then roughly pushed her into the corridor where they had previously drugged Lorelei. Hermione barely caught a glimpse of the terror and panic etched on his face. "Quick, hide," he mouthed rapidly, soundlessly, but clever Hermione deciphered his intent. She stealthily tiptoed towards the depths of the corridor. Just as she turned the corner, a chilling voice from the direction of the staircase froze her blood. "Why are you here, Mr. Barton?" It was Professor McGonagall. "She has discovered us." Hermione quickly shrank back, peeking out just enough to observe the scene at the staircase entrance. It was now past 4 in the morning. Professor McGonagall's eyes seemed about to ignite with fury. I cannot believe you dared to do this. At first, I thought it was Harry Potter. I never anticipated you would deceive Draco and Longbottom, luring them into the castle, then creating a disturbance near the armory to have them captured. And on top of that, being out all night without your wizarding robes? Professor McGonagall's voice had never sounded so terrifying. Do you find joy in this behavior, Neville? Hermione heard Brandy's panicked voice. I don't know, Professor. And Malfoy is not, oh, not you? Professor McGonagall snorted coldly. Then lend me your wand, Mr. Barton. If you insist on claiming my words have nothing to do with you. Brandy was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by the connection between Malfoy and Neville's capture and his own wand. He was unaware of the truth, yet Hermione was not, biting her lip with determination. She prepared to step outside, but Brandy's concealed hand vigorously gestured to prevent her from sharing the blame. Subsequently, he extended his hand and surrendered his wand to Professor McGonagall. Ah, I had forgotten you were merely a first year, she remarked as she retrieved her own wand, her expression stern as she regarded Brandy. Perhaps you are unaware of a straightforward method to discover the last spell cast by a wand, Barton, do you? She raised her wand, aligning it with Brandy's. Revelio. Professor McGonagall's voice rang coldly. Hermione heard Brandy gasp sharply as a colossal, expanding humanoid figure emerged from the point where their wands connected. It appeared to be composed of a peculiar mist, growing rapidly from the size of a ping-pong ball. Before long, Hermione discerned its true form, the armor that had been enlarged by Brandy's expansion charm. There would be no further excuses now. The levitation charm had lifted the armor into the air, followed by the expansion charm that had inflated it. Quite a clever idea, wouldn't you agree? Will you deny it further? Do you require me to summon your levitation charm as well? Professor McGonagall lowered her wand, and with a sharp pop, the armor, now towering at half a man's height, vanished without a trace. Brandy, conditioned by reflex, retracted his wand, fully aware that a second use of the rewind charm would undoubtedly reveal the presence of another individual outside. A mere search of the dormitory would expose everything. It was I who did it, Professor. He confessed. Admitted, have you? Very well, let me add another charge, attempting to deceive Dean Barton. What you have engaged in today, to put it mildly, is sufficient grounds for your expulsion. Brandy's body trembled. All right, now follow me. She heard Professor McGonagall coldly declare as she turned and vanished into the shadows. Brandy stood there momentarily, dazed, before despondently trailing after her. Just before departing, she gestured towards herself as if urging her to hurry along. Brandy. Hermione looked at him, her heart heavy with foreboding as he disappeared into the dark. I feel quite indignant, Mr. Barton. At that moment, Brandy had been ushered to Professor McGonagall's study on the second floor, where she instructed him to take a seat in an armchair near the fireplace. Brandy's countenance was ashen, and he remained silent. He wished he could concoct a few lies to extricate himself from this predicament, but he despairingly realized that none of them held water. What was he to do? The capture of Neville and Draco had completely taken them by surprise, wandering about the school under the cover of night, deliberately causing chaos, and maliciously leading to the arrest of 2 students. Should he start preparing to pack his bags for home? Professor McGonagall was bent over her desk, scribbling something that appeared to be a note. She paused, seized her wand, and with a flick, the note folded itself into the shape of a paper airplane, wobbling as it took flight and darted into the fireplace. Boom. The previously dormant fireplace suddenly erupted in a blaze, consuming the note. Given the gravity of your actions, I find myself unable to handle this matter alone. I have just contacted the headmaster. If all goes as expected, he will be here shortly, Professor McGonagall stated. I am truly incensed. My initial impression of you is not entirely unfavorable. You should at least be the type who values honor, shouldn't you? But look at what you have done. Deceiving your classmates, disrupting the order of the castle, violating curfew in the dead of night. She spoke in a near-fuming silence, her hands trembling as she grasped her teacup. After taking a sip, she endeavored to calm her emotions. In any case, you will need to serve detention alongside Draco and Longbottom. After all, they too trespassed in the castle, regardless of their reasons. Such behavior is inexcusable. Of course, in addition to this, Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 100 points. 100 points? Brandy's face turned pale in an instant. It was not merely a matter of 10 or 20 points. Recently, Harry had brilliantly salvaged Gryffindor with an exceptional match, only to have 100 points deducted. A stark descent from the heavens to the depths below. No, Professor, you cannot take 150 points. I implore you. Then it shall be 200 points. Do not forget the 50 points from Longbottom. If you utter another word, I shall erase the points from your own house." Professor McGonagall roared, her elongated, pointed nose flaring with indignation. "You need not question my disciplinary measures, Mr. Baddock. This is the consequence of your antics and troublemaking among your peers. To be frank, I have never felt such shame for Gryffindor, aside from you, my dear student. Good heavens, this is my own house." Brandy felt as though his very spirit had been siphoned away in that fleeting moment. He lost all strength and leaned weakly against the back of his chair. In that instant, he had seemingly obliterated all hope for Gryffindor, having already incurred a deduction of 100 points during the last brawl with Slytherin. Was the meager score left in the Gryffindor hourglass truly sufficient for further penalties? As he spiraled into a haze of anxious thoughts, a sudden eruption of emerald flames burst forth from the fireplace, heralding the arrival of an elderly man. Dumbledore had come. As Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, Brandy was astonished to discover that he did not perceive any glimmer of disappointment in the elder's gaze. What thoughts occupied his mind? "I believe I have a grasp of the events that transpired. Now, Brandy, is there anything you wish to elucidate?" Brandy gazed into his eyes, where the depths of the ocean revealed no trace of joy or anger. In an instant, he recalled Charlie's letter, and a cold sweat enveloped him. Reflecting upon it now, he wondered how his friends had traversed the formidable enchantments of Hogwarts, riding their broomsticks to the astronomy tower. Surely, without the permission of a professor or the headmaster, no outsider could gain entry here. Could it be that Dumbledore was still observing him? No, sir. He stood frozen for a few seconds before hastily bowing his head in a pretense of shame. "It is my fault, Professor Dumbledore. I have no words to offer." Dumbledore nodded. "Minerva, what is your decision?" 200 points, plus detention. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall replied, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness and reluctance that Brandy could discern. "However, I still hope he will not be expelled. After all, he is merely mischievous." Brandy's eyes widened in astonishment. Professor McGonagall was actually pleading with Dumbledore? This meticulous woman, usually so composed, was displaying such vulnerability? "A fitting punishment, Minerva. I respect your opinion. Let us conclude today's matters here." He turned to Brandy. "Now, if there is nothing else, you may return to rest. It is nearly 5 o'clock, and although first-year classes are not scheduled for tomorrow, it is essential to rejuvenate oneself to muster the strength for the greater challenges ahead." He seemed to blink cheerfully, yet his tone lingered heavily on the notion of trouble. Brandy was taken aback, suddenly at a loss regarding Dumbledore's intentions. What did he want him to do? Create greater trouble? At that moment, Hermione had already returned to the common room, where Harry and Parvati, who had been waiting anxiously, hurried to greet her. Everything went smoothly. "Hermione, your plan was truly impeccable. On our way upstairs, we encountered Madame Loris, who staggered past us as if she had been drinking. Parvati kicked her, and I was terrified," Harry exclaimed joyfully, only to find that she showed no reaction at all as we watched her wander towards the first floor. "What did you give her?" Parvati chimed in. "And then there was Filch. He was running around the castle looking for his cat. As we approached the astronomy tower, we heard his roar, thinking you all had been caught. Guess who it was?" Hermione, despondent, replied, "You must be referring to Malfoy." "Hermione, you are truly remarkable." She marveled. "How could you even guess that?" "However, there is bad news. Neville somehow learned about our escapade. Fearing for our safety, he came out to warn us. We saw him in the common room looking utterly dejected, as if Professor McGonagall had caught him red-handed. By the way, where is Brandy? Is he still outside searching for that? And why does your robe seem so large today?" Harry and Parvati chattered on, but soon they grew puzzled, realizing that quite some time had passed since Hermione's return, yet Brandy had yet to emerge from the doorway. Moreover, Hermione's expression was decidedly grim. A sense of foreboding crept into their minds. "It seems we might be a bit too loud," Hermione murmured, her gaze fixed on her shoes, standing as still as a statue. Professor McGonagall happened to be waiting at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room to catch students in the act, and she had overheard their voices. "You've been caught," the two exclaimed in horror. "But how could you?" Hermione slowly lifted her head, revealing red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down her face. "Brandy pushed me into the corridor and told me to hide. He was caught by Professor McGonagall, who used a backfiring spell on his wand. To protect me, he took the blame for everything." She sank into an armchair, weeping in anguish. Brandy might be expelled. A strange silence enveloped the common room for a moment. Then Harry abruptly stood up, determined to rush towards the exit. "What are you doing?" Parvati grasped his sleeve tightly. "What else is there to do? This was something we all participated in." Harry shouted in frustration. "How can we sit here comfortably while Brandy bears the brunt of this alone? I'm going to find Professor McGonagall. I am willing to accept the punishment alongside him. Even if it means expulsion, so be it. He clenched his fists, declaring that he would simply pack his belongings and leave the Dursleys' home, as even wandering would be preferable to remaining in such a place. Parvati stared at Harry's resolute expression, then released his sleeve. Then I will go with you. You must be out of your minds. Especially you, Parvati. Hermione was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly shouting to stop them, tears still clinging to her cheeks. You know what your home situation is. If you were expelled too, how devastated would Padma be? Just sit still. At the very least, we should wait for Brandy to return. But what good will it do to wait here? For all we know, by the time Brandy comes back, he may no longer be a Gryffindor student. Harry retorted angrily at Hermione. You know how Professor McGonagall is. She cannot tolerate any misbehavior. Just look at Neville. He lost 50 points simply for being out late. If it were Brandy, he would face additional charges for deceiving fellow students and causing chaos in the castle. But what difference will it make if you go? Other than ensuring that Gryffindor loses its seeker and consequently the next match against Ravenclaw, what good will come of it? For a moment, Harry was at a loss for words. He realized that in his moment of heated passion, he had not considered the potential repercussions for Gryffindor as a whole. Thus, he repressed his anger and returned to his seat, preparing to speak when the common room door swung open. Brandy entered, a heavy burden of concern etched upon his face, observing the anxious crowd surrounding him. He spoke with an unusual tone. Have I landed myself in serious trouble? The following day, Gryffindor students passing by the hourglass recording house points instinctively dropped their jaws in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if questioning their vision. The gems within the hourglass, which had previously resembled a small mountain in red, had overnight transformed into a layer of fine sand at the bottom. They had lost a staggering 250 points. Soon after, the events of the previous night began to circulate. Brandy Barton, who usually appeared gentle and courteous, well-liked by all, in collusion with Miss Know-It-All, had managed to squander so many points in a single night from Gryffindor, a house that had withstood Professor Snape's venomous criticism for years. Even more infuriating was the implication that he had maliciously sought to harm his own house, that timid, cowardly Longbottom. Gryffindor could lose points for recklessness and daring, as that was merely a reflection of their own shortcomings and not shameful. However, for those treacherous souls who delighted in manipulating and deceiving their companions, the situation was entirely different. Brandy suddenly plummeted from the heavens into the depths of despair, becoming the target of scorn and derision. The members of Gryffindor, once his acquaintances, now regarded him with disdain and contempt. Even those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who had previously been on amicable terms with him, now awkwardly avoided him. They had all hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup. Yet that expectation had been utterly obliterated by Brandy himself. He now experienced the same treatment that Harry had endured before, wherever he went. People pointed and whispered about him as if he were a spectacle in a zoo, and they spoke ill of him without bothering to lower their voices. For Slytherin, Malfoy had seemingly morphed into a figure of righteousness, claiming to be a victim of Brandy's alleged misdeeds. He recounted his supposed betrayal to anyone who would listen, spinning tales that garnered him unwarranted sympathy. Do not pay heed to that scoundrel Malfoy. He merely seeks to sow discord. We know this is not your fault. So do not be so hard on yourself, said a few who truly understood the situation. Harry even found himself embroiled in a fierce argument with his Quidditch teammates over Brandy's predicament, as Wood insisted that Brandy was a traitor to Gryffindor. This was no small matter for Harry, as Quidditch was his greatest joy at school. I know, Harry. In truth, I am just grateful that I wasn't expelled, Brandy replied wearily. Though he had prepared himself and tried to steer clear of crowds, the immense pressure began to take its toll, threatening to push him to the brink of collapse. Perhaps it would be best if you kept your distance from me for now. It could hinder your social interactions. And please, persuade Hermione to step back. She has been awkwardly lingering by my side for 2 nights now. Indeed, the source of Brandy's mounting stress was Hermione. He had sensed from Dumbledore's earlier remarks that he was being set up to take the fall, since the headmaster had chosen not to expel him. There was little point in fretting over the matter. Thus, he accepted his role as the scapegoat, though he had not anticipated the overwhelming power of glances and gossip. From that night onward, Hermione began to blame herself, believing she should bear the burden alongside Brandy. Consequently, she became his shadow, following him everywhere, even going so far as to request a seat change in Professor Quirrell's class to sit beside him. Her justifications for this troublesome behavior were delivered with a sense of moral righteousness. Oh dear Miss Granger, I am already shouldering this burden. Why must you come and add to it? Brandy thought, both touched and exasperated by her insistence. In contrast, he observed Parvati, who, despite her tears upon seeing him, had a sister who was fiercely protective, leading to amusing scenes where Padma would drag Parvati away, casting her an indifferent glance. Such moments made Brandy chuckle, causing his own grievances to dissipate. He had initially thought this state of affairs might persist for another 10 days to 2 weeks. However, he soon forgot about the impending exam week, just a week before exams. It seemed that everyone suddenly recalled that focusing on their studies was more aligned with Hogwarts' core values than clinging to their grievances against Brandy for the House Cup debacle. The rumors, once rampant, faded into oblivion within just a few days. Although he still faced some cold shoulders and disdain, this news was a tremendous relief to Brandy. He could finally cast aside his worries and return to his small circle of friends, studying late into the night in the common room, diligently memorizing the societal structures of elves and giants, as well as the dates of the goblin rebellions. Hermione informed him that the riddle on the staircase had been solved, but they mutually decided to refrain from opening it without a suitable opportunity, as they could not afford any more point deductions. Yet, to their astonishment, the opportunity they sought arrived sooner than expected. On a clear morning, just days before exams, Brandy and Neville received identical notes while dining in the Great Hall. Your detention will commence tonight at 11 o'clock. Please report to the entrance hall to meet Mr. Filch. Professor McGonagall. Detention, Harry exclaimed, snatching the note from Brandy's hand and scrutinizing it. How peculiar. Why would there be a detention after hours? What does Professor McGonagall want you to do? I do not know, but I have a strange feeling about this, Brandy replied absent-mindedly, recalling Dumbledore's emphatic words before his departure. This could lead to significant trouble, considering it necessitated both Neville and possibly even Malfoy. And why the entrance hall? What could they possibly be doing? Cleaning the floors? If it's floor cleaning, that wouldn't be so bad, Hermione remarked. You have mastered the cleaning charm quite well, and its effects are impressive. Just be careful not to erase the patterns from the tiles. She leisurely finished her milk before slowly adding, but it surely cannot be floor cleaning. The timing is too odd, and you would likely be finished by 1 or 2 in the morning. Regardless of what it is, it cannot be perilous, so fret not. I hope so, Brandy murmured, striving to suppress his growing unease. That night at 11, Brandy and Neville bid farewell to Harry and the others in the common room. He wore a frown, his mind in turmoil from Dumbledore's cryptic remarks. Bundled in layers as if preparing for a winter storm, he resembled a walking bundle of nerves. And even though it was late May, his peers assumed he was attempting to hide his fear. Throughout the night, Harry and the others encircled him, trying to ease his anxiety. Just before they departed, Hermione subtly approached him, seizing the opportunity while Neville said his goodbyes to Harry and Ron, swiftly slipping a note into Brandy's pocket. Read this when detention ends, she winked at him before rejoining her friends to continue her studies. Another cryptic message, Brandy thought, his expression darkening further. He and Neville made their way down to the entrance hall, where Filch awaited them, flanked by Malfoy. As expected, Professor McGonagall was treating them all equally. Ah, Mr. Brandy, how delightful to see you, Filch sneered, his face a mask of disdain and glee upon spotting Brandy. Professor McGonagall has been exceedingly kind to you. If it were up to me, I would regret that corporal punishment has been abolished in the castle. I would eagerly have you shackled and hung from the ceiling. My whip is always polished and ready. Follow me. Filch lifted a dim oil lamp and cursed as he led the way out. The two beside Brandy looked utterly bewildered. Where on earth is he taking us? This was Brandy's first encounter witnessing Malfoy's palpable fear, which seemed even lesser than that of Neville. Good heavens. Brandy tightened his robe, lowering his voice, disregarding any house affiliations for the moment. Now, they were all in the same predicament, and Brandy did not deliberately ignore him. Had he noticed the tone in his voice? That cheerful inflection suggested the punishment would not be lenient. They strode across the pitch-black fields. The weather was rather dismal, with clouds perpetually obscuring the moon, rendering the surroundings so dim that Brandy could scarcely discern anything in the distance, save for a faint glimmer of light from Hagrid's hut. However, he felt fortunate that their path led directly there. As they approached the hut and could clearly see its window, familiar shouts and Fong's barks echoed nearby. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, we are pressed for time. Calling out to him alleviated some of Brandy's tension. If it were Hagrid, it seemed not so dreadful, at least. There would be no safety concerns, he thought, though he likely appeared overly eager. He heard Filch's cruel, gleeful voice beside him. Did you think that working with this giant would leave you unscathed? Despair, little brat, for you are heading into the forbidden forest. I swear. If you return unscathed, I shall serve my Mrs. Loris as a side dish. Speaking of which, Laura seemed somewhat off lately. Had she been eating more these past 2 weeks? By the end, it turned into his own musings. Recalling Hermione's dreadful potion powder, Brandy suddenly conceived a bold idea. Though he could not show it outwardly. The Forbidden Forest. Malfoy suddenly shuddered. You must be jesting. We cannot enter. Anything could be lurking within. If my father were to find out, enough. I've been waiting here for nearly half an hour. Your pace is exasperating. Oh, Brandy. How do you find the night in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid approached with a lantern, Fong trailing behind him, fully armed, with a remarkable crossbow in hand. It is curfew. Hagrid, they are here for punishment, not to play games with you. Filch coldly interrupted. I shall return at dawn to collect their remains, that is. If they manage to walk back to the castle on their own, he growled, swaying as he carried the lantern, vanishing into the darkness. Now follow me, you lot. Hagrid clapped his hands around his bow, signaling them to follow. I refuse. Malfoy's feet remained rooted, his tone laden with unmistakable panic. Going in there could cost us our lives. My father says there are werewolves inside. Can't we do something else? Perhaps write an apology? Isn't it better to live cautiously? No one has to lose their life. You have erred and must face the consequences. Hagrid retorted mercilessly. Do not invoke your father to frighten me. This is Hogwarts. You must contribute meaningfully or be gone. If you insist on standing there like a fool. Hagrid strode purposefully toward the darkened Forbidden Forest, and Brandy and Neville hurriedly followed. Just a few steps in, Malfoy's frantic scream echoed behind them. All right, wait for me. Don't go so fast. Listen closely. What we are about to undertake is exceedingly perilous. You must remain vigilant at all times. He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising the lantern high, illuminating a winding path that ventured into the depths of the woods. They listened intently, faint whispers from the creatures within the forest barely discernible. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? Following Hagrid's finger, they spotted a pool of silvery substance. That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forest seems to have been injured gravely. Recently, something malevolent has been at work. One died last Wednesday. Our task today is to locate that poor creature and alleviate its suffering. But what if we encounter the entity that harmed the unicorn? Malfoy cautiously inquired. Surely, we cannot defeat it. Indeed, I do not expect you to fight it. Simply finding it will suffice. Fear not the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature shall harm you. Hagrid continued into the forest. It is wise not to stray from the path. Even I have yet to explore the full extent of the Forbidden Forest. Now, we must split into two groups, following the blood trail. The unicorn seems to have been running in a panic since last night. I want Fong. Malfoy hurriedly moved to Fong's side. Pfft. Clearly, Malfoy was unaware that appearances do not always align with true strength. Brandy found it amusing as he observed. Of course, but I must warn you, he is a coward. Malfoy's face paled immediately. Then who else would you prefer, Neville or Brandy? They advanced a bit further to a junction. You ought to make a swift choice. The deeper it gets into the night, the more perilous it becomes. Then Brandy. Malfoy shivered as he just wanted to complete this wretched task and return to write a letter to his father, provided he survived, compared to the weepy Neville. Brandy at least possessed some genuine skills. Brandy shrugged, tacitly accepting Malfoy's decision. Very well, Neville and I shall take this path, while the two of you follow Yaya down the other route. Remember, if anyone encounters a unicorn, signal with green sparks, understood? Surely, you know how to produce sparks, right? And if you find yourselves in trouble, quickly send up red sparks. We will hasten to your aid. Is that settled? You too, take extra care. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, the pair followed Yaya along the narrow left path. The Forbidden Forest was shrouded in darkness, and as they distanced themselves from Hagrid, visibility diminished further. They walked silently for a short while, attentively listening to the rustling of leaves beneath their feet. Malfoy cast a Lumos charm. I believe I have spotted unicorn blood. On what grounds do you presume to command me? Malfoy immediately retorted, displeased. Are you incapable of performing it yourself? Brandy fell silent for a moment, realizing he struggled to explain the situation regarding his body and one to Malfoy. I am not particularly adept at guiding spells. This is truly something only you can manage. You should emit some light quickly, or soon we won't even be able to find Yaya. Malfoy had initially intended to mock Brandy, but startled by his words, he promptly maintained the Lumos charm, illuminating the silvery gray bloodstains on the side of the tree. Could this be blood? Silver in hue? Curiously, Brandy extended his hand to touch a bit, finding it viscous, akin to glue. It must be the work of a werewolf. A unicorn, being so formidable, would not be so easily harmed. Malfoy, trembling with fear, scanned their surroundings. There must truly be werewolves lurking in this forbidden forest. Enough of that, Brandy retorted. We are merely at the edge of the forbidden forest. If there were werewolves here, Hagrid would have dealt with them long ago. But how do you explain the unicorn's injuries? You must understand, unicorns are naturally living protective charms. It is absolutely impossible to defeat them without extraordinary power, let alone inflict such wounds. I've read about it in our family's library. So, you imply that werewolves are quite formidable? Professor Quirrell mentioned in class that werewolves are, at best, physically superior to wizards, with only a slight resistance to spells. He continued to walk slowly forward. Moreover, the most crucial point is that werewolves would not harm unicorns without a compelling reason. They do not consume such creatures. After approximately half an hour of walking, Brandy and the others were certain they had distanced themselves from the outskirts of the forbidden forest. They began to faintly hear some eerie sounds, a rhythmic clatter of hooves, accompanied by rapid, dog-like scratching against the ground. What are those sounds? Malfoy quivered, hiding behind Brandy, who had already drawn his wand in tension. I'm not certain, but it seems we are still a distance away. Do you remember Hagrid saying that the creatures in the forbidden forest do not harm us without cause? Just then, a sound akin to something sliding across the ground emerged from behind them. Malfoy and Yaya screamed in unison, while Brandy, startled, quickly pulled the dazed Malfoy behind a nearby tree, his wand trembling as it pointed into the darkness behind them. Who was there? Show yourself. He caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow passing by. No one answered, and the cacophony that had filled the air moments before vanished entirely, leaving the forbidden forest in a heavy silence. Brandy, Malfoy seemed drained of strength, clutching Brandy's robe. Let us return quickly. I truly cannot remain here any longer. This place feels peculiar. Be quiet, stay still. Brandy disregarded his complaints, and the unease within him began to swell ominously. He grasped Malfoy, urging Yaya to cautiously advance a few steps toward the area where the shadow had appeared. Illuminated by the flickering white glow of the Lumos spell, they discovered something they had overlooked moments before, a crimson stain, distinctly belonging to another creature. Was it wounded? Brandy lightly tapped the blood with his fingers, bringing it to his nose to sniff, then scrutinized it under the glow. This is normal blood from a warm-blooded animal. I can still sense its warmth. But why is it glistening? He hesitated momentarily. Malfoy, what are you doing? Malfoy exclaimed, staring at him. You can't possibly intend to follow this, can you? Please. We are only searching for a unicorn, not some inexplicable entity. No, but I distinctly feel something is amiss nearby. Fine, I'll follow you. Just don't push me. He was pulled away swiftly by a terrified Malfoy, and they hardly noticed that they had completely strayed from the path. Minutes passed, and perhaps due to their proximity to the forest depths, the trees grew increasingly dense, and the path seemed to vanish entirely. Yet their direction remained unmistakable. As they discovered the silver-gray blood becoming more abundant, blood was everywhere, as if a poor creature had struggled in agony in this vicinity. They laboriously navigated through a tangle of undergrowth until they reached a clearing. The radiant moon, at that moment, valiantly escaped the clutches of the clouds, casting its light upon the clearing. They no longer needed to maintain the Lumos spell. Together, they spotted a pure white figure at the far edge of the clearing. My goodness, Malfoy gasped. Indeed, it was the gravely injured unicorn. Brandy had never beheld such a magnificent creature. Its every hair shimmered like crystal, reflecting a silvery glow in the moonlight. Its elongated limbs retained an unnatural posture from its fall, occasionally twitching. It was still alive. Strangely, upon realizing this, a wave of elation surged within Brandy, an instinctive desire to sincerely care for and wish well for this beautiful and graceful being. He instinctively wanted to approach. At that moment, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby bushes. Suddenly, a hooded black figure glided from the shadows, moving with such stealth that Brandy couldn't discern the movement of its feet. It slithered across the ground like a serpent, approaching the unicorn. As it bent down, a sudden realization struck Brandy. He understood its intent. He instinctively shouted, Malfoy, alert! Hey! Malfoy screamed in terror, bolting backward as Yaya had already vanished. In an instant, Brandy felt his blood run cold, his teeth chattering. The hooded figure swiftly rose, emitting an eerie sound from its mouth, if it could even be called that. Just then, a muffled thud resonated behind Brandy, prompting him to turn instinctively. Malfoy had fallen onto the ground, scrambling back up, only to stumble and crash. This time, Brandy saw it. Malfoy appeared to collide with an invisible wall, rebounding violently. Brandy, what do we do? He quivered, glancing at Brandy in panic. We're trapped. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his back, and he instinctively lunged to the side. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a deep blue light streaking past him, striking a moss-covered rock nearby, which exploded as if filled with explosives. This is a wizard. His thoughts raced. A horrifying realization dawned upon him. The figure could cast spells silently, and its speed far surpassed his own. He dropped to the ground, not daring to waste a moment standing up, shouting loudly, "Armor protection! Ironclad spell!" The moment the incantation completed, another blue light shot toward him, accurately striking his shoulder. The sound was akin to metal clanging, and Brandy felt an intense pain as he was thrust backward, nearly losing grip of his wand. Yet the hastily conjured ironclad spell had worked. The deep blue spell veered off course, detonating beside him and sending debris flying. This chaos provided Brandy with his only chance to regain mobility. He rolled to the right, disoriented by the whirlwind of activity. The wizard must have unleashed numerous spells, but all were thwarted by falling earth and shattered stones. Using the momentum, Brandy sprang to his feet, acutely aware of the pain in his side as stones battered him, but he could not afford to check his injuries. With unprecedented speed, he wielded his wand, spotting the wizard's wand glowing ominously. "Retreat, weaklings!" A vibrant purple sphere erupted from Brandy's wand, racing toward the dark wizard's crimson spell, seemingly on a collision course. Brandy almost believed he had succeeded. However, it was not to be. They narrowly missed each other, their speeds too great for either to react in time. The spell struck Brandy's chest, shattering the already weakened ironclad shield, causing him to grunt as silver light flickered around him. He staggered backward, colliding heavily against the magical barrier set by the shadowy figure. The unknown dark wizard fared worse. He barely had time to wave his wand before a powerful repelling spell, requiring an advanced magical state to wield, pierced his body, propelling him backward with astonishing speed. The dark wizard let out a wail, as if struck by a truck, crashing backward with a cacophony of snapping branches. For a moment, the clearing fell into a deathly silence. "Brandy, are you all right?" Malfoy, awakened from his daze, rushed to Brandy's side, still reeling from the dark wizard's overwhelming curse. "Don't cough. Don't let your guard down." Brandy appeared not too gravely injured, leaning against the transparent barrier as he slowly stood, his face devoid of any semblance of relief. "Quick, signal. Have we won?" Malfoy asked, still shaken. Brandy shook his head with great difficulty, raising his wand. "Armor protection." The ironclad spell in its advanced form materialized as a visible aura surrounding him, which somewhat calmed his racing heart. Yet he showed no signs of relaxation. The threat still loomed behind them, which could only mean crack, crack, crack. Brandy and Malfoy simultaneously changed their expressions. From the direction in which the dark wizard had fled, an eerie applause echoed. A raspy voice, akin to the sound of sandpaper being rubbed, emerged from the shadows. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that there still existed individuals capable of wielding ancient magic, albeit in a rudimentary form? A hooded figure stepped out from the darkness, and the voice sounded peculiar, seemingly not emanating from his mouth. Nevertheless, he did not raise his wand. Yet Brandy's unease magnified in an instant. "Awaken, the sand golem." Brandy's pupils constricted sharply. The individual had not even wielded a wand. In an instant, the ground resembled a cauldron of boiling water, as the earth itself began to writhe and churn. Brandy and Malfoy stood frozen in terror before the surreal scene unfolding before them. The earth, a chaotic blend of wild grass and fallen leaves, seemed to come alive, pulsating with an unsettling rhythm. It gathered together in an invisible wave of magic, solidifying and rising rapidly to form a grotesque, half-human shape, towering nearly as high as the two giants before it. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely discern an abstract head and arms, still fused with the body, the lower half buried deep beneath the ground. Is this transfiguration? Brandy's heart raced in anxiety. He recalled witnessing Professor McGonagall transform a pot of fresh soil into a dancing clay doll during class, a feat of far greater clarity than the abstract creation before him. Yet, in terms of destructive potential, the figure looming over them was at least 20 feet tall, a far cry from the charming little figure he had seen before. He even doubted that Professor McGonagall could achieve such a transformation. What sins have I committed to encounter such a terrifying being? As he spiraled into despairing thoughts, a red light burst forth beside him. Malfoy seemed to have regained his composure, now aiming his wand skyward, releasing a spray of red sparks. This provided a flicker of hope for the two, albeit a fleeting one. They remained unaware of how far Hagrid and Neville were, nor how long they could hold out until help arrived. This action, however, caught the attention of the dark shadow across from them. It seemed poised to strike swiftly. Sensing the urgency of the moment, "Kill them." A chilling, enraged voice emanated from its form, its idle left hand making a peculiar gesture, emitting an unnatural pale light. "Stand up." The clay figure before them suddenly trembled, emitting a sound akin to crumbling rock as it shook violently. The earth surrounding it was torn apart, debris cascading down as two excessively long arms detached from its body, while its head emerged from the top. Resembling a forgetful artist who had neglected to carve any features, a mere large clay sphere. Under their watchful gaze, the creature's massive hands slammed against the ground, sending ripples of air surging forth. Its palms were nearly the size of their beds. What was it planning? Thud, thud. The ground beside the clay figure appeared to crack under its blows, revealing a shadowy lower half. The two exchanged alarmed glances. "This is bad." "It seems intent on pulling itself free." "Stop it." Without needing, Brandy's eyes widened like saucers, realizing the gravity of the situation. The giant's arms began to flail like windmills, sweeping through an arc, and just in time, Brandy pushed the utterly defenseless Malfoy aside. With a resounding crash, a hand far larger than Malfoy's body descended upon him like the weight of the world. "No!" Malfoy cried out in despair from the side. The giant withdrew its hand, leaving a pit that had collapsed several inches deep. Brandy knelt on the ground, pale-faced, clutching his abdomen, with a small patch of earth stained red by his blood before him. The once solid armor around him now swayed precariously under the impact, becoming entirely transparent, as though a single straw could shatter it completely. Remarkably, Brandy had not perished under such an assault. The prematurely cast super iron armor spell had ultimately saved his life at the last moment, as the magical armor met the colossal weight head-on, emitting a series of eerie creaks under the immense pressure. Protected by the spell, Brandy felt his body sink, and he coughed up a torrent of blood. How could anyone wield two spells simultaneously? In that moment of despair, that thought consumed him. The shadow cackled ominously, able to withstand the golem's powerful blow with the iron armor spell. "The magic within you is truly surprising. I am beginning to take a liking to you, little one. Much more useful than my current form, especially now, no? Ah, damn it." It suddenly cursed, the glow maintained by its left hand flickering erratically before vanishing entirely. Once again, it howled in a frenzy. The golem, poised to strike, gradually came to a halt, seemingly emitting a silent lament. In an instant, its towering figure was marred by a multitude of cracks, crumbling violently and rapidly transforming into a heap of useless rubble. Dust swirled around them. What on earth was happening? What did this mean? Brandy and Malfoy stared in astonishment at this bizarre scene, utterly unprepared for such a peculiar twist in the narrative. What had transpired with the shadow? Brandy strained to operate his rusted mind, pondering the shadow's ominous inquiry about this current body. However, he swiftly cast the thought aside. His heart was suddenly gripped tightly, and in fear, he gasped, realizing he must be losing his sanity, for he perceived a voice from the dark sorcerer's form that was unlike any he had heard before. "Don't do this, Master." "I cannot." The voice, high-pitched and unnaturally strained, was rife with terror and anguish, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. "Save me." Ah. The shadow's body trembled violently, as if enduring unspeakable agony, emitting wails akin to a howling beast. "Hold it together, you fool. We are but a step away." The hoarse voice seethed with fury. "I need this boy. I need him." The shadow began to stagger toward Brandy, extending a withered, pallid hand under the moonlight. To Brandy's astonishment, it was stained with blood, suggesting that this entity had suffered considerable injury. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, unable to take a single step. He could only watch helplessly as the figure drew nearer, nearly glimpsing the visage beneath the hood. A silvery incantation grazed past the hood, causing the shadow to halt in surprise. Malfoy, trembling, raised his wand, positioning himself before Brandy. "You cannot advance any further," he exclaimed, his voice tremulous yet resolute. "Hagrid will arrive shortly. I will not allow you to approach him. Even an ant dares to provoke me." Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the wrathful voice remained unmistakably clear. "Had it not been for this dim-witted body falling into my trap, I would not be reduced to such feebleness." From the distant woods came a clamor they had previously recognized, reminiscent of galloping hooves. The hooded figure let out a reluctant roar, ultimately forsaking its pursuit of Brandy. Retreating swiftly instead, it approached the unicorn, brandishing its wand with a forceful flourish. The grievously wounded unicorn's neck suddenly split open at the ravaged wound, silver blood cascading like a flowing stream. Then, Under the enchantment's influence, it levitated and coalesced into a silver orb, which the shadow consumed in one gulp. It's cold. Brutal gaze lingered on the two for a moment. I shall remember you. Good luck, little imp. A chilling wind swept through, and the hooded shadow vanished. Did we win? At this moment, Brandy felt overwhelmed by the rapid and tumultuous swings of life, which were undeniably exhilarating. He could hardly comprehend what had just transpired, merely a moment ago. They were despairingly awaiting their demise, and in the next instant, that ghastly entity inexplicably fled. Could it be that his magical powers had waned? Yet, just moments before, he had effortlessly conjured such a formidable creature with the utmost nonchalance. Brandy gazed apprehensively at the heap of gravel before him, acutely aware of its astonishing lethality after experiencing it firsthand. Regret consumed him as he lamented his lack of diligence in his transfiguration class. After catching his breath for a moment, he struggled to rise, only to find Malfoy still standing foolishly in place, his eyes fixated as if under a spell. Puzzled, Brandy approached and waved a hand in front of Malfoy. Malfoy, hey, are you back with us? Startled, Malfoy instinctively jumped back, his wand aimed menacingly at Brandy. His expression as grim as if mourning a loss. What do you want? Looking for a fight? He huffed, breathing heavily, his demeanor as surly as ever. Really? With you in that state, you can hardly hold your wand steady, let alone engage in a duel. You couldn't even best Neville. Brandy scoffed, rolling his eyes. The creature that had threatened them had long since departed, and there was no need for theatrics now. Though I must admit, your earlier stance was rather impressive. Malfoy turned away in disdain, directing his gaze to the shadows while emitting a derisive snort. Don't flatter me to lower my guard, Brandy. Don't think I wish to be saved. In truth, I would rather that creature had taken you away. He swayed slightly, as if the tension had rendered his legs stiff, and muttered under his breath before plopping down onto the ground to massage his numb limbs. But I am a proud Slytherin. The Malfoys owe no debts of gratitude. We are always the ones to be owed. Don't think for a moment that this means we can be friends. You saved me once, and I shall repay you. Now we are even. Fine, as you wish, Brandy shrugged, relieved that he wouldn't have to dwell on the matter any longer. He left Malfoy seated behind him, staggering forward alone. Hey, where do you think you're going? Malfoy's panicked shout echoed behind him. You can't just leave me alone in the Forbidden Forest. Oh. You think too highly of yourself. Brandy waved dismissively, a chuckle escaping his lips. I merely wish to see that unicorn, coward. What? You insufferable wretch. I swear I'll make you pay. Malfoy fumed, his face flushed with anger. Yes, come at me when I'm gravely ill. Brandy muttered resignedly to himself as he approached the unicorn. The magnificent creature appeared far less ethereal than before, its once radiant, moonlit sheen now dimmed. A consequence of excessive blood loss. The beautiful being had ceased its struggles entirely, its eyes were tightly shut, and its legs lay fully extended. It bore the marks of a savage attack, but the fatal wound was on its slender neck, inflicted by some arcane dark magic. The shadowy assailant had unleashed a curse that left a gruesome, gaping wound the size of a palm, exposing gleaming bones and sinew beneath the flesh. Oh, how cruel! Brandy gasped, the horrifying sight rendering him breathless. Instinctively, he glanced at his wizarding robe, tapping his wand against it. In an instant, the fabric tore apart, the hem shredding into long strips. With trembling hands, he discarded his wand and grasped the torn cloth, fighting against the waves of nausea and dizziness threatening to overwhelm him. He cautiously extended his hands toward the unicorn's neck. At that moment, the unicorn seemed to sense the commotion around it and slowly opened its eyes. Brandy gazed anxiously at the taut muscles within the wound, an indistinct wail emanating from its depths. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Brandy cautiously settled cross-legged, waving a strip of cloth before its eyes while gently stroking the fur along its back with his left hand, striving to soothe its distress. I merely wish to bandage your injury. You are well aware that your neck bears a grievous wound. Heaven knows whether the unicorn comprehended the English language. It merely fixed its gaze upon Brandy, seemingly attempting to decipher the intentions of this young sorcerer through his eyes. After a brief moment, Brandy was elated to observe the muscles in its neck gradually relax. Whether it was a newfound trust in him or simply an exhaustion that rendered it too weary to move, he could not ascertain. Thus, he gritted his teeth and, with great effort, lifted its neck, clumsily embarking on the task of bandaging it. Yet, he had scarcely managed to rap it a few times when a voice interjected. You cannot save it. Brandy's heart tightened. The voice was unmistakably not that of Malfoy. In a state of panic, he turned around. You cannot save it now. The creature spoke calmly from behind him. How could one possibly describe it? Brandy had evidently never encountered such a peculiar being before. Its upper body was humanoid, while its lower half boasted a robust, chestnut-red equine form. He could faintly discern a tail that swayed erratically behind it. "What are you?" he stammered, as the creature's hooves stomped haphazardly on the ground, clearly perturbed by his choice of words. Yet, it did not seem overly angered. "I am Forenza, a centaur," it declared. "A centaur?" Brandy murmured in confusion. He vaguely recalled having heard of such a creature in Professor Bin's class, but he was certain that he had only grasped that single term. However, it appeared that the creature bore him no ill will, if it were indeed an adversary. He felt he would have perished countless times over by now. "Greetings, Forenza. I am Brandy Barton. My companion?" He gestured awkwardly towards Malfoy, who lay sprawled on the ground, feigning death. "It seems this is my responsibility. He was perfectly fine when I emerged from the bushes, and then, inexplicably." He opened his mouth, rolled his eyes back, and fell silent. Forenza flicked his tail nervously, evidently unaware of his non-human nature. Was he allergic to horsehair? Brandy twitched at the corners of his mouth, struggling to comprehend the thought processes of the centaur. Thus, he resolved to change the subject. "Mr. Forenza, did you just say that I cannot save it?" He turned back, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed upon the dying unicorn. "But it just opened its eyes. It still moves." "Have you not yet perceived," Forenza replied, his back to the moonlight obscuring his facial expression, "that its wounds are so grievous, yet no blood flows? The final strike from that creature has nearly drained the last vestiges of life from it. It is on the brink of death." "Wait, you were right beside us?" Brandy exclaimed, bewildered. "Then what was that cacophony?" Forenza remained noncommittal. "Can we not consider alternative solutions?" Brandy persisted, unwilling to resign himself to the slow demise of the unicorn. "Let us bandage it first. I recall that Snape possesses a potion for blood replenishment, and Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing is exceptionally skilled." "I can run back now, regrettably, Barton," Forenza interjected, "setting aside whether you could return in a timely manner. It is my understanding that the physiological structure of unicorns, these sacred beings, fundamentally differs from ours. Their blood likely constitutes a unique amalgamation of magical essence and vitality. The blood replenishing potion you mentioned would likely prove ineffectual, as it contains far too little life force. Unless, of course, you have the means to procure a whole tub of it." Brandy rose halfway but slumped back down, feeling utterly defeated as he gazed into the unicorn's eyes, his expression one of deep sorrow. To his astonishment, the unicorn seemed to discern the answer within Brandy's gaze. It suddenly tensed its muscles and, under Brandy's anxious watch, began to slowly move its head. Silvery blood began to trickle from its wound, perhaps signaling its last flicker of life, while its once radiant coat rapidly darkened. "Please, don't remain still like this. You'll only hasten your demise," Brandy thought desperately. Yet the unicorn showed no sign of quietude. Brandy was utterly bewildered by its intentions. Remarkably, it began to struggle with its limbs, inching its body with great effort in a particular direction. It seemed to be striving to reach something. Brandy's curiosity was piqued as he glanced toward that direction, revealing nothing extraordinary, just a simple oak grove. "Barton, it's your wand," he exclaimed as realization struck him. The unicorn appeared to be yearning for the wand. At that moment, Forenza gasped in surprise, prompting him to lower his gaze. Indeed, Brandy's wand, which he had carelessly discarded, lay in that very direction. With uncertainty, he retrieved the wand and held it before the unicorn, which regarded it intently, as if affirming its significance. "Do you wish for me to cast a spell for you?" Brandy asked, his expression troubled. "But I'm only in my first year. I know nothing of healing spells. I fear I may be of no assistance." The unicorn weakly blinked at him twice. "Is this not what you meant?" Brandy mused, turning the wand over in his hands, perplexed. "What do you require this for?" "It cannot mend your wounds." Brandy vaguely recalled something when she visited the wand shop to purchase it. That eerie old man with the pale eyes seemed to have mentioned something regarding wands. Vitality? Yes. He had indeed remarked that this particular wand possessed remarkable vitality and resilience. Brandy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this seemingly useless object finally serve a purpose beyond ensnaring him in trouble? What should he do? Was it as simple as directing the wand towards the unicorn? He eagerly lifted the wand, inquiring of the unicorn, entirely indifferent to the possibility that they might not share a common language. He prodded the wand's tip against the unicorn's back, urging it to respond. The unicorn blinked. Its abdomen blinked. Its hooves blinked. Its rear. Suddenly, the unicorn's hind leg twitched, prompting Brandy to hastily withdraw the wand, sheepishly rubbing his nose. At long last, after a series of erratic pokes, Brandy finally discerned the correct spot. When he pointed at its horn, the unicorn became completely still, its body relaxing entirely. Please, dear wand, considering how much magic you've withheld from me and your lack of diligence, I beg you. Brandy closed his eyes and began to earnestly pray. Whether it was his fervent thoughts that influenced the wand, he suddenly felt an unusual warmth emanating from it. Opening his eyes, he beheld a blinding golden light radiating from the wand, as intricate golden symbols began to materialize along its length. A torrent of surging magical energy erupted forth, enveloping the unicorn's form. The latter, suddenly brimming with vitality, emitted an exhilarating neigh. Amidst the golden glow, Brandy vaguely perceived something swiftly darting into his wand. In the next moment, the golden light vanished mysteriously, restoring the area to its original state. Only Brandy and Firenze stared incredulously in the direction where the unicorn had just been. Its majestic form had vanished, replaced by a diminutive, fuzzy golden creature. Firenze, bewildered, knelt down, bending his horse leg to lift the little being into his hands. He then cast a peculiar glance at Brandy, sending a chill down the latter's spine. A unicorn's offspring? The forest path at 1 o'clock in the morning was hardly a tranquil haven, besides the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and the chirping of insects. There were the heavy breaths and suppressed roars of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. However, with a sudden rustle from the distant bushes, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as pairs of green eyes, filled with curiosity or panic, fixed upon the unexpected intruders. Firenze, I told you I don't want it, grumbled a tall and robust centaur, striding ahead with a display of bulging muscles and powerful horse legs that proclaimed his strength. On his back was a frail creature, a boy from the outside world known as a wizard. Behind him, another wizard, clutching his stomach, stumbled along, trying to catch up with the centaur. It was indeed a strange atmosphere. Rather than a mere journey, it resembled a chase, with one pursuing and the other fleeing. I can't take care of this creature either. Brandy panted as he hurried after Firenze, disregarding the hour or the resting animals in the forbidden forest. I have no idea what it even eats. And Hogwarts doesn't allow 2 pets inside. Unicorns are easy to care for. I've seen them munch on tree bark, grass, honey, and sweets. Don't come any closer. Firenze exclaimed with frustration, evading backward, his hands flailing. I would never adopt this little thing. Just because I'm willing to help you carry this little wizard doesn't mean I enjoy playing babysitter. I detest younglings. I've said it before. This thing is definitely not a unicorn. Brandy, out of breath, cornered Firenze. I swear. It must be. I've never seen a creature who's young or golden. Firenze's hooves impatiently stomped on the ground. And look, it has little bumps on its head. It will surely grow horns. But there are 2 bumps. A unicorn's head does not sprout 2 horns. Firenze awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes darting around. You must realize that anything is possible in this world. Just look at how bright Mars is today. It suggests the potential for anomalies and impending dangers. Under Brandy's scrutinizing gaze, Firenze's attention shifted suspiciously. Indeed. So the sudden appearance of this 2-horned creature, a bicorn, is not entirely out of the question. Brandy was momentarily astonished by the audacious remarks. Initially, he had indeed believed that the creature, which lay there as if in a deep slumber, was a unicorn foal. However, when he cautiously cradled it in his arms, the sight of its true face nearly caused him to drop it. This was certainly no unicorn, Brandy would swear on his wand. He had encountered this little being long ago, back when he first received his wand. It was the creature that had danced joyfully beside him, composed entirely of golden light. Yet, wasn't that merely an illusion? How could the once grievously injured patient transform into this fluffy, golden, and utterly unresponsive little creature in the blink of an eye? As he contemplated inquiring with Firenze, he was met with the irresponsible remark, "Oh, by the way, Barton, congratulations on becoming a father." Fatherhood, indeed. Since it was discovered in your forbidden forest, why not take proper responsibility and help it find its mother? What does it mean to casually toss this little creature to a novice wizard who is barely managing his own affairs? Absolutely not. He would not take the blame for this. Thus, the current peculiar scenario unfolded. Firenze, please, the little one's parents might be in a state of utter distress. Could you kindly mobilize the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest to assist in locating its family? Not a chance, Firenze replied, shaking his head vigorously. The once steady and reliable demeanor he had displayed was nowhere to be found. If, as you say, it is not a unicorn, then I have no obligation to assist you in finding its parents. I could swear by the stars. His expression grew serious, as if the stars held considerable and sacred significance for centaurs, something that did not belong in this realm. But it certainly was discovered in the glade of the Forbidden Forest. Brandy retorted in frustration. It appeared only after you performed some peculiar actions, Mr. Barton. Firenze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I am uncertain about what transpired, but you must recognize it. Do you not? You should know whence it came. Brandy stood in a daze, instinctively glancing at his wand, then carefully examining the golden creature cradled in his arms, feeling incredulous about the peculiar thought that had just emerged within him. It belongs to you, always has, murmured Firenze as he leaned down. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from a distance, accompanied by a warm light that filled Brandy's heart. It was Hagrid. Brandy, are you all right? Hagrid panted as he hurried along the path, with Neville timidly trailing behind, his expression resembling that of someone who had wandered through hell. I saw red sparks, but it was too far away. Where did you go? What about Malfoy? Firenze gestured with his body, indicating Hagrid to take the burden off his back. I must depart now. Brandy button, my companions await me. I sincerely hope the Centaur's prophecy tonight was merely an error. However, I believe you can overcome it, can't you? Good luck. He turned and left Brandy, who was still bewildered in the wind, slowly disappearing into the depths of the forest. As they made their way out of the forbidden forest, Hagrid looked at Brandy with skepticism. You mean to say you merely touched it, and then the unicorn's body vanished inexplicably? That creature, even in death, retains magical power. Brandy, you cannot be jesting. Brandy had not anticipated that allowing Hagrid to accept his wand would be akin to consuming that unicorn and regurgitating a glittering gold one. Such a notion was far too challenging. Ultimately, Brandy opted to obscure the truth. When Malfoy and I frightened that shadow away, it was nearly draining the unicorn's blood. I saw its fur change color. Good heavens. Hagrid's eyes widened. You mean that dark wizard was drinking its blood? No wonder. Is there something amiss? Brandy retorted. No wonder unicorns have been harmed lately. It was indeed after this. Hagrid gently intoned. You must understand. Unicorn blood possesses miraculous properties that countless seek. It can prolong one's life. Naturally, there is a corresponding price to pay. The moment its blood touches your lips, you will forever dwell under a curse. Then why would he engage in such actions? Brandy inquired, puzzled. Living under a curse seems worse than death, does it not? Indeed, which is why I find it astonishing. What on earth does this dark wizard intend to achieve? Hagrid reassured him. Rest assured, he cannot enter Hogwarts. The protective enchantments there are impenetrable, even to the likes of Voldemort. You are in no danger. By the way, I have been curious since earlier. What is that bulging thing in your pocket? In alignment with Firenze's judgment, Hagrid made a swift decision upon merely glancing at it. This is not a creature of the Forbidden Forest, Brandy. A distant relative of the unicorn? I dare say I have never encountered such a thing, yet it appears quite fascinating. Hagrid curiously poked the glittering creature with his finger. If you cannot care for it, I would be more than willing to adopt it. I have always had a penchant for such extraordinary beings. Just look at how well I have raised Fluffy. Fluffy? Neville, who had been walking with his head down, finally ventured a hesitant question. Oh, the three-headed dog you encountered. Brandy replied nonchalantly, causing Neville to nearly trip in fright, his face paling even further. Brandy felt tempted to consider Hagrid's offer, but as the last remark slipped from his lips, he completely dismissed the idea of placing the creature in Hagrid's care. Just imagine Harry's descriptions. What if such a small and adorable creature grew to the size of a room and drooled everywhere? No, Hagrid. I believe I can manage on my own, unless it grows excessively large, in which case I would seek your assistance. After all, the castle cannot accommodate something of that size, can it? Very well then, Hagrid sighed, regretfully clicking his tongue. Due to Malfoy's predicament, he had to escort Brandy and Neville back to the castle's second floor, hoisting a fainted Malfoy over his shoulder. Let us part ways here. I must make a trip to the hospital wing. He shook his shoulder, causing Malfoy to sway like a dried fish hanging from a rooftop. You two should return to rest. After all, exams are next week, and it is quite late. Quickly, quickly. Brandy and Neville hurried upstairs. Yet, just a few steps in, Brandy suddenly recalled that Hermione had secretly slipped him a note before the detention and had specifically mentioned he should open it upon returning to the castle. What could possibly be so urgent at this hour? He hesitated, coming to a stop. Brandy? Neville called out from above, puzzled. Never mind, Neville, you go on ahead. I need to use the restroom. It's urgent. He hastily concocted an excuse to send the still curious Neville upstairs, then eagerly dashed down a brightly lit corridor to retrieve the note from his pocket. It bore a simple message. I borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. We are waiting for you in the Great Hall.